Chapter 141. For the first time, all of human civilization could hold its head high before the Dake. In this future, human civilization's hatred for the Dake civilization surpassed even its hatred for the Vark, who had initially conquered Earth. Because they had never been utterly defeated by the Vark. But they were utterly defeated before the Dake. They didn't even have the courage to resist. They defeated the Vark, yet could only surrender to the Dake, losing humanity's greatest hero, losing human culture, history, heritage, and the right to once again be a master of primal energy. Perhaps the Vark, facing the same fate, would quickly forget all of this, or perhaps they were forced to forget. But humanity did not. Just as Shinshur had seen the last words in that history. But we will forever remember humanity's great heroes, and we will forever remember this long and arduous war. Therefore, even though humanity is still in a very weak position in this war, even only able to defend itself, having just advanced to a sea-level civilization, and its overall strength far inferior to the Dake civilization, Shinshur, based on the information database, sees that the fighting spirit within human civilization is extremely high. It's time to reclaim everything we lost. This is the most successful propaganda slogan that human civilization has created for this war. Although, in Shinshur's view, he has merely made deals with the future world, yet has changed the future time and time again. From the perspective of the humans of the future world, they have spent 3,000 years of effort and struggle since entering the Star Era, finally truly possessing their own sovereignty, and finally able to stand before the Dake people and launch this war that is 3,000 years overdue. Even Shinshur felt that with such fighting spirit, humanity in the future world would surely win. Even if they lacked the strength, he would let them win. I guess I'm an unsung hero of the future world, Shinshur thought to himself, quite pleased with himself, as he entered Gong Chu's shop. Then, he was astonished to find a huge crowd gathered there. Yes, nothing seemed amiss from the outside, but once inside the shop, nearly 100 people were gathered, so much so that the shop had to be enlarged to accommodate them. Shinshur observed carefully, at least half of them weren't anonymous. He didn't find Gong Chu, but he actually saw the collector. The collector was currently surrounded by a large group of people, some anonymous, some not, displaying various modified bodies. Shinshur could now easily recognize that none of these modifications were simple. And among this group, the collector undeniably occupied the center position. To be precise, everyone else was surrounding him. Shinshur thought for a moment, then quietly approached. His anonymity made him inconspicuous here, and other people were even gradually entering the shop. That's right, I arrived in the land of Gus. Shinshur heard the collector speak in an undisguised, even deliberately raised voice. A trade? Of course, no problem. Isn't that what I've been searching for in the land of Gus? However, I be changing my shop's name. From now on, I won't only deal in antiques. Remember my ancient book with a preservation rate of 22.46%? It was a very famous novel from the late Earth period, even considered one of the 4 great classical novels of the Eastern Kingdom. This was another voice, from a person whose hands and feet had been modified into incredibly sharp spikes. I want to exchange it for a personal combat-oriented modified body from the land of Gus, requiring at least C6 level. C6 level. Shinshur knew this level classification wasn't exactly standard, but it was very simple and easy to understand. It subdivided each level of civilization technology within the mold system into 9 levels. C6 level roughly means that this modified body would be considered a very good device even by the most powerful sea-level civilization. In comparison, Shinshur's life evolution device was probably around C7, approaching the high level of a sea-level civilization. Even with humanity's current technological capabilities, it would be difficult to create a device of this level. They could at most create C3 level devices, which would be considered ordinary by the most powerful sea-level civilization. After all, the mold system's level classification was relatively simple, focusing only on a few hard criteria, which directly led to significant differences between devices of the same level in many areas. Of course, this classification was only a vague standard, used to clearly express its meaning. This even tempted Shinshur. Although he hadn't yet fully utilized the capabilities of his life evolution device, could he perhaps exchange it for a better one? Then he heard the collector say, Venus, in the past, your request wouldn't have been unreasonable, but I think you need to understand that the situation is completely different now. My interest in your ancient book is minimal. It's far less than your asking price. What do you mean? The man named Venez's voice was deep and seemingly unchanged, but the primal energy emanating from him clearly told everyone that he was very unhappy. This is a master. Shinshur's current mastery of primal energy allows him to clearly judge the strength the other party is intentionally displaying. They at least reached the point where they can create afterimages of consciousness. Primal energy is a power related to will and spirit, so its strength doesn't have hierarchical levels. Aside from the primal energy master level, there are no minor realms or similar concepts. It's even difficult to quantify. Therefore, skills requiring mastery of primal energy often become the basis for comparison. Being able to create afterimages of consciousness is already considered mastery in a D-level civilization. Even the leaders of the Vorin probably only reached this level a couple of hundred years later. But here, it seems to be commonplace. Shinshir's gaze swept over the others. He was certain that when he first came to the black market, these people weren't nearly as strong as they are now. Human civilization in the future world has indeed become stronger overall. At this moment, Shinshir heard the collector's voice again. To be honest, my relationship with Gongchu has recently improved, and I no longer need to explain why you all come here. The collector maintained his usual demeanor, showing no reaction even to the displeasure of the others. Because he knew very well. These people gathered here couldn't possibly be unaware of certain situations. Including Vine's displeasure just now, it's very likely that it was just a deliberate test. Don't assume that just because everyone is human, they're all like family. Almost every human who obtains a black market terminal is capable of becoming a leader in human civilization. Even if everyone shares the same general direction, goals, and interests, they all have their own calculations to some extent. As expected, everyone fell silent after hearing the collector's words. The dissatisfaction that Vinay's had shown earlier had vanished without a trace. He even spoke with a hint of eagerness. So, Mr. Gongchu, you really did acquire a large number of ancient books to become a primal energy master? Were those books part of your transaction? Gongchu became a primal energy master? Shinshir was both surprised and delighted upon hearing this news. But thinking about it again, it seemed normal. Although Gongchu said it would take about 10 days, that was already a maximum time frame. 10 days earlier was perfectly normal. Besides, the training equipment he had traded would likely have some further enhancement effects on the future. At this moment, everyone else stared intently at the collector, their emotions equally eager. Their strengths were roughly the same, and if they could survive, there was a high probability they would encounter a time when they needed these ancient books. Most importantly, the existence of the human heroes of yesteryear, followed by Gongchu today, is enough to demonstrate the extremely high quality of the cultural heritage of their civilization, which was destroyed and ruined by the Dake people. Every civilization capable of producing primal masters must possess a brilliant cultural heritage. To some extent, this is also a key reason why these future humans have such a high degree of identification with their lost culture. Those ancient books weren't traded to Gongchu by me. Rather, the ancient books we all possess come from the same person, the collector said. Could it be that person? Someone in the room immediately realized something. This was someone shrouded in an aura of anonymity. Some unsuspecting people looked at him. Before the Dake crisis reached its climax, rumors circulated that a new guest had appeared here, most likely from a certain Yuengu clan. The anonymous person who had spoken began, continuing in one breath. The rumor is that this guest first appeared in a collector's antique shop, speaking a completely lost Earth language, and ultimately produced a complete annotated version of the art of war, which was then given to Commander Pingu. I heard about that too, another person said simultaneously. It was that space pirate, wasn't it? Commander Pingu even dropped the warrant for his arrest because of it. To be able to trade a complete ancient book, which Yuengu clan is it? A race? If there are duplicates, or even more complete ones, then the ancient book in Vinay's possession really doesn't have much value for collectors. Now that we reach sea level, shouldn't the rubbings of those ancient books you have be distributed? That's right. Plus, with you now in the land of Gus, the position of a supreme counselor is indispensable. I never thought my human race would actually see such a day. Listening to their discussion, Shinshir had a strange feeling that he was surrounded by modern humans, not future people who had largely lost their past culture and everything else. Because their words did indeed sound very similar to how modern people talk. Perhaps translation played a part, as did the commonalities of intelligent life. But this also sufficiently demonstrates that humans in the future world are still humans. Ultimately, all eyes once again focused on the collector. How to handle these ancient books is not my decision. You all should know what an enormous and important treasure these are for human civilization today. The collector shook his head, but he still promised at the end, I will make some attempts, but you will have to wait for the final result. A chance is more important than anything else, said Vines, who had initially seemed difficult to get along with, surprisingly the first to agree. The language of this sentence was also very concise in its pronunciation. It sounded like an idiom from the future world. This made Shinshir, for the first time, want to learn the language of humans from the future world. The reason he hadn't considered this before was because future generations were frantically pursuing ancient languages and cultures. Shinshur, possessing all of this, used a script considered a symbol of nobility by collectors and Gong Chu, so subconsciously he felt it was unnecessary. However, the sudden increase in the number of future people he saw made him realize that in the past 3,000 years, future humans had also created entirely new cultures. Even if this culture wasn't as advanced as that of the Earth era, once they rediscovered their lost culture, they couldn't completely revert to the past. Human civilization at that time would be a combination and complement of both. As Shinshur pondered this, he suddenly noticed that the surroundings seemed to have fallen silent, everyone looking in one direction. Because behind the shop counter, a figure appeared. It was Gong Chu. Gong Chu, however, was quite different from the one Shinshur had seen before. His altered body had completely changed, becoming a black and gold mosaic, more slender than before, and more in line with modern aesthetics. If the previous Gong Chu resembled a man-made mechanical warrior, then the current Gong Chu looked like a general clad in external armor. Even the enormous eye patch that had previously only revealed his mouth had now shifted upwards, revealing a high-bridged nose and face shape indistinguishable from a human's. It must be said that his face was as delicate and refined as Shinshur had initially guessed based on his mouth. His voice and tone had always been somewhat androgynous, which was why Shinshur had once suspected that Gong Chu was actually female. However, whether he was male or female was actually of little significance, and Shinshur didn't care much. In the future world, human personality was entirely determined by oneself. Gender differences were virtually non-existent. Chapter 142. After all, his body had been completely replaced, and his emotions could be controlled by his primal energy. Therefore, what truly captured Shinshur's attention at this moment was the emotion displayed by the people around him since Gong Chu's appearance. It was genuine respect, longing, and even a hint of fanaticism. This made him clearly realize that the identity of this only remaining primal energy master was likely far higher than he had originally expected or imagined. Even the collectors were now radiating respect. Today, I gathered everyone here not just to announce my successful ascension to the primal energy master, Gong Chu said, immediately making Shinshur understand why so many people had come. It was because of Gong Chu's summons. As everyone knows, the Dake civilization has long since amassed a large legion along the border of our star system. They don't want to give us any more time to develop, so war is imminent, Gong Chu continued, his head slightly turning, making everyone feel watched. This war concerns the future of our human civilization for at least several thousand years. If we win, we will achieve glory. If we lose, we will become eternal history, and everything will vanish into nothingness. Therefore, we need to concentrate all the forces we can. Hearing this, Shinshur roughly understood Gong Chu's purpose in gathering these people today. As mentioned before, many of those who possessed the black market were not actually in the solar system. They weren't even within the range that human civilization could find. From the moment they acquired the black market, they attempted to escape the Dake civilization's surveillance, even the entire mud system. This was the main reason why the Dake civilization launched its large-scale investigation. If human civilization hadn't successfully advanced to Class C before the Great Investigation began, humanity would have faced a war of judgment. Such a war would be a near-certain death. Judging from Gong Chu's words, even if they escaped the war of judgment, the situation was still far from optimistic. The Dake civilization had already assembled its legion. Shinshur initially thought it would take at least a century for the Dake civilization to complete its preparations and send its legion to the solar system. But unexpectedly, the anonymous Shinshur frowned slightly, his gaze sweeping over the people before him, wondering how many of those who had already escaped were willing to return to Earth in this time of crisis. But surprisingly, the first to react was Vinay's. Our entire Ulysses clan has decided to return, Vinay's declared readily. We just need Commander Gongchu's support to provide more hibernation pods. We don't have enough. Also, we hope to join Commander Gongchu's East Wind Legion. It's been too long since we returned to our home planet. We don't trust anyone except Commander Gongchu. His words were direct, as were the emotions he conveyed. However, the others were still taken aback. Returning en masse? A person who appeared to have undergone biological modification, radiating a pure white light, couldn't help but ask. Your Ulysses clan has been on the run for nearly 1,000 years, settled down long ago, and after nearly 1,000 years of operation, you're just giving up? We haven't fared as well as your Dragon Fawn clan. Vinay glanced at the man. You were lucky enough to find a young and suitable star, transformed it into a habitable planet, and created an artificial race, living like gods. You better pray you don't get discovered, otherwise, if you want to escape back to your home planet, you have to see if Commander Gong Chu is willing to accept you. Why are you unwilling? Even facing Vinay's undisguised sarcasm, the human from the Dragon Fang clan remained unperturbed, calmly stating, I'm just surprised you chosen to gamble everything, but that doesn't mean we do nothing. The Dragon Fang clan has decided to send 60% of its personnel and 80% of its warships and equipment back to the home planet. The hibernation pods are sufficient. Only 60% of your personnel? You're still as cowardly as ever. Vinay's sarcasm intensified. I hope you don't keep acting like gods for too long, deceiving yourselves. When some crisis strikes, you won't even have a chance to escape. The Dragon Fang member didn't actually refute this. Shinshur even felt that he shared the same concern. At this moment, another person interjected. Not everyone can be like you, Vinay. We naturally all hope our home planet wins, but if we lose, we can only accept the outcome. However, 60% is indeed too few. We set 90% and almost all our resources. We only need to leave behind a spark. We're about the same. For 700 years, we've been waiting for this day. I have to return with everyone. Recently, a sea-level civilization within the mud system has been hunting us. It's better to die at home than to die fighting outside. The Shangha clan has sent 70%. We already left the Milky Way and found a relatively hidden and safe place. No other powerful civilization's node bases have been found in the surrounding nodes. This can serve as a retreat route for our home planet. Looking at their statements, Shinshur could roughly discern something. First and foremost, everyone involved undoubtedly wanted humanity's home planet to win. Otherwise, they wouldn't have poured their support into the war. Even the weakest nations committed more than half their resources, with many contributing 80% or even 90%. For any power, this would be considered a desperate gamble. This aligns with Shinshur's understanding of interstellar travel. Only with a powerful civilization can individuals enjoy true freedom and security. With a civilization destroyed, even becoming a primal energy master only makes one a slightly more powerful individual, barely surviving. However, most people, especially those who were doing relatively well, were unwilling to stake everything. Their words revealed their pessimism about the war. Consider Gong Chu's initial words. It's clear that humanity's situation in the future world wouldn't be much better. After everyone had expressed their opinions, Gong Chu suddenly spoke. His words triggered a massive shift in emotions. I am no longer the commander of the Dongfeng Legion. Therefore, anyone wishing to join the Dongfeng Legion needs the consent of the real commander. Even Shinshur was slightly taken aback. He was indeed the nominal commander of the Dongfeng Legion, but aside from having Gong Chu conduct certain transactions, he didn't concern himself with anything related to the Legion. Gong Chu should have known this. Yet he was announcing this now. Shinshur frowned deeply, completely baffled as to what Gong Chu was trying to do. While the surrounding people remained silent for a moment, the primal energy, specially manifested within the black market, surged continuously around them, indicating that their emotions were far from calm. The silence was broken by someone speaking up. Mr. Gong Chu, did you trade your Legion Commander status to become a primal energy master? Clearly, just like the collector before them, those present could guess the reason simply from this information. That's right, Gong Chu readily admitted. Then the mysterious guest from the rumors, speaking an ancient language? Someone else asked. Before Gong Chu could even reply, someone had already declared definitively, it can only be that one. A while ago, I saw Mr. Gong Chu personally escorting an anonymous guest to the door. Does that person truly possess such a vast collection of ancient books? Which ancient clan does he belong to? Could it be a coalition of ancient clans? Collector, did you perhaps trade the primal energy seal? If you're a collector, as long as you have enough ancient books, trading a primal energy seal isn't strange. While everyone was digesting this news and trying to glean more information, especially regarding the origins of the new commander of the Dongfeng Legion and the extent of his cultural heritage, Shinshur, the subject of their discussion, was looking at his personal terminal. There was a message from Gong Chu on it. Sir, I know you must be in the shop. This is your study time. The transfer of the Legion Commander's authority can no longer be concealed. Human civilization no longer needs to conduct antique transactions in secret. Your identity, the return of the Shin clan, and the Shin clan's heritage, once revealed, will become the greatest source of confidence for all of humanity. You will also reshape the glory of the Shin clan within human civilization, making the great Shin clan once again the saviors of human civilization. This is merely my humble suggestion. Everything is in accordance with your will. However, human civilization needs your presence now. After reading these words, Shinshir's lips twitched slightly. Clearly, he had been tricked. Gong Chu and the Collector had indeed inscribed the primal energy seal, meaning they could not disobey any of Shinshir's orders within the premises they had set. However, this did not mean they lacked their own thoughts and emotions. In Gong Chu's heart, human civilization had always been paramount. Today's scene was likely meant to force him to step forward, to let human civilization know that the Shin clan, which had continuously changed the fate of human civilization, still existed, and had preserved all the culture and heritage that was thought to be completely lost. Just as Gong Chu had said, this is of great significance to human civilization, which has just advanced to sea level and lifted the cultural blockade. It means that humanity has not truly lost its heritage, and it also means that as long as the Dinks are defeated, no, even if they only manage a stalemate, human civilization will become increasingly powerful and cohesive thanks to this strong cultural heritage that continuously produces origin masters. It will also have a real chance to reclaim everything it has lost. Of course, Shinshir can also refuse. No matter how Gong Chu tries to manipulate, hopes, or suggests, he, who is inscribed with the Origin Master seal, cannot force Shinshir. As Gong Chu said at the end, everything should be done according to Shinshir's will. So what should be done? Shinshir hesitated. If he followed Gong Chu's advice, the benefits were obvious. First, there was his status in the future world. Judging from the information database and the reactions of Gong Chu and the Collector, the Shin family, which had changed the fate of humanity for 2 generations, enjoyed an extremely high reputation in the future world, even if only a small, vague fragment of history remained. More importantly, he possessed the entire legacy that humanity had lost. This meant that if he stepped forward, he would not only have immense prestige, but also hold enormous real-world benefits. What would this combination bring? Status and power. If Shinshir also possessed sufficient personal ability, it wouldn't be entirely impossible for him to gain the status and power he currently held in the real world in the future world. This would also greatly benefit the development of modern society. After all, the help of a private legion commander and the help of an entire civilization are clearly not on the same level. Devices that accelerate scientific research, like those in the early days, could only be acquired in 2 or 3 units. But if the entire civilization were to concentrate resources and ramp up production, acquiring 100 or so wouldn't be a problem. There are also more powerful main warships, which could even consume more resources to help him obtain even more powerful devices from the ancient lands through collectors. Status and benefits will bring greater benefits. This is true in any power. And the downsides? The biggest downside Shinshir could think of was that, as his connection with future human civilization deepened, the risk of Shirling being exposed would also increase. Why is it that every time he's given something, it's something Shinshir from 3,000 years ago has already given him? Once or twice, it might not seem like much, 1 or 2 people wouldn't think much of it. But if it happens repeatedly, and more people know about it, then they will inevitably speculate in this direction. However, Shinshir also considered that when he truly prevented the fall of Blue Star and the extinction of humankind's lineage, everything he did in the future world, everything that happened, would be beyond the correction of a mere remnant of consciousness. Once the future is completely restarted, the risks brought about by past transactions will all vanish. Should he take the gamble? Yes. After weighing the pros and cons, Shinshir made the decision almost instinctively. With his ever-improving mastery of primal energy, he gained a clearer understanding of his own heart. While he had always considered himself selfish and cautious, and to some extent, his personality did indeed contain elements of caution and selfishness, he also derives immense personal value and satisfaction from helping others, especially from helping the entire human civilization he inhabits. Whether it's helping the present or helping the future, it's the same. Chapter 143. Thanks to Yuan Neng, Shinshir didn't have to be so conflicted. Therefore, he sent Gong Chu a short message. Do as you say. Gong Chu, who was also closely watching Shinshir's reply, was delighted. His main purpose in gathering these people today was, as he had said, to hope that these humans in the black market, who had fled the solar system to seek a way out in other parts of the universe, would return to help the entire human civilization in the solar system win this war, and overcome this crisis that could very well become a watershed moment for human civilization. But on the other hand, he also genuinely hoped that Shinshir could stand up on behalf of the Shin clan. Just as he had told Shinshir, the fact that the Shin clan still existed and had preserved its complete cultural heritage would bring immense confidence and cohesion to the entire human civilization. At that time, those willing to return would likely not just be the people before him. All of humanity was unwilling to give up this hope that concerned all of humanity. In this regard, the entire race was united in their interests. Having received Shinshir's tacit approval, Gong Chu was prepared. He said in a deep voice, "Everyone, quiet down." The crowd, which had been engaged in various analysis and discussions, fell silent instantly. Everyone looked at Gong Chu. They were no rabble. Their high level of expertise and origin energy already spoke volumes about their character. The previous discussions were largely intended for Gong Chu and the Collector, because if they could guess the truth, then Gong Chu and the Collector would have no reason to continue concealing it. Just like the news that Gong Chu had transferred the command authority of the Dongfeng Legion. "I just inquired with the commander and received his consent," Gong Chu said softly. "The commander agrees to let me reveal his identity." Sure enough. Could it be that the discussion just now had really led to this? Everyone's minds were filled with the analysis they had just had. The most likely explanation was the alliance of those ancient clans, because only their alliance could possibly produce enough to persuade Gong Chu to transfer the entire earthly cultural heritage of the Dongfeng Legion. However, Gong Chu's next sentence caused even these powerful beings to pause. "The commander is from the Shin clan," Gong Chu said. "The Shin clan? Which ancient clan is that? And only one." Their stunned silence stemmed mainly from the fact that this answer was none of their previous guesses. To possess such a vast earthly heritage, and from the Shin family no less, is there any need for further speculation? The Collector spoke up at this moment, his lips, woven from golden threads, slightly upturned. Then he raised his voice. "I believe that everyone who has studied the cultural heritage of the earthly era will not forget that legend, that fantasy. The Shin family, which gave birth to two human heroes 3,000 years ago, has not truly disappeared. They survived the investigation by the Dake people, carrying with them a complete cultural heritage and history, and have been waiting for the day they return to human civilization." Still stunned. But the next moment, countless blazing rays of light erupted from each of them. On Shinshir's black market terminal, a notification popped up. "You are under attack by an unintentional entity." This meant that some people hadn't even been able to control their primal energy, allowing its influence to exceed the black market terminal's limitations, reaching the standard of an attack. This would require compensation. The last time Shinshir saw such a notification was during his second meeting with the Collector. And these people were undoubtedly stronger than the Collector in the initial vision of the future, demonstrating the extent of their emotional turmoil. Shinshir had once again redefined his understanding of the significance of the Shin clan and the complete cultural heritage in the future world. Now, some people didn't even care that they had violated the black market's rules. They were only intensely questioning the Collector. "Is what you said true? Is it really the Shin family from 3,000 years ago? Descendants of humanity's greatest hero? This rumor, this fantasy, is actually real? But wasn't the Shin family completely wiped out 2,700 years ago, with the sacrifice of the great hero? Not necessarily. The great hero was already a primal energy master back then. Perhaps he could have kept a secret. That's the glimmer of hope for this conjecture. Is the news really confirmed? Has the complete cultural heritage truly been preserved? Just moments ago, these people were able to maintain a rhythm of individual conversation, but now, everyone's voices were completely mixed together. If Shinshir's primal energy attainments hadn't greatly improved, it would have been difficult to discern the specific words amidst the mingled excitement. Faced with these questions, the Collector fully understood their feelings. "Yes, Gong Chu and I have confirmed it," he said loudly. "Then our lost historical and cultural heritage also." The seemingly unapproachable vines, however, now displayed the most agitated emotion of everyone present. "That's right, Gong Chu and I both obtained a relatively complete historical text from the shopkeeper, even including a copy of 5,000 years of Chinese history," the Collector affirmed. Moreover, the shopkeeper also confirmed that their clan's heritage is far more extensive than this. "I think that based on this alone, the Shin clan's identity is beyond doubt, not to mention, we both have the primal energy seal inscribed on us." Now, there was no more doubt. The primal energy seal requires knowing the other party's name and recording their primal energy information. Whether someone is a true member of the Shin clan requires confirmation from their consciousness. This is practically the third biggest surprise after humanity's advancement to a sea-level civilization and Gong Chu becoming a primal energy master, and the surprise might even surpass the previous two. Descendants of heroes, a complete cultural heritage. I'm even starting to believe that a great cosmic will is truly protecting us. Some people even develop faith in the will of the universe at this moment. Could it be that 3,000 years after the star era, we humans are finally about to rise? Damn it! I now actually think the mere Dake civilization is nothing. Mr. Gong Chu, is everything the Collector said true? Could we see those ancient books? Even if the contents are obscured, we just need to check their authenticity on the black market. Shinshur stood silently in the crowd, remaining anonymous, not speaking, but silently sensing the various emotions emanating from these people. It was excitement, exhilaration, disbelief, and a strong expectation that seemed to sweep away all the repression in their hearts. This made him realize. In the future world, humanity might seek other paths when faced with a dead end, but the wishes and interests of each individual were indeed closely bound to the entirety of human civilization. Few did not wish for their civilization, their race, to truly become powerful. He glanced at Gongchu's renewed suggestion, and once again agreed. Then, facing the cacophony of voices, Gongchu said, "The leader has arrived now." The moment his words fell, all the sounds vanished. Shinshur could clearly feel that the emotions and atmosphere had changed. Even everyone's movements and postures became cautious. Even the member of the Dragon Fawn clan, who exuded a divine aura, completely restrained his divine demeanor. Even vines, whose hands and feet had been modified to be sharp, suddenly retracted them, smoothing out all their sharpness and spikes. Respect. Yes, Shinshur felt a profound sense of respect. Upon learning that a member of the Shin clan was among them, everyone seemed to instantly shed all their hostility, becoming incredibly cautious and solemn. Shinshur knew. They respected not just a representative of the Shin clan, but the father and son from 3,000 years ago who changed the fate of humanity and sacrificed themselves for it, and even more so, the cultural heritage they preserved. For humanity in the future, it was nothing short of a dreamlike miracle. Captain. Gongchu's gaze had already turned to him. This startled Shinshur slightly. He was anonymous. But he quickly recovered. Anonymity only prevented the spread of emotions, and made facial expressions and subtle movements invisible, but some things could still be discerned. In the atmosphere just now, even among the anonymous individuals, who cautiously surveyed their surroundings, only he remained standing still, completely motionless. Even this slight difference could not escape the notice of a primal energy master. Moreover, he had already promised Gongchu to step forward. The others, however, clearly noticed Gongchu's gaze. They all turned to look at him. It wasn't just curiosity, everyone's gaze was lowered, and some who were closer even bowed and stepped back to make way. "It's me," Shinshur said in a deep voice. Those two simple words almost triggered another surge of emotion in the crowd. After a brief silence, starting with the person at the front, everyone performed a gesture of respect and reverence towards Shinshur. Shinshur accepted it all. There was nothing to be ashamed of. He was indeed a changer of civilization's destiny, a creator of this future. He deserved the respect these people showed him, and he was honored by it. Thus, amidst the respectful rituals and reverent gazes of everyone present, Shinshur walked step by step through the path they had cleared for him, until he stood before Gongchu. "Commander, I have fulfilled my mission." Gongchu knelt on one knee, a perfect salute of submission. For a civilization sole master of primal energy to submit to another person, this scene should have been unbelievable, but to those present, it seemed perfectly natural. Because it was this anonymous being who had made Gongchu who he was, and who had made all of human civilization what it was. If contribution determines glory, then the Shin clan is undoubtedly the noblest existence in all of human civilization. Whether it's the two generations of heroes of the past, or the clans that have preserved their complete cultural heritage and brought it back to human civilization, it's all the same. "That's good," Shinshur said calmly, a sense of pride also welling up within him. He felt that everything he had done was worthwhile in this moment of receiving gratitude and respect from the people of the future. He turned to the others. "I can assure you all that human cultural heritage has not been severed. The Dake people failed 3,000 years ago, and now, they certainly won't be able to destroy anything we have." After uttering this sentence in such a calm tone, Shinshur raised his hand and pointed. Instantly, one ancient book after another appeared in the shop. One after another. One after another. The entire shop began to expand frantically, but all the books continued to pile up. Shinshur had been relentlessly collecting all sorts of materials from his black market space for some time now. With his current financial and material resources, he could find practically everything available on the market, and not just one copy. It was enough to build the world's largest library. Everyone present couldn't help but go crazy once again. Normally, they would treasure even a tattered ancient book, examining it repeatedly, trying to unearth its history. But what was this before them? All of them were ancient books from Earth's time, all of them, and every single one was perfectly complete. Even Gongchu, a collector who had already acquired quite a few ancient books, couldn't control his emotions. Too many! Too many! The collector even felt himself descending into true madness. He desperately wanted to pounce on them. Even if he were to die right now, he would be content. Shinshur, after taking out a small portion, stopped. Even so, there were still nearly 100,000 books, piled up. They resembled a mountain of books. Combined with their value, the sheer scale was indescribable. These aren't all, Shinshur said slowly, just a portion. He naturally knew that the value of something diminishes with quantity. But it was enough. These ancient books, combined with Gong Chu as a master of primal energy, and the collectors in the ancient lands, were enough for them to realize their full potential. They could elevate his power and status to an extremely high level. Selling them one by one wouldn't yield more from the future world. Therefore, there was no need to hide it. Shinshur wanted to tell these people before him, to tell everyone in the future world. He, the representative of the Shin clan, brought all the lost legacies of humanity. Chapter 144. Now, having witnessed everything before them, everyone had no more doubts about Shinshur's identity. Besides the Shin clan, who else was qualified, capable of preserving such a vast and complete historical legacy from the destruction of the Dake civilization? The Shin clan, this great family, has truly brought hope and miracles to humanity time and time again. Respected descendant of a hero. A man over 4 meters tall, his body modified like a war fortress, suddenly appeared before Shinshur, kneeling before him in the same posture as Gong Chu, bowing his head. I sincerely desire to join the Dongfeng Legion you lead, and I hope to receive your permission. This seemed to instantly remind everyone else. With this first person, immediately a second, a third. Before this enormous treasure mountain, these people, one after another, performed the same action. If they were asked to immediately inscribe the primal energy steel seal, perhaps they would hesitate. After all, that would be self-restraint, equivalent to losing most of their freedom. Unlike Gong Chu, they didn't desperately need these inheritances to become origin energy masters, nor did they possess the unparalleled passion for humanity's lost cultural heritage that the collectors did. However, if it were merely a matter of submission, these people had already made their stance clear. Shinshur glanced at Gong Chu. Knowing all this must have been within Gong Chu's expectations, it was likely that the collectors were also involved. This was tantamount to uniting these people to establish a powerful force centered around Shinshur. It's possible that this could expand further, eventually connecting the entire black market, even transforming it from a mere black market into the cornerstone of an organization or power. Many thoughts flashed through his mind, some things still unresolved, but others undeniably clear. Culture, history, heritage, these are naturally incredibly important to our human civilization. Shinshur slowly uttered these ancient, noble words. However, civilization itself is the foundation of everything. And now, human civilization has reached a crucial juncture. Therefore, our Shin clan has decided not to cling to these things, hoping that they can accompany this vital moment and continue to be passed down within our civilization. And this wish requires victory. Victory will surely be brought to humanity. Gong Chu declared solemnly, a powerful surge of primal energy engulfing everyone present. Compared to the previous primal energy, this energy didn't convey emotions. It directly surged into people's hearts, mobilizing their hidden, burning, or scarce fighting spirit. This is the primal energy master? Shinshur didn't see the black market's warning, because this wasn't an attack. It was a mobilization, a call to action. At this moment, everyone except him erupted with emotion seemingly aligned with Gong Chu's. Victory will surely be brought to humanity. The same words came from their mouths in unison. They heeded Gong Chu's call, displaying their fighting spirit. Everything was just as Gong Chu had initially said. The emergence of the Shin clan, and the fact that human cultural heritage hadn't been completely lost gave them a strong sense of confidence. A confidence that a miracle would surely happen again. Especially since these people were originally chosen by Gong Chu. After Shinshur finished speaking, he had essentially agreed to their joining the Dongfeng Legion. After that, no further explanation was needed. However, after Gong Chu had arranged for everyone else to disperse, leaving only the collector, he spoke up. Commander, do you think we still need to use the name of the Dongfeng Legion? What do you mean? Shinshur didn't immediately understand. Although the Dongfeng Legion has accumulated a certain reputation over the past few hundred years, it cannot compare to your Shin clan, Gong Chu suggested. Is it necessary for us to re-establish a force, an organization, to truly integrate the forces that have followed your call into a unified whole? Shinshur then understood Gong Chu's meaning. This meant rebuilding a force, even making the Dongfeng Legion a part of that force. He pondered for a moment, and it seemed indeed necessary. After all, with the primal energy master Gong Chu, the collector who resided in the ancient lands, and the group of followers who had just wanted to join him, he now possessed far more than just military force. Bearing the name of the Dongfeng Legion was indeed inappropriate. I understand. In that case, we don't need to think about a name anymore. Just let it exist as the Shen clan, Shinshur continued. Alright. Gong Chu naturally had no objections. In the future world, the word clan didn't just mean family, it had also evolved to mean power. This translation was because the term carries the connotation of branch of humanity. If humanity as a whole is considered a race, then these clans are branches of humanity. Geographically and nominally, they no longer belong to the solar system's power, but they still belong to human civilization. Shinshur entrusted Gong Chu with the task of integrating these forces, as only Gong Chu, as a master of primal energy, had the ability to manage everyone. As for Shinshur, for the time being, he was primarily a representative figure to attract others to join. But this didn't mean Shinshur lacked power. In this newly established and vast power, he was like a young emperor who had recently ascended the throne. He not only had the collector in Gong Chu, one a scholar and the other a warrior, but also the loyal to Cheng, and he controlled the entire nation's treasury. Aside from a lack of ability, his influence and status were considerable. However, Shinshur ultimately couldn't go to the future world himself, and could only participate through Gong Chu and others. He looked at Gong Chu and asked, "Has the news of you becoming a primal energy master spread?" "Yes," Gong Chu replied. "I officially notified the Supreme Council of the Human Federation, and they immediately extended an invitation for me to join the Human Power Hub and become a member of the Supreme Council." Shinshur nodded slightly upon hearing this. The efficiency was indeed rapid. The future world's humanity continued the system of the Human Federation and the Supreme Council. While Gong Chu was still one of the top figures in the entire civilization in the past, his status was incomparable to what it is now. A primal energy master is a trump card in every sea-level civilization, not to mention that Gong Chu is currently the only one in human civilization. Only he could mobilize and integrate the primal energy of all humanity. To put it dramatically, it was because of him that human civilization wasn't destroyed in the very first encounter by the Dake army. Then a full-scale war will begin, won't it? Shinshur asked again. Indeed, but I have confidence, Gong Chu said in a deep voice. Although the Dake began preparing over 100 years ago, they still didn't anticipate the appearance of the commander, nor did they anticipate the emergence of a primal energy master among us. Therefore, we have an advantage in information and intelligence. Moreover, we have Gong Mo. And once we get through the most difficult initial phase, things will only get better. Gong Chu didn't address Gong Mo by the collector's name, but directly used his real name. They were, after all, brothers. Shinshur looked at the collector. Gong Chu is right. To human civilization, I am now a trump card no less valuable than Gong Chu himself. The collector looked at Shinshur with fervent emotion, maintaining his unique tone. Once Gong Chu enters the council, my existence will be revealed. Of course, the existence of the black market terminal cannot be exposed. They only need to know that Gong Chu has a channel to trade with a powerful interstellar force. At that time, human civilization will concentrate its efforts on collecting some rare resources, which I will then exchange for powerful war equipment. Furthermore, the energy batteries made by the Dike people can fetch high prices in the land of Gus. Gong Chu is right. As long as we weather the initial storm, the situation will become increasingly favorable. Shinshur nodded slightly. He roughly understood the current situation of the future world. Everything remained difficult, but it was the last darkness before dawn. C-rank was indeed a significant dividing line within the mud system. There's another piece of news I want to tell you, the collector said, seeing that Shinshur wasn't reacting to his words. I already selected a new warship for you. Once the civilization has produced its first batch of trade goods, I immediately purchase it from the Gus lands. Chieftain, you be satisfied. Its technological level is definitely C9, perhaps even approaching B1. Oh! Shinshur's interest was immediately piqued. The Dake civilization was indeed powerful, but they could only produce devices around C8 in certain areas at best. If there truly was a warship reaching C9 level, that would represent the highest level of a C-rank civilization. Dealing with a small Dake base, even with an inexperienced pilot, should be a piece of cake. Most importantly, the collector said he would be satisfied. It sounded like it would be perfect for him. However, the collector didn't elaborate further. I can't promise you anything until I have it. If I'm fortunate enough to hand it over to you, I hope to introduce it to you then. The collector, having finished speaking, no longer concealed his purpose. Shinshur could actually see the eagerness in his jade-carved eyes. He also felt somewhat helpless. Ever since he produced those nearly 100,000 ancient books, the collector had been in this state. His purpose was self-evident. Have you finished reading all those ancient books I gave you before? Shinshur asked. They're all permanently etched into the deepest recesses of my consciousness, the collector replied. With your current level of primal energy, these ancient books aren't of much use, Gong Chu said quietly from the side. How can they be useless? The collector explained anxiously. I already begun preparing to build the kingdom of consciousness. At this stage, detailed cultural heritage would make the structure and path clearer. Besides, in the past, I simply didn't want to imprint fragmented and erroneous cultural heritage into my mind. Now it's completely different. With my talent, I will definitely become the second primal energy master in human civilization. Wait until you reach that point. For now, the ancient books the leader gave you are enough. Any more, and you lose focus on training, Gong Chu said coldly. This isn't your decision, the collector said, looking at Shinshur with renewed fervor. Shinshur didn't know what to say. Neither of them concealed their true emotions at this moment. Therefore, their emotions were extremely genuine. They genuinely gave off a sense of brotherhood, sisterhood, or even siblinghood. Of the three, Shinshur remained anonymous, concealing his emotions. Unfortunately, Shinshur couldn't cancel his anonymity. Otherwise, once his appearance was revealed, he would essentially be exposed. The future world still had several photos of him, even more than Shinli or AIXINer. Finally, he simply said, I provide you with a list of those ancient books. If necessary, you can use some for future developments. We hand them over to Gong Chu first. As for the collector, I still stand by my promise. Everything you've done for me in the Gus lands will be rewarded. Shinshur didn't readily hand over all the ancient books at once. He knew very well that these ancient books were currently his greatest asset as the soul of the Shin clan. Only in his hands, combined with his identity as the Shin clan, could they exert their maximum influence. After I officially become a counselor, I will first release the images of the ancient books I possess in the Joint Information Database. Gong Chu briefly explained the next step of the plan. Then, I will announce the existence of the Shinshur clan. I believe that at that time, people's fighting spirit and cohesion will further increase. After that, those military region powerhouses will automatically come to me, and I will require them to inscribe a secondary subordinate primal energy steel seal to consolidate their power. This secondary subordinate steel seal is different from the subordinate steel seals Gong Chu and the collector inscribed. Although it is still a subordinate steel seal, the conditions are more numerous and detailed. For example, the subordinate steel seals inscribed by Gong Chu and the collector are like servants of an ancient powerful clan. Except for one specific condition, Shinshur can order them to do anything. Without this condition, it is not a subordinate steel seal, but an enslavement steel seal. However, the secondary subordinate steel seal is like a contract employee. Chapter 145. The contract established a subordinate relationship and imposed certain restrictions on both parties. It required the employer to pay remuneration and limited the scope of work, among other things. Under normal circumstances, the subordinate could not violate the contract, or face significant consequences. Shinshur sighed upon hearing this. Technology has always been able to simplify complex matters. With such an primal energy seal, not only could human civilization rapidly develop from its lost cultural heritage, but it could also quickly increase the Shin clan's power in the future world, allowing both sides to benefit. This was also the most rational development method in the entire interstellar society. After all, emotions can strengthen people's cohesion, while interests can protect emotions. Only by combining the two can the maximum effect be achieved, rather than allowing emotions and interests to conflict. Let's do as you say, Shinshur said at the end. Afterwards, he discussed more information about the future world with Gong Chu and the others. For example, the identities of the main counselors, and the composition of the major legions. Shinshur could obtain some basic information from the database, but the database only contained information and lacked explanations of various interests, attitudes, and positions. Gong Chu, on the other hand, had a certain understanding of these. In truth, Shinshur's knowledge of these things wasn't of much use, but he simply didn't want to be completely ignorant. The command training continued throughout the day. Only when Shinshur emerged from the black market did he realize that he had spent an entire day there. In fact, once he could separate his consciousness into afterimages, his efficiency in learning knowledge, experience, and skills would increase dramatically. After all, the consciousness afterimages also possessed a certain degree of thinking ability, which is one of the reasons why this skill is so important. Everything will get better and better. Shinshur stood up, stretched his muscles without any soreness, and summarized all his gains in the black market. He couldn't help but feel that this development method was like having a cheat code. not only in the modern era, but also in the future. If it weren't for the overwhelming external threats, why would human civilization be under such pressure? But that's the reality. After a short rest, Shinshur immediately immersed himself in primal energy training. With the guidance of a primal energy master, his training in this area was able to avoid many detours, and he gained a solid foundation in some primal energy techniques. According to Gong Chu, primal energy mastery ultimately comes down to technique. If one can master more powerful and advanced techniques, one can utilize the power of one's consciousness more efficiently and effectively. Therefore, this aspect also requires a solid foundation. It even requires equipment. So, the first thing collectors and future human civilization need to do is find a defensive weapon from the land of Gus that allows the entire civilization to fully utilize the power possessed by the primal energy master. Such a weapon is extremely expensive. In comparison, the spaceship Shinshur needs is merely a bonus in this transaction. But this does not diminish Shinshur's expectations for it. AC-9 class warship. The Void is at most AD-9, maybe C-1 at most. And after that, it's just sailing, waiting, and endless learning and training. Meanwhile, Shinshur didn't forget to further upgrade the fleet's equipment. Power and status in the future world still have to be applied to reality. Therefore, in addition to the commander training equipment he had previously brought out, Shinshur also gradually produced more powerful equipment over the next 3 months, especially including several warp cannons. Yes, warp cannons. As the name suggests, this weapon can directly perform warp strikes within a certain range, eliminating the extremely long trajectory time in interstellar warfare. The difficulty of warp engine technology for spaceships lies mainly in maintaining the warp stability of the entire ship's interior to ensure survivability. But cannons don't need that. Transporting energy over short distances is much easier, a technology inspired by warp bubble communication jumps. However, the technological and application breakthroughs required to go from inspiration to weaponization are unimaginable. In a sense, this weapon has already reached Class C standards. This is one of the few powerful weapons that Shinshur found in the future world that a human fleet could control and use. Using it as a trump card further enhances humanity's confidence. It's like suddenly pulling out a bow and arrow when everyone is still in close combat. Even if it's not a guaranteed win, the advantage is already very obvious. Besides the weapon, Shinshur has also made updates to the detection system, defense system, and even traps. What surprised him was that, despite bringing out so many powerful devices, the future world didn't undergo any significant changes. Even compressing the time to finally defeat the Vorin to 266 years, the impact 3,000 years later would only slightly increase humanity's strength, and wouldn't even advance the completion time of the star system fortress. After carefully investigating history, Shinshur found the reason. They were confiscated. All devices with a technological level of D6 or higher were confiscated by the Dick civilization when they finally surrendered. This made Shinshur realize once again that without eliminating the threat of the Dick civilization, he would likely find it difficult to bring about any significant changes to the future. Dick. Shinshur began to focus on the Dick civilization's data. As the greatest threat to human civilization in the future, humanity had indeed conducted extensive research on the Dick civilization. Shinshur also saw images of the Dick people. Unlike the short, thin Vorin, who lacked primal strength and were even beginning to show signs of physical degeneration, the Dyke, as a similar carbon-based life form, were remarkably strong and powerful. Averaging about 3 meters in height, with robust torsos, and like most carbon-based intelligent life forms, they were mammals with an upright limb structure. However, the Dyke also possessed long, lizard-like tails, which aided in their balance. For a long period during their earthly era, the Dyke hunted using their powerful physiques, rather than tools. Therefore, this physical strength became part of their culture. This is why the Dyke people dedicated themselves to developing biotechnology, and even designed a life evolution device. Compared to the Dyke civilization 3,000 years later, the Dyke civilization 3,000 years ago was far more savage and ferocious. Even after reaching sea-level civilization, they retained a traditional adulthood assessment method, requiring Dyke people to remove all equipment and hunt prey in the jungle using only their bare bodies. Only those who passed this assessment were qualified to modify their bodies. Of course, this method was abolished 3,000 years later. 3,000 years later, the Dyke people's civilization had stagnated due to the obsolescence of some key technologies, leading to a continuous stream of internal problems. They were close to reaching the pinnacle of sea-level civilization, but the gap to B-level civilization seemed insurmountable. This was no longer a level that could be reached simply by time. Every Class C civilization has its unique aspects. The Dake people also created a brilliant civilization, and were fortunate enough not to suffer too much destruction. From the moment they joined the mud system, they were already close to the Class C level. Truly lucky. Even within the entire mud system, civilizations like the Dake are few and far between. Most civilizations, like humanity, were destroyed when they were weak, then underwent a long period of nurturing, struggling little by little until they became Class C civilizations, and then, over a long period of time, reshaped their culture. A culture inextricably linked to the mud system. After reviewing the entire history of the Dake civilization and gaining a deeper understanding, Shinshur couldn't help but sigh further. In comparison, humanity's luck was truly terrible. The Dake civilization entered Class C over 1,000 years ago, and initially experienced a period of stagnation. However, after suffering repeated setbacks on the battlefields of Class C civilizations, their entire civilization gradually awakened under this pressure. They vigorously cultivated other civilizations within their jurisdiction, continuously nurturing the fighting spirit of their race, and began to aggressively and fiercely accelerate their development. The next 2,000 years, starting from now, will be a period of rapid development for the Dake civilization, its most glorious period. If the Dake people discover my existence at this time, discover the changes in humanity, an attack is almost inevitable, Shinshur pondered. But with the Dake people's current technology, it would take at least 150 years to mobilize them from their home planet. Not enough, far from enough. 150 years, at most, would only allow human civilization to develop to Class D. They are still far from being a match for the Dake civilization. It seems that even then, human civilization will have no choice but to surrender. Shinshur pondered for a long time, but couldn't come up with a solution. Finally, he decided to see what kind of spaceship the collector could bring him. In any case, surrender was out of the question. If they surrendered, perhaps due to the rules of Mulder, humanity could join the Mulder system as a D-level civilization. However, Shinshur himself would definitely have to escape, because he had already revealed too many secrets in order to develop human civilization. And so, another 2 months of voyage passed. More than half a year had passed since their second expedition. This was the norm for interstellar expeditions, and this was even considered relatively short. The Voran fleet, for example, had voyaged for nearly 200 years to reach Blue Star. There was no such thing as continuous training during the voyage. Everyone had to stay in hibernation pods for extended periods, otherwise, they simply couldn't psychologically withstand the long journey. By this time, Shinshur's upgraded reconnaissance system had finally completed its full mapping of the Voran fleet. He summoned all the senior commanders for another meeting. "We need to begin preparing to set traps," were Shinshur's first words at the meeting. In the consciousness space, everyone was gathered before a three-dimensional star map shrunk countless times, on which they could clearly see their fleet and the enemy's tens of thousands of warships. "A portion of the enemy's scouting force is approaching us," Zhuang Wenbin said, staring at the star map. Scouting forces are different from reconnaissance forces. The former are closer to the main fleet than the latter, and their movements are continuous. In other words, starting with this scout unit, new scouts would appear at short intervals, continuously connecting to the main fleet. Moreover, the frequency of scouts contacting the main fleet would increase dramatically, reaching a point of constant, uninterrupted communication. This also means that dealing with scouts would no longer be as effective as using the same tactics against reconnaissance units to seize communications undetected. "What are your thoughts? Feel free to speak them," Shinshur said, looking at Zhuang Wenbin and then at the other senior commanders. "You are all in the same boat. We have an absolute advantage in reconnaissance," Zhuang Wenbin said, clearly prepared. "Therefore, I believe we can bypass the scout force, slow down, and set traps along the main ship's inevitable path. As for the scouts approaching the main ship, we can let them pass, then activate warp oscillations to force the main fleet to abandon warp navigation and enter the traps. This is also one of the characteristics of interstellar warfare. Space is, after all, a three-dimensional map. Therefore, the notion that traveling in opposite directions will inevitably result in a collision. Bypassing the scout force is indeed a good option." The others didn't let Zhuang Wenbin stand out alone. Some even offered different opinions. "Old Zhuang, setting up a trap under the close-range sight of scouts isn't so easy. The enemy doesn't know we captured their reconnaissance unit and are continuously sending security information, so their vigilance is bound to be low. Their formation is the best proof. Therefore, I think, with our counter-reconnaissance system, the probability of being discovered is very low. Even so low, there's still a possibility of being discovered. Once discovered, the consequences are unimaginable." "Old Joe is right. I think we shouldn't set traps on the enemy's flight path, but rather find a way to. We lure our main fleet to other orbits. That's riskier. But we can also make the traps more sophisticated. Why not use multiple traps to force them out? Imagine you're the commander of an E-class fleet, suddenly finding yourself blocked by a warp oscillator, something only a C-class civilization possesses. What would you think? Escape is the first choice, but there are too many escape routes in interstellar space. That's right, but we can use these scout units to mislead, giving a route that seems safe. I think it's very risky. Listening to their discussion, Shinshur couldn't help but smile. Chapter 146. In fact, from Shinshur's current perspective, the analysis and discussions of these high-ranking commanders were already quite impressive. They were already considering all sorts of situations in interstellar warfare. Perhaps to an interstellar commander like Gong Chu, it still seemed rather immature, but in Shinshur's view, taking the battle against the Voran fleet as an example, these commanders were already capable of handling things independently. Even he himself would find it difficult to do better. Of course, this doesn't mean their current command abilities have surpassed Shinshur's. This is actually largely due to Shinshur's targeted teaching and full-fledged sharing over this period. Shinshur shared everything Gong Chu had told him about a battle of this scale and level with these people. And he had them conduct extensive simulation training in the training devices. This led to the scene before them, including what they were discussing now, which was actually some of the content that had been discussed and simulated and analyzed several times before. Alright, it seems everyone has a clearer understanding of this battle, but now, the situation has changed somewhat. Shinshur spoke at this moment, and everyone's mental communication immediately fell silent. The situation has changed. Just this one sentence was enough to make them tense. The only change in situation they could glean from Shinshur was important intelligence, or a problem with the subsequent equipment. They should know that, as of now, the equipment for setting up the traps hadn't even been delivered to them. Don't worry, it's good news. Shinshur seemed to sense their tension and conveyed a more relaxed mood. The specific reasons for the change in situation are difficult to explain clearly, but in short, you just need to know that the support we can receive has been further strengthened, so the number of traps we can set this time is about 3 times more than previously agreed. 3 times. Because the emotions within the consciousness link were more pronounced, Shinshur could clearly sense everyone's excitement. What did 3 times mean? It meant they were fully capable of expanding their attack range on the enemy fleet, bringing more enemy ships into the trap's effective range, and then maximizing the gains from the first battle. The Voran people never expected this. What was initially thought to be a perk expedition had suddenly turned into an unprecedented ambush-style, explosive firepower attack. It feels like all the preparation we've done through so much training is nothing compared to what the Commander-in-Chief said, a senior commander remarked. The others wholeheartedly agreed. But the reality was quite different. All their learning and training in interstellar warfare had made them acutely aware of one fact. Interstellar warfare wasn't truly about commanders like themselves, but about the strength of an entire civilization. When the power gap reached a certain point, all individual abilities, including primal energy, became meaningless. Fortunately, they still had their commander-in-chief. However, training is essential. Even if their efforts only contribute 1% to the outcome, it will reduce casualties and increase the probability of winning the war. Shinshur simply smiled, raised his hand, and waved it confidently. Therefore, our battle plan can be more comprehensive, more robust, more powerful. We will not only win, but also make the Voran regret attacking Blue Star. This confidence was also conveyed to the others. A fighting spirit surged within each of them. Although the current situation seemed favorable, they hadn't forgotten the unspeakable pressure they felt when they first learned of the impending alien invasion of Earth. Humanity's first encounter with this vast universe was filled with war and darkness. And all of this was brought about by this Voran fleet. Therefore, even if human civilization would face many more crises and even more powerful enemies in the future, defeating the Voran was still the first step. Looking at the confident men before him, Shinshur felt a tinge of worry deep within his heart, because he had already seen the future. Yes, the moment he took out the equipment provided by Gong Tu, the future changed once again. In the first battle against the Voran main fleet, humanity won decisively, severely damaging the Voran fleet. However, this did not shorten the duration of the Voran War, it even prolonged it. Although this delay of several decades didn't significantly impact the future 3,000 years later, it was the first time, since Shinshur began trading with the future, that the acquired future devices not only failed to positively benefit humanity, but also brought about adverse consequences. This alarmed Shinshur. He, of course, carefully investigated the reason. It was because humanity, in its war with the Vorin, had deployed a warp oscillator, a technology possessed only by sea-level civilizations. Therefore, after the Vorin's report, the head of the Dake base took the matter very seriously. At this time, the Dake civilization had only recently advanced to sea level. The discovery of traces of an unknown Class C civilization within their territory was enough to alert the entire Dake civilization. This directly resulted in the arrival of not just one Dake warship on Earth, but 20. At another node, only 24 light-years from the Dake base, lay a small Dake military base. Their warp drives could directly transport people over distances of 25 light-years. This change was clearly another act of the world convergence. This change subjected their fleet to even more severe attacks, delaying humanity's victory over the Vorians by 30 years. However, after investigation, Shinshur confirmed that this was a Dake tradition. For every 7 or 8 nodes, there was always a small fleet capable of investigating all nodes in the shortest possible time. Small in number, but highly elite. Their mission was not combat, but rather to ensure that, in critical moments, they could disperse and warp in the first instance to transmit vital intelligence back to the Dake civilization. This tradition wasn't abolished until 2,400 years later. This moment should be the most sensitive point for the Dake people. Therefore, the world convergence merely transformed an event with a high probability into a tangible reality. In fact, by now, Shinshur already possessed considerable experience in altering the future. Therefore, he clearly knew that these 20 Dake warships had become the final deciding factor in this war of the Voss, and humanity's last struggle against its fate of annihilation. Shinshur remained composed, because he hadn't retrieved his backup warship. His true trump card lay in the warship from the land of Gus, as the Collector had mentioned. He had also inquired with the Collector whether that warship could handle dozens of C2 class warships. The answer was a resounding yes. The mold system classifies civilizations by increasing their level, with higher level civilizations exhibiting greater disparities in skill levels. C9 was on a completely different level from C2. In terms of technological superiority, it was at least 80 levels higher. Even if the opposing force included a primal energy master, the odds of victory still favored Shinshur. Therefore, Shinshur's only concern now was whether the Collector could deliver the warship in time. Aside from that, he was unfazed by this final struggle against fate. Of course, his immediate priority was to deliver a fatal blow to the Vo's main fleet. "This is my battle plan," Shinshur said, taking out the plan he had prepared over this period. He placed it on the star map before him. As the battle plan unfolded, the senior commanders present fell silent. A profound, unspoken shock welled up within them. It was too meticulous. Too perfect. Every step, including every possible movement of the Vorin fleet, was planned with crystal clarity. It was a masterstroke of emphasizing firepower, utterly highlighting their superior equipment and intelligence. If they had put themselves in the Vorin's shoes, they would have been drenched in cold sweat. Even knowing this plan, they couldn't find a way to break it in the short term. The only thing they could think of was to immediately slow down, turn around, and get as far away as possible. After a long while, Chen Feng finally came to his senses. "Commander Shen, when you were teaching us, did you hold back a little something?" Suddenly, the others snapped out of their daze, realizing the meticulously planned strategy. "That's right. You didn't teach us this tactic. There are still some things I don't understand." "Me too. Although I don't know why the Voris would definitely make this choice, I have a feeling they really will. This arrangement leaves the enemy with absolutely no chance. The Commander-in-Chief is indeed the Commander-in-Chief. I can't wait. Leave this part of the task to me. Old Chung, the waters here are too deep. If you can't handle it, let me do it." Shinshur looked at the high-ranking commanders before him, each radiating amazement, shock, and admiration, and felt a little embarrassed. His command abilities were indeed slightly superior to theirs, but his strength lay more in his vision and experience. He had taught them everything he could for this single battle, and in every aspect, he wasn't significantly better than these truly gifted high-ranking commanders. However, he was undeniably superior. This tactical plan was the result of Shinshur constantly refining and optimizing a high-scoring answer already presented in the history of the future world, even engaging in numerous discussions with Gong Chu. Compared to these soldiers, who could only rely on their own painstaking thinking and analysis, it was nothing short of a crushing defeat. However, although Shinshur was somewhat embarrassed, he ultimately accepted it readily. Using cheat codes was a skill in itself. The strength of interstellar societies didn't ask for reasons. "Alright, I explained each step in detail and assigned tasks. From now on, the fleet enters the highest level of wartime readiness." "Yes." Everyone responded in unison. Compared to their initial fighting spirit, They now felt a greater sense of confidence. Although they were aware of the existence of the Dink base, and the influence and destructiveness it would bring to this war, they had a strong faith in their commander-in-chief. This confidence wasn't blind. It stemmed from Shinshir's repeated miracles, constantly demonstrating his powerful abilities and profound foundation. With this week-long operational meeting, the highest level of wartime readiness had spread throughout the entire army in the shortest possible time. Every soldier understood that the Great War, that would truly determine the fate of humanity, was about to begin. After 6 months of training, their fighting spirit and morale had also reached their peak. During Shinshir's several inspections, he saw no fear in them, only a burning fighting spirit. Everything was progressing rapidly, and in an orderly manner. As the voyage continued, warships occasionally broke away from the fleet. Everyone knew they were going on missions. And finally, it was Chen Feng's warship's turn. We will be breaking away from the fleet on a mission, carrying 3 engineering and logistics warships. All crew members, be on high alert. Combat could occur at any moment. Understood. With Chen Feng's command, all the warriors on the 21 warships went into action. Yes, 21. They had formed a small, cohesive fleet, and Chen Feng was its supreme commander. Some members had even begun receiving missions. Zhou Rui was one of them. Although he had been used as a model for propaganda on Blue Star and had gained considerable fame on the warships, he was still just an ordinary Star Hunter warrior. He wasn't even the captain of a Star Hunter squad. Thanks to the power of primal energy, Zhou Rui was well aware that his popularity stemmed from his past image being suitable for propaganda. The only thing he could boast about was his growth over the past period, but his current abilities, even his combat achievements, only placed him in the lower middle tier within the entire Star Hunter squad. He should use this fame, the admiration of many on Blue Star, as motivation to continue striving. However, his current mission was to appease the emotions of the engineering and logistics personnel, and to train and supervise them. This mission is in your hands, Lao Zhou, Captain Yuanhua joked over the comms. Why the long face? Cheer up, show your signature smile, the kind from commercials. I must say, you look really good, Lao Zhou. Chapter 147. Since Zhou Rui successfully became a member of the Star Hunter squad, Yuanhua's address for his youngest subordinate changed from Little Zhou to Old Zhou. This was also a recognition of his efforts and abilities. After all, Zhou Rui had now become one of the most elite warriors in the entire human force. However, at this moment, Old Zhou had a somber expression. He truly hadn't expected that he, this model soldier, would need to perform such a mission on the warship. However, a mission is still a mission. Zhou Rui quickly adjusted his demeanor, stepping out of the Star Hunter's external armor, but contrary to his captain's expectations, he didn't display any signature smile. Instead, his expression was quite serious. It's Zhou Rui. The tens of thousands of engineering and logistics personnel already assembled on the warship's open ground immediately noticed this familiar young man. A flurry of voices rang out from the crowd. Call me Lieutenant Zhou. So handsome. Keep it up, young man. I watched every single one of your training matches. Dear Zhou, I'm a fan of yours. I hope you can give me an autograph later. Zhou Rui completely ignored the last person asking for an autograph, a blonde, seemingly 30-something foreign elite, and gave a quick glance around. After a year and a half of training, his current level of primal energy was enough for him to roughly sense the emotions of ordinary people. So, after looking around, he had a good idea of what was going on. These people already knew about their separation from the main fleet, but they weren't panicked much, just a little nervous. It seems this period of accompanying the military has brought about some changes in them. Of course, the energy training must also play a role. Currently, human civilization places great emphasis on the popularization and promotion of energy technology. In an interstellar world, where the consciousness of intelligent life is being studied in depth, and even highly functionalized and weaponized, the widespread adoption of energy technology, like other technologies, will bring numerous benefits to the entire civilization. Unearthing talented individuals is one aspect. Another important significance lies in improving the average individual quality of people's thinking. For example, right now, if these people showed panic, non-cooperation, or high tension, they would have to be excluded from the relevant plans. But now, it seems they even possess a certain aura of confidence. That makes things much simpler. As you all know, the entire fleet has entered the highest level of wartime readiness, Zhou Rui said, maintaining a serious expression and tone. You are all among humanity's most elite personnel in space engineering, and you will play a crucial role in this war. I am here on the orders of the Commander-in-Chief, requiring you to strictly adhere to wartime regulations. However, we also promise you that even in the face of danger, before we all perish, you will not be harmed in the slightest. Strictly speaking, these people were actually temporarily conscripted personnel, not simply civilians. They had set sail with the fleet and already understood this self-awareness. However, Zhou Rui's promise still moved them. No one said anything more. As war approached, no words could compare to concrete actions. After that, Zhou Rui's squad was assigned to serve as the security team for the engineering logistics personnel and remained there. 2 months passed after they left the main fleet and slowed their voyage. This small fleet finally arrived at their location, an asteroid belt. Could this be the Kuiper Belt? Someone with some knowledge of the solar system couldn't help but ask. The Kuiper Belt is a vast asteroid belt located in the outer Neptune region, composed of a large amount of debris. Its main component is not rock, but ice, so it looks like a large, shimmering diamond belt, and the scene before them seemed to be just that. However, another person, clearly with specialized interstellar knowledge, immediately refuted this claim. The Kuiper Belt isn't that far from Earth. We're actually at least half a light year away, far beyond the traditional solar system, and within the gravitational range defined by Earth. So, this should be a place similar to the Kuiper Belt, but its composition is also primarily ice. We just don't know if orbital resonance exists. As this person explained, more and more people gathered around. Throughout the entire voyage, they spent most of their time learning about space engineering and construction, and didn't have much time to witness the wonders of the universe. Moreover, traveling within the warp bubble doesn't allow for much visibility. At high speeds, only a few celestial bodies are sucked into the warp bubble. Therefore, now that they've begun to slow down, many people have become interested. Judging from the continuously slowing speed, this asteroid belt is very likely their target. In conclusion, if we want to complete our mission here, we must be very careful about the movement and collisions between these asteroids, as their relative speeds can sometimes be extremely high. After the scientist finished explaining, the audience applauded. The engineer from the Western Alliance, who had first brought Kuiper, stepped forward, extended his hand to the scientist giving the explanation, and smiled. "Your explanation was excellent. Let me introduce myself. I am Iko Linhas, formerly a construction engineer in the Ni Empire, but I have now transitioned to space transportation." Construction engineer? That's still a popular profession these days. Why did you switch? The Eastern scientist who had given the explanation shook hands with Iko. "My name is Shin Yangbua. I used to be an astronomy expert, but now I transitioned to space construction." "Oh, you share the same surname as that great senator? Are you from the same family?" Iko's eyes lit up, and he became even more enthusiastic. "I am very grateful to him, not only because he brought hope to humanity, but also because he completely changed my life." "No." Shin Yangbua shook his head helplessly. "In the Eastern Kingdom, it's a surname that, while not common, is still quite prevalent. So I have no relation to the commander-in-chief of our fleet." He had heard similar questions before. The whole world was changing rapidly. It's not just aliens. Even among humans, various cultural clashes can occur as contact deepens. Fortunately, with the training of the primal energy, most people's personal qualities improved, so sometimes only a few more explanations were needed. "Okay, I understand. Actually, I'm learning about your Eastern culture, but it's indeed difficult." Iko didn't seem to care much. He seemed quite talkative. "Where was Butt?" "Yes, I used to be a pretty good architectural engineer, and architecture is indeed a hot profession these days. But back then, I thought, since I have the chance to make a choice again, why not choose a profession I'm more interested in? And I always loved piloting, so I thought, if I had the opportunity to become a space transporter, my life would be absolutely wonderful." Shin Yangbua deeply agreed. His choice of space construction was no different. In fact, it's not just them. Many people around the world are like this now. When you're young and have to make choices, few people truly understand what they want. Only after you enter the workforce, or even lived a long life, will you truly understand where your passion lies, but by then, the opportunity is often gone. Fortunately, Shinshir's appearance and the beginning of the Starry Sky era gave many people a second chance. This is something some people cherish greatly. People like Iko or Shin Yangbua weren't particularly outstanding in their respective fields before. But now, the fact that they were even qualified to be here shows just how excellent they are. Just as the two were about to chat a little longer, Commander Chen Feng's voice suddenly rang out from their surroundings. "We arrived at the deployment point. Everyone, get ready. Your tasks have been assigned to your personal terminals. Please move out quickly." Along with Commander Chen Feng's voice came the urging from their superiors. "Quickly, everyone grab your spacesuits and head to your designated locations." Most people simply carried their spacesuits with them. After all, they were just thin metal plates. The previously leisurely group suddenly sprang into action. Many even started jogging. This included Ika and Shinyangbua. I'm going to the hangar, what about you? What a coincidence, me too. Let's go together then. Of course, but the Voron's warships are so outdated, they don't even have a fast lane. I really envy our own warships. This is our warship too. The two weren't slow runners. Although they hadn't undergone any modifications, after using a large amount of civilian products, their physical abilities far surpassed what they used to be. 2 years ago, they could easily have won every Olympic gold medal, and then been hunted down and captured for analysis by various forces. He quickly arrived at his destination. It was a very large space, with thousands of small instruments placed there. It was originally where the Voron stored their small fighter jets, but now it had clearly been converted into civilian use. Iko quickly found the device he needed. This made his eyes light up. It was a space transport aircraft. This was indeed his domain. Iko Lenyu's? That's me. Now you have your work equipment. We already loaded the device you need to transport. Your job is to transport it to the designated location, then return, and transport it again. I understand, no problem. This job sounds simple, but this is in the dense asteroid belt. After listening to Shinyangbua's explanation, Iko now understands that silent transport in such a place is not so easy. However, this device is truly powerful. After quickly understanding the full capabilities of the transport aircraft using his expertise, Iko was filled with surprise. This is definitely the newest transport aircraft, far more powerful than the ones he used for training. Start the mission. Everyone in the small fleet began to busy themselves. From now on, they must efficiently complete all war preparations in the shortest possible time. Of course, most of the others who were separated from the main fleet to carry out missions were in the same boat. On the main fleet side, the number of warships has dwindled from over 1,000 to less than 400. This is even fewer than the Vo's scouting force. This was an arrangement made by Shinshur to prevent major mishaps in the dispersed fleet. Human records of this battle in the future world have been largely destroyed. The only records Shinshur could find were those of the Vo, and these records wouldn't detail the human arrangements. Therefore, Shinshur could only proceed according to the general direction. The details still needed to be handled by him. However, he had a convenient cheat code. After issuing any order, he would update the future world's information database to see if the future world's history had changed. With this guarantee, he could ensure that every decision he made would not have major flaws. Of course, this was also thanks to the fact that the future world had truly advanced to a sea-level civilization, and the Daikians were no longer qualified to investigate the entire human civilization. Otherwise, such frequent, high-privilege database access and updates might have been noticed by the Daikians. At this time, they could view it without restraint. And Shinshur had begun to enjoy this cheat code. All the arrangements have been distributed, and the history of the future world has confirmed that this was a great victory. This was 3 months after the arrangements began. They'd placed most of the trap points within 0.7 light-years of Earth. Currently, 1 year and 9 months had passed since Shinshur initially issued the 3-year warning. Only about 1 year and 2 months remain. However, barring unforeseen circumstances, the war will officially break out in 5 or 6 months. Shinshur's appearance not only brought the war forward by more than half a year, but also placed it in a location far removed from Earth. If possible, Shinshur hoped that he would never see an alien fleet arrive on Earth in the real world. He wanted to completely destroy that future. Chapter 148. However, it wasn't just the modern world actively preparing for war during this period. Human civilization in the future was doing the same. Shinshur, through constantly updating the information database, also kept a close eye on the changes in the future world. These changes, brought about by him, were no less significant than the upheavals that occurred in modern society a year ago. First was the news of the emergence of the Primal Energy Master. Gong Chu became the first Primal Energy Master in all of human society, and this news, amidst the war preparations, directly ignited the entire human society. The information database of the future world, namely the Internet, had different access levels. But at this moment, Shinshur saw that regardless of the access level, the Internet was filled with joy. People's comments were also completely different from the style of the Internet in modern society. The appearance of the Primal Energy Master can increase our chances of winning the war by at least 30%. After all, we are the defenders of the main base. We all need to seize the time to train in primal energy, so that we can provide assistance to Counselor Gongchu. Yes, I have already purchased devices for temporarily enhancing consciousness. I can no longer purchase them here, But we are rapidly building a production line, so they should still be able to reach me in time. They can be prioritized for allocation to the strongest. This is the second primal energy master in the history of all mankind. I just don't know what kind of culture Lord Gongchu relied on to advance. If it's through the remnants of Earth's past, then it truly demonstrates the exceptional excellence of our Earth culture. We await Counselor Gongchu's announcement. We no longer have cultural limitations, and given the current crisis, there's no need for the counselors to hide anything. Shinshur was at a loss for words as he looked at these very formal discussions. This was clearly not due to the translation. Judging from the translation of Gongchu and the others' chat, the language and writing of the future world could obviously convey emotions. If anything, it was related to the widespread use of primal energy and the nature of the information database. The information database strictly separated entertainment and discussion areas. In the discussion area, everyone had to control their emotions. There couldn't be too many unnecessary words. Instead, opinions had to be expressed efficiently, and discussions had to be efficient. This was the quality that emerged after the full-scale promotion and maturation of primal energy technology. Just as it was hard to imagine ancient humans, it was difficult for Shinshur to imagine that humans over 1,000 years later could all attend school and learn to read. Even with such astonishing good news, the people of the future world could still maintain rational analysis. They didn't exaggerate the news too much, nor did they show excessive excitement. However, this was only the first step. Then, just as Gongchu had told Shinshur, he publicly announced in the information database to the entire civilization that the Shin clan still existed and had preserved its complete lineage. As soon as this news was released, Shinshur could clearly feel the atmosphere in the information database change. Humans in the future world could indeed control their emotions very well, but there were limits. Clearly, this news pushed all of this beyond those limits. A miracle! This is a true miracle! The will of the universe has not abandoned humanity. Shinshur even saw a large number of such emotionally charged messages in the serious discussion section. Unbelievable. I even wonder if I'm trapped in a dream world. Was I attacked by an interstellar ghost? Or did I receive incorrect information from my sea of consciousness, causing this confusion? It's all real. Mr. Gongchu has already released some information about the inheritance. Yes, I've seen it. Although only the covers were shown, every ancient book is incredibly realistic. The Supreme Council of the Human Federation has confirmed this news. Our inheritance has not truly been severed. This is the protection of the will of the universe. We humans will definitely win the war, grow stronger and stronger, and continuously create our glorious future. Although compared to the waves of excitement and jubilation that frequently appear on the modern internet, the various reactions in the future's information database still seem incredibly restrained. But Shinshur clearly knows that the future world has also fallen into a state of jubilation across civilization. In the entertainment section, people are already unrestrainedly venting their joy and emotions. This news was truly a wonderful surprise. Now that they advanced to rank C, they understand even better that, according to the Mulder system standards, one of the key factors for a civilization's potential to reach rank B lies in its culture. A superior culture isn't just reflected in its primal energy, it also embodies a civilization's potential and showcases its future. And a culture that produced a primal energy master immediately after its recovery, while not necessarily superior, has already demonstrated potential. Why did their greatest enemy, the Dake civilization, fall into decline? It was precisely because their culture placed excessive emphasis on bravery, on relentless pursuit, and fearlessness that, after repeated setbacks, they increasingly lost their drive to progress. The entire civilization teetered on the brink of irreversible decline, becoming just one of countless civilizations that had reached their developmental bottlenecks, or even their limits. In interstellar space, not all civilizations can continue to develop indefinitely. Many civilizations, after reaching a certain limit, find it difficult to continue developing. They may even regress. The Dake civilization, 3,000 years later, already showed this tendency. Shinshur also saw numerous discussions about the Shin clan in the information database. Although our human civilization lacks nobles and royalty, I believe the Shin clan deserves equal respect. Yes, from the sage Shinshur who brought miracles and hope to humanity 3,000 years ago, to the great hero Shinli who led humanity to victory against the invading Vo people, and now, to the clan that has preserved and restored our once-lost cultural heritage, this clan's contributions to human civilization are enough to warrant any honor. Spirit originates from inheritance, glory comes from greatness. I wonder when the Shin clan will be able to return to human civilization. Perhaps it will take some time. The descendants of this great hero have been hiding in this starry sea, so they should be relatively safe. Returning before they are strong enough to support their position might not be a good thing. We cannot allow the heroes of this new era to bear too much risk. Looking at these comments, Shinshur was indeed somewhat astonished. Gongchu hadn't concealed much, revealing all the reasons and stories he had given. Even though some of the content undeniably expressed a slight distrust of human civilization and a hidden worry about the war's outcome, it didn't receive slander or criticism. Instead, it was met with unanimous approval and understanding from the majority. This was almost unimaginable in modern society. Otherwise, why would Shinshur create the Star Sea hoping to integrate it into civilization? And why would he go to such lengths to ensure humanity's sense of participation? It's because human nature is complex, and with so many voices, people's emotions and perceptions are easily misled. Of course, such phenomena exist in the future world as well, but with a higher level of understanding, people won't be swayed by dissenting opinions. Therefore, those who disagree with the majority of civilization's voices naturally wouldn't bother expressing their opinions unnecessarily. If only I could go to the future world and see it, Shinshur suddenly thought. But he quickly shook his head. Even people from the future world advised him not to return until he was strong enough. Besides, he had already tried, and Shirling couldn't currently allow him to truly travel back. His only connection to the future world seemed to be through the black market terminal. Therefore, he could only focus on various information from the future world and obtain more detailed intelligence from Gong Chu and the collector to maintain his understanding of the battle situation there. But more importantly, there's the war in the modern world. Because if they win, humanity's future could very well undergo a radical transformation. And Shinshur had a vague feeling that Shirling might also change at that time. But until then, it's all just speculation. Just when there were less than 4 months left before the Voron's main fleet truly entered the trap area, Shinshur finally received a message from the collector. His new warship was ready. Upon receiving this news, even Shinshur couldn't suppress his excitement. The wait had been too long. Interstellar warfare is all about equipment and technology. He had witnessed the final struggle of fate, and he had seen the enemy's last trump card. This was his advantage, but to use this advantage to achieve final victory, he also needed an even stronger trump card. That was the warship the collector had prepared for him. With anticipation, Shinshur once again entered the black market. The black market had changed considerably since then. It wasn't just about the sheer volume of activity. Indeed, most of the shops had reopened, and many people were moving in and out. Even though the total number of people who had obtained black market terminals was less than 2,000, it somehow gave Shinshur the feeling of a bustling marketplace. Most importantly, the shops had undergone significant changes in appearance. When Shinshur first arrived at the black market, he had complained about the strange style of its architecture. It was a patchwork of different architectural styles, creating a bizarre atmosphere. But now, most of these strange buildings have disappeared, replaced by architecture reminiscent of Earth's era. Shinshur even saw a shop decorated remarkably similar to the Forbidden City's main hall, looking resplendent in gold. There were also shops with a very modern style, like the fancy boutiques found everywhere on Earth. While it's still not common to see so many buildings from different periods, regions, and styles on the same street, at least in Shinshur's modern eyes, it no longer seems so strange, and most just unique. It seems Gong Chu and the collector have already announced some basic cultural heritage, Shinshur thought, heading straight to the collector's shop. He found it quite lively. He glanced around and recognized many of the people he'd seen in Gong Chu's shop before. One of them was none other than Vines. The moment he entered, everyone stopped talking and turned to look at him, some casting undisguised scrutinizing glances at Shinshur. "It's me." Shinshur's voice, still anonymous, was barely audible. But the atmosphere immediately changed. "Greetings, Clan Chief." Everyone composed themselves and bowed respectfully. Clan Chief was actually the title for the head of the clan, and these people were all members of the Shin clan. Therefore, it had become the unified title used by the Shin clan. "Respected Clan Chief, we have been waiting for you." The collector approached, even he had corrected his previous use of boss. "What are you doing?" Shinshur's words were cut short by his answer. "Are you planning to share your spoils from the land of Gus?" "It's a trade," the collector corrected Shinshur. "Although we're all members of the same clan, I can only offer some discounts at most. I also need more resources to build up my distribution channels." "That's right," Shinshur agreed, but also expressed some concern. "Won't purchasing so many devices from the land of Gus at once compromise your safety? The existence of the black market, after all, cannot and should not be made public. If anyone in the land of Gus realizes the collector's wrongdoing and begins to investigate, or even becomes hostile, the collector will be in trouble. After all, His current status and position in that place are not high. However, many others with mouths laughed. It seems the clan leader doesn't fully understand the collector's abilities. Then he stepped forward, explaining with a smile. We fleeing the solar system have had to painstakingly conceal all civilizations and spaceships along the way, fearing discovery by the Dake civilization, or even other civilizations within the Mud system. But the collector, he's actively sought out other civilizations along the way. He always finds ways to achieve his goals. Once we reach the land of Gus, he'd be in his element. Besides, he wouldn't help us trade if he wasn't confident. Shinshur looked at the collector. He did indeed vaguely sense that the collector seemed very skilled at communication. Or rather, very skilled at seizing opportunities through communication and contact. Chapter 149. Facing Shinshur's gaze, the collector simply smiled and said, "Thank you for your concern, chieftain, but I am indeed quite confident. I found a perfect partner, a down-on-his-luck, incompetent Gus man. All I need is a little leverage over him, and the benefits he craves, and many things will be simple." Hearing the collector's words, Shinshur understood. Intelligent life does indeed share commonalities. Pursuing profit and avoiding risk are among them. However, despite the collector's simple explanation, putting it into practice is anything but simple. Without a thorough understanding of all situations, any overlooked factor could lead to the failure of the entire plan, or even serious consequences. Therefore, the collector's confidence truly demonstrates his ability. Shinshur felt relieved. "So, a stable trading channel has been established?" he asked, inwardly delighted. "Things are relatively stable for now, but we can't trade freely for the time being," the collector said. "I need more time to build more relationships and improve my status as much as possible. Some risks are practically non-existent once you reach a certain level." Shinshur understood. Don't be fooled by the collector's simple words. One can imagine that every step he took there was incredibly difficult. But regardless, he'd taken the first step, and things would only get easier afterward. Shinshur then looked at the others and asked, "Have you all received everything you needed?" "Chief, not yet," Vine spoke first. "We just arrived too." Since joining the Shin clan, he had been quite eager to show off, as if hoping Shinshur would remember him. However, the others didn't seem to care much about his eagerness to assert himself. Perhaps there were reasons they didn't know. They could ask Gong Chu or the collector later. Shinshur actually felt there was little need to deepen his connections with anyone outside of Gong Chu and the collector. After all, he wasn't really going to develop in the future world. He merely wanted to acquire more advanced devices from it to develop the modern world. But he couldn't show this intention too obviously. Therefore, he still appeared quite concerned. "Then what are we waiting for?" Shinshur looked at the collector. "Let's see just how powerful the equipment from the land of Gus really is." "Indeed, it's beyond imagination," the collector laughed. "The entire universe seems to hold endless mysteries. Just when we think we understand it enough, we discover that there are always those far ahead of us. Some of the equipment I acquired in this trade is so advanced that even our current understanding of the universe struggles to find a reasonable explanation." It sounded a bit exaggerated, but Shinshur completely understood. After all, when he first arrived at the black market and first encountered some of the technology from the future world, he felt that these things were indeed beyond his comprehension. And humanity in the future world, standing before a Class B civilization, would likely be no better off. It can only be said that what is truly magical and powerful is this universe, seemingly forever filled with the unknown. The next moment, projections of various pieces of equipment appeared before everyone. Shinshur's gaze was instantly drawn to them. He looked at the device before him, somewhat bewildered. Because what lay before him was not the spaceship he had imagined, but a smooth, oval-shaped object, its surface gleaming with a blue light, seemingly with numerous patterns rippling within it, but its shape, pointed at the top and rounded at the bottom. No matter how you looked at it, it resembled an egg. "Please allow me to introduce it to you." The collector seemed to sense Shinshur's surprise, stood up, and gave an elegant bow. "This is the biological warship I have carefully selected for you. Its official name is the Edgeworth-Sylvester Biological Modified Warship." Listening to the series of complex, meaningless words, yet without any asterisks, Shinshur roughly understood that this was probably just a name. And he could still understand the last few words. Biologically modified warships? Biological modification is a macro-level technological field with high potential. Whether it's the Vorin, future humans, or even the Dykes, they all have deep expertise in this area. Even the older warships that Gong Chu brought to Shinshur were biological warships. However, Shinshur had a premonition. The biological warships the collector spoke of were probably very different from what he had previously thought of as biological warships. His premonition came true. This type of warship is actually an intelligent being with considerable potential for primal energy, he said. This startled not only Shinshur, but also the other onlookers. You mean, this warship is actually an intelligent being? Artificial intelligent life has no potential for primal energy. What class of warship is this? Is it a modified warship? Shinshur was also looking at the collector, his own mind filled with many speculations and questions. This warship was crucial to whether he could truly change the fate of Blue Star's fall. He couldn't afford to be careless. However, an intelligent being with considerable potential for primal energy was indeed beyond Shinshur's original expectations. It couldn't possibly be something like a ship girl, could it? Seeing that he had aroused everyone's curiosity, the collector stopped teasing them. When I first learned about these warships, I was indeed taken aback. But then, I realized that the Goose people's research into intelligent life and primal energy far surpassed our understanding. About 12,000 years ago, on a habitable planet, they discovered a marine race of immense size that had already met the requirements for intelligent life. They then nurtured this race for a long time, using unique biomodification techniques to gradually transform them into a special and powerful warship race. Because they possess a complete cultural heritage, they do not consider themselves artificial life forms, and their cultural heritage is quite strong, with considerable potential and primal energy. More importantly, the equipment on these warships, just like the equipment we replace in our bodies, can be continuously upgraded as long as there are enough funds. Shinshur had roughly understood what the other party meant. He looked at the projected, egg-shaped structure before him. A civilization actually used this method to overcome the limitation that artificial intelligent life lacks the potential for primal energy. Perhaps only a civilization like the Gus, which could potentially have survived for tens of thousands of years, would have the qualifications to guide and modify another entire intelligent race. I roughly understand what you mean, someone suddenly said, revealing a skeptical tone without any restraint. But what are the advantages of this modification compared to other warships? After all, any biological warship with consciousness-linking technology can be transformed into an external biological body by any individual, seemingly no different from this modification. Shinshur nodded in agreement. For example, the batch of old warships that Gong Chu had traded to Shinshur were like that. He had experienced it himself. When one's consciousness connected with the entire warship's biological entity, the warship seemed to become an extension of the body, as if one had become the warship itself. Could that also mean that the warship was, at that moment, also an intelligent life form? It seems that you all haven't truly understood the value of this kind of warship. The collector shook his head, then said softly, "What if I told you that such warships are actually no weaker than us in their mastery of primal energy?" This single sentence plunged the room into silence. Shinshur could sense their shock. He could also guess the reason for their shock. Those standing here were already among the elite of human civilization in terms of their mastery of primal energy. Some had even approached the level of Gong Chu before he became a primal energy master. On the battlefield, combined with their advanced equipment, each of them would be a general, capable of charging into enemy warships and fighting their way in and out. But now, they were being told, this warship's mastery of primal energy is no weaker than theirs. That's the true strength of this warship, the collector said proudly, looking at Shinshur. It's not just a warship, but a powerful subordinate. Even without any warriors piloting it, it will be a formidable force on the battlefield. Moreover, due to its unique culture, once a captain is chosen, this warship will never change, and there's no possibility of trading it. Even if the captain dies, it will choose to die as well. Coupled with the absolute command primal energy seal, this warship will become every captain's most reliable partner in the universe. This is why the collector initially told Shinshur with complete confidence that once he acquired the warship, Shinshur would have no fear of mere CE2 level warships. Because this warship doesn't need Shinshur's strength as captain. It is powerful enough on its own. Furthermore, with the vast technological gap, even if a typical sea-level civilization were to send a legion to besiege Shinshur, it would be enough to guarantee his safety. However, Shinshur's feelings were complicated at this moment. The warship was indeed a good warship, and he could understand the collector's intentions, but the biggest problem was, such intelligent life, unlike the warship AI of the past, would it expose Shi Ling's existence after arriving on Blue Star? And wouldn't it one day contact its original race? Reveal Shi Ling's secret? These were things he couldn't help but worry about. Shinshur didn't stand on ceremony. He stood up and said to the collector, "I have something to tell you." The collector was taken aback, but quickly opened a separate room. After Shinshur entered and saw the entrance, he spoke directly, "Gongma, as a research expert from the Earth era, you should understand that my Shin clan has a huge and dangerous secret. Just these words changed the collector's emotions. Primal energy began to surge within his body. From his lips woven with golden threads, he uttered a single word. Starseed? His tone returned to normal, a sign that his attitude had become extremely serious and earnest. Yes, he understood Shinshur's meaning immediately. For the people of the future world 3,000 years from now, the term Starseed was quite unfamiliar. They only knew that 3,000 years ago, the sage Shinshur, who had issued a preemptive warning to humanity and brought planetary fortresses and spaceships, founded a company called Starseed on Earth. This company was once extremely magnificent and vast. It possessed all sorts of technologies that were unimaginable in the Earth era. However, it also crumbled with the sacrifice of the sage Shinshur. Since then, no one knows where the technology, warships, information, and various powerful devices possessed by the sage Shinshur came from, or how they were continuously transported to Earth, bypassing the Dake civilization's no detection. The Dake people once desperately sought this secret. But unfortunately, since Shinshur's sacrifice, it has become a complete mystery. Even Shinshur's son, the great hero Shinli, knew nothing about it. As for Shinshur's wife, the woman who raised the great hero, she also chose death without hesitation when humanity decided to surrender. However, a secret, a rumor, still remains. That's the Starseed. Not the Starseed on Earth, but a mysterious force called the Starseed that exists in interstellar space. So, when Shinshur spoke of the Shin family's secret, this was the first thing the collector thought of. You really do know. Shinshur wasn't surprised that the collector knew those two words. That article about the Starseed in the database, you wrote it, didn't you? Clan leader, you saw that article too? The collector's emotions were now surging with a kind of fanaticism. For him, everything from the Earth era held immense appeal, especially since it concerned the biggest event at the end of the Earth era. Shinshur's return, and the appearance of the Starseed. That's right, I seen it. Shinshur had naturally seen that article. He couldn't help but be surprised when he saw it, because the author of that article, based solely on a few fragmented pieces of information, made the deduction that all the support Shinshur received came from an interstellar force also called Starseed. Chapter 150. Although this was merely an excuse Shinshur used to conceal Shurling's existence, the fact that he could still guess the truth in a future world where the Dake people had already completely blocked and destroyed this information over 2,000 years ago was quite impressive. However, Shinshur truly hadn't expected that this excuse would one day be used in the future world. I can't tell you more, Shinshur said. You only need to know that the location of our Shin clan must never be revealed. I can't guarantee that the Dake people haven't told more powerful civilizations about what happened back then, such as the AES civilization. So you should understand what I mean. Yes, I understand. The collector indeed understood. He had previously thought that Shinshur didn't allow Gong Chu to send the Dongfeng Legion because of their own weakness, fearing that some within the Dongfeng Legion wouldn't accept the new commander. It might even threaten the clan leader's safety. But now he knew there was another reason. As expected, the Shin clan, capable of repeatedly creating miracles and remaining hidden for thousands of years despite the full-scale search by the Dake civilization, could hardly be simple. After calming down, the collector understood Shinshur's concerns. Clan leader, you don't need to worry about such a warship revealing secrets, the collector said softly. This race was originally a trade-oriented race, quite prevalent in many civilizations, including some even more powerful than the ancient lands. Furthermore, their culture, cognition, and will are all solely based on the captain, coupled with the absolute command of the primal energy seal, eliminating any possibility of rebellion. Most importantly, I will write all of this into the transaction, and have it reviewed by the black market terminal. While listening to the various reasons given, Shinshur was still somewhat worried, but upon hearing the last sentence, his heart tightened slightly. The black market terminal can conduct such detailed verification? Shinshur asked. The black market terminal is too mysterious and powerful. Even though we possessed it for hundreds of years, we still haven't been able to see the whole picture, the collector said with a smile, knowing Shinshur's limited understanding of the black market terminal. Its guarantee of transactions alone is incredibly effective. Therefore, transactions here only involve discrepancies in the value of the traded goods, not fraud involving the goods themselves. Everything brought in is examined to ensure it matches the transaction details. The primal energy seal I inscribed myself was also examined in this way. Shinshur recalled the time Gong Chu and the collector inscribed the seal and nodded in agreement. It seemed indeed true. He wasn't entirely ignorant of the primal energy seal. He knew it was essentially a permanent reinforcement of a certain ideology. If someone else forcibly inscribed it, no matter how perfect, there would inevitably be flaws, and it could even be covered up by a more powerful primal energy seal. But what he inscribed voluntarily was different. The effect was practically etched into his self-awareness, with no possibility of alteration. If the black market terminal would conduct an audit, could he give it a try? Shinshur didn't consider what would happen if the warship were taken away, and its consciousness and memories were deeply extracted. This wasn't just any ordinary object, it was a warship. If even his own warship fell into someone else's hands in the universe, capturing him would be an easy task. Of course, most importantly, war was imminent. Moreover, the universe was vast. A race with no connection to human civilization, or even to civilizations beyond the land of Gus, couldn't possibly know in a short time that they were actually living 3,000 years in the past. After much deliberation, Shinshur made a decision. In that case, let's hand it over to the black market terminal for review. Of course. The collector bowed slightly. He also breathed a sigh of relief. In his view, the clan leader's worries stemmed entirely from a lack of understanding. However, this attitude also demonstrated the terrifying nature of that secret. When would he gain the clan leader's trust enough to know the secret? A glimmer of anticipation rose in the collector's heart, but he knew he was far from that point. So, he initiated the transaction directly. Shinshur also submitted an application to the black market terminal to review the traded items. A response was quickly received. The description regarding the Absolute Command Origin Energy Seal requires actual inscription before verification. The rest of the content matches the description. Would you like to proceed with the inscription? Shinshur, looking at this message, had to admit that his understanding of the black market was far too limited. There really was such a review process. If devices from powerful civilizations could undergo this kind of review, wouldn't that mean the black market terminals could easily understand the technology of those civilizations? This thing truly lives up to its name, being integrated with Ling. Its level is probably beyond imagination. Inscription confirmed. I am the captain, Shinshur said again. Confirmation received, activating and starting. Inscription in progress. Inscription complete, returning to hibernation. The primal energy seal is confirmed to be correct. You may issue any commands to it. Due to the unique nature of its transaction, in accordance with Article 34 of the Supreme Transaction Rules, it will be subject to thought restrictions. Its black market information will be diluted, and any proactive leakage of black market information will be prohibited. Maliciously digging into black market information by others is also prohibited. Shinshur's pupils constricted slightly as he read this. It even has this function. He finally understood why Gong Chu hadn't expressed any concern about leaking the black market when discussing allowing human clans outside the solar system to return directly to the solar system via the black market that day. This loophole had actually been plugged by the black market rules long ago. What kind of device is the relic main body of the black market terminal? Was it created by the same civilization as Ling? A thought suddenly surfaced in Shinshur's mind. According to information circulating in the black market, the main body of the black market terminal was found by a human approximately 800 or 900 years ago. Based on its basic functions, this human programmed various functions into the black market, making it the exclusive property of humanity. If someone were alive then, or even found the main body of the black market terminal first, could they modify some of its functions to better suit their own needs, especially regarding secrecy? If its secrecy capabilities are truly that powerful, could one consider bringing reliable individuals or even a fleet from the future to help the past rapidly improve its strength? Or even directly engage in combat with enemies? If it were truly possible, it would be a story like returning to the past with an army I helped my ancestor fight, or traveling 3,000 years ago. Shinshur even felt a slight stirring of desire at the thought. Unfortunately, he couldn't gamble now. Moreover, even now, let alone in this situation, Shinshur couldn't estimate what changes the moment this warship was transported to the past world would bring to the future. Perhaps, this time, it would be a complete transformation of the future world. Everything before him, including the collector, Gong Chu, and all previous transactions, would vanish completely under this earth-shattering upheaval. Gong-imo, Shinshur called out the collector's name again, simply saying, "Thank you." "We should be thanking the clan chief," the collector said, a hint of fear creeping into his voice. Of course, this was deliberately shown to Shinshur to demonstrate his attitude. Shinshur didn't say anything more. He simply stood up, and with a thought, traded over 1,000 books to the collector. "Now that I acquired the warship, I should leave. This portion of the ancient texts is your reward." "Too much." The collector was overjoyed. Although it was agreed that Shinshur would reward him with ancient texts after completing the mission, the collector had initially thought it would be at most 10 or so, or even a few dozen would be enough to make him ecstatic. He never expected it to be over 1,000. The ancient texts I possess are vast and numerous. If I only reward you with a little bit each time, you wouldn't be able to read through all the inheritances even in tens of thousands of years, Shinshur said softly. Then tens of thousands of years. The collector laughed. As long as one harbors a burning desire and yearning, the will to live of intelligent life is boundless. I believe that I cannot reach the end of my life before reading all the ancient texts. I hope everything is as you say, Shinshur thought, a hint of parting in his heart. Is the clan leader a member of the primitive faction? The collector asked eagerly. I also discovered a personal device perfectly suited for the clan leader. However, the technology of that device is quite powerful, possibly already reaching true B grade. I may need some time, but I will definitely bring it to the clan leader within 1 homeworld year. 1 homeworld year. Shinshur shook his head helplessly, remaining anonymous. If it were a few months, he would even delay taking out his warship in the modern world to wait for this device. After all, the life evolution device alone had brought him immense benefits. He could still maintain his status as the strongest human entirely thanks to the assistance of this device. But unfortunately, he might not be able to obtain it within 1 homeworld year. That's enough, Shinshur said with a smile, his body slowly fading before he logged off and left the black market. He had initially considered seeing Gongchu one last time, but after thinking it over, he decided against it. He had gained some understanding of the so-called Origin Energy Masters during this period. At this level, Origin Energy technology, which already possessed certain traces of idealism and mysticism, had advanced significantly in that direction. It had become even more mysterious and profound. He wasn't sure if he would be discovered if he went to meet Gongchu without any apparent reason. The intuition of the Primal Energy Master should never be underestimated. It's like a humanoid detector, capable of detecting enemy fleets across tens of light years. After his consciousness returned to modern society, looking at the enormous egg lying quietly in his personal space, Shinshur felt a complex mix of emotions. If he were to take out this egg, the future world would undergo a cataclysmic transformation. Ling would also likely experience completely unknown changes. Many places would become different. And this was precisely the goal he had always pursued: to utterly change the fate of human civilization. But now that the moment had truly arrived, a sense of unease, a fear of the unknown, inevitably arose in his heart. This warship was enough to deal with the Dake forces, enough to completely eliminate the Vorin, and prevent the fall of Blue Star, but it didn't mean that humanity would be safe in the future. After Blue Star's fall, the Dake would certainly send people to investigate. Sooner or later, they would discover the changes in Blue Star. What will become of humanity then? All of this remains unknown. Shinshur didn't immediately take out the warship. Instead, he stood up, paced back and forth on the ship several times, then turned and left the bio-warship, returning to the Void. Why are you back today? AI Xiner noticed Shinshur's return immediately and rushed over. Normally, Shinshur goes home 1 day a week, a balanced schedule, but today wasn't his turn to go home yet. I just have a major decision to make, and I wanted to see you afterwards, Shinshur said directly, walking over to embrace his wife. Oh, AI Xiner responded without asking anything, simply hugging Shinshur back tightly. Being with AI Xiner always reminded Shinshur of his earlier self. Energy could help him understand himself, but it couldn't ensure he always held fast to his original self. But AI Xiner could. No matter how much Shinshur grew or changed, he could always find his past self in AI Xiner, find that small bottom line beneath his grand goals: a happy life, a healthy family. So, after just a short while, Shinshur no longer hesitated. No matter what the future held, no matter what changes occurred, for better or for worse, he only needed to do his best to protect his own little family, and then do his best to protect the big family of all humanity. That was enough. Want to see our new warship? Shinshur lowered his head, gently stroking his wife's delicate face, and smiled. A new warship? AI Xiner was taken aback, then quickly understood Shinshur's meaning and exclaimed with delight, "We have a new warship?" "That's right, but it was hard to get one," Shinshur smiled. "The Void is good, but it's not enough to deal with the warships of the Dake civilization. But the new warship is different. Its technology far surpasses that of the Dake civilization at present. It will definitely give those Dake bases a big surprise." Chapter 151. AI Xiner vaguely guessed what Shinshur meant by a major decision. Want to deal with the Dakians? She was no longer ignorant about interstellar warfare. She deeply understood its dangers. The more powerful a civilization, the more likely it was to unleash unexpected trump cards and technologies. Even dealing with a single Daikyan could be more dangerous than dealing with the entire Voger fleet. However, she also understood that this was unavoidable. To truly protect Blue Star and all of humanity, the Daikyans were an insurmountable hurdle. Since Shinshur was confident, she could only, and had to, choose to believe him. Is the new warship very strong? Ixiner asked, tilting her head back. It's not just strong, it's very special. You see when you see it. Shinshur directly ordered the Vogort, leave the fleet for now. Yes. Sebastian's voice came. The fleet had now completely exited the warp bubble and begun to slow down, while simultaneously setting up its final, and largest, trap in one location. Therefore, staying away for now wouldn't pose any problems. The warship continued until it came to a stop behind a massive celestial body, maintaining a relatively stationary speed. Shinshur Kai and Ixiner left the void together. They entered the vast universe. Ixiner was equally filled with anticipation. After all, this warship could very well be crucial to her husband's safety and the outcome of this war. The next moment, a giant egg appeared before them. Although the size of this giant egg could already be discerned from their personal space, its sheer size was only truly felt when it was actually right in front of them. The altitude is at least 30 kilometers. Isn't this a small warship? Ixiner was clearly taken aback. It's not a small warship, but it's still a personal warship. One person can control it entirely, Shinshur murmured, also looking at it. This kind of warship species doesn't require manual control. Simply maintaining a mental link and issuing commands is enough. If the tacit understanding is well developed, it won't even need commands. It will understand the captain's intentions. After all, it's a truly intelligent life form. Of course, Shinshur's entire attention was currently focused on Shi on the back of his hand. From the moment he took out this warship, Shi on the back of his hand underwent a significant change. It was a dramatic change unlike anything he had ever experienced before. It was as if it was no longer just residing on the back of his hand, but was constantly merging into his body, even his soul. The already deepening connection between them reached a completely new level in that instant. Shinshur could clearly see that he and Shi were completely merging into one. However, such changes were still within expectations. But what truly exceeded expectations was the influx of information flooding his mind. Unlike the information input during the consciousness link, this information seemed to surge from the depths of his being, as if he already knew it, yet suddenly recalled it all at once. This was also a major reason why Shinshur was still able to maintain a facade of calm. However, most of this information was extremely profound and mysterious. It was actually about various understandings of time. Shinshur even doubted whether such knowledge could truly be comprehended by mere human thought. The abstractness of some of its content far exceeded his imagination, yet he understood it. Besides Shi existence, Shinshur couldn't imagine any other reason. It's not trying to turn me into a higher dimensional being, is it? Shinshur didn't look at the back of his hand, but he could still clearly feel Shi presence. He had a feeling that he was Shi herself. Time, too, was something he could touch, even influence and change. He just lacked sufficient energy and a deeper understanding of time. However, Shinshur wasn't lost in this new sensation, as if he had gained another sense. He ensured that his personality, his consciousness, and his thoughts remained incredibly clear. He simply felt that his primal energy cultivation had increased significantly again. It was similar to the feeling when absorbing the remnants of consciousness. It was as if this was time's gift to him, a gift that would change his destiny. What's wrong? Ixiner's voice pulled Shinshur back to reality. It's nothing, I'm just communicating with the seller, Shinshur explained with a smile. Then, he focused his attention on the warship in front of him. He was certain that a huge change would occur in the future, and Shi had also undergone a huge change. He could even roughly guess what the change was, but since everything had already settled, Shinshur wasn't in a hurry to check it out. Instead, he continued to look at the warship in front of him. Wake up, don't sleep, he said to the giant egg before him. Then, under Ixiner's somewhat bewildered gaze, the entire giant egg transformed in an instant. Several cracks, emitting a faint glow, appeared on the top of the warship. Then, right before their eyes, the entire giant egg suddenly unfolded, revealing thick limbs, a massive head, and enormous eyes that seemed to contain a dazzling galaxy. This was a gigantic creature, 50 kilometers long. Just moments before, it had only been curled up. Once unfolded, it resembled a turtle carrying a giant shell, but its curled-up posture was more like a hedgehog. Its limbs and abdomen were covered in pale purple armor, like a shell. The massive head, however, resembled a helmeted feline, now approaching, its eyes, over 100 meters in diameter, radiating affection. AI Xiner, who had become increasingly mature and dignified over the past 2 years, was so astonished that she stammered. Having also mastered a certain level of primal energy, she could clearly sense that what lay before her wasn't merely something that appeared to be a living being, it was a gigantic creature. Completely different from beings like Sebastian, it was a true, intelligent being with powerful primal energy. At this moment, Shinshur had already established a consciousness link with it. Captain, the other's consciousness spoke with obvious tension, I will be your warship from now on. Are you uneasy? Why? Shinshur asked. Because? I don't know if I can satisfy the captain. A weak consciousness came through. At school, as a warship, my academic performance wasn't particularly outstanding, and the equipment I received after graduation was also quite mediocre. Shinshur was speechless for a moment. He had already seen from the instruction manual that every individual in this warship race aimed to become the most powerful warship, but course grades were something he hadn't expected. It felt like a maid academy, or something similar on Earth. There's nothing to be dissatisfied with. You have a lot of room for growth. As for equipment, that's my business, you don't need to worry about it. Shinshur tried to be as gentle as possible. He felt that if he showed even the slightest dissatisfaction, this newly graduated warship, meeting its lifelong captain for the first time, would likely be very frustrated. Captain, you're very gentle. The warship seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, then surged with immense enthusiasm. I will definitely work hard to become the best and most powerful warship that satisfies the captain. This is the dream of every member of the Edgeworth Sylvester race. Before actually meeting the captain, its biggest worry was encountering a captain with a bad temper. Now it was finally relieved. His captain seemed very gentle, and his primal abilities were quite high. Although he didn't know their economic conditions, environment, or background, even if they were just average, there was a chance to work together. In short, a good personality was wonderful. A ship's life would surely be happy. Shinshur could clearly sense the inner thoughts of the warship before him. To be honest, although he already knew that warships with such intelligent life must have their own emotions and personalities, his own ship, based on their current interactions, always reminded him of a timid but hard-working, clumsy, recent graduate maid. Don't you have a name? Shinshur asked again. Members of our clan only have numbers until they meet their captain. The other person seemed a little embarrassed. My number is Dahak 2431ER11. Shinshur felt a headache coming on as his mind automatically processed a series of numbers replaced by letters and digits. But when he heard the last one, a sudden inspiration struck him. In that case, you be called Ewan from now on, he said, simultaneously transmitting the spelling of the two characters. Originally, he had planned to use the English name 11, but considering he was from the East, he dropped a syllable in the middle, instantly making it Ewan. Thank you for the name, Captain. Ewan seemed very excited, and in the next moment, two huge characters engraved with pale purple light appeared on the surface of her massive body. Ewan reporting for duty, Captain. This change was also noticed by Xiner, who was curiously observing the huge warship before her. She seemed to have guessed that Shinshur was communicating with the warship creature before her, and didn't disturb him. Until Shinshur addressed them, let me introduce you to my wife, Xiner. She is my most important family member. Wife, this is Ewan. She is an intelligent being with independent thought, and will be our future warship. Hello, Xiner immediately smiled, conveying a friendly demeanor. She knew that not only her husband's safety, but even the future of all humanity, depended on Ewan. Hello, Ewan, hearing the clear mention of her most important family member, was also a little nervous. I am Ewan, the captain's new ship. Although I may not be strong enough now, I will definitely strive to become stronger. Xiner sensed the emotion and tense assurance emanating from the other party, and for a moment, she didn't know what to say. This warship's personality seemed a bit unexpected. Looking at the behemoth, with its pale purple armor before her, it even seemed to have become more refined. Let's board, Shinshur said. Ah, yes. I actually let the captain stay in space for so long. Ewan felt intensely guilty, quickly extending her large claws to Shinshur and Xiner, gently enveloping them in layers of invisible force before carefully guiding them to the entrance on her chest. Although it was described as an intelligent life-form warship, its body lacked much biological tissue, instead exhibiting a mysterious mechanical style. Shinshur could even see intricate energy patterns on its armor. The instruction manual seems to mention that the entire warship uses an energy source called dimensional energy as its core power source. While this sounds mystical, it's not actually magical energy, but rather a high energy emanating from curvature changes. It can be better propelled by primal energy, achieving better results in warp drive and warp jumps. Because of its unique effect on spatial curvature, it's considered the fundamental constituent of three-dimensional space, hence the translation dimensional energy. Of course, this is not a realm that ordinary civilizations can reach. Even the Dirk civilization 3,000 years later had only conducted some research, far from reaching the level of practical application. This is why this warship has the potential to be rated as B1 level. However, such an assessment is highly subjective. Humanity in the future world still lacks sufficient understanding of this level. Therefore, to be on the safe side, the collection only gave it a conservative rating of at least C9 level, but this is enough to demonstrate Ivan's power. Upon entering the warship, Shinshur and AI-Xian were presented with an incredibly vast space. So vast it seemed boundless. The entire space was filled with a pale purple light, making it appear as if they were in a pale purple void. But the next moment, a grand hall in the style of a temple rapidly materialized within this void. They stood at the highest point of this hall, a magnificent altar. Just standing there, overlooking the entire space, gave them a feeling of dominating everything. This is the virtual reality domain, also the captain's living quarters. A voice appeared before Shinshur and the others. It was a girl who looked 5 or 6 parts similar to AI-Xianer, only shorter. She crossed her hands in front of her, her expression tense. Whatever environment the captain desires, it can be changed at will. Why this appearance? Shinshur scrutinized the girl before him. Clearly, this was Iwan. Chapter 152. Shinshur wasn't surprised that Ivan appeared inside in human form. Even the AI on the void could do that, let alone Ivan, who already possessed considerable primal energy proficiency. He was simply curious about her appearance. Because Miss Aishiner is your favorite member of your race, so? Ivan glanced cautiously at Aishiner. I think you might like this appearance, but it can be modified. What do you think? Shinshur smiled, looking at Aishiner. It's fine. Aishiner smiled back, looking Ivan up and down. I wanted a little sister for a long time. Then keep it like this. Shinshur was actually quite satisfied as well. Although they had only just met, he already sensed a tacit understanding. However, the situation within this space needed a change. Shinshur's mind stirred, and he directly sent out his request. In an instant, everything around him began to change rapidly. First appeared a vast expanse of lush green forest, followed by blue skies and white clouds, then verdant mountains and emerald green waters winding through the peaks and forests. Shinshur and his companions stood halfway up one of these mountains, surrounded by breathtaking scenery that instantly relaxed their spirits. Then, a villa of moderate size appeared. With mountains, water, trees, clouds, and advanced modern living, Shinshur felt that living here would be an absolute delight. Moreover, all of this could be changed. It completely erased much of the boredom from their space voyage. At least for the next few centuries, I won't be bored. The void also has a simulation space. But why doesn't it feel as comfortable as here? AI-Xianer was equally captivated by the beautiful scenery before her. She thought that practicing the piano here would be incredibly enjoyable. Explain it to her, Shinshur said with a smile, looking at Iwan. Yes, Captain. Iwan still seemed somewhat cautious. The virtual reality domain uses virtual reality technology. Part of it uses primal energy technology for information import, and part uses physical simulation technology for real-time simulation. Therefore, in terms of cognition, it does indeed have an infinitely large space, yet it allows living beings to have a realistic experience. It's part of the general entertainment technology. Iwan had tried her best to use understandable language, but AI-Xianer was still somewhat confused. She couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It had taken her quite a bit of time to learn most of the void's functions, but now it seemed she had to learn again. Otherwise, she wouldn't even understand the functions of her own warship. Miss AI-Xianer, did I say something wrong? Ivan sensed AI-Xianer's slight unease and immediately tensed up. No, your explanation is very good. AI-Xianer waved her hands repeatedly. She had already noticed Ivan's somewhat timid nature. That's good. Ivan breathed a sigh of relief, revealing a slightly embarrassed smile. Any order from the captain must be executed perfectly. Hearing this, AI-Xianer turned to look at Shinshur. She could tell perfectly well. Ivan's concern for her stemmed entirely from her concern for her husband. This kind of absolute, heartfelt obedience, even a maid raised from childhood in the old days, might not be able to achieve it. Evan's race exists as warships. Shinshur seemed to see through AI-Xianer's thoughts. Yes. Evan nodded vigorously beside him. The Edgeworth Sylvester race existed as a habitat for other beings in ancient times. Now, each of us is born as a warship, serving the captain, fighting for the captain. That is the sole meaning of our lives. What Evan was talking about wasn't a distorted culture or ideology. It was real history. Through this explanation, Shinshur also gained some understanding of this. The homeworld of Ivan's race is a planet completely covered by oceans, Shinshur explained softly to AIXINR. They were originally creatures somewhat similar to turtles on Earth, only incredibly enormous. At some point, their bodies became the foundation for the reproduction and development of terrestrial life, and they were revered as Earth gods by the other intelligent life on that planet. Yes. Ivan looked at Shinshur with delight. I didn't expect the captain to know about our origins. It was clear that Ivan was quite proud of her race's history and culture. From the origin of terrestrial life, the Earth gods, who nurtured countless beings, to the current warship race, they also bear the mission of protecting life in the vast universe. Many things have changed, but the essence remains the same. Of course, some things were guided, but they have truly accepted everything. After all, in the universe, the captain is essentially the absolute ruler of a warship, the most important being to the warship and all living beings on board. Since they see themselves as warships, their loyalty to the captain is absolute. This is why the Iwan race is so popular, not just because of their power, but also because of their loyalty, which has become the highest honor for this race. In fact, after understanding all this, Shinshur's biggest feeling was a further deepening of his understanding of the meaning and importance of culture. The reason the mold system destroys the cultures of weaker civilizations is probably not only for ease of breeding, but more importantly, to integrate the cultures of all civilizations into the entire mold system, ultimately making them a part of it, forever subject to breeding and exploitation. Just like the Iwan race before him. The entire race has become a commodity constantly being sold, yet they feel no sorrow, even believing it is their due. Therefore, human culture must never be destroyed, nor should it be led by other civilizations. Shinshur's conviction deepened. We learn about the detailed functions later. Have you spotted the nearest fleet? Shinshur asked. Yes, there are 2 fleets within warp range. Ivan's tone changed abruptly. Her expression turned serious. If her earlier reaction was a genuine expression of her personality, now it was as if she was suppressing her emotions with her primal energy. Most beings with a certain level of primal energy mastery possess this kind of two-sidedness. She made no move, but a virtual star map appeared before Shinshur and AIXINR. A massive fleet, numbering approximately 10,000, but with very weak technology. It's suspected to be a civilization that has only recently developed warp drives and left its home planet less than 500 years ago. No sufficiently powerful individuals were found, and they don't even have warp drives. Given enough time, I can eliminate them all. Another fleet is closer, slightly smaller in number, and technical analysis indicates they are biological warships, also lacking warp drives. Captain, is the latter an ally? Shinshur looked at the star map, which clearly showed all the warships of both sides, and couldn't help but be surprised. It even marked all the warships of the Voran and human fleets. It even included those warships that were setting traps. This meant that both sides of the entire battlefield were clearly seen by a pair of eyes in the shadows, without anyone noticing. Not to mention, Ewan could even tell whether they had warp drives or not. How did you determine their technological level? Shinshur couldn't help but ask. Captain, my ship is equipped with long-range detectors that enhance the detection capabilities of primal energy. These fleets lack any shielding devices or primal energy experts, so I can easily detect their internal structures. Ivan gave an answer that exceeded Shinshur's expectations. Detecting the internal structure of an enemy warship in an instant, across a distance of approximately 0.3 to 4 light-years. The technology of a higher-level civilization completely overwhelms that of a less technologically advanced one. No wonder the common knowledge of interstellar travel always emphasizes the dangers of interstellar space. If, at this moment, a passing A-class civilization's warship were observing them, would they, like these Voran and humans, be completely unaware of this? AIXINR had clearly considered this as well, pursing her lips, and tightening her grip on Shinshur's arm slightly. Don't worry, Shinshur gave AIXINR a reassuring look. He was only slightly surprised, but quickly realized that the probability of this happening was actually extremely low. If it weren't for Shirling, Ewan would never have come to him. Worrying about this was no better than needless anxiety. More importantly, he could see the future. If such a rare, unforeseen calamity were to occur, the future wouldn't be completely unaffected. This was Shinshur's greatest source of confidence. That smaller fleet belongs to my race, Shinshur said to Ewan. Understood, already marked as friendly forces, Ewan replied readily. Understood in her true state of weakness, she did indeed appear quite heroic and spirited in her working state. However, this didn't affect her inner thoughts. At this moment, Ivan was quite pleased with herself. It seemed that the civilization the captain belonged to wasn't particularly powerful. Didn't this perfectly highlight her help to the captain? As a warship, the worst thing was for the captain to acquire a better warship. Even if she couldn't be transferred, if she were abandoned and sidelined, her life would undoubtedly become extremely bleak. Therefore, the more important she was, the better. Let's begin the return to the fleet, Shinshur instructed again. Oh, and take the Void with you too. Yes. Ivan didn't move, but her ship had already reached out and embraced the Void. Then she placed it directly into her hull. As a warship, she naturally had onboard storage, enough to accommodate even a small warship without any problem. In fact, her ship's equipment also included tens of thousands of small fighter jets, capable of unmanned operation. Although unmanned fighter jets have a weakness in terms of primal energy on the battlefield, at close range, she could block primal energy attacks, so unmanned operation wasn't a major issue. What is your warp range? Shinshur suddenly thought of this question, and couldn't help but ask. Warp range is the most important parameter of a warp engine. The Void is only 12 light-years away, but it has already reached the D9 level. The warp distance of the 20 Dike warships at the Dike base is about 34 or 35 light-years. This is actually only at the C2, or at most C3 level. After all, the Dike civilization at this time is far from the Dike civilization 3,000 years later. But Ivan gave Shinshur an answer that exceeded his expectations. The maximum jump distance under normal conditions is 225 light-years. Under overclocking conditions, it can reach 281 light-years, but this may damage the engine. After Ivan finished speaking, she marked the star map again. Currently, 11 jumpable nodes have been detected. The nearest node can be used as a springboard for jumps within that node. Under normal circumstances, warships can only jump through nodes. That is, when the distance between a warship and a node is within the jump distance, it can directly jump to a location within the jump distance of the node region. Using nodes as springboards refers to rapidly jumping to a node and then jumping back. This allows for jumps within non-node areas. For example, jumping directly from here to the Vo's main fleet, 0.3 light-years away. It sounds simple. However, the actual technical operation is extremely complex. A normal jump engine requires a certain amount of time to charge and prepare before a jump, let alone this kind of rapid jump using a springboard, or a half jump. This is a technical field that is theoretically simple, but practically incredibly difficult. Shinshur realized once again that Ivan before him was not merely at the level of C9 technology, she had very likely reached the standard of a Class B civilization, or at least partially. That node has a monitoring base of another civilization, there's no need to jump there for now, Shinshur remarked after a moment of reflection, but he didn't forget to remind her. Monitoring? I don't know what the monitoring standards are. My anti-detection system also has a stealth warp capability, but it's not particularly powerful. Ivan surprised Shinshur again. Warp via a node inevitably causes a change in the curvature within the node. There must be at least a momentary connection in curvature for warp to occur. But can this be shielded? How is it done? Just how much advanced technology does this warship possess? Shinshur remained silent for a while, then heard Ivan speak again. Captain, we have returned to the fleet. To avoid alerting friendly forces, I activated stealth mode and have not been detected. Chapter 153. They already returned? Shinshur glanced at the time. They'd been separated from the main fleet and stopped sailing for over 3 hours. Even though the main fleet had disengaged from warp drive, its speed was still extremely high. How long did it take Ivan to catch up from the start? 10 minutes? 10 minutes of acceleration wouldn't even be enough. You really didn't warp. Shinshur felt his understanding being challenged once again. No. Even while suppressing his emotions using his primal energy, Shinshur could sense the grievance in this reply. The captain's orders are absolute. Ivan only used the short-range warp bubble rapid navigation function. Short-range warp bubble rapid navigation. Another entirely new technology. Although just from the name itself, one could roughly understand what kind of technology it was. However, in Shinshur's understanding, initiating warp drive without first accelerating for a period of time is an extremely dangerous act. The faster the speed, the easier it is to interfere with the warp parameters. This is why interstellar travel often requires a period of acceleration using conventional engines before activating the warp engine, and the same applies to deceleration. Sometimes, even when there are still several months of sublight speed travel time remaining to the destination, the warp engine must be disengaged before deceleration begins. The space defense component of the planetary fortress is built upon this principle. But a short-distance warp drive could be performed directly from a stationary state. Wouldn't that completely overwhelm it in terms of maneuverability? Shinshur seemed to see a true ghost, not just one relying on a stealth system, but also on its incredible speed. Unseen, and even if seen, impossible to aim at, appearing here one moment, there the next. In terms of relative speed, even the Flash wouldn't be much faster. How could anyone fight like this? No wonder Evan was even confident that, given enough time, dealing with the entire Vuran fleet wouldn't be a problem. It really was just a matter of time. However, beyond amazement, Shinshur was mostly excited. The stronger Evan was, the more advantageous it would be for him and for humanity. He was already eager to see how the future world would change. He wanted to see what the Dake civilization would need to sacrifice him. But before that, there were other things he needed to settle. Can you access the fleet's consciousness link? Shinshur asked Evan. Yes, the consciousness link system is very traditional. I can not only access it, but also hack into it, directly block it, or even tamper with the link content for deceptive tactics, Evan replied affirmatively. Okay, after a brief silence, Shinshur no longer wanted to be surprised by Evan's power. Intruding into the command channel is nothing. It's just something like electronic warfare. As a warship that has already graduated from the Warship Academy, having this kind of function is perfectly normal. Luckily, Ivan isn't the enemy. Shinshur could only console himself with this thought, while realizing once again that when the technological gap reaches a certain point, so-called command capabilities are truly meaningless. Then connect. Normal connection is fine. I have the highest level of access, Shinshur said to Ivan. The captain is the commander of this fleet? Ivan's eyes sparkled. That's right. This is also the only fleet of my civilization. I tell you about my civilization later. Shinshur had already sensed the connection of the consciousness link. No devices were needed, it connected directly. Is the captain the highest commander of the civilization the captain belongs to? Ivan's eyes shone even brighter. To have Ivan now, the captain is the leader who guides the race and civilization to continuous growth. Of course. Ixiner also looked proud. My husband is the savior of the entire civilization. A leader of any race is amazing. Ivan is so lucky to have met the captain. Shinshur smiled at his wife and his warship's praise, said nothing, and directly sent a consciousness link to all the high-ranking commanders. I acquired an even more powerful warship, hidden among you all. It has a mind link capability, and this is our most powerful trump card. I will remain on the Ivan to command from now on. Roger. All the high-ranking commanders replied in unison, their transmitted messages filled with obvious surprise. They clearly guessed that this warship was likely the powerful vessel Shinshur had been talking about, specifically prepared for the Dake base. Does this mean that this new warship is even more powerful than the Dake civilization's warships? Then dealing with the Vuran will be even easier. The commander-in-chief truly lives up to his name. Human civilization's strength is growing ever stronger. Shinshur didn't say anything more, keeping some of his attention on the consciousness link. However, he sighed inwardly. Clearly, these high-ranking commanders hadn't considered the possibility of the consciousness link being hacked. He logged off for a while, and then logged back in, sending a message saying he wouldn't be returning to the warship, yet no one asked for any further information to confirm his identity. However, this wasn't their fault. The consciousness was his own, the permissions were his own. No one could have imagined the possibility of hacking the consciousness link for command deception tactics. Command capabilities in interstellar space can only be effective within specific technological limits. Ixiner, you talk to Yiwen about our situation. I have other things to take care of, Shinshur said. Okay, go ahead, Ixiner said, holding Yiwen's hand without turning around, suddenly becoming very friendly with Yiwen. This made Shinshur feel superfluous. Shaking his head and smiling, Shinshur walked towards the villa. His fingers casually touched the wall. The texture was incredibly realistic. Even with his current level of primal energy cultivation, he couldn't determine whether it was information or a physical object. However, he already knew that this virtual real domain contained a vast amount of material technology similar to simulated deformable matter, and it was many times more advanced and powerful. After all, in the realm of microscopic technology, this technology was actually only at the D level. What the Evan possessed was undoubtedly a technological product on another level. It truly blurred the lines between virtual and real, making it both existent and non-existent. Shinshur saw bread and fruit on the table and in the refrigerator. He casually picked up a peach, without washing it, and took a bite. Juicy and sweet, it burst with flavor. The feedback from his internal life evolution device indicated that it was a real peach, the kind he could completely digest. The universe is truly incredible, Shinshur exclaimed, then sat down on the sofa and closed his eyes. He was already somewhat impatient to know what changes had occurred to Shiling and the future. First, there was Shiling. Now, Shiling was no longer just attached to his arm, but resided within his soul. This was the effect of the strengthened connection brought about by taking out the Ivan. For him, the greatest benefit was undoubtedly that it made Shiling more concealed. At least, he didn't have to worry about Ivan discovering the changes on the back of his hand while inside the Ivan. Of course, this seemed to be only a very superficial effect. Shinshir's fingers trembled slightly. In an instant, an invisible ripple, perceptible only to him, appeared between his fingers. He had touched it. Shinshir mobilized all his primal energy to suppress his overwhelming excitement, the urge to jump up. He had touched time. No matter how much his primal energy cultivation had improved before, the mere thought of touching time would consume all his mental energy, leaving him with a feeling of being far from being able to grasp it. But now, although the mental energy expenditure was still considerable, it was a tangible touch. The ratio of consumption to effect was completely different from before. Clearly, the deepened connection with Shiling had made touching time much easier for him. This reminded Shinshir of his previous conjecture. Shiling might truly be guiding him towards a higher dimension, at least encompassing the dimension of time. Before, he was only slightly qualified to touch upon it. Now, he could completely grasp the concept of time, which should have been relatively abstract. The feeling was the same as before. It was as if, from another perspective, time had become tangible, even tangibly altered. Shinshir opened his eyes, glanced at the peach he had taken a bite out of, picked it up, and twitched his fingers slightly. The next instant, a miracle occurred. The peach he had bitten off showed slight signs of repair. Yes, the fibers of the torn wound had healed by about 1%. Shinshir confirmed this using the powerful observational abilities granted by his life evolution device. It really can alter time. Although the cost is extremely high, and at this level, it might not have much effect in practical applications, it is still altering time. No wonder Shinshir is so excited. Once this is confirmed, the future looks promising. He even suspects that Shiling might be a device designed and manufactured by a super-advanced civilization capable of controlling time, a form of life evolution, or even a device for life-dimensional ascension. This shouldn't be harmful, Shinshir felt his will. My consciousness hasn't changed at all. As long as myself doesn't change, even if the concept of my body changes, it doesn't matter. He doesn't necessarily need to maintain a human form. If necessary, he's even willing to undergo limb replacement and modification. The key reason he chose the original approach instead of modification in the past was still related to the time ribbon. After all, the time ribbon was originally on the back of his hand. Who knew what problems might arise after a limb replacement? However, regardless of whether this conjecture was true, it still seemed quite distant to him at the moment. So, after a brief attempt and experiencing a significant drain on his mental energy, Shinshir stopped exploring this aspect. He began contacting the black market terminal, wanting to use the time ribbon to open the entrance 3,000 years in the future, and see what had happened in the black market. And this time, just like the information he had just received, the entrance 3,000 years in the future had undergone a huge change. Shinshir clearly saw. What should have been just a galaxy of stars had now become two, one above, one below. One was the past future, the other a completely new future. Instead of completely distorting or erasing the future, a second future line was opened. Shinshir's breath hitched slightly. Although he already had this understanding, he still found it somewhat unbelievable when he actually experienced it. The previous future timeline hadn't been erased, then what did it become? A completely new universe. If that's the case, it's incredible. Doesn't that mean he created another universe? No, to be honest, from the moment he could access past matter from the future world and the present world could no longer be simply considered the same world. In fact, if Shiling could arbitrarily choose the point in time to travel to, then each point in time would be a world possessing the resources of an entire universe. Too complicated. But existence is its own justification. Shinshir decided to first understand the specifics. With a thought, he went to the black market of the past and the future. Just as before he left, nothing had changed. He even saw some people he had met before on the streets, people who weren't anonymous. For example, the patriarch of the Dragon Fang clan. He had now brought the entire Dragon Fang clan to join the Shin clan. If Shinshir hadn't been anonymous, if he knew Shinshir's identity, he would have to stop and bow even on the street. Shinshir didn't call out to him, but instead went straight to Gongchu's shop. Patriarch. Gongchu recognized him at a glance. How did you recognize me? Shinshir asked. Anonymity in the black market is absolute. Even Master Yuanning's intuition is useless, but only the patriarch would walk straight towards me after entering, and at a relatively constant speed, Gong Chu replied. Anonymity can conceal much, but some things cannot be hidden. For example, the speed of movement, or the direction of movement. When customers enter a shop, they first observe the items inside. Even regular customers will have different movement speeds. That's a residual consciousness. Shinsher started a conversation. Teach me this technique. Clan leader. You can already use residual consciousness? Gong Chu's expression was clearly surprised. Although he didn't know the clan leader's specific level of primal energy cultivation, judging from past communications, and the clan leader's continued anonymity, it should be quite weak. Being able to use residual consciousness already makes one a master. Chapter 154. He wasn't lying. Just now, when Shirling changed, he felt his primal energy level surge forward again, even surpassing the growth from the previous 2 absorptions of consciousness remnants. It was as if changing fate and opening a new future timeline had greatly aided his primal energy training. He even felt that even without this leap in growth, he could reach the threshold of a primal energy master within a century. And he was certain this wasn't his imagination. You see, even in history, his son, Shinli, hailed as humanity's greatest hero, took nearly 300 years to become a primal energy master. The longer it took Gong Chu, the greater the growth he must have gained from these future-altering experiences. Actually, consciousness remnants aren't a particularly profound primal energy technique. The difficulty lies mainly in the resilience and strength of one's will, Gong Chu explained. Shinsher even tried it out in the black market. This technology felt somewhat similar to multitasking, but far more thorough, almost like personality differentiation, creating a secondary personality completely identical to one's primary personality. This secondary personality, even after complete separation, maintained a degree of autonomy while remaining under the strict control of the primary personality, and could even be retrieved with a mere thought. The entire process was indeed extremely difficult. Shinsher ultimately failed. However, he did feel he wasn't far off. I didn't expect a clan leader to possess such strength, Gong Chu said, looking at Shinsher with undisguised delight. It seems that within 100 years, the clan leader will truly control the entire clan. There's still a long time. Not long. Gong Chu shook his head. It's estimated that for the next 300 years, this war with the Dake people will remain in a state of full-scale defense. Shinsher was taken aback, but quickly understood. You're prepared for a protracted war? That's right. This could very well be a war that lasts for thousands of years, Gong Chu said. At least that's the current strategy. Although the Dake civilization's technological development has basically stagnated, it doesn't mean they completely stopped developing. At this stage, we are far from being their match. If the Dake people didn't have other battlefields and couldn't devote all their energy to the war against us, we wouldn't even have much ability to resist. With Gong Chu's explanation, Shinsher roughly understood the reason. A war between 2 sea-level civilizations is not as simple as a war between civilizations of different levels. Even the Dake civilization would find it difficult to launch a large-scale, overwhelming attack on human civilization, as that would lead to losses on other fronts and even endanger the entire civilization. They could only deploy forces with a high probability of victory based on their intelligence gathering and analysis, but this was contingent on accurate intelligence and the absence of unforeseen events. Clearly, Gong Chu's advancement to a primal energy master was entirely unexpected. The Dake people had conducted an assessment. The remaining cultural heritage collected by human civilization was simply insufficient for any of their strongest members to advance. But how could they possibly have foreseen the return of the Shin clan? This turned what could have been a decisive war into a stalemate, and it would take at least a century for the Dake civilization to further increase its support. During this time, human civilization would likely be able to acquire more resources and trump cards from the ancient lands through the collector. This is the core strategy of the entire long-term war. Relying on continuous and rapid development, humanity will compete with the Dake civilization for the highest chance of victory until their strength gradually reaches a balance. The moment of true victory over the Dake civilization will also be the moment humanity reaches the pinnacle of sea-level civilization. The Dake civilization took approximately 4,000 years to progress from its initial sea-level status to its current position. It's not an exaggeration to say that humanity will take several thousand years to wage this war, which involves development. After listening, Shinsher could only sigh. However, it seemed he couldn't offer much help. During his time in the black market, he had realized that this future timeline could no longer be altered by the past. It seemed to have become a truly independent timeline. Everything that had happened here was a definite past for them. But if that was the case, it also meant that his own accumulation and gains here had also been preserved. Yes. Shinshir suddenly realized that this was practically a logical way to change the past. After all, if this timeline were to completely disappear, all the transactions he made in the past would cease to exist in the future, leading to a paradox of time. But now, all the transactions are preserved, and all the changes made in the past are solidified along with this solidified timeline. The time rift is undoubtedly a highly sophisticated product for altering time. It practically encompasses the entire universe in its effects and influence. I truly wonder just how powerful the civilization capable of creating such a device is. Shinshir stopped his musings, for that future was simply too far removed from him. After leaving the future line he had named Universe 1, Shinshir looked again at the second future line that had been opened up. Clearly, this future line was the true future beneath his current world. There, a black market still existed. Doesn't this mean I have two futures where I can trade? I wonder what this one will be like. With a hint of anticipation, Shinshir entered. However, this time, a completely new message popped up. Please confirm your appearance. Confirm appearance? Shinshir was taken aback. This was different from the previous black market. The previous black market didn't have this thing at all. Either your true appearance or remain anonymous. How could he confirm? His true appearance was definitely out of the question. But what about a modified body? He didn't know what a typical modified body would look like in this future world. If he chose the wrong one, wouldn't he be too conspicuous? In the end, Shinshir chose a human appearance. He believed that no matter how the future changed, there would always be people who retained this outward appearance etched into their genes. The primitive faction certainly existed. However, Shinshir had normalized his appearance. Aside from better skin and a better physique, his looks weren't particularly outstanding. This was because he didn't understand the aesthetics of the future world. Activate the emotion transmission shielding function. Note, not activating it may result in the leakage of your true emotions. Activate. Shinshir quickly made his decision. Clearly, this was another form of anonymity. The only difference is that the 7-colored light within the terminal of future line 1 has been transformed into a customizable skin, thus achieving true anonymity. Please register your market name. This is the new prompt. It's also something that didn't exist before. Shinshir thought for a moment and named himself Antique Dealer. Welcome to the advanced human market. We wish you success in your trade. This was the last message. It's now certain that the black market's internal procedures have changed in this new future line. It's even possible that the person who initially obtained the black market entity in this future line is not the same person who initially obtained the black market entity in future line 1. Shinshir carefully adjusted his mood. Then, he felt his consciousness being guided into a space, and his vision suddenly brightened. This was the same as before. However, when he saw everything before him, he couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Because he didn't appear in the streets at all, he appeared in a plaza. Yes, a plaza. Looking around, the plaza was quite large, at least not much smaller than the most famous People's Square in the Eastern Kingdom. The architectural style of the entire plaza was completely based on the modern plaza architecture of the Earth era. Shinshir even saw white ceramic tiles under his feet. To say that the future world was still built with ceramic tiles was absolutely impossible. Of course, his first focus was still on the rest of the people. The number of people in the plaza wasn't large, but it wasn't small either. Apart from their strange and very different clothing, most were human-looking, with only a few having undergone obvious modifications, such as the several tall armored figures on the right. Some people were even dressed in ordinary clothing from different periods of the Earth era. Therefore, Shinshir's appearance here wasn't unusual. This relieved him. He could now more easily survey his surroundings. What first caught Shinshir's eye was a huge bronze statue in the very center of the plaza. It was clearly a man. This man wore a modern trench coat, his back straight, his arms outstretched forward. Floating in front of him was a bronze-colored planet, slowly rotating. Judging from the distribution of landmasses, it was easily recognizable as Earth. The entire sculpture seemed as if the man was about to embrace this planet, or perhaps supporting it, or perhaps protecting it. The meaning was obvious. Shinshir was standing to the side, but looking at the man's profile and physique, Shinshir had a strong sense of déjà vu. Could it be? Shinshir slowly walked to the center of the statue. He looked up, speechless for a long time. Indeed, that familiar face was none other than himself. On the base beneath the sculpture, an inscription reads, in standard Eastern script, "A tribute to Mr. Shinshir, the founder of the Star Sea Company, a changer of human destiny, a great sage." The Star Sea Company, the founder of the Star Sea Company. Does it still exist? Who manages it? His own descendants? Come to think of it, he doesn't seem to have lived 3,000 years into the future. This is certain, and it's one of the key pieces of information Shinshir gleaned from Ling's recent transformation. Regardless of the timeline, the only one who truly possesses Ling is actually him. In fact, any other Shinshir in any other timeline is essentially just a remnant of his consciousness. In other words, if he in this future timeline is still alive, he can sense it from anywhere in this universe. It could even instantly retrieve all of the other person's memories. But since it didn't, it meant he was dead. Hopefully, it wasn't another sacrifice. Shinshir thought, looking up at his own statue, but at least my image remains, and there's a sculpture of me in a place like the black market. That's enough to show how much humanity in the future feels for me. He already had a premonition. In this completely new future, the development of human civilization is likely far greater than in future number 1. This black market before him is the best proof. Compared to the previous black market, which had only 100 or 2 shops, it's far more prosperous. He looked around. In the 4 directions of this square, there are 4 streets with different styles. One of them is clearly in the ancient Eastern style. Red bricks and green tiles, pavilions and flying eaves, quite luxurious and grand, even resplendent in gold. He could guarantee that no ancient dynasty could have built such a street, but its style was indeed traditional, only displaying prosperity and luxury. Another street clearly displayed the style of the Nick Empire, with white palaces, tall domes, and extensive use of fountains, Roman columns, sculptures, spires, and octagonal buildings, a distinctly different style. The third street was clearly Western Union style. Brown high-rises, towering clock towers, and soaring chimneys. Shinshir even spotted an ancient church in a prominent location. The fourth street was quite a mix. A cursory glance revealed Japanese-style architecture alongside ancient Roman architecture. These 4 streets seemed to be a blend of subcultures. These 4 streets, or rather 4 city blocks, each divided into approximately a quarter of an area. Although he couldn't get a panoramic view of the entire black market, just from what he could see in the central square, he could confirm that this was no longer just a trading street on future Line 1. It was a trading town. A town that could easily accommodate tens of thousands of people. The population density in the square further confirmed this. Shinshir realized only now that he hadn't inquired about how the personal terminals on the black market were manufactured. However, in this current future timeline, the number of users and shops in the black market had indeed increased significantly. Furthermore, in this future timeline, humanity didn't seem to have lost its culture. This was evident from the correct architectural styles before him. Although I'm gratified that I changed humanity's fate of losing its culture, I wonder if antiques are still valuable here. Shinshir was now filled with mixed feelings of joy and worry. After all, his biggest trump card in future world transactions was the antiques from the modern world. Chapter 155. It's no wonder Shinshir had such concerns. In the previous future timeline, the reason he was able to trade for spaceships and planetary fortresses using books readily available in modern society, and even gain the 2 subordinates, Gong Chu and the Collector, and obtain their maximum obedience and support, was largely because human civilization in that future timeline had lost its own culture. And the inheritance of culture and history is related to whether one can become a primal energy master. That's why antiques possess such value. But if the cultural inheritance hadn't been severed, it would be hard to say. However, this was a situation he had anticipated. After all, Shinshir's goal had always been to change the fate of Blue Star's fall, to ensure a strong and prosperous future for human civilization. As long as he continued to move towards this goal, that day would come sooner or later. Anyway, let's go take a look first. Overall, Shinshir was quite looking forward to it. He wanted to see what the future he had single-handedly shaped had become. He glanced at the 4 blocks and finally headed towards the Eastern District. He quickly noticed that at the beginning of each block, there was a stone tablet. It depicted a detailed map of the corresponding street. Just 1 block, and there are over 1,000 shops. Shinshir zoomed in, scanning the area, trying to memorize the locations of every shop. What relieved him slightly was that among these shops were still antique shops, and quite a few at that. This indicated that antiques would still have a certain market in the future. Even if this market isn't as important as future Line 1, its very existence grants him dominant power within it. However, there's an auction here? Shinshir looked at the 2 or 3 auction locations, slightly puzzled. Black market transactions are based on barter. Auctions would be inconvenient. After all, bidding requires a standard for comparison. He find out by going and seeing. But just as Shinshir was about to leave the stone tablet, a gentle voice suddenly came from beside him. "Hello, sir. Is this your first time here?" Shinshur turned around, his eyes lighting up. It was a woman with wine-red hair and matching wine-red eyes. Her features possessed a refined, Eastern beauty, but what stood out most was her attire. Wearing a pale green long dress with pale blue peonies embroidered on the cuffs, auspicious clouds adorning the waist, and a dense row of blue sea and cloud patterns on the hem, seemingly about to disperse with a gentle turn, coupled with a golden hairpin and a jade pendant, she stood gracefully before him, exuding an undeniable ancient beauty. Shinshur was certain this wasn't traditional clothing from any particular dynasty, it was more like the glamorous attire of a period drama. It seemed that human civilization on this future timeline had indeed preserved its culture. This sense of style couldn't be achieved simply by inheriting some books or pictures. It was a genuine appreciation of the unique beauty inherent in historical culture. Yes, this is my first time here, Shinshur readily admitted. It seemed her appearance standing in front of the map had caught his attention. After all, for people from the future world, memorizing such a map was easy, and unless they were newcomers, they wouldn't have needed to look at it for so long. Your ancient language is excellent, the burgundy-haired woman said, taking a slight step back and bowing. I am Peggy Bernice Lee Greston, the new head of the Greston family. This is my first time here, you can call me Peggy. It's a pleasure to meet you. She spoke this in what she called ancient language, which was actually Eastern language. Her original language was different from the language used in future Line 1. It sounded like Eastern language, and some words were, but others were unfamiliar, sounding more like a slightly formal dialect. Shinshur wasn't surprised that future languages differed from modern ones. Even in modern times, ancient vocabulary differed significantly from modern usage. Maintaining cultural heritage didn't mean rigidly adhering to everything, changes were perfectly normal. At least, the woman before him seemed equally proficient in ancient language. Just call me Zurin, Shinshur said with a simple smile. At the same time, he observed the other person, checking if there was anything unusual about not revealing his family background. Having arrived in this new black market, although he didn't need to be as cautious as when he first entered the black market of future Line 1, it was always good to observe more, given the lack of information. Mr. Zurin's name, could it be taken from the Book of Rites, specifically the section on betrothal, which says, in ancient times, gentlemen compared their virtues to jade, for it is warm and lustrous, and that is benevolence? Peggy suddenly uttered a genuine ancient saying. Shinshur was taken aback. Then he laughed and said, not many people know this. This was indeed the origin of the name, and it was also one of Shinshur's former names. When his father named his younger brother Ziyuan, he felt that Shinshur was too simple and wanted to change it. However, Shinshur was already 5 years old at that time and had long remembered his original name, so the idea was abandoned. At this moment, it was just used casually as a substitute name, but he didn't expect that its origin would be so readily known. It seems that even people on this future timeline still highly value the culture of the Earth era. It seems Mr. Zurin hasn't heard of the Greston family. Peggy tilted her head and chuckled. We are descendants of the Li clan of Huayang in the Eastern Kingdom, who branched off 1,300 years ago. Our clan takes the Book of Rites as its foundation. I didn't expect Mr. Zurin's name to also originate from this book. No wonder Mr. Ziyuan and I are so destined to enter this place at the same time. There was a lot of information in this passage. Shinshur guessed that this person had approached him because he had just entered, but he hadn't expected that this was a branch of an Eastern Kingdom clan that had split off over 1,000 years ago. No wonder her name contained the character Li. Shinshur suddenly realized something. No one knew just how vast the human population on this timeline truly was. It's worth noting that on future timeline 1 alone, there were over 170 billion humans, mostly distributed throughout the solar system. And this future timeline? Shinshur seemed to have vaguely grasped some important information, but the current situation clearly didn't allow him time to think it through. Indeed, it's fate, he smiled. Mr. Zurin, is there anything you wish to trade? Peggy's eyes brightened slightly upon seeing Shinshur acknowledge the connection. She took a few steps forward and smiled sweetly. Peggy is just here to experience it. I have no particular purpose. If Mr. Zurin allows, why not travel together with Peggy? Shinshur thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. All right. Actually, he felt that Miss Peggy was perhaps a little too enthusiastic, because, in comparison, he had been quite indifferent. However, after some consideration, he felt this was also a good opportunity to quickly understand this future timeline, and this almost unrecognizable black market. Conversations always reveal a lot of information. And after he agreed, a virtual window popped up in front of him. Peggy Bernice Lee Greston wants to become your friend. Do you agree? This is the friend feature, another new feature that wasn't available before. Although he could contact Gong Chu and the others through the black market before, that was only after a transaction had already been completed. Agreed. The moment Shinshur replied, Peggy received the terminal message, but when she saw Shinshur's registered name, her eyes lit up. Antique dealer. There are countless antique dealers in the market, but whether selling or buying, extremely strong capabilities are required. However, no one directly uses the words antique dealer in their name. This requires a qualification recognized by all antique dealers. Just like there are many collectors in the market, but only one person can truly be called a collector. And among antique dealers, no such person has yet emerged. Mr. Zurin is certainly very confident, Peggy chuckled. Although she felt that this was probably because he didn't yet understand the rules here, using the name so directly was enough to demonstrate his confidence. Unexpectedly, just wanting to get to know more people, and see if he could find someone with a similar Holy Land terminal to have their marriage contract stamped, the first person he contacted seemed extraordinary. Shinshur didn't know Peggy's thoughts, but he roughly guessed the meaning behind her words. He smiled and said, confidence wouldn't be accurate, but I do have some resources in the antique field. Since Peggy doesn't have any particular purpose, why don't we go to an antique shop together? Of course. Peggy bowed again, her long dress swaying slightly. The temperament she exuded, perfectly matching Shinshur's initial expectations, was as graceful as a willow swaying in the wind. Perhaps I should get NIXI in her dress like this too, Shinshur thought to himself. But achieving that effect wouldn't be easy with the right materials. Maybe I could trade directly with them here. But right now, it's more important to understand this market, especially the antique market. So, Shinshur and the newly acquainted Miss Peggy headed towards an antique shop. Miss Peggy doesn't seem like she's been here before, Shinshur thought, not forgetting the purpose of his promise to accompany her. Let's see if we can find out more information. Mr. Zurin should also know that for those without the terminal, this place is merely a mysterious legend, so mysterious that it can only be described as a holy land. But for those who have obtained the terminal, they can communicate freely with each other through it. Therefore, the first thing I did after obtaining the terminal was to find my great-grandfather, another terminal owner, and inquire about everything here. It is so magical and powerful. Our civilization's achievements today are second only to the great sage Shinshur. Peggy's gaze remained fixed on her surroundings. Although she didn't reveal her emotions, she didn't hide her expression. Everyone could see her clear sense of reverence. It was as if she had entered a sacred place. Shinshur could understand this feeling. The more one learns about interstellar space, the more one can feel the power of this black market terminal. Even the land of Gus couldn't possess such technology. This is teleportation that ignores distance, not to mention the immense convenience of storage within that vast personal space. The terminal owner can store all their possessions and retrieve them at any time. Not to mention the benefits of the trade. The assistance to the entire civilization and to individuals is immense. If one were a person from the future, suddenly discovering that their civilization possessed such an incredible trump card, they would also feel excited. After a brief conversation with Peggy, Shinshur realized that Peggy seemed to be intentionally sharing some information she knew, as if trying to build a closer relationship. He also roughly guessed the reason for Peggy's enthusiasm. Those who possess market terminals can be said to hold a fast track to the human social hierarchy. Therefore, here, establishing connections, and even befriending others can yield benefits second only to transactions. For Peggy, as a newcomer, the easiest people to befriend are naturally other newcomers, like herself. This led to her striking up a conversation. Sure enough, her initial introduction stated that she was the new head of the Greston family. As a leader of a powerful family, even if inherited, she was unlikely to be someone naive and overly enthusiastic towards everyone. Having roughly guessed her intentions, Shinshur felt much more at ease. Interest and emotion are never contradictory. Even in modern society, there are few purely emotional relationships devoid of any self-interest. We arrived. Shinshur and Peggy walked to an antique shop. This is... Peggy looked up and saw the three large, flamboyant characters Gu Fang Jai. The shop's description immediately flashed through her mind. Mr. Zurin, this is an antique pawn shop, but it's not just about antique trading, we primarily buy and sell. I know, Shinshur smiled, but pawn shops are the fastest way to get market information. He stepped inside. The shop structure consisted of two-story courtyard houses with a covered walkway. The existing 8-character gate was built with original stone blocks, and the words connecting the fast and slow were written on it. There were connecting pillars on both sides, with terrazzo decorations inlaid in the center. Shinshur could immediately tell that it was in the style of the Republic of China era, and that it was a pawnshop based on a real one from that period. However, both the newness of the buildings and the exquisiteness of the decorations gave it a lack of historical vicissitude, and an abundance of high-end luxury. Chapter 156. Shinshur actually quite liked this decorating style. If it were made to be exactly the same as the original, it would look too tacky. As the saying goes, valuing tradition doesn't mean completely sticking to it. Preserving the charm and highlighting the essence is the right approach. He and Pei Ji went straight in, and someone immediately came to greet them. It was a young man in a long robe, who looked quite young, with a strong build and a smiling face, radiating a friendly aura. "Welcome to Gufang Pavilion. Are you here to pawn something, or to look for something?" The words weren't spoken in modern Dongoku, but in a language similar to Pei Ji's, though with a high proportion of archaic language. Even without a translator, Shinshur could understand the gist of it. "To pawn," he replied with a smile. "If you're looking to pawn antiques, you come to the right place. In the entire market, Gufanggu offers the highest prices for antiques, even surpassing many antique dealers. And we accept all comers, from heirloom treasures to ordinary stones." The young man was clearly quite talkative. But Shinshur liked talkative people. "Are you the owner here?" Shinshur asked. "You flatter me, sir. Those who can run a shop here are no ordinary people. I'm just an employee. My boss is currently participating in an auction on Shiming Street. If there are any treasures I'm unsure about, I notify him. By the way, you can call me Xiaoxi." Xiaoxi warmly welcomed Shinshur and his companion inside. "I also heard my great-grandfather say that many people want to become shop employees, and if successful, they can earn a share of the profits from transactions." Peggy seemed to have a clear longing for such a job. Outside, she might be the head of a large family, but here, are any of the people here simple? For example, this waitress, who calls herself Xiaoxi, might be a renowned general in some legion. Not all the strongest figures in human civilization are here, but those here are certainly strong. Even if they aren't now, as long as they don't die, they will be in the future. This is why Peggy is so enthusiastic towards Shinshur. She's not just enthusiastic about Shinshur, but everyone here deserves to be treated warmly. If this young lady is looking for work, perhaps she can ask the owner later. As far as I know, the owner has 4 shops here, is very powerful, and is quite short-staffed. Xiaoxi seemed to have heard Peggy's words, and wasn't surprised. Moreover, from her words, he roughly guessed that these two were likely newcomers to the market. At that moment, his thoughts calmed down slightly, but he didn't show it at all. After all, most newcomers like this are mainly there for experience and investigation. Everyone here is a person of strength and status, and they won't make large transactions right away. If that's really the case, then I definitely try my best, Peggy said with a generous smile, clearly indicating she was serious. Shinshur remained silent, quietly analyzing and sensing the market's atmosphere. Afterwards, the two were led into a side room. From the outside, the space seemed small, but upon entering, it immediately became luxurious. All the decorations were made of modern, precious woods, with an antique feel. In the center was an octagonal mahogany table. Xiaoxi sat on the other side of the table, slightly raising her hand to Shinshur and saying, "Please, sir." He could tell that the man before him was the one truly interested in making the deal. Although he wasn't particularly expecting the man to produce any valuable treasures, as he said, pawnshops were known for accepting all comers. He'd even take a stone from the Earth era. However, he wouldn't pay unless there were a certain quantity. Shinshur narrowed his eyes slightly. He still had a large number of antiques in his personal space, but he had initially intended to test the waters with an ancient book, only to suddenly change his mind. He raised his hand and wiped his hand. A jade pendant appeared before him. A very ordinary guanyin statue. He had always had the habit of wearing guanyin statues, not out of superstition, but because his father had bought him one worth several thousand yuan when he was a child, and he felt it would be a waste not to wear it, so he got used to it. In the black market of Future Line 1, he had also traded a similar guanyin statue, but it wasn't very valuable because it lacked cultural significance. But here? No one could deny that this thing was an antique. Xiaoxi, upon seeing the guanyin statue before her, seemed somewhat surprised. A guanyin statue, carved 3,036 years ago, indeed an antique from the Earth era. Xiaoxi reached out and stroked it, seemingly carefully feeling the patterns. However, unfortunately, the material is very ordinary. It was carved by automated machinery, with very obvious mechanical marks. If it were hand-carved, or if it had been nurtured by someone 3,000 years ago, its value would be more than 10 times higher. Or, if we could find the pheromones of its first owner to confirm their identity, then its value would be hard to say. He slightly raised both hands, and the jade pendant suddenly magnified many times over. Everyone could clearly see the neat, distinct tool marks on the surface of the pendant. So neat, it was clearly machine carved. Shinshir wasn't surprised. After all, he had casually bought these in bulk while accompanying AIXI shopping, intending them as wedding favors for guests. There were still several dozen pieces left, each worth only a few hundred to 1,000 yuan. But what truly concerned Shinshir were the words the other man had said. Hand-carved, more valuable? If the owner's identity can be confirmed, the value fluctuates even more? This is crucial information. You see, such a jade pendant is practically worthless in the black market of future line 1. The fact that it could be exchanged for a fixed 3D projection was only because a collector traded it to him on their first transaction. It seems the antiques here have more than just cultural value. That's good news. Many speculations arose in Shinshir's mind, but in the end, he simply smiled and said, "Name your price." "I wonder if the customer intends to pawn it immediately or permanently?" Xiaoxi asked again. "Do they have the concept of immediate or permanent pawning here?" Shinshir didn't hesitate much. Permanent pawn. There are countless items like this. There's no need for immediate pawning. Then I offer 120 gold coins. Xiaoxi raised her hand and pointed. 120 gleaming gold coins appeared before him. This is the currency here? Yes. Through his conversation with Peggy on the way, Shinshir already knew that the biggest difference between the black market of this future line and future line 1. This place has a currency system. It's said to be a currency jointly launched by the 13 administrators of the entire market. Following the style of the Earth era, it primarily uses gold and silver coins, each with unique anti-counterfeiting marks to ensure absolute authenticity, and can only be used here. Regarding purchasing power, Shinshir wasn't clear, only hearing from Peggy that her great-grandfather had once bought a C5 class warship for 4.3 million gold coins. So just over 40,000 of these mechanically crafted jade pendants could buy a warship far more powerful than the Void? That's quite a value. It even surprised Shinshir somewhat. "My sir," Xiaoxi said, noticing Shinshir's prolonged silence, assuming he was dissatisfied. "The price I'm offering is absolutely the highest in the entire market. While there aren't many Guanyin jade pendants in such excellent condition, yours is, after all, a machine-carved piece, possessing only collectible value at best. Of course, if you're not satisfied with the price, that's fine too." 100-odd gold coins was barely a bargain. Peggy, standing nearby, whispered, "Mr. Zurin, perhaps we should look at other shops?" She had dozens of jade pendants from the Earth era in her personal storage, and the value of such antiques was indeed as Xiaoxi had said. The main value lay in their collectability, whether they were handmade, and who their previous owners were. However, Peggy still felt a slight disappointment. If this Mr. Zurin hesitated so much even for a transaction of 100-odd gold coins, then he was likely just a lucky one who had acquired a terminal. The named antique dealer was probably just a random choice. But neither she nor Xiaoxi knew that Shinshir's current days, besides what Xiaoxi had said, was largely due to the gold coins in front of him. These gold coins weren't currency issued by the black market terminal, but rather a form of exchange issued by people within the black market. They contained anti-counterfeiting technology, but superficially they did resemble coins from the Earth era. The obverse depicted a slowly rotating planet, clearly Earth. The key was the reverse. The reverse was actually Shinshir's own portrait. Yes, that was why Shinshir was stunned. Even though he had already seen his own sculpture in the square, seeing his portrait printed on a gold coin, even if it was just an internal transaction coin in such a small market, was still a strange feeling. He seemed to have thought of something. He raised his eyes, and gave Xiaoxi a deep look. "Since that's the case, then I choose to trust you. Gu Fangshai won't disappoint its guests." Xiaoxi smiled, but couldn't help but feel a little resentful inside. The transaction of 120 gold coins was handled with the solemnity of a $1.2 million sum. It seemed this was truly a lucky newcomer who had acquired the terminal. "I have another jade pendant here," Shinshir said, unaware of Xiaoxi's thoughts. A projection of a new jade pendant then appeared before them. It was slightly different from the previous one, but looked very similar. Xiaoxi didn't waste any words, zooming in to examine it closely. She said, "It's also mechanically processed, and the material is similar to the previous one. If the customer still chooses to pawn it, it's still 120 gold coins." Although his every word and action remained impeccable, Shinshir shook his head, his face filled with disappointment. "It seems Gu Fangshai isn't as you described." Xiaoxi was taken aback. Pei Ji, however, seemed to have grasped the situation. "Mr. Zairen," she said, looking at Shinshir with some anticipation, "but does this jade pendant hold some hidden meaning?" Pei Ji still hoped that the first person she met here wasn't so simple. Otherwise, it would be somewhat disheartening. Hearing this, Xiaoxi couldn't help but look down at the jade pendant again. The material was just ordinary Hetian jade, and the carving was very typical machine-made. Wait! Xiaoxi suddenly realized that this jade actually contained relatively well-preserved biopheromones. With jade, after being handled for a period of time or worn for a long time, some of the body's biopheromones would gradually seep into it and be preserved for a long time. With their current technology, they could extract some of the pheromones and even analyze them to determine the identity of its owner. I almost misjudged it, Xiaoxi said, glancing up at Shinshur. This guest, could it be that the owner of this jade is someone important? Appraising treasure seems to be your responsibility, Shinshur replied with a smile, remaining silent. Please wait a moment. Xiaoxi directly initiated a pheromone extraction request to the market terminal regarding the jade. The market terminal has a built-in verification function, but its core database doesn't contain pheromone comparison data. Therefore, he needs to extract the pheromone information and then compare it with the antique dealer's unique database outside the market. When the comparison results were displayed, even in front of the two guests, Xiaoxi was completely stunned. What did he see? Even with his considerable mastery of primal energy, he couldn't suppress his emotions. He could hardly believe his eyes, because the comparison results clearly showed the name Shinshur. It was Shinshur, the great sage who founded the Star Sea Company, led humanity to victory in the War of the Vorin, and even led humanity against the Daikrin, truly changing the fate of humanity. At the very center of the market stood a statue of Shinshur, and the gold coins were even engraved with his portrait. This jade pendant was actually worn by the sage Shinshur. Bang! Xiaoxi suddenly stood up, his face flushed as he stared at Shinshur. He had misjudged him, truly misjudged him. But it wasn't entirely his fault. Who could have imagined that a seemingly ordinary guest could walk in and produce a relic of a great sage? This is a sage's relic. It hasn't appeared in so many years. Honorable guest, he said, bowing his head humbly, and with immense excitement, this jade pendant is far beyond my control. Please wait a moment, esteemed guest, while I immediately inform the owner. Gu Fangzhai will certainly compensate you for the inconvenience. These words left Pei Ji speechless. Although Xiaoxi had been quite polite on the surface before, this was no longer politeness, but undisguised fervor. Chapter 157. Peggy couldn't help but turn to look at the still composed Shinshur. A strange light flickered in her eyes. Although she didn't know who the owner of this jade pendant was, just looking at Xiaoxi's reaction, she could guess that this jade pendant was no ordinary piece. If the jade pendant wasn't ordinary, then who was Mr. Zren who produced it? My luck is really that good? I actually managed to meet a big shot? Mr. Zren, Peggy's voice softened, even carrying a hint of respect, who in ancient times wore this jade pendant? Guess? Shinshur smiled slightly. For the owner of Gu Fangzhai to personally come out, could it be a high-ranking member of the Human Federation during the Earth era? Peggy looked at Shinshur's expression, pursed her lips, and guessed with a hint of anticipation, or perhaps a general with illustrious military achievements. But Shinshur's expression remained unchanged. It couldn't possibly be the sage Shinshur, Peggy joked. This time, Shinshur's expression changed. It's him, he said with a smile. Peggy's smile froze, her eyes widening. Only after confirming that Shinshur wasn't joking did she take a deep breath. Peggy now completely understood Xiaoxi's reaction. She wouldn't have fared much better in that situation. It was the jade pendant worn by the sage Shinshur? Didn't that mean that with this jade pendant, there was even a chance to materialize the sage Shinshur's existence within the consciousness space? After all, he was a changer of destiny. Those who could materialize the sage Shinshur, after becoming primal energy masters, were invariably the most powerful and important guardians of the entire civilization. Is Mr. Zren perhaps a descendant of the Shin family? Peggy's gaze toward Shinshur had completely changed, and she even involuntarily hunched her back slightly. Or perhaps, sir, you are a primal energy master? No need to be so tense, Shinshur smiled and shook his head. It's just a jade pendant. This is a jade pendant once used by a sage. It's a true relic. Among all antiques, it's the most precious kind. Peggy felt her primal energy was completely unable to suppress her emotions. If Mr. Zren could also show an excited expression, she would feel a little better. But Mr. Zren was so calm, at this moment, looking at the message that he was urgently contacting his employer. Only one thought remained in her mind. Great-grandfather would never have imagined what level of event she would encounter on her first visit to the Holy Land. The entire Holy Land would probably be in an uproar, and indeed, that was the case. At this moment, the owner of Gu Fangzhai was attending an auction in the Western Alliance district. The auction not only featured numerous powerful artifacts brought from the ancient lands by collectors, but also a batch of high-quality antiques. For an antique dealer like him, this was an auction he couldn't afford to miss. Just then, a crucial moment arrived. It was a set of jewelry once worn by Therese Nia, the most famous princess of the Nick Empire at the end of the Earth era. Although Therese Nia wasn't considered powerful in the legends and portrayals that have been passed down, her beauty and charm were widely known. There were even rumors that Therese Nia was deeply in love with Shin Sheng, who appeared at the same time, but never received even the slightest reciprocation. This earned Therese Nia the nickname the Humble Lover, a term often used by some heartbroken men and women to express their own feelings. Therefore, this set of jewelry still has a considerable market within a specific circle. But just as the owner of Gu Fangxia was preparing to acquire it, he suddenly received a barrage of messages from his own employees. What urgent matter does Xiaoxi have? The owner of Gu Fangxia sighed helplessly, and could only glance at his terminal. But that one glance made him freeze for a moment. Thankfully, his mastery of primal energy was exceptional, allowing him to calm down immediately. Even so, his heart was in turmoil. He stood up calmly, preparing to slip away quietly. Old Joe. A familiar face beside him noticed his movement and paused. You're not going to continue? Yeah, some things at the shop, he said casually, suppressing his excitement. Aren't there still employees at the shop? That's the treasure you're determined to get. The person speaking raised an eyebrow, sensing that things weren't so simple. A customer wants to redeem something they pawned, but the staff can't handle it, so I have to go myself. Old Joe made up an excuse, not bothering to say much more, and simply turned and left. His steps were normal, but the instant he stepped out of the auction hall, he vanished. This was because he was incredibly fast. However, this scene was still witnessed by a few people. The person who had spoken earlier thought for a moment, opened his terminal, and sent out a series of messages. But at that moment, Old Joe's figure had already returned to his shop in just a few seconds. Which one of you is the distinguished guest who brought out the sage's relics? His gaze was fixed intently on Shinshur and Pei Ji, his eyes burning with fervor. He was determined to have this relic of a sage. It's me. Shinshur was also sizing up the shopkeeper. Young appearance, that wasn't unusual. In the future world, people could have any appearance they wanted. He was wearing a long robe, seemingly popular among antique dealers, and his upright posture suggested a military bearing, though it wasn't entirely convincing. However, after his eyes swept over the shopkeeper's waist, Shinshur's heart skipped a beat. He saw a pendant. And this pendant was unmistakably the insignia of the Dongfeng Legion. Yes, as the new commander of the Dongfeng Legion, he couldn't be mistaken. This shape is exactly the same as the insignia of the Dongfeng Legion in Future Line 1, without the slightest change. Could it be that there is also a Dongfeng Legion in this drastically different future line? What about Gong Chu? Does a Gong Chu also exist? Thinking about it carefully, it's entirely possible. Worlds have a settling principle. In Future Line 1, he pushed humanity from ordinary D rank all the way to C rank, a truly earth-shattering change. However, Gong Chu remained the same Gong Chu, and the collector was the same. Apart from a certain increase in strength, everything else remained unchanged. This inevitably makes one think of the settling principle of worlds. If that's the case, then here, is there also a Gong Chu, or even a collector, who doesn't recognize him? Shinshur memorized this conjecture, and his gaze towards this boss subtly changed. If there is such a person in Future Line 1, then this person is very likely one of his subordinates. Boss Zhou's mastery of primal instincts naturally allowed him to notice Shinshur's subtle shift in expression, though he couldn't quite decipher its meaning. However, he remembered that this change in expression only occurred after seeing the pendant at his waist. Could it be? Boss Zhou clearly had an idea. After a moment's thought, he smiled broadly and said, "This esteemed guest, perhaps you have some connection with our Dongfeng Legion? Do you know any of our colleagues? I like to make an effort to establish a relationship. A transaction is a transaction. Connections don't work here," Shinshur laughed. "That's a real pity," Boss Zhou sighed, looking disappointed. Shinshur could naturally see that this was a deliberate act. However, openly expressing his importance to the item being traded wasn't in his best interest, unless the item's importance was simply undeniable. Perhaps, he had underestimated the value of his jade pendant in the future world. At this moment, Boss Zhou's gaze had also fallen upon the jade pendant on the table. This is the jade pendant used by the sage? He slowly walked over, carefully picked up the projection of the jade pendant, held it before his eyes, and examined it closely, murmuring a sigh. This is a secret known only to a few. The sage always had the habit of wearing Guaning jade. The first jade pendant was a gift from his deceased father. Although its value was not high, it contained a deep emotional weight. This is why the sage wore the same Hitian jade afterward. It must be a kind of emotional attachment. Shinshur, No, it was because he didn't have the money. Before he became wealthy, he had changed his jade pieces several times, and he hadn't changed them since, so naturally, the jade he had worn wasn't very valuable. Wait, he hasn't changed to better jade since then either? Shinshur suddenly had an idea. If he went back and obtained a whole piece of icy jadeite, then commissioned a famous sculptor to carve it, would he be able to find a fragment of consciousness resulting from the changes in the future? Worth a try. Shinshur had already realized his influence in this future world. His every move would be magnified by future generations. Meanwhile, Boss Joe's gaze was becoming increasingly mesmerized. Just thinking that this is a jade pendant once used by a sage makes me feel as if I'm gazing at a great sage from the Earth era across 3,000 years. His body even began to tremble slightly. That's the charm of antiques. They're imbued with endless years, with historical symbols. Just a jade pendant can establish a connection between my consciousness and that of a sage, allowing me to feel their power. Shinshur, He wasn't unable to understand this emotion. When he visited the terracotta army, he also felt as if he had leaped back 3,000 years, as if he could see the craftsmen of 3,000 years ago carving every detail in the terracotta warriors. However, he always felt that Boss Joe's undisguised emotion at this moment seemed somewhat exaggerated. Perhaps it's related to primal energy? Shinshur could easily think of this. He already knew that the inheritance of historical culture was greatly related to the advancement to primal energy master, but he had never known exactly what this connection referred to, nor the differences between different inheritances. After all, he wasn't yet at the level to understand these things. However, at least he knew for now. Antiques still held considerable value in this world. I intend to trade this jade pendant, Shinshur said. Really going to trade? Boss Joe jolted, seemingly snapping back to reality, making no attempt to hide his nervousness and excitement. As long as you can offer me a price that satisfies me, Shinshur nodded. He had worn this jade pendant for 2 years. While it wasn't entirely devoid of sentiment, it was just that's about it. He wanted to see just how much it was worth in this future world. If it was really valuable, he'd get 10 or 8 pieces to play with when he got back. Don't worry. Boss Joe's expression suddenly turned serious. I will definitely offer you a price that satisfies you. You can't offer that price. A voice suddenly came from outside. Boss Joe's expression changed instantly, but returned to normal in a flash. Shinshur knew that he had suppressed his emotions using his primal energy. He looked at the people entering the shop. Good heavens, all dressed in the same traditional shopkeeper's robes. Oldly, interfering in the transactions of other shops is a taboo, Old Joe said expressionlessly. Oldly? Peggy's ears twitched. She spotted the man walking at the front, a man who appeared to be in his 30s or 40s, with a composed demeanor and extraordinary bearing. She was startled. She recognized him. He was indeed from the Main family, and not just any man, but the head of the Main family's renowned regional envoy, in charge of a territory. Peggy opened her mouth, but her primal instincts held her back. She clearly understood that in this situation, there was absolutely no room for her to interject, because the interests and power involved had already exceeded the scope of her authority. Rather, simply staying here already brings unexpected benefits. And the greatest benefit is undoubtedly Mr. Zurin's friend status. Truly, the Holy Land is indeed full of opportunities. My great-grandfather was right. Shinshur ignored the excited Peggy. His attention was now drawn to these people. Clearly, the news has leaked out. So, this is a bidding war? If I came alone and interfered in the transaction, that would indeed be taboo. But with a group of us here, that taboo is no longer taboo. The man called Oldly had a faint smile on his face, but it quickly turned into eagerness as his gaze was fixed on Shinshur. This esteemed guest, please rest assured, the treasure you have brought is worthy of bidding from all the antique dealers. This is the only way to truly obtain a satisfactory price for you. Shinshur glanced at Old Joe and smiled. As long as you have no problems, I have no problem. Old Joe's mood had completely sunk. Judging from his expression, he even knew what the item in the transaction was. He turned his head, and suddenly looked at Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi, Old Joe narrowed his eyes slightly. I treated you quite well. Of course, Xiaoxi maintained her friendly smile, but sighed softly. But Bosley gave me far too much, enough for me to work for you for 200 years. Besides, you really can't handle this jade pendant. Chapter 158. You're fired. Old Joe's voice was unreadable, but everyone knew he was definitely not in a good mood. A crucial deal that had seemed very likely to succeed had suddenly become hopeless. If he hadn't been able to suppress his emotions, he might have burst into a tirade. But Xiaoxi maintained her smile. It's alright. My current appearance is fake, and my mastery of primal energy is quite good. Perhaps, the next employee you hire will still be me. Xinshi remained expressionless and silent, but felt a sense of profound learning. Peggy's gaze was somewhat vacant, as if she were seeing Xiaoxi for the first time. Seemingly noticing her expression, Xiaoxi turned to her and smiled. Perhaps for those who have never owned a market terminal, this is a sacred place of human civilization, a tremendous opportunity where simply being qualified to enter means having one foot in the top tier of civilization. But for those of us who own it, this is more of a market for profit. These words caused Peggy's expression to slightly harden. This was clearly a reminder to her. She had idealized this place too much. Perhaps it truly is one of the greatest cornerstones of human civilization, playing a significant role in its development, but its essence remains a market. A market inevitably chases demand and profit. Xiaoxi's behavior will undoubtedly be disliked. No one wants to cooperate with someone who might betray you for personal gain. But perhaps this is also one of the rules here. You better get lost now that you've gotten a good deal. You better pray I don't discover your true identity, Boss Joe sneered. Xiaoxi didn't say anything more, but before leaving, she still bowed 90 degrees to Xinshi, expressing her gratitude with the highest level of etiquette. After all, without Xinshi, he wouldn't have made such a fortune today. Of course, more importantly, he didn't want to offend someone who could produce the relics of a sage. After Xiaoxi left, Boss Joe instantly smiled, radiating eagerness. The change in expression was enough to leave most modern people dumbfounded. However, for people from the future, it seemed to be commonplace. With the existence of primal energy technology, if one wanted, a split personality on the spot was not difficult at all. I apologize for the rudeness, esteemed guest, Boss Joe said to Xinshi with a smile. It's alright. Xinshi glanced at the other antique dealers. This situation is actually quite advantageous for me. In a way, Xiaoxi's actions today had helped Xinshi. Bidding is always more beneficial to the seller than a single transaction. Indeed. Boss Joe looked at the jade pendant in front of him with considerable regret. To be honest, I originally hoped to acquire this relic of a sage, but given the current situation, it seems unlikely. In that case, I rather forge a good relationship with you, allowing you to have a greater opportunity to profit. Upon hearing this, the other antique dealer's expressions changed slightly. Old Joe, what are you planning to do? You better think it over. It's too late. Someone came to ask me urgent information about whether I should buy the relic of a sage. Me too, sigh Old Joe, you still had a chance. The expressions on the faces of the shop owners changed several times, finally settling on blankness. Only Oldie looked at Boss Joe with regret. This was thanks to Xiaoxi's reminder, Boss Joe smiled. In the entire market, there are more than just one or two people interested in the relics of sages. Since he was able to sell the information to you, my connections are far more powerful than his. How could I not sell the information? As he finished speaking, one figure after another entered the shop. This time, it wasn't just antique dealers in long robes. People of all shapes and sizes were present, some even completely disguised, making no attempt to conceal their powerful physiques. Suddenly, not only did the place become crowded, but the noise also grew louder. I'm not late, am I? Is there really a relic? Could it be this jade pendant? Is it confirmed? Which one of you is the esteemed customer who wants to sell the relic? Looks like there are still quite a few people. Let's wait a bit. Gentlemen, let me make this clear. I'm determined to get this relic. In a short time, over 100 people entered this small shop. How many people did you send the message to? Someone couldn't help but ask Old Joe. Naturally, all my friends, Old Joe said calmly. A relic of a sage, and from the Earth era at that. It's been so many years since such a thing has appeared. This market can finally have some excitement. He waved his hand, and the entire interior space of the shop began to expand rapidly. It even shifted continuously, transforming into a clearly defined auction scene. The jade pendant Xinshi had produced was positioned at the very center. Those who had rushed over, including Old Lee and his group from the beginning, had no choice but to take their seats. Only now did Peggy, standing to the side, understand what was happening. Her gaze towards Old Joe instantly filled with admiration. There were no public notice boards in the entire market. Aside from shouting from the street, all information was transmitted through the friend function on the terminal. Judging by the speed of the news, word had spread to this extent in such a short time. It seemed that everyone interested in this sacred relic had already arrived, or was on their way, of course. While Old Joe certainly made a fortune through this transaction, the biggest beneficiary was undoubtedly Mr. Zurin. Maximizing the value of this sacred relic through a transaction was only the immediate benefit. The greater, long-term benefit lay in the large group of people who had arrived. Peggy had already recognized many important figures among them, none of whom were hiding their identities. The resources each of them possessed were unimaginable. Even a simple friend request, a way to contact them, could bring unimaginable profits. If Mr. Zren could gain the friendship of some of these people through this transaction, or even establish some kind of connection. Peggy admitted she was extremely envious. Mr. Zren had only just arrived in the Holy Land, yet he had already gained a status she might never attain. However, she also understood that simply being there and making a general impression on these big shots was already a huge gain. What truly mattered to her was securing a friend spot with Mr. Zren. Mr. Zren, Peggy thought for a moment and sent him a message. If you have the opportunity, try to get these people's friend spots. It can bring huge benefits. I understand, Shinshur replied simply, glancing at the message. But he still didn't take any action. Peggy was getting a little anxious. If it were her, she would have already stepped forward to talk to them. But Peggy didn't do anything more, just pursed her lips, standing firmly behind Shinshur. Her current relationship with Shinshur was only suitable for offering a reminder. Shinshur still had no intention of approaching anyone to talk to them. Although he understood Peggy's meaning, Peggy clearly didn't understand that as long as these people still valued antiques, he would never be the one to actively seek them out. After more than 10 minutes, no more people entered. The previously small space inside the shop had transformed into a large, tiered, enclosed hall. Shinshur and Boss Joe stood in the center, with at least 200 people seated in front of them. It seems everyone has arrived, Boss Joe said with a smile, looking around. This is a scene we haven't seen in a long time. It's been quite a while since we all gathered together like this. The room was very quiet. Although there had been some noise when they first arrived, everyone quieted down as the situation became clearer. For them, this was an unexpected auction. Some may have come with their sights set on the relic, but others simply wanted to see the final price, who would ultimately acquire it, or even just who possessed it. In short, as the atmosphere grew increasingly lively, many people's excitement waned. After all, while the relic might indeed be a rare treasure, the sheer scale of the event made some realize their chances of obtaining it were slim. No matter how valuable the item, if they couldn't have it, their enthusiasm would naturally wane. However, some remained highly attentive. Since everyone is here, we won't waste your precious time. Just as Boss Joe was about to continue, someone suddenly stood up. Wait! This was a petite woman, almost childlike in stature, but her body had undergone obvious mechanical modifications. A pair of prominent mechanical structures jutted out from her back, and even most of her head was obscured by a massive, helmet-like structure. But her next words made Shinshur's heart skip a beat. I will be representing the collector in this transaction, so please allow me to ask first, esteemed sir, do you have any requests for what you wish to obtain from the land of Gus? The collector. The land of Gus, as expected? After seeing the Dongfeng Legion's insignia and confirming its existence, he had wondered if this world also had a public beginning and a collector. But this was, after all, just a guess. Now, however, it was completely certain. The collector plus the land of Gus. This must be the collector he knew. At this moment, a slight commotion arose in the room after this statement. Shinshur could clearly hear some discussions. It's actually representing His Excellency the Collector. I knew it. How could His Excellency the Collector not react at all to such a relic of a sage? Having someone represent him means he doesn't actually value it that much. If he didn't value it, he wouldn't have had someone represent him. His Excellency the Collector has always had a great interest in the study of sages. If His Excellency the Collector makes a move, wouldn't we have come for nothing? That's an artifact from the land of Gus. Has no one else found the land of Gus? Even if they did, what good would it do? Could they gain the same status as His Excellency the Collector had in the land of Gus? Let's see what this seller decides. The commotion gradually subsided, and many eyes once again focused on Shinshur. In their eyes, this seller who could offer a relic of a sage for trade was a complete stranger. Never seen before. Perhaps a newcomer to the market, or maybe an old hand in disguise, because this person clearly concealed their primal energy, revealing not a trace of emotion. At this moment, Shinshur looked at the woman who claimed to represent the collector and calmly asked, "Doesn't Your Excellency the Collector intend to come in person? Although the relics of the sages you brought are of great value, it hasn't reached the point where Your Excellency the Collector needs to come in person," the woman representing the collector said calmly. Although honorifics were used and no emotion was explicitly conveyed, a palpable confidence, even arrogance, remained. This single sentence brought a sigh of relief to many. Indeed, such a sacred relic as the jade pendant only holds collectible value for Your Excellency the Collector. Your Excellency the Collector has already embodied the sage. It seems I still have a chance. If Your Excellency the Collector is truly determined to obtain it, these people alone have little hope. Shinshur listened to the discussion and gleaned considerable information. He was even certain that some of these comments were specifically directed at him. It seemed some people worried he was a novice who knew nothing, and their implication was that they wanted him to quickly weigh the pros and cons and make a decision. That's a pity, Shinshur said calmly, glancing around. I was originally thinking of adding Your Excellency the Collector as a friend. Silence fell over the room. Although no one showed it, it was clear that many were secretly mocking the seller's overconfidence. Even Peggy, standing behind him, felt a sense of suffocation. Did Mr. Zurin really know who this collector's excellency in the market was? While there are many collectors, there is only one collector's excellency. That person is one of the highest counselors of the Human Civilization Federation. The highest representative of human civilization in the land of Gus. A permanent resident and honored guest of the land of Gus. For hundreds of years, through trade in the land of Gus, he has provided immense support for the development of human civilization. Even just being a friend on social media is an absolute symbol of status for someone like that. A relationship cannot be built on a single treasure. Chapter 159. Just as Peggy hesitated whether to remind Mr. Zurin, the woman representing the collector continued, Sir, you jest. The collector is engrossed in his research on inheritance and primal energy technology. To avoid being disturbed, he hasn't made any new friends for a long time. If you like, Yunchi would be very willing to become friends with you. After all, becoming the collector's assistant has always been Yunchi's wish. Although her figure and appearance resembled a young girl, her voice and tone were more like that of a mature woman. However, just the fact that she represented the collector here indicated that her status was extraordinary. Shinshur clearly noticed that some people became much more respectful towards this woman named Yunchi. Clearly, her statement about becoming the collector's assistant was not casual. However, Shinshur shook his head. Since the collector had no intention of coming, then so be it. He said this not to invite ridicule. After all, Shinshur was acutely aware of the significance of the collector's entry into the land of Gus to the entire human civilization. In future Line 1, the collector had even achieved a status in the entire black market second only to Shinshur and Gong Chu solely based on this. The reason he was doing this now was because Shinshur realized that this was a golden opportunity. A golden opportunity to establish his image and build his position. Although he had only just arrived, such opportunities were rare. Gentlemen, Shinshur, having made his decision, looked at the others and spoke loudly. From obtaining the terminal to entering this place, only a few hours have passed. This is indeed the first time I know that such a place exists within our civilization, but I see opportunity here, and I'm quite certain that my arrival is an opportunity for many here. Newcomer, you better get to the relic transaction, someone finally couldn't help but say. Opportunities aren't something you can just talk about, there's something you have to actually demonstrate. Newcomers are always so energetic. You haven't answered the collector's question yet. Do you not even know what the land of Gus is? Although it was only a few words, it was clear that Shinshur's overly confident statement had already provoked dissatisfaction among some. If he hadn't been holding the relic, it wouldn't just be these few people. But only Peggy, standing beside him, seemed to vaguely realize something. Because from her conversation with Shinshur, this gentleman wasn't the shameless, overly confident type. And then, there was the name antique dealer. Could it be? Peggy considered a possibility, and a glimmer of anticipation welled up within her. No need to rush, Shinshur chuckled. Since you already attracted everyone here so soon, I think we should take this opportunity, using Boss Joe's esteemed venue, to hold an auction. You don't actually think this jade pendant is all I have to sell, do you? His words fell silent. Those who had spoken earlier were now completely still. The meaning behind Shinshur's words was crystal clear. This person had other antiques? Did that mean this relic wasn't the best he possessed? Those who had spoken earlier now regretted their earlier comments. They hadn't thought they had much of a chance of getting the relic, so they hadn't paid much attention to this newcomer. But if this newcomer was truly a powerful figure with access to valuable antique resources, then their previous words would have been incredibly foolish. So, esteemed guest, you're not just interested in trading relics of sages. Boss Joe was the quickest to react, smiling as he leaned closer. This is Gu Fong Gu. If you truly have any treasures, you should at least let me, old Joe, have a look first. Clearly, this was a more subtle way of putting it. It meant he would be the one to appraise them. While end users in the market can determine age and authenticity themselves, only antique dealers with a certain level of expertise can understand the added value. I was just about to ask Boss Joe for some advice, Shinshir asked, also smiling at Boss Joe. What type of antique do you think I should present first, Boss Joe? This question clearly shifted the atmosphere. Although no one spoke yet, the prevailing emotions were different. Because this question revealed the man's powerful confidence. Even Boss Joe was filled with doubt and uncertainty at this moment. Could this person truly be a powerful figure possessing numerous antiques? And who on earth came from? Although his mind was racing with speculation, he remained outwardly composed, simply smiling and saying, "Then you come to the right person, esteemed guest. While I, old Joe, may not be as knowledgeable about antiques as you, sir, I am certainly no less knowledgeable than my peers. Of all antiques, the most valuable are undoubtedly the four characters calligraphy, painting, sight, and music. People spend a great deal of money acquiring antiques not just for collecting and trading, but I believe, for most, to realize a more real and powerful world within their consciousness. Therefore, sir, why don't you start with these four characters and broaden everyone's horizons?" Shinshir immediately understood. This was indeed related to primal energy. He was no longer completely ignorant about primal energy. He even roughly understood that when an individual's mastery of primal energy reached a certain level, they had to construct a vast self-world within their consciousness. The content of this world often required the accumulation of time, constantly tracing back in time to the origins of their entire civilization and race, building a stable, real, and indestructible self. Only in this way could they bear the weight of powerful primal energy. But now it seemed, while the people on this future timeline hadn't lost their culture, they had begun to pursue higher quality. Knowledge built upon real antiques was undoubtedly more authentic than knowledge built upon general information. When he reached that point, would he also need to explore antiques from even more distant periods? Many thoughts raced through Shinshir's mind, but ultimately, he simply smiled and said, "Then, as Mr. Joe said, let's start with a set of books." As soon as he finished speaking, for thick books appeared before him. Even after 3,000 years, they have become withered and fragile. Besides their inherent characteristics, another value of antiques lies in their rarity. Unless they undergo specific preservation methods, most antiques will inevitably diminish and disappear over time. Therefore, even without seeing the actual contents of these books, their mere appearance of completeness caused a slight stir among the group seated at the banquet. Some people even wanted to step forward to see for themselves. But before they could act, Boss Joe, who was closest, exclaimed, "Are these the original classical Chinese versions? And with annotations? Original versions?" Just those 4 words were enough to make some people impatient, and they shouted, "Make a copy of the projection, so we can see." Of course, Shinshir smiled, raising his hand again. In an instant, projections of the 4 books appeared in front of everyone. Everyone could see them clearly. These were none other than the 4 great classical novels of the Eastern Kingdom. Everyone in human civilization knew about these 4 books. After all, they were a crucial part of our heritage, and many ancient versions have been preserved to this day, even forming part of the foundation of many powerful clans. The problem is that most of the ancient versions of these 4 books that have survived to this day are in vernacular Chinese, or even versions suitable for young readers. Therefore, the original classical Chinese versions, with annotations, are extremely valuable, especially Journey to the West. The world depicted in its original version is more realistic, more brutal, and more mysterious, containing many widely circulated myths and legends. Although they are just myths, they can be realistically manifested in the world of consciousness. It's easy to imagine whether the myths in the youth version are stronger, or the myths described in the original text. Some people with this level of power are already unable to suppress their excitement. Even just rubbings of the original versions of the 4 great classical novels are quite valuable in databases, and the original ancient texts are even more precious, enough to serve as a clan genealogy. Your Excellency has truly broadened my horizons. Boss Joe was also examining the books before him. Although some information had been redacted, the market had already given its assessment. They were flawlessly complete, from beginning to end, not a single corner missing. If Boss Joe is also interested, he can bid below, Shinshir said, glancing at him. "I can't afford it. I can't afford it." Boss Joe shook his head, his face full of regret. "In this kind of setting, with treasures like these, I, old Joe, am truly powerless." He even felt a pang of regret. If he had known this distinguished guest could produce such ancient books, he probably wouldn't have gone to such lengths. After all, even if he couldn't get the sacred jade pendant, he should have had a chance to acquire this set of ancient books. But unfortunately, in this situation, it seemed there was truly no chance. Among these people, there were bound to be some who would rather lose a fortune than not get these 4 books, but for him, it wasn't worth it. However, Boss Joe glanced at Shinshur again. The distinguished guest before them was truly well prepared and possessed considerable wealth. Let's begin. Someone couldn't help but shout. That's right, sir. May we begin the bidding? Gentlemen, I am preparing to establish a clan, and I am determined to acquire these 4 ancient books. I hope you will show some mercy. Let's see who has the best chance. I bid 6 million gold coins. That's my starting price. Many people below the stage watched Shinshur with great anticipation. Clearly, this set of extremely rare ancient books had moved many who hadn't initially held much hope for the jade pendant. The so-called auction wasn't about bidding on just one item. The chances of winning that way were far too low. But at this moment, Yushi, who had previously represented the collector, stood up again. Let's bid on that sacred jade pendant first, she said, looking at Shinshur with the same eagerness. If you don't have anything you wish to obtain from the ancient lands, then I will bid in gold coins on behalf of the collector. As for this set of ancient books, unfortunately, the collector already owns several sets. However, I am still very interested, and will participate in the bidding solely on my own behalf. Her attitude had changed compared to before. Clearly, by bringing out a new, valuable antique, Shinshur had proven that he hadn't just been lucky enough to acquire a sacred relic. Even if he still didn't gain the collector's attention, he was no longer insignificant to her. At least, he was someone worth befriending. However, Shinshur simply smiled slightly. Don't rush, everyone. Let's look at the first page of these ancient books first. As soon as he finished speaking, he removed the mask from the first page, allowing everyone to see its contents. Then, in an instant, everyone who turned the page froze. It was just a blank page. Many ancient books from the Earth era were like this, with a blank first page filled in, perhaps with some publisher information or publication number. But that wasn't the most important thing. Most importantly, there were several handwritten characters on it. Senior 2, 13, Class Shinshur. That's right. These 4 books still belong to Shinshur. He bought them in his senior year of high school. Firstly, these 4 classic novels were recommended reading in middle school, and some were even tested in the college entrance exam. Secondly, he bought the classical Chinese versions to improve his classical Chinese reading skills. Fortunately, after getting married and moving, he had packed away some of his belongings from his hometown. Shinshur hadn't expected that in this future timeline, his belongings would possess such high value. A mere jade pendant he carried could be considered a sacred relic. Then what about the ancient books he had personally marked? Shinshur had a habit of making marks and annotations while reading. And at this moment, he finally felt the overwhelming emotion before him. Shock. Incredible. Some people stared intently at the few words, their faces filled with disbelief. This says Shinshur, could it be? Boss Joe's eyes widened as he stared intently at Shinshur. Isn't appraisal your job, Boss Joe? Shinshur said with a smile, recalling what he had said earlier. In fact, not only Boss Joe, but everyone else was already eagerly starting the appraisal. Chapter 160. The appraisal techniques employed by people on this future timeline have become extremely advanced, and any antique dealer would undoubtedly know of Shinshur, the ancient sage who utterly changed the fate of humanity. Therefore, they quickly reached a conclusion. It is indeed the sage's handwriting from his youth. The sage was indeed in class 13 during his second year of high school. Market verification confirms the handwriting was written during the sage's second year of high school. The ancient book information matches. So this really is a sage's relic. Another sage's relic. Some people's voices were barely concealing their excitement. Sage's relics, which were previously extremely rare, have appeared one after another today, and this time, what appeared wasn't even jade pendants or clothing, but ancient books with the sage's written records. Even if it was just an ancient book read by the sage in his youth, its value is still immeasurable. Because everyone knows that sages have always had the habit of using writing to enhance their analysis and memory, so they often made marks and annotations while reading. More importantly, based on historical records, it's highly likely that the sage left Earth for interstellar travel sometime between high school and university. If this ancient book contains even a few words. Some people felt a slight tremor in their hearts, and their gazes towards the ancient book projection before them changed. This is no longer just a rare and valuable ancient book, nor merely a relic that can be used to manifest the sage in the realm of consciousness. It is also crucial material for exploring history, even for uncovering the secrets of the sage. Since the sage's passing, all of human civilization has been searching for the interstellar force that nurtured the sage, repeatedly provided resources, and utterly transformed humanity's destiny. Even the slightest bit of information would cause a massive sensation. Who exactly is this person before us? Everyone couldn't help but look at Shinshur. Could it be that you are from the Shin clan? The Shin clan donated all the sacred relics to the Human Federation after the sage's death to cultivate outstanding talents. Who exactly is this gentleman? It's said that most of the sacred relics were kept by the sage himself. Since his death, no one knows where they were kept. Could it be that you unearthed some relics left behind by the sage? Some people began to speculate about Shinshur's origins, and these speculations were made right in front of him. Their purpose was self-evident. Shinshur smiled slightly. There's no need for further guessing. I'm just an ordinary antique dealer. He raised his hand and lightly pointed. In my hands, there are not only relics of sages, but also many other antiques. With his gesture, more items appeared before him. The quantity wasn't large, but each one was extremely precious. Peggy even spotted a copy of the Book of Rites among them, and a version completely different from the one passed down in her family. This sent a jolt through her. For a family like hers, whose foundation was based on the Book of Rites, the benefits of collecting other versions of the Book of Rites would be unimaginable. Just this one copy alone would be enough to further enhance her family's prestige. Peggy even felt an urge to immediately log off, gather her fortune, and then participate in the auction to acquire these different versions of the Book of Rites. Besides the ancient book, there were other items as well. These included stamps, a Walkman that appeared to be 3,000 years old, and even a small USB drive. Everyone naturally knew what these were. Their eyes were fixed on these two items, as if they were looking at a golden treasure chest, which, once opened, might reveal a great secret. Shinshur observed everyone's reactions. He already had a general understanding of the antique market in this future timeline. Indeed, the cultural heritage of this future timeline had not been interrupted. However, the primal energy effect and the reverence for history and culture still gave antiques considerable value. Perhaps this was also due to the decreasing number of antiques over time, and the ever-expanding scale of human civilization. Isn't the value of antiques in modern society also derived from this? After all, gold is valued in times of chaos, antiques in times of prosperity. To be honest, the value of the antiques in future Line 1 was actually outside the realm of common market sense, entirely based on cultural loss and the importance of culture to primal energy technology. But now, everyone's gaze towards Shinshur had completely changed. The previous thought of him as just a lucky newcomer was completely gone. In fact, they now regarded Shinshur as an antique dealer with powerful and unfathomable resources. At this moment, recalling Shinshur's initial words, "My arrival will be an opportunity for many of you." At the time, many were dismissive, even thinking it was just the arrogance of a newcomer, or some nonsensical statement meant to attract attention and make a strong impression. But now, no one thinks that way anymore. Because this statement could actually come true. But no matter what, it's impossible to shake up the entire antique market single-handedly. Antique dealers, like Mr. Zhou and Mr. Li, were now hesitant. Competitors or rivals. The appearance of one collector was already suffocating all the collectors. What if another antique dealer appeared? No, impossible. Some couldn't help but laugh at their own thoughts. Antique dealers and collectors are different. One only needs substantial resources, but the other requires not only resources but, more importantly, resources and channels. Things that cannot be built by one person alone. As everyone was secretly captivated by the numerous antiques rarely seen before them, a voice broke the silence. It was Yunshi. This woman, who claimed to aspire to be the collector's assistant, stood up once more. However, compared to her previous confidence and arrogance, she now bowed her head, making no attempt to conceal her respect for Shinshur. "Respected sir, please forgive my previous arrogance and rudeness. The collector is already preparing to arrive in person. I hope you and everyone else can wait a moment before proceeding with the auction." These words instantly escalated the already tense atmosphere to the point of near collapse. A complete uproar erupted. The entire venue burst into chaos. The collector is actually coming in person? Unbelievable. The last time I saw the collector was 80 years ago. I never met the collector before. Is it for that set of sacred relics and ancient books? It should be. The collector has been studying sages for nearly a century, and I heard he vowed to find their secret treasures. Looks like we can give up. Aren't there other antiques? We might not leave empty-handed. Being able to meet the collector, even if we leave empty-handed, we won't have any regrets. Shinshur listened to the clamor and excitement of the crowd, but remained silent. However, a certain expectation flickered within him. Meeting the collector was one of the reasons he brought out so many antiques. He wanted to see how this collector differed from the one he knew in future Line 1. The group didn't have to wait long. After all, the entire market was just a small town. Soon, a figure appeared in everyone's sight. Shinshir's heart skipped a beat. Before him stood a tall, slender young man, dressed in blue with black hair, his skin as clear as jade. His features were striking, a high nose, thin lips, and sword-like eyebrows that slanted into the few strands of black hair at his temples. His facial contours possessed a distinct beauty, and coupled with his straight back, he exuded both the refinement of a scholar and the resilience of a martial artist, his demeanor elegant and approachable. This was the collector from this future timeline? Shinshir almost thought the male protagonist from some ancient-style female-oriented novel had stepped out. Thinking back to the collector in World 1, who was practically a living jade sculpture. Outrageous. Although Shinshir had suspected that maintaining one's original human form seemed to be the mainstream in this future timeline, he never imagined that the collector, who always spoke with such a strange tone, would have such an appearance. This guy had definitely altered his genetic makeup. Shinshir wouldn't admit he was envious. However, no matter how much he complained inwardly, Shinshir remained outwardly calm. The moment the collector arrived, everyone present stood up and bowed respectfully. This treatment was enough to prove the collector's status in human civilization. However, the collector didn't respond to anyone. He simply came straight to Shinshir and bowed warmly yet elegantly. "You must be our esteemed guest. Please allow me to introduce myself like this. I am the most generous antique collector in human civilization. I will never disappoint any guest who possesses a collectible item." Looking into that equally undisguisedly eager gaze, Shinshir felt as if he were seeing the collector from future timeline 1. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Even though the world had changed so drastically, even though they no longer recognized him, a collector was still a collector. "Then I introduce myself the same way," Shinshir smiled. "I am perhaps the most accomplished antique dealer in human civilization. As long as I can offer a price that satisfies me, I will not disappoint any guest." The words were almost identical, displaying an equally strong confidence. This wasn't his first time traveling to the future world for trade. Although today's developments had somewhat exceeded initial expectations. However, having reached this point, Shinshir wouldn't hesitate to showcase his resources and strength. This was evident in his choice of the name antique dealer. The collector was visibly taken aback, but quickly, his smile widened considerably. "I eagerly anticipate it, Your Excellency antique dealer." The others remained silent, not daring to disturb the two before them. Some harbored a vague sense of disbelief. Could it be that Your Excellency antique dealer was truly about to appear? No, impossible. Antique dealers were number one in terms of distribution channels. Even the collector was mostly being polite at this moment. Of everyone present, perhaps only Peggy truly believed that Shinshir could become Your Excellency antique dealer. The newcomer to the market was completely overwhelmed with excitement. She stared intently at what was before her, her fists clenched, her face flushed, struggling to remain calm. It was the collector. She had actually met the collector on her very first day at the market. This was someone even her great-grandfather was far from worthy of meeting. No, compared to the collector, her friend, Mr. Zurin, was the greatest, dreamlike gain of the day. Therefore, she not only believed, but also desperately hoped, that Mr. Zurin would one day become a true antique dealer. Meanwhile, the collector had already turned his head, carefully examining the 4 ancient books. Indeed, it's the sage's handwriting. He didn't need a comparison, he could confirm it at a glance. His gaze towards the 4 books became incredibly fervent. During the sage's middle school years, he experienced the tragedy of his father's death, and his family's financial situation plummeted. These 4 books must have taken a great deal of effort for him to purchase. Despite the obvious signs of being turned over, there are no creases, no loose threads, and I can almost see the sage carefully and meticulously reading them. Every word bears the sage's will. A treasure, an immeasurable treasure. Shinshir remained silent for a moment, but his surprise was undisguised. Because the collector was absolutely right. For him, who had just begun his intensive studies at that time, these 4 books were practically his only form of relaxation. Even the money to buy them was lent to him by Ixiner, so naturally, he cherished them immensely. They were always marked with bookmarks, without a single crease, and the handwriting when marking them was very careful, without any scribbling. Even now, recalling it vividly brings back the emotions of that time. However, back then, he could never have imagined that the books he used would be considered priceless treasures 3,000 years in the future. Especially since he was able to witness such a scene firsthand. This feeling is truly indescribable. Esteemed guest, what price would you like to offer for these 4 treasures? The collector asked, his eagerness undisguised. Fortunately, the specific contents of these ancient books were concealed, otherwise the collector would probably have started studying them on the spot. In this respect, he was similar to the collector in future timeline 1. Shinshir, however, had already prepared himself the moment the collector appeared. I want to trade a defensive device used by the primal energy master within this civilization, Shinshur said. What level of technology are you willing to trade for? Chapter 161. That's right, Shinshur wanted this not for modern society, but for the human civilization of Future Line 1. Although this new Future Line has emerged, it doesn't mean Shinshur intends to abandon Future Line 1. He has already cultivated a very high position, influence, and wealth within it. The development of this future line is extremely beneficial to him, and to human civilization in modern society. Moreover, although he doesn't yet know what happened in the history of this new future line, judging from the current state of the black market, it probably isn't too bad. Trading goods to the modern era will once again change history. Before he has a sufficient understanding of this future line, Shinshur doesn't want to drastically alter the seemingly good history before him. On the other hand, based on the knowledge he has gained from the time crystal, as his connection with this future line increases, altering the future will more easily result in residual consciousness, which is also beneficial to him personally. Considering all these factors, Shinshur decided to give back to the human civilization of Future Line 1. After he made his request, the collector before him seemed somewhat surprised. Is our esteemed guest perhaps a master of primal energy? The whereabouts of the items in this transaction shouldn't require further explanation, should it? Shinshur remained noncommittal. Under the cover of his deceptive appearance and primal energy shielding, he wasn't worried about being discovered. So, let these people guess about his identity and strength. Of course. The collector smiled slightly, exuding an aura of affability. The others watched in astonishment. Don't assume that a collector's elegant demeanor makes him easy to get along with. In fact, quite the opposite. The collector is only concerned with antiques and artifacts, searching for ancient sites, and contributing to human civilization. His only wish is to ensure the enduring legacy of human culture. Most of the time, he appears rather aloof. Only when he sees a fine piece does he show enthusiasm, even warmth. However, few present have truly witnessed this attitude from the collector. Their primary impression of him is based on his status, and the enormous profits he holds. That's why they stood up in respect earlier. And now, it can only be said that the collector's attitude alone is enough to elevate this new antique dealer status rapidly, even surpassing theirs. Esteemed guest, I happen to possess a device that meets your requirements. The collector raised his hand and gently tapped. A translucent crystal device appeared before them. Shinshur's eyes widened slightly. Because it was a tree. A crystal tree. Within its translucent trunk, energy imperceptible to the naked eye seemed to slowly surge, and the branches were extremely dense, yet bare, without a single leaf. Wait! Shinshur vaguely seemed to see countless fine, root-like threads covering the entire canopy, slowly swaying, extremely mystical. Is this the device used by the Primal Energy Master? Shinshur now understood that for the Primal Energy Master to unleash its true power, besides possessing sufficient strength, it also needed a special device to truly gather the consciousness of everyone in the entire race, forming a powerful force. Some powerful devices could even amplify, assist, or even enhance this force, making it even more potent. Such devices are typically only achievable by sea-level civilizations. Moreover, they require extremely high technology, and are incredibly expensive to build. While the human civilization of Future Line 1 possessed one, it barely met the requirements, and even then, it was built secretly with immense difficulty. It barely reached the C1 level. And this one before him. Where's the instruction manual? Shinshur asked directly. Not so fast, the collector chuckled, seemingly confident in his offering. I can tell you first that while this device's technological level can only be considered C9, it originates from a civilization with highly advanced primal energy technology. In the land of Gus, it costs nearly 3 times as much as a device of the same level. I originally bought it to support the Becky battlefield. You mean, it's not enough? Shinshur narrowed his eyes slightly. He had just made some observations, and confirmed that some body language was almost identical to modern expressions. For example, the smile, and the narrowing of the eyes. Although one cannot express emotions in the state of energy shielding, primal body language still provides a simple and easily understood way to convey feelings. Bartering depends mainly on the needs of both parties, the collector said, his gaze fixed on Shinshur, only now revealing a hint of aggression. These ancient books are indeed treasures to me, but I am not without genuine works by sages. This sacred energy protection device is the only one of its kind in all of human civilization. Heh, Shinshur chuckled lightly. In that case, let's leave it at that. He unhesitatingly collected the projections of the 4 ancient books and then addressed the others. Gentlemen, If anyone can provide the items I require in exchange, these 4 ancient books can be traded. However, for now, let's auction the rest of the items first. I plan to collect some gold coins. Oh, and regarding the sacred jade pendant, I request a shop in the market, preferably in the Eastern Kingdom district. The best location will be given priority. Throughout his speech, he didn't even glance at the collector again. Just kidding. If it were anyone else, he might not be so sure, but if this collector from the new future was similar in personality to the collector from Future Timeline 1, then he was almost certain that what this guy had just said was just a ploy to trick him out of more antiques. Because the collector wasn't a businessman. He didn't care about the value of antiques. As he himself said, a favorite antique was a priceless treasure to him. Moreover, even if he guessed wrong, it didn't matter. If he couldn't get the C9 device, he'd get the C7 or C6 device, as long as it was better than C1. If all else failed, he could trade some other things, and have the collector from Future Timeline 1 take them to the land of Gus for trading. With 2 future timelines in his hands, if he really wanted to find a way, he would. In short, Shinshur remained the same as he had been at the beginning of Future Timeline 1. Even if the antiques weren't difficult for him to obtain, he still needed to control the transaction. So right in front of everyone, he completely ignored the collector, leaving many onlookers astonished. While this might seem perfectly normal in the face of profit, a collector's reputation and status are also factors in their calculations. At the very least, without sufficient confidence, one wouldn't dare to disregard a collector like this. This also speaks volumes about the confidence of this newly emerged antique dealer. Moreover, he also owns a shop. Many have already realized that the antique market is likely about to welcome a formidable newcomer. Some antique dealers had even begun close communication and exchange. However, it wasn't just antique dealers present. Even the relatively ordinary ancient books and stamps that Shinshur brought out were all treasures, and extremely complete, even suitable as clan artifacts. Immediately, the bidding became fierce. This copy of Tang and Song poetry, my Sylvester family is determined to have it, and only this one. I hope you all will consider it carefully. I offer 9,300,000 gold coins. 9,500,000. If you offer more, then I pass. 9,500,000. Shinshur remembered that Peggy had told him on the way that her great-grandfather had bought a C5 class spaceship for over 4 million gold coins, but he didn't know what type it was. If it was a large C5 class immigration flagship, then the value of antiques in this future timeline was truly enormous. Even if it was just an ordinary C5 class warship, it was still quite impressive. It's important to understand that the Evan was acquired through a transaction involving the entire human civilization of Future Line 1, traded from the land of Gus. This was only possible because Shinshur brought back a lost cultural heritage, and because he had 2 extremely important figures, Gong Chu and the Collector, as his subordinates. Only then could humanity afford to pay for his needs. In contrast, here, C5 class warships could probably be obtained in any quantity simply by having enough gold coins. This is why Shinshur requested a shop. As far as he knew, shop ownership in the market could be transferred. In Future Line 1, his antiques were too valuable, and since they were traded through barter, there was no need to open a shop. But things are different here. There's a gold coin system, and the cultural heritage hasn't been interrupted. Owning a shop allows one to continuously sell various antiques, earning gold coins which can then be used to purchase large quantities of necessary equipment. The profits are not only enormous, but also long-term. As each antique was traded, Shinshur not only gained many friends, but also amassed 330 million gold coins, all of which were stored in his personal space. The most expensive item was a USB drive, sold for 31 million gold coins, more expensive than a Walkman containing 218 songs. This was undoubtedly a hugely profitable transaction. If all of it were used to buy warships, it could even purchase nearly 10,000 C1 class warships, forming a fleet with C-class standards. This made Shinshur deeply realize that even though the value of antiques in this new future timeline wasn't as crucial to inheritance or survival as it was in the first future timeline, the human civilization in this new future timeline was ultimately far more powerful than that in the first future timeline. Therefore, the actual value of the antiques might be much higher. Human antiques only have value to human civilization, Shinshur thought to himself. Therefore, the stronger human civilization becomes, the higher the value of antiques will be, and the higher the value of antiques, the stronger I can make human civilization even stronger. This is a virtuous cycle, a foundation that allows human civilization to truly have a chance to stand firm in this dangerous interstellar world. It could be said that only after witnessing this future timeline did Shinshur begin to emerge from the survival crisis of human civilization and start thinking about how to make the future of human civilization even stronger. However, this was clearly not something that could be accomplished overnight. Shinshur began to focus his attention on the final item being traded. It was the jade pendant. This was crucial to whether he could open an antique shop here and secure stable and continuous profits. "Gentlemen, begin bidding," said Boss Joe, beaming as he took on the role of auctioneer. He had not only made a fortune today by selling information, but he had also successfully purchased a set of ancient books, and knew that a family without a market would undoubtedly pay an even higher price for them. Then, he could make another fortune. So even though he had completely given up on this last sacred relic, he remained extremely enthusiastic. However, this time, no one rushed to speak. All eyes were fixed on the collector, who remained standing in the center of the room, neither speaking nor leaving. Since the transaction for the 4 ancient books of sages had failed, and the collector was still wasting his precious time here, it was highly likely that it was for this last sacred relic. If he were to speak. Unfortunately, even with the restriction of only one shop allowed, they couldn't possibly win against the collector. Shinshur also turned to look at the collector. His expression was indifferent, but he didn't say a word. And so, an eerie silence fell over the room. After a long while, the collector shook his head helplessly. "You truly are the most capable antique dealer I ever met. All right, you win. I hope we can become friends." After he finished speaking, he raised his hand and gently waved it. The shrunken projection of the tree-shaped device appeared directly in front of Shinshur. The meaning was self-evident. What the collector had just said truly reflected his inner thoughts. He never imagined that being willing to bring out such a treasure, just to trade a Primal Energy Master's exclusive civilization protection device, wasn't out of urgent need. And he was incredibly calm. It was as if he didn't care much about this treasure at all, just casually taking it out to trade for something insignificant. This subtly revealed strength was also one of the reasons the collector decided to make the deal. For him, acquiring more ancient books was paramount. He hoped this antique dealer would bring him an even bigger surprise later. The others understood what this scene meant. The collector had actually compromised, and even proactively expressed a desire to make friends. This would definitely be headline news that would shake the entire market. Wait, looking at the still composed new antique dealer, they suddenly realized, wasn't this the perfect advertisement? Chapter 162. Once this person acquires the shop, it will instantly become a well-known antique shop in the entire market, and if the shop truly has a variety of high-quality antiques. Then, riding on this prestige. This person's transactions today weren't just profitable, they were incredibly profitable. Wealth, equipment, status, reputation, connections. It's likely that in the entire history of the market, no one has ever been able to acquire all of this on their very first day. It's truly baffling where this person came from. Human civilization has developed to the point where it has already spread across hundreds of nodes in the surrounding area. As the overlord of this star field, even human civilization itself might not know all human forces, so it's truly difficult to guess. They can only watch this man, firmly remembering his appearance. Even some who gave up on the final auction didn't intend to leave, wanting to see where this antique dealer's shop would open. Because the opening of this person's shop was inevitable. Although the shops in the entire market are quite valuable, there are at least tens of thousands of them, while there aren't that many relics of sages. At this moment, Shinshur and the collector had completed the transaction. The collector was clearly eager to return and study it, but he still glanced at the jade pendant on the table, hesitated for a moment, and finally said, "Although it is a very fine collectible, it has no practical use for me. I will leave it to you, hoping that it can add another guardian to human civilization." The collector is truly generous. Some people were overjoyed. A barrage of praise poured in. But the collector remained unmoved. "I will certainly attend when your shop opens," he said to Shinshur one last time, before vanishing in an instant. He had logged off. Shinshur remained calm, his emotions unaffected by those words. He simply looked at the others and said, "Then, let's begin." In an instant, the atmosphere shifted slightly. After all, everyone here was there for the sage's relics. "I offer a shop in the Western Alliance, 3 meters wide, in the heart of the area, plus 40 million gold coins. With that kind of strength, don't even bother. I have a shop 5 meters wide in the subculture district, plus another 50 million gold coins. I offer a shop in the Eastern Kingdom." Listening to these offers, Shinshur had to admit that the market was indeed quite large. Transactions ranged from tens or hundreds of gold coins to tens or even hundreds of millions. The entire market, to some extent, could even represent the level of prosperity of human civilization in this future timeline. Ultimately, after a fierce bidding war, a storefront in the Eastern Kingdom, 7 meters wide, was acquired for 120 million gold coins. Although this wasn't the largest storefront among all the traders, Shinshur wanted a shop in the Eastern Kingdom's district, plus more gold coins as compensation, so the final choice left the others with no choice but to accept it, no matter how unwilling they were. This was a man who looked to be over 40 years old, with a mature demeanor, clearly someone who had long held a high position. The transaction was now complete. He didn't even glance at the relic he acquired at such a high price, but instead enthusiastically said to Shinshur, "May I befriend you? I certainly attend your shop's opening ceremony." "Of course," Shinshur replied. While he wanted to maintain his composure, and didn't intend to personally ask for anyone's friend slot, he also didn't intend to refuse anyone's. Everyone in this future timeline's market was useful to him. Even Peggy was no exception. Seemingly sensing his attitude, more and more people flocked to him, radiating eagerness, politely and respectfully requesting friend slots. Peggy, who had been standing behind Shinshur, witnessed this scene and, recalling her earlier advice to Mr. Zayuan, felt fortunate that she had never relaxed her origin energy training, otherwise, she would probably be blushing by now. However, this time she had truly struck gold. Peggy watched Shinshur's retreating figure, her eyes filled with envy. After all, they had both only entered the Holy Land that day, yet their statuses had already diverged so drastically in such a short time. However, besides envy, she felt even more excited. After all, the very first person she had actively made contact with was a hidden powerhouse. Such an opportunity was completely unexpected before it actually happened. Just as everyone had dispersed and Peggy was preparing to take her leave, Shinshur suddenly said to her, "Peggy, you mentioned before that you wanted to find a job here, right?" "Yes." Peggy had indeed said that, and hearing Shinshur bring it up now made her eyes light up, and a surge of joy welled up inside her. "You saw it yourself, I got a shop," Shinshur said with a smile. "Since we're both working, why not work for me?" "Of course. It would be my honor." Peggy agreed almost without hesitation. "I'll let you know when I'm ready to open, but first, let's make a deal. Give me a basic, up-to-date information database," Shinshur said with a smile. "Yes, I get it right away," Peggy replied immediately. Due to the communication difficulties caused by distance, offline information databases are a common commodity, and all databases are aggregated when they arrive in the solar system. What Shinshur wanted was naturally the total information database for the entire solar system. Therefore, if Peggy wasn't in the solar system, she would have to trade with others to get the latest information. But she went offline immediately. This single action was enough for Shinshur to confirm that Peggy was in the solar system. This also meant that he might be able to obtain an updated information database through her. For this reason alone, hiring this employee was a great deal. After adding Boss Joe as a friend, Shinshur logged off. His consciousness returned to modern society. Opening his eyes, he looked at the villa before him, and couldn't help but let out a slow breath. His eyes held a hint of excitement. He truly hadn't expected that the opening of the second future timeline would bring such a drastic change. One could only imagine the immense damage that the fall of Earth and the destruction of its culture would cause. Fortunately, he had already changed that future. Shinshur was even eager to know what exactly happened in this future history, and whether there was any way to improve it and achieve an even more brilliant and glorious future. Peggy will likely need some time to obtain the database backup. Shinshur thought for a moment, then closed his eyes again. This time, however, he headed towards Future Line 1. To some people in Future Line 1, Shinshur had probably only just left, so the collector was somewhat surprised when Shinshur arrived at the collector's shop. "Is there anything else the clan leader needs?" His attitude remained respectful. Looking at his jade-like appearance, and then recalling the collector's handsome and dashing appearance in Future Line 2, Shinshur couldn't help but feel an urge to complain. However, he restrained himself. From the moment Future Line 1 solidified, strictly speaking, the two collectors had become two separate individuals, independent of each other. Or rather, parallel universe counterparts. Shinshur couldn't help but ask, "Gongma, haven't you considered changing your personal equipment?" "I like this set very much, but the clan leader is right, I do need to choose a more suitable set. In the land of Gus, it's a symbol of status and position," the collector smiled. "That's right." Shinshur nodded, then looked around the shop. "Has everyone else left?" "Yes." The collector realized something, opened another door, and asked, "Does the clan leader have any instructions?" "Indeed," Shinshur smiled, "but let's wait for Gongchu to arrive." He had already informed Gongchu after entering, but at the same time, he was pondering his words for a moment. Gongchu didn't keep them waiting long. Just a dozen seconds later, he appeared in the collector's shop. Shinshur looked at the half of his refined face that was visible, and indeed, he bore a resemblance to the collector from Future Line 2. Could these two be twins? He wondered what Gong Chu from Future Line 2 would look like. However, this one would probably be much harder to meet. Given the existence of the Dongfeng Legion, Gong Chu from Future Line 2 would likely be a powerful figure, and might not even have a strong need for antiques. Putting aside his thoughts for the moment, Shinshur looked at Gong Chu and walked directly towards the hidden room entrance the collector had opened. "Come in." This startled both of them, their expressions immediately turning serious, but they both entered. "Collector, you said before that you wanted to get Gong Chu a more advanced energy device. Did you get it?" Shinshur asked directly. "Energy devices." The collector's mood sombered upon hearing this, and he shook his head. Energy devices that could power an entire civilization are far too expensive. Even if we used all our resources, we might only be able to acquire a C2 level device. The difference between that and our current device, which took hundreds of years to secretly build, isn't huge. Therefore, we ultimately decided to use these resources to trade for other weapons. This was indeed a more reasonable approach. Although, currently, humanity's greatest trump card is Gong Chu, the Energy Master. With limited resources, they can only use them more efficiently. It's likely that trading for you and for him also consumed a considerable amount of resources. After all, it's a C9 level warship. "It seems you all only report good news to me and hide the bad," Shinshur said. "Chieftain, there's no need to worry too much," Gong Chu suddenly said. "Because of the return of cultural heritage, the fighting spirit of the entire human civilization is growing stronger, and primal energy is surging. Even using self-built devices, there's still a chance to overcome the current difficulties." "I'm not completely ignorant," Shinshur shook his head, a sliver of hope in his heart. "A C1 level device can only be divided into two parts. What you built is probably just the main body. You still need to produce terminals to distribute throughout the entire human civilization. Time may not be enough." He had only seen the overwhelming momentum of human civilization, seeing one hope and opportunity after another appear. However, he hadn't considered whether this hope was slim. Or rather, he subconsciously chose to believe Gong Chu and the others, because without believing, he had no other choice. Perhaps some people in this future timeline were still dissatisfied with him wasting civilizational resources for personal gain under these circumstances. Even if Ewen's existence was the dominant factor in the emergence of the second future timeline, this reason was impossible to explain to the others. Fortunately, the situation was different now. Thinking this, Shinshur involuntarily straightened his back. Indeed, while he wasn't the only one striving to save human civilization, to maximize its impact, it was up to him. "I actually been worried about this for some time now, and thinking about whether there's any way to address it," Shinshur said slowly. Gong Chu and the collector remained silent. What could the clan leader possibly do? Although the Shin clan had preserved its cultural heritage, after hiding for thousands of years, its strength was extremely weak. Otherwise, they wouldn't even have been able to acquire some of the old, antique warships of the Dongfeng Legion. Therefore, they deliberately didn't tell the clan leader about their difficulties and crisis, not wanting him to worry unnecessarily. Even if human civilization ultimately fails to survive, the clan leader will become the spark of its continued existence. This is why the Supreme Council of the Human Federation ultimately agreed to expend resources to allow the collector to trade the warship to Shinshur. While the symbolic status of the Shin clan, gratitude for Shinshur bringing back the legacy, and the influence of Gong Chu and the collector were all factors, the truly important reason was this. "Fortunately, I have indeed solved this problem," Shinshur suddenly smiled. The two, who had been slightly downcast and unsure how to offer comfort, fell silent for a moment. Then, they abruptly looked at Shinshur. "Solve this problem?" "Which problem?" "The problem with the Primal Energy Master's exclusive civilization device?" Even with Gong Chu's Primal Energy Master expertise, at this moment, he wondered if he had misunderstood. "Can the clan chief solve this problem?" "How? Can it be solved through cultural inheritance?" "Clan chief, he couldn't help but ask, you mean?" "Take a look at this." Beneath Shinshur's anonymous aura, he couldn't suppress his smile. With a wave of his hand, a miniature projection of the crystal tree appeared before the two of them. Along with it, an instruction manual was also given to them. The next moment, Shinshur even saw Gong Chu's slightly parted lips, and the collector's uncontrollable primal energy. Chapter 163. AC-9 level civilization-grade energy device. The collector finally couldn't contain himself and blurted out, "It's a device produced by the 3-day civilization? The 3-day civilization that advanced to be grade using energy technology?" His incredulous shock, accompanied by the radiant light of manifested energy, erupted forth. You see, he had been investigating such civilization-grade energy devices in the Gus lands for some time now. He was acutely aware of their exorbitant price. They were completely different from devices like warships. If relying solely on conventional resource transactions, with humanity's current resource reserves, even 1,000 years of hard work wouldn't be enough to acquire a C9 level civilization-grade energy device. Not to mention it originated from the Three Suns civilization. This civilization is renowned throughout the entire Mud system, even hailed as a B-level civilization with the strongest primal energy technology below A-level civilizations. Their production of civilization-level primal energy devices, even the lowest grade, is a treasure for all C-level civilizations. Paired with a primal energy master, it can instantly drastically increase the entire civilization's defensive capabilities. This is indeed a civilization primal energy device, and its level is extremely high. Gong Chu was also staring intently at the device before him. Unlike Shinshirchu at first glance, he immediately recognized the countless roots on it, and understood its essence. These roots were actually manifestations of primal energy, not simply the manifestation of information, but true primal energy, the manifestation of this power that should only exist in consciousness, in the real material world. This level of understanding, for some civilizations with a relatively shallow grasp of primal energy technology, completely shatters their understanding of primal energy. Even for modern human civilization, this is somewhat true. With their current knowledge alone, they would find it difficult to even assess the level of the device before them. C9's assessment is definitely not something humans gave themselves. The instruction manual says this device works best when placed on the home planet. The collector was frantically and quickly reviewing the manual. Its coverage range is a whopping 78 light-years. Doesn't that mean it can directly cover all nearby nodes? Our star system fortress only covers 3 light-years. Its function is not just that. Gong Chu had completely bent down, looking at the beautiful crystal tree before him, his tone becoming increasingly excited. It can instantly link all individuals within its range and maintain a long-term consciousness connection, equivalent to a zero-delay communication network. People can even use it to train their primal energy. It's not just a simple defensive device, it's also a powerful communication device, a powerful primal energy technology development device. You must understand, the civilization-level primal energy devices that humanity painstakingly designed have a coverage range of less than 0.01 light-years, and everyone must wear cumbersome devices and remain completely still to transmit their primal energy to Gong Chu, a primal energy master, a process that also causes considerable energy loss. Therefore, the original plan of the Human Federation was to gather the strongest group of people in the entire civilization in terms of primal energy attainment, and concentrate them around the home planet to increase the strength of the common era and assist the entire battlefield. But this device before them was entirely different. It could not only communicate with all of humanity within the solar system, but also efficiently gather and utilize the power of all humankind, playing a crucial role in war communications. It could also accelerate the overall development of human civilization's primal energy technology. This was incredibly important for human civilization at this moment. Chieftain. The collector, having seen the last piece, couldn't help but look at Shinshir again, his primal energy surging like waves within him. How did you obtain this device? Are you satisfied? Shinshir smiled. This isn't a question of satisfaction, this is. The usually elegant collector was now speechless. If, before, human civilization had hope, a chance to grasp at a last straw and weather the crisis, now, that straw had been replaced with a lifeline, wrapped tightly around human civilization, layer upon layer. Even cutting it yourself might not be enough. At the very least, the legions currently deployed outside of humanity by the Dake civilization are no longer capable of conquering humankind. If they employ some concealment and tactical weakness, this device alone can guarantee human civilization's safety for at least 300 or 400 years. As for what comes after that, if, 300 or 400 years later, humanity still relies solely on this device, then Gong Chu, the collector, and even all of humanity's high-ranking officials should atone with their deaths before all of humanity. At this moment, Gong Chu suddenly appeared before Shinshir, and knelt on one knee. Chieftain, he said with utmost solemnity, Gong Chu is willing to change his subservient position to absolute obedience to the imprint. His inner turmoil was no less than that of the collector, perhaps even more intense. After all, the collector truly cared about cultural heritage. But Gong Chu truly cared about all of human civilization. To say such a thing meant that Gong Chu saw Shinshir as the true future of human civilization. Even the very hope of civilization. I am also human, Shinshur shook his head, simply saying, I naturally hope that human civilization can become stronger and stronger. However, Gongchu had already sent the transaction application. Shinshur pondered for a moment. He chose to agree. Whether he agreed or not was essentially the same. He couldn't do anything that would harm the future of human civilization. As before, the black market terminal would conduct a review, only this time the preconditions would be removed. The next moment, the collector also sent his application. Clan Chief. The collector stared intently at Shinshur. I hope to gain your absolute trust. I hope to know the secret of the Shin clan's ability to change its destiny. Shinshur remained silent. I don't believe there's truly a cosmic will favoring humanity, yet humanity's fate is constantly changing. The collector took another step forward, making no attempt to conceal his eagerness. From that sage Shinshur 3,000 years ago, every change has been inextricably linked to the Shin clan. Therefore, the one who truly changes humanity's destiny should be your Shin clan. Looking at the collector's almost fanatical expression, Shinshur understood that as his relationship with the people of this future timeline deepened, it was only a matter of time before someone guessed his secrets. After all, he always maintained anonymity. However, not now, Shinshur said again. Clan leader, the collector seemed to want to plead further, you don't need to worry about the secret being leaked. The black market terminal can restrict us, just like it restricts the existence of the black market itself. I believe that even the rancher can't extract anything from our minds. Gongma! Gongchu suddenly shouted in a deep voice, obey orders. Yes, the collector finally knelt on one knee. I hope you can accept my change of seal, no matter what. Shinshur glanced at the collector. He understood, of course, that the collector wasn't interested in his secret, but rather in everything from 3,000 years ago. The Shin clan's secret was, arguably, already inextricably linked to the fate and history of humanity. However, even with these layers of protection, Shinshur still didn't intend to tell them. The reason was simple. There was no need. Although Shinshur had indeed considered bringing reinforcements from the future to the modern world, that was based on the immense crisis facing the modern world. And now, although the Voran fleet hasn't been defeated, Shinshur no longer takes it seriously. And the Dake people, it seems, haven't been able to bring Blue Star back to its former glory. Since there's no longer an absolute necessity to tell them, the secret of Ling must be firmly guarded. Ultimately, Shinshur agreed to the collector's request to alter the primal energy seal. He then said, you may have your reasons, your desires, but I also have my judgment, understand? Understood. The collector bowed his head. From this day forward, your will is my everything. Rise, Shinshur said. This device is yours. I look forward to the day you truly become powerful. With that, his figure slowly vanished. He logged off. After he disappeared, the collector and Gongchu stared at the crystal tree projection before them, silent for a long time. After a long while, Gongchu slowly said, Clan leader, it seems we re-established contact with the mysterious star sea that the sage Shinshur relied on 3,000 years ago. Only that star sea could so easily produce such a device. If we don't work hard, I'm afraid we won't be able to help the clan leader. The star sea, just what kind of power is it? The collector's primal energy aura showed no signs of fading. Both of them were still filled with immense excitement. Only those who have truly experienced despair and hardship can understand how precious this hope, this sense of security, truly is in this universe. At this moment, Shinshur's consciousness had returned to his body. He was in an extremely good mood. The emergence of the new future timeline not only greatly enhanced his foundation, but even the first timeline could benefit from it, further strengthening its foundation. Only with a stronger foundation can human civilization grow stronger. He glanced outside. AIXINR was still chatting with Ewan. Neither of them approached the villa, probably afraid of disturbing him. Just then, a message suddenly came through the terminal. It's Peggy. So efficient. Shinshur was increasingly certain that Peggy was indeed in the solar system. But that wasn't important now. The most important thing now was that he could finally figure out exactly where the second future line had progressed. What had human civilization gone through? Shinshur closed his eyes again. He directly backed up all the information in the database to his personal terminal. This database, starting from the initial one, already contained no fewer than 10 copies, forming an incredibly vast database. It was fortunate that the terminal storage seemed almost unlimited, otherwise, he would have been worried about running out of storage space with such a massive amount of information. The first thing Shinshur did after opening the database was search for Shinshur. Yes, he wanted to see what kind of life he, who had such a high reputation in this future, and was even revered as a sage, had lived. And this search, countless Densely packed pieces of information flooded out. It startled Shinshur. Although he had anticipated this situation was unprecedented. The previous databases contained very little information about him. After all, those were all set in the future after the fall of Earth, and with Earth's fall, humanity lost its culture, including his own. Right now, Shinshur could only narrow down his search. Limit to history, remove documents, remove everyone's opinions, I only need the most basic, simplest history. Finally, he found a suitable source. Shinshur, the first sage of the Starry Sky era of human civilization, the founder of the Starry Sky era, the founder of the Star Sea Company, the first commander-in-chief of the interstellar forces of human civilization, one of the first supreme counselors of the Human Federation, and a changer of human destiny. This first paragraph was filled with incredibly long titles. Shinshur felt a little embarrassed reading it. Moreover, besides the titles he already knew, there were many more he didn't know. Like the greatest military educator of human civilization, the longest-serving human billionaire, the only recipient of the highest scientific research contribution award in human civilization. After all these, the last title made Shinshur pause in surprise. The most famous published author. Published author? Me? Shinshur hadn't expected that he, in this timeline, would have published books. This even piqued his curiosity. However, now wasn't the time to delve into these things. Shinshur had learned to ignore the excessive praise and glorification in his introduction and focus on the important information. The general historical development of human civilization was actually included in his introduction. As Shinshur continued reading, his expression gradually turned serious. While this future world's human civilization had indeed reached a pinnacle 3,000 years later, becoming one of the most powerful sea-level civilizations within the mud system, even capable of creating devices worthy of being classified as C9 in some areas, surpassing even the Dank civilization, which had reached its peak in future Timeline 1. This 3,000-year history was not all praise. It also involved bloodshed and sacrifice. Chapter 164. Shinshur's primary concern was the impending Voron War. Although he had altered the future time and again, all futures had to begin with the Voron War. Under the numerous traps he had laid, the human fleet indeed inflicted heavy losses on the Voron fleet. According to the records, the Voron fleet, caught off guard, lost more than a third of its warships in a single battle. In the subsequent pursuit and escape, they suffered repeated defeats, with no chance to regroup and forced to scatter and flee. The most important reason for this lay with Shinshur's first warship, the Void. Yes, Evan did not appear. With just a cursory glance at the tactical summary, Shinshur could guess his tactics. Using the Void against the Voron fleet, with the Evan as his trump card. And afterwards, the Voron indeed notified the Dake node base again. In the 7th year of the Starry Sky era, 20 Dark Knight warships descended directly onto the battlefield. Up to this point, everything resembled the history we had witnessed before. However, this time, these mere 20 Dark Knight warships could no longer bring about Shinshur's sacrifice, nor could they cause Blue Star to fall. Because Shinshur had Evan, this entirely new future timeline ultimately arose because of Evan. This account, recorded from a human perspective, even provides a detailed description of the battle. On the battlefield where the human fleet and the Dark Knight fleet clashed fiercely, Shinshur launched a completely one-sided and frenzy-crushing attack on the smaller Dark Knight warships. Even with the 20 Dark Knight warships scattering and constantly shifting, only 3 managed to escape. Shinshur watched the footage of the war, which clearly displayed the most shocking scenes of the conflict. The Ivan emerged from the Void, and in a single glance, its 5 warp cannons fired simultaneously, instantly blasting through the warp engines of 5 warships. A massive warp shockwave followed, sealing off the warp engines of specific targets. Then, with a short-range warp, it moved like a ghost, swiftly eliminating 3 of the nearby Dark Knight warships. Only then did the remaining Dark Knight warships flee in panic. The only thing preventing the Ivan from annihilating them was distance. These Dark Knight warships didn't warp directly to the same location on the battlefield, they were spaced quite far apart. Even though Shinshur was prepared for the Ivan's capabilities, he couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this battle. If these warships had been clustered together, the Ivan could have easily annihilated them all. This was the absolute difference between C9 and C2. In fact, C9 hadn't even fully utilized its capabilities. Such warships would likely be a tremendous shock to the entire Dake civilization. However, even if the Dake wanted to come, it would take at least 200 years. Humanity experienced a full 212 years of development after this war. Shinshur received the Supreme Contribution Award for scientific research to human civilization during this period because he had almost developed a complete set of scientific research technologies from G level to C level. For these 200 years, everything human civilization did was for development. Industrial development, technological development, energy development. Even in the 54th year of the Starry Sky era, human civilization was already capable of independently producing warp drives. This record also documents the scene. Shinshur, as a representative, inspected humanity's first warship production line and boarded the first warship independently developed and produced by humanity, equipped with a warp drive. That moment was one of nationwide jubilation. From then on, humanity's footprint spread throughout the entire solar system, its numbers increasing to over 60 billion, nearly tenfold. Development was even more rapid. In the year 176 of the Starry Era, humanity broke through the warp drive technology, reaching a level that, even within the Mud system, could be considered D-class. They had fully mastered the technology of humanity's first fleet, even achieving mass production, including the two most crucial technologies, consciousness linking technology and antimatter weapon technology. To achieve this in less than 200 years boosted humanity's confidence to unprecedented levels. It could even be said that in 200 years, they traversed a development period that normally took over 1,000 years for a civilization. Even Shinshur, looking at this record now, could see the pride of human civilization and the spirit that had been forged over those 200 years in some of the videos, pictures, texts, and reports from that time. And they truly deserved it. Shinshur naturally understood that while the vast amount of knowledge he brought, as well as learning and even research equipment, played a role, the main reason was the efforts of the entire human civilization. They deeply understood how hard-won this precious period of development was, and even more so, the continued advance of powerful enemies. One phrase uttered by Shinshur was almost ubiquitous at that time. Before being forced to join the Mud, at least 5,000 years of development are required to achieve basic sovereignty, and the most fundamental right to survival. 5,000 years. Everyone knows this goal means C rank, it means sovereignty, and the right to survival within the Mud system. It even means being qualified to protect one's own culture and heritage. The pressure is immense, yet it's a goal that must be set. In the year 220 of the Starry Era, the Daika people's envoys arrived on Earth. These envoys were actually part of a reconnaissance force. A much larger force followed closely behind, arriving on Earth within 10 years at most. It was a fleet far more powerful than the Vote people's. 3 C3 rank main battleships. Each main fleet was several times the size of the Moon, capable of accommodating thousands of secondary battleships. And with the main fleet's warp engines, this massive fleet could even reach Earth directly, rendering humanity's trap tactics meaningless. Earth, like wearing thin paper armor facing countless enemy cannons, would be utterly powerless. However, the Dake people brought with them the Mud Covenant. According to the rules of the Mud system, humanity's strength had reached D level. As long as they were willing to relinquish their culture, serve their fellow citizens within the Mud system, and accept the supervision of the Dake civilization, they could be spared from war and destruction. However, they had to hand over Shinshur, along with all the devices, technologies, and knowledge he possessed that surpassed those of a D-level civilization. The choice that Shinli had faced after defeating the Voran fleet now confronted Shinshur. Upon seeing this, Shinshur's gaze sharpened slightly. At this moment, he naturally understood his choice. Because the lineage of this future timeline had not been severed. This meant that he, in this future timeline, had chosen resistance. Instead of surrendering. Shinshur noticed some annotations from later generations within this record. This is the greatest choice human civilization has made in the Starry Era. M.O. Chung, History of the Starry Era. If a sage had chosen to sacrifice himself at this time, he would have become a hero, but he didn't, so he became a sage. Alfred Hayes, Changers of Human Destiny. Sages don't want to be heroes, because heroes are often tragic, while sages always strive for the best outcome. Li Shangfu, on Sages. Human destiny today was brought about by Mr. Shen, so he has the right to bet on a better future today. Starry Sky Magazine, April 1, 2020. A truly powerful ruler only makes decisions based on his own heart, and once he has made a decision, he will not hesitate any longer, even if it might destroy everything he cares about. Ben Terrence, The Qualities and Needs of a Ruler as Seen Through Sages. Shinshur could see from these records, and the evaluations of later generations that, at that time, many people probably also tended to surrender in order to obtain a certain future. After all, even at a terrible cost, human civilization would survive, grow stronger, and have a predetermined future. If Shinshur were any other ruler, he might also seriously consider this future. However, when this choice required his life, the scales tipped in favor of another. Yes, Shinshur knew his own heart perfectly. His only possibility of becoming a hero was when there was truly no other way out, like the previous sacrifices he had made. He could give his life for his family, and for all of human civilization in a truly desperate situation. But as long as there was even the slightest hope, he would not choose to be such a hero. Moreover, he had clearly succeeded in the end. Shinshur continued watching with great anticipation. He was even slightly impatient to know how he had won. Then he saw that he, now a master of primal energy, led a force of the strongest warriors chosen by all of humanity, using only the warship Ivan, to intercept the main battleships of the Dinkas. Ivan's warp drive was far more powerful. So, while the 3 main battleships of the Dinkas still had 10 light-years of travel time to travel, Ivan had already found them first. Then, leveraging their superior maneuverability, they launched a frenzied assassination campaign. Yes, the assassination tactic refers to launching a relentless attack on the enemy's warp drive within the warp bubble. If successful, the entire warship would be mass energy enhanced under the drastically altered warp. This is an extremely dangerous tactic, because their own warship is also within the warp bubble. Destroying the warp drive not only affects the enemy, but also themselves. Moreover, the entire assassination process is incredibly difficult, because the enemy not only possesses energy masters, but also a massive force capable of providing energy. Just like in future Timeline 1, where the newly C-class human civilization, with the help of the primal and the entire human civilization, was able to resist the fleet of the Dyke civilization, already at the pinnacle of C-class, this was similar to how the emergence of the primal masters allowed every individual in the race to play a significant role. However, this time, it was the Dyke fleet that used sheer numbers to resist superior technology. With the primal masters and tens of millions of Dyke soldiers in the fleet, they were able to hold out even against the technologically superior Evan. Not to mention that they had dispersed all their secondary ships to protect the main battleships equipped with warp engines. However, Shinshur's attack was incredibly frenzied. Completely disregarding costs and losses, he seized every opportunity to attack relentlessly. If he couldn't reach the Dyke civilization's main battleships, he destroyed the secondary battleships one by one. If he couldn't deal with the enemy's primal masters, he eliminated the remaining Dyke soldiers one by one. After a stalemate of nearly 5 years, Shinshur finally succeeded in destroying one of the Dyke's main battleships. 3 years later, he destroyed another ship. According to this record, the Evan was already heavily damaged by then. Even Shinshur had suffered severe injuries from repeated high-density energy impacts, and his elite warriors had suffered more than half their casualties. It could be said that he was powerless to stop the last drug flagship from reaching Blue Star in the remaining 2 years. Logically, it should have been a failure. However, the drug stopped. The drug energy master dared not gamble any longer. Because the enemy possessed a primal energy master, and such powerful warships, even the weakest, most inferior civilization-level device on their homeworld would be virtually impossible for their remaining main warship to withstand after the combined power of their entire civilization. Furthermore, he couldn't imagine what his chances of returning safely would be if they actually destroyed the enemy's homeworld. Shinshur's displayed madness didn't frighten him. However, this determination, coupled with the achievements of the Evan, ultimately became the last weight on the scales. Losing his precious primal energy master to his homeworld for the sake of a mere D-class civilization wasn't worth it. Therefore, this last warship chose a tactical retreat. He needed to return, send more troops, and make foolproof preparations. The enemy's warships far exceeded expectations. Next time, it wouldn't just be 3 main warships coming. Indeed, Shinshur saw in this account his successful return to Earth, the scene of a massive, tsunami-like cheer, and then a close-up photograph of the battle-worn Ivan. However, Shinshur didn't feel the same excitement. Instead, he remained silent for a long time. This clearly crucial piece of history was different from what he had expected. Because he discovered that in this future timeline, having lost access to new equipment, he had chosen a path of desperate struggle. What he clung to was still a sliver of hope. He had no idea whether he could successfully assassinate an enemy warship with just the Ivan, nor whether he could prevent the enemy's arrival. From this history, it truly seemed like dancing on a tightrope, a desperate struggle under dire circumstances. This most important victory was, in fact, won with the utmost peril. Chapter 165. Shinshur now possessed a thorough understanding of interstellar warfare, so he clearly understood that interstellar warfare wasn't about gambling, but rather a balancing act and confrontation between information, intelligence, technology, and vision. Unless absolutely necessary, both sides in a conflict would only engage in battle, when they had sufficient confidence based on the available intelligence available. That's why the Dinka's energy master chose to abandon the fight when they were less than 2 light years from the jump point. Because the Ivan's true capabilities far exceeded his expectations, he had to overestimate the probability of intelligence on humanity. Being able to acquire a warship of this level meant it was highly likely they possessed even the lowest level of civilization-level energy devices. The Ivan's frenzied assassinations became a tactic to reduce their troop numbers. After all, once the number of individuals was reduced to a certain extent, their energy strength would be greatly weakened. This explanation became the reason why many humans admired Shinshur. It was as if Shinshur had factored everything in, even having a firm grasp of the situation before the war. But only Shinshur himself knew. He really was just gambling. Success makes you a saint, failure means nothing. I hate doing things like that, Shinshur chuckled self-deprecatingly. Knowing himself as he did, he disliked gambling and the feeling of uncertainty. But based on the information Ling had given him after this change, these other future timelines of Shinshur could actually be seen as remnants of his consciousness. In other words, the choices they made could also be seen as choices Shinshur made under similar circumstances. In short, this victory not only propelled Shinshur's prestige to its peak, but also granted humanity another 300 crucial years of development. These 300 years were arguably the most arduous 300 years of human civilization's entire interstellar era. Because they knew all too well that the next invading army of the Dake civilization would be far more powerful. Therefore, within those short 300 years, they had to accomplish far too much to even have a sliver of hope. They developed a civilization-level energy device, albeit extremely rudimentary and barely functional, but they ultimately succeeded. Their warships focused entirely on offense and defense. While still far from being a match for the Dake warships, they were able to manage to lead hundreds of millions of humans to the battlefield. They also had to construct star system fortresses, as this was the most crucial line of defense to truly resist the Dake civilization and protect Earth. Thus, when the Dake civilization arrived once again, with an even larger fleet, Shinshur, once again relying on the UN and tens of thousands of human warships focused on offense and defense, ventured into deep space to launch a surprise attack. This battle was extremely fierce. It is considered by later generations to be a war in which human civilization, through bloodshed and sacrifice, truly forged its military spirit. It lasted for 72 years, costing nearly 1 billion human soldiers their lives, and even Earth itself was on the verge of falling several times. Shinshur and the Ivan, like firefighters, constantly moved across the battlefield. They ultimately won the war. But it was this battle that made the Dake people truly take seriously this civilization, which lacked even a star system fortress yet had repeatedly inflicted defeats upon them. Thus began a millennium-long war and development. During this millennium, human civilization had almost become accustomed to its seemingly endless, frenzied expansion. From the highest levels of society to ordinary citizens, even newborns entering this era of war, everyone seemed to be walking on the edge of a precipice. To not move forward meant death. And Shinshur, in this process, gradually became a true sage. He resisted external threats, while simultaneously driving the internal development of human civilization. Until the year 1121 of the Starry Era, the Ivan, devastated by the millennia of war and lacking upgrades and repairs, became a spectacle in space during a battle, fulfilling its final destiny as a warship, dying on the battlefield. Without the Ivan, Shinshur finally retired. The long war had irreparably damaged his consciousness. Fortunately, human civilization by this time already possessed more than 10 primal energy masters. The entire civilization no longer needed his protection. The year was 1368 in the Starry Sky era. Human civilization, finally officially joining the Mud system as a Class C civilization, launched a major counterattack against the Dake civilization. Shinshur, who had long since succumbed to his slumber, also passed away in the same year. This year, human civilization was caught between a sea of jubilation at finally achieving its millennium goal and immense grief over the passing of its sages. These two intertwined emotions forged a new spirit. Human civilization, having shed both smiles and tears, officially stepped into a new era. Shinshur repeatedly looked at the last sentence. He looked back and read the entire record again from beginning to end. After a long while, he couldn't help but smile. Truly a saintly life. Even in Shinshur's eyes, this period of his life couldn't be considered a tragedy. He achieved his dream. To have his name forever remembered by the entire civilization, and to be equally happy in his personal life. He and Aixiner had 12 children together. 7 boys and 5 girls. When he passed away, he was surrounded by hundreds of descendants. Most of them were exceptionally outstanding. At that moment, he must have felt immense satisfaction. He closed his personal terminal and slowly opened his eyes. A smile still lingered on his face. Compared to previous history, this was the first time he had achieved his dream. For him, this was undoubtedly a new beginning, because from now on, his goal would be to make his life even more perfect and to make human civilization even stronger. This starry sky is so mysterious, so magnificent, so vast. How can human civilization and I forever struggle merely for survival? Shinshur felt a new yearning welling up within him as Shirling appeared in his mind. He wanted to explore Shirling's secrets, to see if he could truly ascend to a higher level of life. Therefore, a new era has begun. After a moment's thought, Shinshur stood up and called out to Ixiner outside. Wife, come in and get something to eat. Ewan, come in too. The two who deliberately didn't want to disturb him then entered. Evan had returned to her usual self, though she still looked somewhat timid. Your body should possess all the functions of a human, right? For example, the ability to enjoy delicious food, Shinshur said, smiling at Evan. Yes. Evan nodded vigorously. Every Edgeworth Sylvester actually possesses 2 bodies, and also 1.5 cultures. One belongs to their own race, and the other half belongs to the captain. So, after you became my captain, I also became half human. This half wasn't just about the physical body, but more importantly consciousness. It was about the soul. In other words, from this moment on, Evan could even be considered half human on a soul level. It seemed to contain even more profound primal energy knowledge, but Shinshur could already roughly understand it. Then please sit down. Shinshur's smile was very gentle, as was his tone. Try Ixiner's cooking, it will absolutely amaze you. Food is a very important part of our human culture. Yes, Ivan replied, even feeling somewhat flattered. She was certain it wasn't her imagination. The captain had suddenly become much closer to her, as if he had suddenly regarded her as a true partner. Although she didn't know why, this certainly made Ivan very happy. As a warship, no one wouldn't want the captain's attention. Little did she know, the reason for Shinshur's change was because he saw the future. If in this new future, the sage of human civilization, then Ivan was even more deserving of being called the woman standing behind the sage than Ixiner. Whether in the initial war or the subsequent wars, Ivan was Shinshur's greatest asset, and even fought for human civilization to the very last moment. She deserves the title of Queen of the Sea. Evan, after dinner, give me a list of your equipment upgrades and spares, Shinshur said after a moment's thought. I see if I can get you some. He remembered that in that timeline, Evan never received a new set of equipment until the very end. Even her old equipment was completely destroyed. Otherwise, she wouldn't have perished in this war. Human civilization, including Shinshur in that future timeline, was utterly powerless to do anything for Evan, not even repairs. Yes. Evan's response this time was filled with surprise. Would this mean she get her equipment upgraded? For a warship, equipment is the best gift. Even in their culture, it's proof of the captain's love and attention, and no warship wouldn't want a captain who cherishes them. She thought it would be a long time before she could have it, but she hadn't expected. She was truly pampered. As Ixiner brought the food, the 3 of them enjoyed their time together aboard the warship. After the meal, Ewan, blushing, approached Shinshur and respectfully presented him with a slip of paper. The moment Shinshur touched it, he discovered a long list, which he inputted into his mind via a consciousness link. Why all the formality? Shinshur chuckled. It should be more formal. Ewan surprisingly mustered the courage to retort, the first piece of equipment bestowed by the captain, whatever it may be, deserves to be remembered for a lifetime. He wondered if he had actually given her even a single new piece of equipment in this future timeline. But even if he hadn't, that future would probably change once he traded for the equipment. Thinking this, Shinshur reached out and ruffled her hair. He carefully put away the note he was holding, which was actually blank. In fact, Ivan's feeling wasn't wrong. After reading that future, he truly considered Ivan his true partner, and perhaps, with the passage of time, she would even become a member of his family. Ivan was stunned for a moment, then touched her head, quickly becoming excited. This must be how captains express affection. Ivan is so lucky to have met the captain. She suddenly looked up at Shinshur, making no attempt to hide her joy. Back when she was learning about warships at school, she, like all her fellow beings, had been looking forward to and fantasizing about the captain she would meet in the future. He was a gentle, powerful captain who considered the warship his best partner and comrade in arms. And her captain was even better than she had imagined. Not only was he about to find her equipment, but he also expressed his affection for her without reservation. How could this not excite Ivy? Alright, You get used to it, Shinshir said with a smile. I'm going to rest for a while. Don't disturb me unless it's important. Yes. Ivy stood up straight, then her figure quickly disappeared. It's incredible, AIXINR whispered to Shinshir at this moment. If loyalty can be considered love, I even think her love for you surpasses mine. You must treat her well. You're not jealous of a warship, are you? Shinshir glanced sideways at his wife. What are you saying? AIXINR glared at him, annoyed. I'm not being sarcastic. Yes, my wife is generous and gentle. Shinshir reached out and picked her up. What are you doing? AIXINR was a little confused. Doing you? I'm in such a good mood today, of course, I have to celebrate. Wait. AIXINR was slightly out of breath, looking around nervously. Ewan won't be peeking, will she? Don't worry, I already told her not to disturb us. Orders are absolute. Shinshir wasn't wrong, his mood was indeed extremely good. Perhaps today wasn't a special day for human civilization, but for him, so many good things had happened. He had gained Ewan, opened up a completely new future timeline, helped the people of Future Timeline 1 overcome the crisis, and even witnessed a promising future for the first time. Although he couldn't share many of these happy events with AIXINR, he still wanted his beloved to fully experience this joy. However, after a rare 2 days of rest, Shinshir began to think about his next steps. This future is ultimately too risky. Although I don't know why the world binding doesn't seem to be working in this new future timeline, I should strive to make it even more perfect. Shinshir pondered for a moment, feeling that the key lay in this new future timeline. Chapter 166. In Future Line 1, while his strength and influence had developed considerably, the overall power of human civilization was still far inferior to that in Future Line 2. Most importantly, Future Line 1 had now reached its most crucial juncture. Having witnessed the nearly 2,000-year-long war between human and Dake civilizations in this new future line, Shinshir had gained a deeper understanding of wars between sea-level civilizations. This was undoubtedly an exceptionally difficult period. Therefore, he needed to carefully consider the role of Future Line 1, avoiding placing too much pressure on them, and even providing some assistance within his capabilities. Future Line 2, however, was the focus of future development and profit, because both the war with the Dake and the development of civilization were inseparable from the power of the market. The shop had to be opened, and it had to create a sensation in the entire market. He had to build a reputation. So, what kind of treasure item did he need for the entire shop? Shinshir examined the numerous documents in the Future Line 2 database. Finally, the focus shifted to himself. To create a truly awe-inspiring treasure, he had to rely on himself. Especially since the collector seemed to be his obsessive fan. Judging from his previous actions and the information in the database, the collector had single-handedly elevated the value of the term relic to an extremely high level. After all, a collector who controlled a vital trading channel in the land of Gus, an indispensable figure to all of human civilization, and perhaps even one of the wealthiest individuals, was willing to go to any lengths to acquire a relic. Such a feat was enough to drive the entire market up. Not to mention the intrinsic value of the relic itself. Therefore, he still needed to find a treasure powerful enough to completely ignite the collector's fervor. Ordinary personal items definitely won't do. Collectors are interested in the records I left behind, even secrets. Judging from the jade pendant, while they also have a desire to collect my everyday items, they haven't reached the point of recklessness. Shinshir analyzed the collector's personality, even referencing the collector's personality in Future Timeline 1. Finally, he decided to start with something like manuscripts. Why were those 4 famous ancient books able to attract the collector to come in person? Isn't it because they contained his annotations? Just as annotations from an ordinary high school student during the Earth era were enough to trigger such fervor in the collector. What about his manuscripts during the Space era? Come to think of it, he does seem to have the title of published author. Shinshir searched the database for books he had published in the future. And quite a few. However, most of the publications were concentrated in the last 200 years. In other words, during the 200 years following the sacrifice of the Evan, when he chose to retire, he wrote over 200 books. The content was incredibly diverse. There were analyses of the mud system in greater detail, guidance on technological development, sharing of primal energy attainments and technologies, and Shinshir even saw a book titled Time Fantasy. Gulp. Shinshir swallowed hard. This version of himself on this timeline, although lacking Ling, as a remnant of his own consciousness, also possessed some secrets, and knew many things he already knew. After all, a residual consciousness is an avatar possessing intelligence and primal energy, but lacking an independent personality. And if this residual consciousness is built upon everything he currently possesses, This also means that it also has a wealth of information about time provided to him by Shi Ling. Too audacious. Although Shinshur didn't know the exact level of that information, it involved time, a realm even the rancher couldn't touch. Once it reached other civilizations. Wait! Shinshur suddenly realized that most of that information couldn't be accurately described in language. It was mostly an abstract understanding, a cognition built upon the tangible and tactile experience of time. If he didn't have Shi Ling, even if it were transmitted to him, he wouldn't understand. Even if written down using analogies, it would be impossible to describe. And the book's title, Fantasy, was proof enough. Shinshur quickly searched for the book's influence in the future world. The result was surprisingly high. The reason is simple. No one in the future world could understand this book. This added to its mystique. After all, the sage's life was always shrouded in mystery. From the time he left Earth during its early, low-star era, this mystery persisted. Where did the sage obtain his warship? What kind of power was that legendary star C? And why was it never seen again for a long time afterward? This mystery, coupled with Shinshur's exalted status, led countless people to frantically study and explore it for over 1,600 years after his death. Collectors were the most prominent among them. Of all the books Shinshi left behind, only Time Fantasy was completely incomprehensible. Some speculated that everything Shinshur possessed came from the future, but this speculation was extremely rare. It could even be considered mere street corner fantasy. Because if humans in the future could truly travel through time, the power they would possess and the level they would reach would be unimaginable, especially since much of the book's content was logically incoherent. Of course, some speculated that the book contained the secret of the star C. This speculation became the mainstream. Many considered the book a codebook. Others believed that the book contained a huge secret about time. Of course, some thought that the sage left this book simply as a joke for posterity. In short, amidst all these speculations, fantasy studies had even become a significant academic school in the future world, holding a unique position within the Sage Studies School, and even spawning a wide range of papers. The collector is a representative figure of fantasy studies. After reading all this, Shinshur couldn't help but wonder. Could the remnant of his consciousness leaving behind this book be intended for his main body? Anyway, he find the book and see what happens. Unlike most of Shinshur's other books, which are either expensive or require certain access levels to read, this book was easily obtainable from the database. The Human Federation of the future world probably also hopes to gather wisdom, and hopefully one day unlock the secrets of this book. Therefore, Shinshur easily obtained the contents of the book. But after only a cursory glance, his pupils contracted slightly. Good heavens, this is just a haphazard compilation based on Shi Ling's information. He had said that Shi Ling's understanding of time in her consultations was abstract and difficult to describe. Even if forcibly described in words, it would be impossible to convey its original meaning, inevitably resulting in severe distortion, no different from haphazard compilation. The name Wild Fantasy is probably truly fitting. Perhaps it really was prepared for him. Thinking along these lines, Shinshur suddenly understood the reason. This residual consciousness has a certain understanding of time, so it probably understands his identity as a residual consciousness. Then, the appearance of this book becomes understandable. Although you are a part of me, Shinshur murmured to himself, I still want to thank you. He then pulled out a blank sheet of paper. While deceiving the humans of the future world might seem wrong, it seemed worthwhile to ask them to make some sacrifices so that human civilization and the future world could become stronger. Even if they knew the truth, they would probably thank him. Shinshur thought for a moment, then wrote the number 345 at the top of the sheet of paper. Then he began to write. He now fully understood why his future self had chosen to write everything in the form of time. The reason was simple. Even if he couldn't truly write down the mysteries of time, he could still make his writing appear ambiguous. And it plays a unique role. Some parts seem logically flawed, but upon further reading, they seem to become clearly explainable. This makes the book even more mysterious. Moreover, as humanity continues to explore the field of mathematics, not only will the contents of this book not be revealed, but some of its content will appear even more esoteric. It's like a tangled mess of hemp thread. You can always pull out a seemingly complete thread, but in reality, it's impossible to extract it. It's also like a maze. At first glance, it seems there are countless paths out, but as you continue walking, you find that every single one is a dead end. Of course, this isn't entirely useless or a mere waste of time. Although you can't gain anything useful from it, it's surprisingly a powerful way to train primal energy. It seems to contain some complex and vast information, like a primal energy diagram. This makes some people in the future world increasingly obsessed with this book. In short, Shinshur wrote and drew, and a page of a manuscript was thus formed. If this 354 above were considered the 354th manuscript, it would surely ignite a collecting frenzy. Shinshur looked at this manuscript, even more complex than the book from the future world, and couldn't help but grin mischievously. It didn't even need a signature. Because this kind of fabrication was something probably only he could do in the entire galaxy, or even the wider universe. After completing the manuscript creation, Shinshur tossed it into his personal space. He then closed his eyes, and entered the market of Future Line 2. It was time to shock the world. Especially to shock that collector. As a collector, instead of focusing on collecting and trading, or engaging in academic research with disheveled hair, he was dressed so handsomely. It was simply neglecting his duties. In an instant, Shinshur arrived at a closed shop. This was his shop. Located on a corner of the street in the Eastern District, the location was excellent, and of course, the shop's width was also impressive. It was a full 7.2 meters wide. That's equivalent to 2 typical small shops. In this market, the interior space of a shop could practically be infinitely large, but the external shop width was fixed. The larger the shop appeared from the outside, the higher its value and, consequently, its status. Furthermore, the shop's design had to conform to the culture of the corresponding district, highlighting its cultural style. Since Shinshur's shop was an antique shop, he naturally chose the style of an antique shop. And a modern antique shop at that. He directly chose a modern antique shop with excellent decor and business as his template, a wooden structure, clean display windows, antique bookshelves, and various antique-style decorations, giving the entire shop a unique antique shop feel. Upon arriving, Shinshur was somewhat surprised to find Peggy already inside. As an employee, she was actually entitled to enter the shop. Upon seeing Shinshur, her previously motionless figure immediately became lively. "Mr. Zurin." Peggy greeted him with a smile. She had changed into a different outfit, a dark green that appeared more understated. The style had shifted from ethereal to more substantial, with the cuff slightly rolled up, revealing a glimpse of her fair wrists. Her headdress had also been adjusted, and her overall demeanor perfectly complemented the shop's ambience. And this was a consciousness remnant, wasn't it? In Future Line 1, being able to create consciousness remnants was already considered a master. And in this future line, they were probably everywhere in the market. After all, the number of Origin Energy Masters alone was in the hundreds. Truly, they were worthy of being a top-tier C-class civilization. The overlords of a starfield. "The shop isn't even open yet. Why did you come?" "I already created a consciousness remnant, and since I had nothing else to do, I just put it in the shop." Peggy, facing Shinshur, had lost the casualness of their initial meeting, and was now warmly respectful. Looking into her crimson eyes, Shinshur nodded slightly. He could naturally see how much this family patriarch valued this job. "Go outside and put up a notice that the shop will open in 2 hours." "I already notified all my friends, including the collector," Shinshur said calmly. Chapter 167. This trading market didn't have an online platform, but Shinshur's previous friend list already included nearly half of the antique dealers. The value of antiques in the future world wasn't niche. Therefore, he wasn't worried that 2 hours was too short. "Yes." Peggy made no attempt to hide her surprise and anticipation. Finally, this moment had arrived. She wondered which antiques Mr. Zurin would put in the shop. And would there be any treasures like last time, enough to cause a sensation? She felt that being around Mr. Zurin always brought a constant stream of awe. In short, Shinshur had already begun setting up the shop. After Peggy posted her notice outside, several passers-by, seemingly just browsing, approached. "Antique shop actually uses antique shop as its name? That's arrogant. Shouldn't this kind of naming be prohibited? Won't the authorities intervene?" "No, there's no explicit rule against using antique shop as a shop name. It's just that no one does it. I'm afraid it will be boycotted by other antique dealers." Clearly, Shinshur's simple and direct shop name attracted a lot of attention. Soon, a crowd gathered. Even in the future world, there are still people who come with the intention of watching a spectacle. At this moment, a person wearing a black cloak that concealed their face, except for a clearly modified mechanical arm on one hand, stepped forward. A deep voice asked, "Is the owner of this shop the newcomer who took out 5 holy relics a couple of days ago?" The words were made without any attempt to conceal their meaning, and the surrounding discussion fell silent instantly. 5 sacred relics. Clearly, in this market lacking a central information platform, news travels much slower. Therefore, many were unaware. But the mere mention of 5 sacred relics was enough to shock everyone present, Those were sacred relics. Just one could be the prized possession of a powerful clan. It even had the potential to earn the entire clan the title of Guardian Clan, representing not only strength and glory, but also status and profit. That's right, that's my boss, Peggy said proudly. However, while it's said to be 5, 4 of them are actually a set of ancient books, original versions of the 4 great classical novels that a sage read and annotated in his youth. And these 4 books have already been traded to a collector. Such a thing happened? The silent crowd finally erupted into a clamor. Even the collector has been alerted. The loud voices drew even more attention. It already looked somewhat like a promotional event. Each person here held a significant position in human civilization. Even if they were currently weak, they had a high probability of becoming powerful in the future. But at this moment, their behavior resembled that of ordinary bystanders on a modern street. However, what attracted them wasn't discounted goods or event rewards. It was the potential for high-quality antiques. I heard about what happened that day. I heard the shop owner was a newcomer who had just obtained his terminal, but after directly producing a sacred relic, he attracted most of the antique dealers. Then, he even drew in collectors with those 4 ancient books of sages. As those who knew about the events of the past 2 days recounted their experiences, everyone understood that the shop about to open was truly extraordinary. It wasn't just a chance encounter with a sacred relic, they also possessed numerous precious antiques. Do you have any original copies of Journey to the West? The hooded man who had spoken first asked again. Maybe, but it depends on the owner. Peggy could only offer an apologetic look. But the hooded man seemed completely unconcerned. After glancing at the time, he simply stood aside, clearly intending to wait for the opening. This demeanor naturally caused some surprise. Although it was only a mere 2 hours, not even wanting to log off was rare in the market. Some people couldn't quite understand. But before they could say anything, one figure after another began to appear in front of the shop. After recognizing the newcomers, the noise resumed. It's Mr. Joe from Gufang Jai. Is that Mr. Lee from Lee's antique shop? General Sharp Aldrich of the Dongfeng Legion. They're all big shots. Seeing that Shinshir's friends from that day were arriving one after another, even many who hadn't participated in the last auction were also present, causing a stir among the crowd. Peggy felt both nervous and excited. But she firmly suppressed her emotions and stepped forward, softly greeting them. Please wait a moment, everyone. My boss is setting up inside. These people all recognized Peggy, and smiles appeared on their faces, instantly radiating a friendly aura. So it's Miss Peggy. It seems Peggy has become Mr. Zurin's first employee. Congratulations. It's alright, I'd be there soon. May I add you as a friend, Peggy? It'd be easier to contact you if you want any antiques in the future. Looking at these important figures she wouldn't even be qualified to meet in the real world, all so incredibly friendly, Peggy felt no longer nervous, only excited. The status she was so proud of as clan chief paled in comparison to being Mr. Zurin's employee. This was the Holy Land. A place with countless opportunities and countless benefits. Of course, Peggy was also very clear that the real opportunity she possessed was Mr. Zurin himself. Everything before her was brought to her by Mr. Zurin, so what she had to do was firmly grasp this opportunity. Yes, Mr. Lee, it's an honor that you remember me. Thank you. I will serve Mr. Zurin wholeheartedly. Thank you for understanding. Of course, it's my job. Peggy quickly adjusted her mindset and began to interact with these previously untouchable figures with ease, answering their every question. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, because she saw a petite lady approaching. Miss Yunchi, you come too? The person who came was the one who represented the collector at the last auction. It was she who relayed the news to the collector, allowing him to arrive so quickly. Just as Peggy herself gained a different status because of Mr. Zurin, Miss Yunchi, even if previously unknown, was enough to make her the most eye-catching person in this setting simply by representing the collector. Many people around her had already moved closer, greeting her with even more warmth and a hint of respect than before. However, Yunchi didn't respond to the others at all. She merely glanced at Peggy and then said calmly, "Are you now Mr. Zurin's employee?" Her obviously modified eyes held a clear indifference, only changing momentarily when she said Mr. Zurin. Yes, Peggy straightened her back slightly. Although her attitude remained proper and friendly, she didn't want to appear too weak. Even though Mr. Zurin's current status couldn't compare to that of the collector, he was still her key asset, and at least in her eyes, he should be no less important than anyone else. This time, I am still representing Your Excellency the Collector, and I would also like to express my personal gratitude to Mr. Zurin. Yunchi's tone softened noticeably, but then turned arrogant again in her next sentence. After promptly informing Your Excellency the Collector last time, I have officially become Your Excellency's representative, and will search the market for any collectibles that your excellency might be interested in. Upon hearing this, the way some people around her, especially the antique dealers, looked at her changed instantly. What had been a subtle respect before now became undisguised reverence. There was even a hint of ingratiation. After all of human civilization knows that rare antiques can fetch the highest prices in the entire civilization from collectors, but not everyone can contact a collector. Now, with this representative before them, wouldn't they have a channel to trade items with collectors? It's not just about more gold coins, it's about having a trading channel throughout the land of Gus. Even Peggy, looking at this person, couldn't hide her envy. However, she quickly recovered and simply smiled. "Congratulations, Miss Yunchi." "Same to you." Miss Yunchi glanced at her as well. "Miss Peggy is quite lucky to be able to work for Mr. Zurin." "Indeed, I think so too." Peggy smiled as well. Although the person in front of her seemed to have better luck, Peggy was already very satisfied. And what if Mr. Zurin really did become His Excellency the Antique Dealer? Peggy couldn't help but smile inwardly, putting aside this unrealistic thought. At this moment, Yunchi glanced at the shop, whose doors remained tightly closed, and then at the growing crowd around her. She frowned slightly and asked, "May I go in directly? His Excellency the Collector isn't very interested in ordinary antiques anymore. I only need to see the fine pieces." "This?" Peggy hesitated. "No, never mind." Yunchi shook her head again. "Mr. Zurin has a friend seat with the Collector. Perhaps he doesn't need me to represent him. I continue queuing here." Peggy breathed a sigh of relief. But at this moment, many of the onlookers, who hadn't dared to interrupt, were also inwardly astonished. The shop owner actually had a friend seat with the Collector? Even the Collector's representative was patiently queuing at the door. Some people who were about to leave stopped in their tracks. The anticipation for this shop grew even stronger, but no one dared to be disrespectful. Even some antique dealers of considerable status began to queue up voluntarily. They dared not consider themselves to have more status or qualifications than the Collector's representative. And so, a phenomenon rarely seen in markets appeared on this street. A long queue stretched out in front of a closed shop. Gradually, even people from other neighborhoods heard of this rare sight, and came specifically to see it. As the crowd grew, Peggy vaguely understood the reason behind Yunchi's words. A self-answered question directly used the Collector's name to promote Mr. Wei's shop. Indeed, someone who could represent the Collector was no ordinary person. Perhaps even their outward indifference was a deliberate act. "I must study hard and become Mr. Zurin's best employee." As the countdown drew ever closer, the 2 hours quickly came to an end, and a queue of hundreds of people had already formed in front of the shop. It also attracted many onlookers. This was a rare sight in the market. Finally, the countdown ended, and the shop doors slowly opened. A slight commotion even began to stir within the previously quiet queue. The greater the spectacle, the more anticipation grew. Some even bluntly stated, "I hope this shop truly lives up to its name, and that we're worthy of queuing." "Please rest assured, sir," Peggy said confidently, head held high. "Our shop absolutely lives up to its name. Everyone, you may begin to enter." With that, the person at the front of the queue, the hooded man who had asked the question, eagerly stepped inside. The shop's interior had clearly been expanded. But the moment he entered, the hooded man stopped, staring blankly at everything before him, a hint of bewilderment in his eyes. Those who followed him unabashedly erupted in shock. These are all antiques?" It wasn't just one or two people who uttered this. As more and more people entered, the atmosphere within the shop grew increasingly excited. Before them lay shelves upon shelves, arranged like a library, each filled with projections of antiques. There were at least 1,000 items. In this era, even established powers would struggle to possess such a quantity of antiques. The number of antiques was constantly dwindling, not to mention that in the past 3,000 years, the human population had grown to a terrifying trillions. The collections of these established powers would inevitably disperse over time, their numbers dwindling ever further. Chapter 168. As the guests began to carefully examine the antiques, they were increasingly astonished. Not everything among the antiques was valuable. Some everyday items from the Earth era 3,000 years ago, such as glass cups, bowls, or other small objects, while possessing considerable value, were among the lowest in the entire antique market if their owners were of low status or even ordinary. They were worth roughly a few gold coins. Only wealthy families would buy them to display, showcasing their historical heritage, but for ordinary people, they held little practical significance. But now, looking around, the majority of what was displayed on the counters were the most valuable ancient books. Even the few everyday items were of high quality. Yes, all were incredibly valuable. One guest, gazing at the enamel cup painted with red flowers, couldn't help but show an expression of amazement. Such water cups were largely obsolete during the late stages of Earth's rapid industrial development, so very few remained in the market. Surprisingly, this single shelf contained dozens of enamel cups. Some families would definitely be willing to pay a hefty price to buy them. Looking at the other items, even the worst shelf would cost thousands of gold coins, while those displaying rare ancient books would likely cost millions. As for the electronic products that could still extract some information, they wouldn't be available for less than tens of millions. Incredible. This was the only thought remaining in the minds of everyone who entered the shop. Even powerful families with such collections wouldn't sell them all. These were the foundation of their clans, irreplaceable and unproducible treasures of civilization. "Excuse me, Miss Peggy, why aren't these ancient books priced?" The hooded man who had entered first had found the ancient book he was looking for, the original version of Journey to the West. Given its rarity and power, it ranked among the top ancient books, normally destined for auction. Yet here, there were 3 or 4 of them. Their power was truly unimaginable, but for someone like him, who had nowhere else to buy them, this was the greatest surprise. The one who answered him wasn't Peggy. For items with excessively high prices, our shop uses a sealed bid system. Shinshur slowly walked in. He had changed into a black Zhongshan suit with crimson cloud trim. The Zhongshan suit was also a favorite among antique dealers, and Shinshur's suit featured a crimson dragon embroidered on the shoulders and neck, coiled and intertwined within the clouds, as if about to burst forth at any moment. Combined with the status and aura surrounding him, it was extremely conspicuous. Immediately, everyone else displayed extreme respect, many firmly remembering his appearance, because they were very clear that a new big shot was about to emerge in this terminal market. You can leave your acceptable price on the counter, not limited to gold coins, but also other items. I check them every week. If someone's offer satisfies me, I notify you of the deal, otherwise, there will be no notification. Shinshur explained the shop's rules simply. After hearing this, only one thought crossed their minds: power brings arrogance. However, in the market, the balance of power between buyers and sellers is determined by who has the higher demand. But this couldn't help but raise some concerns. Perhaps these items weren't actually for sale, but merely displayed to attract customers? Finally, someone couldn't hold back and voiced their doubts. But Shinshur gave that person a dismissive glance. "You can take a look. Of the antiques I traded the other day, only one in our shop is truly not for sale." "You actually have something not for sale?" Boss Joe exclaimed in amazement. "Any antique here that requires a sealed bid would be considered a prized possession in my shop. I really don't know what kind of treasure your shop possesses." The antique dealers around him had similar expressions. In fact, when they first entered, they all looked bitter. But after observing carefully, they calmed down. After all, they simply couldn't compare. In today's antique market, most antique dealers mainly focus on buying. Unless there's an urgent need, very few people sell. Ultimately, why are antiques valuable in prosperous times? It's because so many people are collecting them, not to mention the irreplaceable and powerful role antiques play in traditional technology. If Shinshur were truly intending to sell these antiques, it would be a game changer. But these people weren't angry. Instead, they were overjoyed. The markets were completely different. They were a market for buying, while Mr. Zurin, who had sold so many antiques, was unlikely to buy any more at high prices. Therefore, more and more people gathered around Shinshur. "Mr. Zurin, why don't you let us see them?" To be considered a treasure by Mr. Zurin, it must at least be a sacred relic. "I wonder where Mr. Zurin comes from. Perhaps we can have more cooperation in the real world. Mr. Zurin, I left in a hurry last time and haven't added you as a friend yet, you see." Now, no one doubted the depth of Shinshur's resources. Some even thought he might be from an ancient clan that had migrated to a new place, which was why he was willing to offer a portion of his resources to obtain funds for rapid development. In recent years, the Human Federation has been actively encouraging major powers to expand outwards, because the footprints and influence of every Class B civilization extend beyond just one star system. Even someone like the rancher, whose mere name shook countless star systems. At this moment, before Shinshur could reply, Yunshi walked out from the crowd, respectfully saying softly, "Mr. Zurin, the collector will be arriving soon." These words not only shocked the ordinary guests around them, but even those of considerable status surrounding Shinshur showed expressions of surprise. Everyone knew that the collector would only personally appear when he encountered a truly desirable item, and this standard had become increasingly high in recent years. Unless it was a sacred relic, it was usually only extremely rare ancient books, or musical or video recordings. But right now, Mr. Zurin hadn't even brought out his prized possession. Actually, after hearing that there were thousands of priceless antiques here, The collector intended to come in person, Yunqi explained softly, as if she had sensed the other's thoughts and cautiously glanced at Shinshi's expression. Knowing that Mr. Zren had items not for sale, he came immediately. I'm afraid that in the collector's heart, anything Mr. Zren considers not for sale must be an unparalleled treasure. At this moment, Yunqi showed no trace of her usual indifference. But few people cared about this anymore. At this moment, everyone was focused on only one thing: the collector was coming. This news spread rapidly among the customers in the shop. Even those who had already chosen their items were reluctant to leave. Just seeing the renowned collector in person was a stroke of luck. As a result, the shop grew increasingly crowded. Some unsuspecting shoppers, who had simply wandered in, were taken aback by the hundreds, even nearly 1,000 people. But the wait wasn't long. The collector's immediately meant truly immediately. He arrived at the shop almost instantly, having dropped everything he was doing. And the moment he entered, his eyes lit up. Completely ignoring the astonished gazes of the others, it was as if his eyes were fixed solely on the dazzling array of antiques. Nothing else mattered. He began examining each piece meticulously, starting from the entrance. His initial elegance had vanished, replaced by a kind of obsession, a kind of fanaticism. He even muttered to himself. Fortunately, the room was completely silent, allowing everyone to hear him clearly. Unbelievable. This is a Zippo lighter, a limited edition released in 2005. Only 1,000 were ever made. It's exactly as described in the book. This is Mutai liquor? Mutai liquor preserved for 3,000 years? Hermes, a classic luxury brand from the late Earth era. Wait, this invoice, this Hermes bag was actually used by the wife of a sage? A copy of the Ziji Tongjian published in 1982. I only have half a copy. Hunan Opera, Hua de Chao, isn't this already lost? The collector's voice grew louder and louder, no longer concealing his astonishment. As he looked around, he frantically marked prices on various items. Such behavior was quite different from the rumors and status associated with the collector. However, the others gradually shifted their attention to the collector's words. The antiquities of human civilization are vast and boundless. Especially after entering the industrial age of the Lodestar era, all kinds of items flourished. Therefore, even among antique experts, very few can be intimately familiar with all antiques. It wasn't until the collector arrived that people realized the antique shop's vast collection held so many surprises. Even lost items were there, including relics of the Sage Lady. This was undoubtedly the inventory of a powerful clan from some earthly era. Perhaps even a clan with close ties to the Sage. Could it be a branch of the Shin family? Or descendants of the Sage Lady's clan? The way some people looked at Shinshur had changed for the umpteenth time. Everyone knew now. From this day forward, this shop and its owner will likely cause a sensation throughout the market. But who could have imagined that an antique shop could exist that even collectors linger in? The title antique shop is truly fitting for this place. It seems that after the appearance of the collector's excellency, who surpasses all collectors, the market is about to see a dealer's excellency who surpasses all antique dealers. Mr. Zren, one antique dealer, seemed to realize something. Looking at Shinshur with eager eyes, the collector's excellency has arrived. May I have the opportunity to see Mr. Zren's prized possession? That's right, that's right. The others also reacted. It's truly unimaginable what kind of treasure Mr. Zren could choose as the crown jewel of his shop, given the abundance of other treasures. A sacred relic. It's definitely a sacred relic. Could it be a manuscript by a sage? The manuscripts of books written by sages have all been collected by the Supreme Museum of the Human Federation. I suspect it's a book the sage read in the early Starry Sky era. Could it be the manuscript of the first piano piece that the sage's wife gifted to the sage? That's a true treasure. It embodies the 1,000-year-long emotions between the sage and his wife, undoubtedly the most precious item in the marriage contract. It's just a pity, even the original performance has been lost. Shinshur, upon hearing someone's speculation, couldn't help but stir slightly. The manuscript of AI Xioner's piano piece is actually that valuable? He asked her when he gets back. Many of the items he had placed on the counter earlier, even he himself wasn't entirely sure of their value, and they couldn't be found in the Future Worlds database. The reason for using a sealed bid transaction was for this reason. So this time, he actually brought out many items as a trial, including AI Xioner's bag. AI Xioner used to love these things, like many young girls, but after marriage, her fondness for them faded considerably. The one Shinshur brought out was just something they bought casually while shopping. They had quite a few on the spaceship, but he had never seen AI Xioner use it. Even the only proof that AI Xioner bought it was the invoice. And now it seems, some things, especially luxuries that are already rare in modern society, will have even higher value in the future. The reason is probably the same as the value of precious ancient items in modern society. However, the truly valuable things are ancient books. So, what exactly is the value of a manuscript of sages that has never appeared in the future world? Shinshur began to look forward to it. "Ladies and gentlemen," he announced, "our shop's prized possession is placed right in the center of the shop." As soon as he finished speaking, a figure vanished from the spot in a flash. It was the collector, who was completely absorbed in the antiques on the counter. Chapter 169. Only the collector himself could truly understand his feelings at that moment. Surprise. Yes, an immense surprise. Although he had already sensed that this newly appeared antique dealer in the market was no ordinary person, he never expected that he could bring him such a great surprise. It had been so many years since he had felt this kind of surprise. This shop contained so many things that deeply attracted him, igniting his intense desire to collect and study. So when he heard the antique dealer say that the shop's prized possession was in the very center, the collector instantly rushed to the center. He completely lost control of his emotions. And when he carefully examined the withered yellow paper quietly floating above a wooden table, he was struck dumb, his whole body trembling. When the others arrived, this was the scene they witnessed. The collector, already a master of primal energy, stood there dumbfounded, his entire body surging with emotions like a tidal wave. It was an indescribable exhilaration, immense joy, and unbelievable shock. What could he have seen to elicit such a reaction from the collector? Everyone couldn't help but stare at the paper. It was the most common A4 paper from the Earth era. Most of the content was obscured, but a small portion was still visible. It occupied about 1/5 of the page. Besides the number 345 at the very beginning, the rest looked like some incomprehensible symbols. Wait. This is time fantasy. This is time fantasy. Someone exclaimed, their eyes wide. In fact, more and more people recognized it. Just as Shinshur knew, in the future world, the book Time Fantasy was known to everyone. Many schools even used it as teaching material for origin energy training, making it the best origin energy training method easily accessible to ordinary humans. Coupled with the secrets of the sages, all of this contributed to the terrifying popularity of Time Fantasy. It was practically a household name. However, what was before them was clearly handwritten, and it didn't seem to be any part of Time Fantasy. Could it be someone's research on the book? Some even couldn't help but offer their assessment. Then, they stood frozen in shock, because the terminal's dating analysis showed that it was written at the end of the Starry Sky Era 0002. Keep in mind, the book Time Fantasy was written in the 14th century of the Starry Sky Era, 3 years before the death of the sage Shinshur. Could this be? Could this be? It wasn't just 1 or 2 people, not even just the antique dealers. Almost everyone began to tremble slightly. It wasn't that they couldn't control their emotions, but rather that they didn't want to. They needed words and actions to express their shock, because the appearance of this page was enough to prove that the sage had already begun writing Time Fantasy at the very beginning of the Starry Sky Era. More than 1,300 years before the book actually came to light. This is undoubtedly a groundbreaking discovery capable of shaking the entire human civilization. What secrets does this book hold? Why would a sage begin writing it so early? Why did the sage leave this book behind in his later years, bequeathing it to human civilization? One question after another flooded the mind, as if determined to unravel the mystery. However, when people came to their senses, they looked at Shinshur as if they were looking at a legend of this era. A sage's relic, a sage's manuscript, coupled with the significance of breaking people's understanding of the writing time of Time Fantasy, and the book's own unknown and mysterious nature. Priceless. Truly priceless. This page is more than just a so-called treasure of a shop. It could even be called a supreme treasure of all human civilization. At this moment, the collector seemed to finally come to his senses. In an instant, he appeared before Shinshur, reaching out and grabbing Shinshur's arm tightly. How can we trade this treasure? It's not for sale at the moment. Shinshur's arm became ethereal. This is a new feature of the black market. No one here will be harmed. AB3 class immigrant warship, the collector declared, throwing out his price. This is the highest I can offer. With this warship, you could even create an eternal voyage kingdom. An eternal voyage kingdom. The surrounding crowd was already somewhat numb. They hadn't expected the collector to possess such a powerful device. This could practically be the trump card of any C-class civilization. Even Shinshur felt a momentary urge to buy it. Such an immigration warship might even have the potential to carry the entire human civilization away from the mud system. However, he quickly abandoned the idea. that would inevitably drastically alter the future of the entire civilization. Most importantly, an opportunity is just an opportunity. The mud system forbids any civilization from escaping. To abandon a future that was already growing powerful for a high-risk opportunity would be a foolish move on Shinshir's part. Currently, I don't have anything I particularly want, Shinshir said with an unequivocal tone. Therefore, I will not trade this piece of paper. This piece of paper wasn't originally intended for trade, it was meant to serve as a prized possession. To solidify his position in the market. Naturally, it was also meant to attract the attention of collectors, and even more big shots along this future timeline. After all, his appearance was fake, and no one could possibly find him. But this was a real problem for collectors. Sensing Shinshir's resolve, the collector turned back to gaze intently at the page, his heart filled with an indescribable bitterness. Sir Antique Dealer, please understand, he said, his face contorted with anguish. To have such a treasure before you, yet be unable to possess it, is like 1,000 ants gnawing at your heart, an unbearable agony. That's an exaggeration, Shinshir shook his head. This was naturally an exaggeration. The primal energy master's will was far from fragile. The collector's current emotions were simply because he hadn't suppressed them. However, such a single page could actually be exchanged for a B3 class warship. It can only be said that the mystique created by time fantasy was incredibly successful. Fortunately, this book did indeed contribute to the training of the entire population's primal energy, making a significant contribution to the overall development of primal energy technology for future human civilization. Otherwise, Shinshir would feel somewhat ashamed. After all, it's impossible to find any secrets in this book. Probably not. Well, Shinshir could only confirm that its content differed greatly from actual time information, but time was indeed too mysterious. At least, even he didn't understand why this book could train primal energy. In short, judging from the collector's reaction, Shinshir knew that his shop's reputation had been established. Seeing the collector still engrossed in the page, Shinshir thought for a moment and said, "Collector, don't be disappointed. It's not for sale now, but that doesn't mean it will always be. When I need it, or when I find a better treasure, you still have a chance to obtain it." Indeed. The collector's eyes lit up, staring intently at Shinshir. "Of course," Shinshir said with a faint smile, "I'm an antique dealer, not a collector." Indeed. The collector nodded repeatedly, showing none of the airs of a great man. He even said to Shinshir with great enthusiasm, "Sir, you don't need to address me as your excellency, just call me Gongma or the collector." "All right." Shinshir was completely unceremonious. The collector in future timeline 1 was even his subordinate. This collector in future timeline was just more handsome, more powerful, and wealthier, but in essence, he was still that collector who loved history and heritage above all else, so Shinshir naturally felt no awe towards him. Not to mention, Shinshir's true identity is that of a sage in this future timeline. However, the others were unaware of this. To them, based solely on this one treasure, the shop owner seemed to possess an air of superiority even over the collector. This was truly unimaginable. They wondered if the collector was only showing up because the treasure was still unobtained, or, "If you have any needs, whether big or small, sir, please feel free to ask Yunchi," the collector's solemn voice suddenly rang out. "If Yunchi cannot resolve it, I will personally handle it, whatever the need may be." Good heavens, everyone gasped inwardly. With just this one sentence, this shop owner had instantly become one of the most powerful, influential, and prestigious figures in all of human civilization. The antique dealer had truly appeared. From this point on, whenever the words antique dealer were mentioned without a specific reference, the person immediately identified was this very man. Just like the word collector itself. "Don't worry, definitely," Shinshir said with a smile. He naturally understood that the collector's words didn't mean he would blindly obey, but rather that he could help Shinshir with a series of things. However, in return, if anything required a significant sacrifice, Shinshir would have to offer even better antiques. It was a transaction. As one of the most powerful beings in all of human civilization, neither Gong Chu nor the collector were people who would readily trade themselves and have their original energy stamp engraved. In the first future timeline, Shinshir had to sacrifice the hope of all human civilization, along with its severed lineage, to gain their submission. As for this future timeline, gaining such a promise from the collector was already a tremendous achievement. After all, even if the land of Gus remained the same land of Gus, there were some things that the collector of future timeline 1 couldn't obtain. "I go take a look at the rest of the treasures." The collector took one last, reluctant, and captivated look at the page of the sage's manuscript. Finally suppressing his emotions, he turned and returned to the spot he had just left, examining each antique one by one, occasionally placing a bid, clearly a shopping spree. Only then did some people gradually finish placing their orders, or bidding, and leave the shop, all exclaiming that the trip had been worthwhile. Not only did they witness so many treasures, but they also witnessed the fervor of collectors, and the rise of a powerful figure. Those still remaining in the shop, whether ordinary passers-by or fellow antique dealers, completely changed their attitude towards Shinshur, radiating respect. Yunqi, in particular, treated him almost like a collector. However, they didn't crowd around to disturb him. Only Boss Zhou, confident in his past assistance to Shinshur, approached with a beaming smile, cupping his hands and softly saying, "Congratulations, esteemed antique dealer. We now have an industry leader, truly a cause for celebration." "Don't worry, for a long time to come, I will primarily focus on selling," Shinshur said, shaking his head. He immediately recognized that Zhou was representing the other antique dealers to test the waters. "You can also participate in the sealed bid auctions of all items in the shop. My presence should be beneficial to your antique acquisitions. Although antiques have more than just collectible value, the price of any commodity will decrease as its quantity increases. From this point on, antique dealers will offer lower purchase prices. This is indeed beneficial to them. After all, they acquire antiques not primarily for collection, but for the development of their own clans. The ever-expanding borders and territories of the vast starry sky have also changed the way internal forces develop. Expansion, dispersion, and migration have become eternal themes. This further highlights the value of antiques and the status of culture. After all, when people come to star systems far from their homeland, over long periods of time and vast distances, the only thing that will not make them lose themselves and their homeland is culture, and the only thing that can prove the existence of culture and homeland is antiques. This is the foundation of human civilization, no matter how it expands or develops. Therefore, at this moment, Boss Zhou, and even the other antique dealers nearby, smiled broadly after hearing Shinshur's words, becoming increasingly respectful and even grateful. In this era, anyone who can bring out so many antiques must be a truly philanthropist. What the antique dealer says is absolutely right. Boss Zhou bowed respectfully and smiled warmly. Then I won't disturb you any longer. I'm also prepared to spend all my savings to buy some good things, and I hope the antique dealer can be lenient with me. Shinshur nodded. He said nothing more. He sat down in the shop owner's reserved seat behind the counter, wanting to see what the customers had brought out for the auction. Chapter 170. Although gold coins serve as a general equivalent in this market, it is ultimately a small market with only tens of thousands of people. Under unforeseen circumstances, gold coins could become unusable or experience significant devaluation. Therefore, generally no one hoards too many gold coins. Excessive hoarding would also disrupt the market's monetary economy. Thus, bartering combined with gold coin compensation is common. This is why the current sealed auction contains a large number of various devices. Among them, energy batteries and spaceships are the most numerous. The former is an extremely versatile resource, useful not only in war and daily life, but also for energy training. The latter, however, is because for the owners of the market terminals, spaceships are the most abundant resource. The market terminal comes with an incredibly large personal storage space. In interstellar space, the spaceship is home and life itself. Therefore, almost everyone stores a considerable number of spaceships and warships in their storage space, making them one of the most in-demand and common items in the market. Even collectors, upon seeing the sage's manuscript, immediately offered a warship for the transaction. Both of these items were quite helpful to Shinshur. However, no warship more powerful than the Ivan appeared. Even if he acquired the Ivan, its value would be at least over 100 million. A single antique like the Ivan rarely reaches that price unless it's a complete set of books. However, several relatively minor warship components were still found among them. Ivan's gaze sharpened slightly. Because I saw a warp jammer device. The technology level was a mere C8. That's a valuable item. A small number of nodes within the MUD system lacked corresponding C-level civilization regression monitoring. This allowed them to establish warp channels to collect fees from warships without warp engines, and also to monitor ships undergoing regression through these nodes, thus weakening their control over various civilizations in the star field, a system with both benefits and risks. However, without a spear, there is no shield. A warp jammer is precisely that kind of device designed to counter node monitoring. The Shinshur also lacked such a device, but it wasn't being used first. After all, the entire Lychee's rating was below C9, which didn't mean all its technology had reached that level. But without that thing, it could undergo regression upgrades. More importantly, upon seeing that, Ivan's next course of action was already vaguely formed. So even though others offered lower prices, I felt somewhat confident and directly approved the transaction through a sealed bid. Besides some energy batteries and warship-related devices, Ivan also saw many other devices. Most of them were quite useless. For example, a fully encapsulated production line. In the market, that seemed to have become a relatively mature market. After all, in the context of small-scale expansion, many people who wanted to establish themselves in a new place mostly built production lines slowly, and no one even specially designed and encapsulated various production lines before reselling them in the market. Ivan even spotted a fully automated, Level 3 liquid metal production plant. Liquid metal is a relatively important area of materials science in interstellar space. Its characteristic is its weak energy absorption ability, which has led to its widespread use in various fields. Construction, warship armor, armor modification, star system fortresses. E-class warships, like the Voron, can only use the highest grade liquid metal for modifications in the captain's cabin and warp drive room. Even so, in later wars, it took several targeted bombardments with miniature antimatter bombs to breach them, demonstrating the weakness of liquid metal. The production plant behind her, from raw material processing to finished product output, was entirely automated and already encapsulated. Simply inputting raw materials would provide a continuous supply of low-grade liquid metal. Completely foolproof operation. This would undoubtedly be of paramount importance to the development of modern civilization. However, one production line alone seemed insufficient. Yuan thought for a moment and decided to carefully research which devices she needed. She planned to make a list and hang it outside the shop, informing all customers that using the devices listed under the sign would significantly increase their chances of success. She could also put down some devices for upgrading Shishirao. If that wasn't possible, she'd just buy them directly with gold coins. Judging by that cold demeanor, it seemed like she was incredibly wealthy. Opening the shop was indeed a small success. Yuan explained as she selected various devices. In the days leading up to this, Yuan would dedicate time each day to reviewing the various items auctioned, selecting what she needed, and frequently checking outside the shop. She noticed a gradual decrease in the number of customers visiting her shop. This large shop used to see thousands of visitors daily. Consider that the entire market only has tens of thousands of people. That meant that in just a few days, almost everyone in the market knew about her shop, and some had even visited in person. Clearly, the shop's reputation had spread. And Yuan realized that a small part of the reason was the collector. That seemingly insignificant figure, virtually unknown throughout human civilization, had been spending all those days in Yuan's shop. I treated Yuan's shop like a research site. Even though I had obscured the information on some ancient books and documents, I meticulously examined every item, regardless of its shape or function, luxury goods, household items, and even some electronic products. That's all. The collector bid on almost all the items, sparing no expense. This fervent passion, this obsession. Everyone who came seeking him out had their perception of collectors changed. No one dared to disturb him, but later, fewer and fewer people came to take a look. The day dragged on endlessly. That day, the fewest people ever had gathered outside Ivan's shop. A careful count revealed a mere 2,000 people. Not all of them had bid, but all were extremely interested in the outcome of the transactions. After all, since Evan opened her shop, there had never been a single rumor that I wasn't genuinely interested in selling such a small number of valuable antiques, but rather using them as a way to attract customers and sell items that weren't truly valuable. Therefore, the number of people who ultimately won bids and completed transactions was very small. And that rumor would become clear as soon as one came to see for oneself today. At this moment, everyone was already seated in the small hall prepared by Peggy. The scene looked quite grand, even surpassing some small auctions in the market. When Evan appeared, almost everyone in the 2,000 people couldn't help but murmur. The antique dealer is out. Sir, is this the result of today's sealed bid? We've been waiting for this. You bid 10 times, your whole family went bankrupt, you're bound to win a few. Whether you're a real antique dealer or just a charlatan, we find out soon enough. The collector is here too, we know how many bids he win. Even though a small minority remained silent, the sheer volume of voices created a considerable commotion. Especially, some of the overly polite voices clearly indicated that these were people who had disguised themselves and concealed their identities. But it didn't matter. In business, no one will be satisfied as long as it doesn't hinder my profits. Yuan was also worried about her reputation. After all, in the antique industry, my expertise was undeniable. So, at this moment, I simply raised my hand and gestured for silence to fall. Speaking was merely a gesture of respect. No one was truly foolish enough to completely offend the person behind them. I know you all have many worries and questions, but everything is in the results. Lai Chi's intense voice reached everyone's ears. Then, I sent out the 800 or so transaction requests I had prepared beforehand. Many people present immediately received notifications on their terminals. You won. Some people showed surprise and joy, and didn't hide it as they spoke out directly. You won too. 2 out of 10 bids won. That's not bad. Why didn't you win? You didn't either. Amidst the crowd, there was no joy or sorrow. Those who won, even if only one, showed a hint of delight and eagerly completed the transaction on the spot. For example, Peggy, you were also beaming with joy. Because you won the bid too. Following Lai Chi's hint, you offered one of your clan's human modification device production lines used in the construction and manufacturing industry, and successfully won the bid, obtaining another fragmented copy of the Book of Rights, crucial to your family. In terms of value alone, the production line you offered was worth at least 1.7 times that of the ancient book. However, its impact on your family is immeasurable. Because it means that we might be able to take a step back and establish a branch, opening up a completely new region. But with so few people present, those who didn't win were ultimately a small minority. Many people whispered, "Antique dealer, can you reveal how many bids were won this week?" Facing that seemingly unanswerable question, Ewan answered decisively, 877 items. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Not even 800 pieces? That's a huge number. Each of these antiques requiring bidding is worth over 1 million gold coins. Some are even worth tens of millions, and others are priceless. For those who have their eyes on them, even a price several times higher would be worthwhile. So, in our original thinking, if even a few dozen of those high-quality antiques were sold at a time, it would be considered a fluke by the dealer. 877 pieces. Once that number was mentioned, even those who didn't win dared to voice any objections. Because even the entire market might not sell that many high-quality antiques in a week. That alone was enough to mean that the antique dealer behind them was genuinely selling antiques. And we had no chance in the previous week's transactions. You see, the antique market is already a complete seller's market. Very few things are simply priceless, and yet still have a market. Oh, right! Suddenly, someone remembered something. Taking advantage of his altered appearance and anonymous status, he called out to the collector, "Collector, could you tell me how many bids you won?" Immediately, everyone's attention focused on the collector. Although many had claimed to have won, only a majority actually spoke out. During that time, many had seen the collector quietly bidding on a small number of items in the shop. The collector's skillful bidding was well known. If a small portion of those 700 bids were indeed from the collector. However, faced with the collector's question, the collector only looked at Ewan with disappointment and said, "Sir, you bid 787 times, but only won 18. Are you satisfied with these?" Only 17? Many people slightly narrowed their eyes. Even the collector only won so few? We thought at most half of them belonged to the collector. He should know that the items he offered were mostly personal devices, many with overlapping functions and technological levels, Ivan explained vehemently. You're developing in a place far from human civilization. What you need first are items for civilizational development and weakening. You think he should have guessed that. But the items you have suitable for civilization are mostly prepared for the Human Federation. The next time I traded this civilization-level energy device to you, I was scolded by Gong Chu. The collector sighed, making no attempt to hide his disappointment. Lai Chi's heart stirred slightly. That was the first time I heard Gong Chu's name. Although Gong Chu's existence had been confirmed, the database didn't provide much information about him, the commander of the Dongfeng Legion, one of the lowest-ranking members of the Human Council. Much related information was kept under low-level secrecy. But hearing the collector's words now, it seems that in that future timeline, my relationship with Gong Chu is still considered wrong? Yes. The event of the collector fleeing with the remaining cultural heritage during a time of human civilization's crisis should not have occurred in that future timeline. Whether or not that factor exists, the two brothers, whose relationship was already very wrong, will naturally still have a very wrong relationship. At this moment, the others also realized what was happening. Since the antique dealer would bring out so many high-quality antiques to sell and trade, there must be no specific demand. Chapter 171. Because everyone can see that the value of antiques will inevitably rise with the expansion of human civilization. Keeping antiques in hand, whether for personal use or investment, is a sure win. Only in the early stages of exploration, when rapid development is urgently needed, would so many antiques be brought out. Antique dealer, You are indeed from the ancient Yuangu clan of pioneering voyages. So, what I won the bid for was indeed an industrial production line. Antique dealer, you must have a need for so many antiques on the market. How come I didn't think of that? Among the items I bid for, there was a warp drive technology. I wonder if that's the reason. No wonder I failed in the trade using the immigrant warship. If I had known I needed these, I would definitely have won the bid. I have a high-quality production line. Many people on the stage were discussing animatedly, and many faces were quite excited. It's good that there's a direction. It's rare to see such a large quantity of antiques being sold on the market. If you miss it, they might sell out quickly. But now that they had a direction, they were sure they could acquire some of the remaining antiques. At this moment, Shinshir continued on stage. This week's transactions are complete. I compiled a demand list, which will be placed in the shop. Furthermore, some of the antiques in the shop have been replenished, while others will be replaced with new antiques. As Shinshir spoke, the previously faint discussion on stage quickly dwindled. Many people were filled with surprise. Replenishment? And new antiques on display, even if it's a genuine need, it's still too extravagant. The collectors, who were initially somewhat dissatisfied, now seemed to have their eyes shining, their figures disappearing from their original spots in an instant, already running into the shop. The others also reacted immediately. Everyone, go and see the new merchandise. It's enough to make the collector's section shine. The antique dealer's resources are truly unfathomable. If the quality of the antiques were as good as before, there would probably be a fierce competition. Someone seemed to have thought of something and whispered to Evan, "Antique dealer, do you have a warp drive production line? But if the value exceeds that of a single item you like, can you include several?" Of course. Evan looked at me. Just tell Peggy what's going on behind the counter, and you decide. If the others don't have any low-value items, they can do the same, and you can even compensate with gold coins. Immediately, many people's eyes brightened. Finding something of similar value to an antique might not be that difficult, but if it were more valuable, it would be much easier. These days, who's running a small-scale construction or production operation, while selling antiques might slow down development, antiques are a matter of maximizing expansion. Whether it's a profit or loss is something only they can weigh. And so, in a short time, Ivan saw many better items among the listed prices. For example, the warp drive production line that person mentioned earlier was also fully encapsulated. Such devices are difficult to produce fully encapsulated. The technology is too advanced and too important. Normally, it requires specialized technical experts to oversee it layer by layer. To achieve full encapsulation and pass rigorous testing, one must have a complete mastery of the technology, and there must be more than one artificial intelligent life form outside, like a little teacher on Earth. The value of that kind of thing is indeed very low. After all, the warp drive is crucial to the core of a warship. Its function and value are undeniable. Not having such a production line is like not having a goose that lays golden eggs. Bringing out such a valuable item demonstrates their emphasis on antiquity. It's likely a clan that has already reached a certain level of development and is now eager to expand. Of course, compared to the above, the shock that Evan brought to those people was even smaller. The ancient book you wanted has actually been replenished. The antiques you've been searching for so long are now complete sets. That book is one of the best-selling novels of the late Earth era, isn't it? You got your eye on that one too. You're determined to get it. Brother, go find the other books. Does he think you're being vague? Its power system is based on the original version of Journey to the West. Although its fame is incomparable, if you can manifest it, it's a small trump card. This item will definitely be yours. That's a matter of skill. His. The quality of those newly replenished antiques is even better than next week's. Just who is this antique dealer? Even Peggy, let alone those behind her, hadn't expected that her boss would sell over 800 exquisite antiques in just 1 week, completely replenishing that number. If last week had been the same. This was achieved in a very short time, even dominating the entire antique market, because the transaction volume of just that one shop already exceeded the total value of all other antique transactions combined. And then consider the numerous relics of saints and other antiques unrelated to sages that the shopkeeper brought out. Could it really be a branch of the Shin family? Peggy. Evan's voice suddenly came. Yes, Peggy replied quickly. Whether it's as you guessed, one thing is certain, you must cling to that little leg. It's an opportunity that concerns not only you personally, but even your entire family. He might have a harder time coming up, Evan said. That coldness will likely persist for a while. You understand? That's what you're supposed to do, Peggy said earnestly. Okay, some previous transactions might still be completed through him. You don't have much time, So you need to manage it well. You understand. Peggy's eyes brightened slightly. In the rules of the market, employees have certain authority, but it all depends on how much the boss gives them. If you truly have the authority to decide on some transactions, the benefits for you are unimaginable. Like Yunchi. Just the hidden benefits that come with status are beyond compare. It seems I really need to study what the boss needs. Peggy had made up her mind to work diligently for her boss. Seeing that you understood, Evan said little more, her figure quickly disappearing into the market. Upon regaining consciousness, looking at the dazzling array of devices outside her personal space, she felt a surge of excitement. For human civilization, now facing a new destiny, the most important thing wasn't weapons or equipment. It was development. Even with Evan's methodical regression, human civilization would soon enter a period of 200 years of development. The difficulty of changing one's destiny is far lower than that of changing war. After all, during wartime, even a little intelligence can have a profound impact on the future and destiny. Development is inevitable. To allow human civilization to develop rapidly in a short period of time, only a very small amount of support is needed, and it includes several fields. But without that booming shop, without those things traded outside the personal space, Ivan has no reason to doubt that I can still change that new future and make it better and better. However, we also need to find ways to extend the time for human development. 200 years is still too short. Ivan pondered for a moment, then got up and walked out of the lounge. I found that Sutai was busy outside the kitchen. Looking curiously at Shinshur, who was doing a rather amateurish job, Ivan asked, "Where's Exliner?" "Captain?" Sutai turned around abruptly, seemingly startled. You now understand that the captain's unique culture makes him deeply averse to being constantly watched by others. Therefore, when interacting with the captain inside the warship as human Shinshur, you suppressed a small portion of your senses. Even considering you are the warship itself, your primal abilities alone should have detected that Sutai was already in front of you. Moreover, although you were startled at first, the sudden surprise of seeing the captain standing before you was also quite unexpected. "Madam is practicing the zither inside," Shinshur said timidly, noticing the captain's gaze. His grip on the shovel tightened slightly. "You've seen Madam's movements, and you just wanted to try it out. If the captain dislikes it." "That's great," Ivan smiled, patting your head. "He take care of today's cooking. But cooking is more about the sentiment than the taste." "Yes. You understand." Shinshur's face lit up with joy, nodding emphatically. "In human culture, cooking for someone important is a way to express your feelings. You'd definitely be able to convey your feelings for the captain, just like Madam did." "He's really becoming more and more like a human," Ivan exclaimed. "To be like the captain's kind is the highest praise you could receive." Sutai's eyes crinkled, a look of pure delight on his face. "Perfect timing. You were actually planning to come find him anyway." Sutai smiled, then his expression turned slightly serious. "You acquired some equipment suitable for the warship. Can he install and replace it himself?" "Equipment?" Shinshur's eyes seemed to light up instantly, his excitement filling the entire warship. "So slow, yet we already received the equipment bestowed by the captain, but Sutai hasn't even earned any merit yet. Is it too good? But the equipment bestowed by the captain is absolutely unacceptable. Shinshur is truly too fortunate." Shinshur exclaimed happily, then his expression turned serious, as if he had entered work mode. "Please don't worry, Captain. Equipment replacement is one of the most important courses in the warship curriculum, and it's also the course where Shinshur excels the most. No matter what kind of equipment it is, as long as it's bestowed by the captain, Shinshur will do his best to match and use it." "All right." Ewan nodded slightly. "I set aside some space." "Inside the ship?" Shinshur understood Ewan's meaning, but was taken aback. "There's a mistake," Sutai said. Shinshur had no more hesitation. Although he couldn't understand it, the captain's orders were absolute. Then, in the blink of an eye, Ivan found herself in another place. The slow transfer tunnel Sutai possessed seemed very rudimentary. Although she understood the principle, it felt like teleportation. The place behind her looked like a warehouse, only huge and empty. "That's the lowest grade storage compartment," Shinshur's words confirmed Sutai's guess. "Some things are hidden. There's too much, too little. Shinshur only has the set he's currently using, only the most difficult to break devices, and not a single spare. Only those with better graduation grades can have fewer and weaker devices after meeting the captain." Although they were currently working, Ivan could still sense Shinshur's shame. "You seem to always be ashamed of your excellent graduation grades. Who knows, if you really do well, you inevitably be upgraded to a B-class or lower warship, and the collector will have a way to buy it and give it to Sutai." However, Ivan offered no comfort. Because at this moment, the best comfort is to provide better equipment. In the previous instant, devices appeared one after another in that space. Besides the warp shield device, there were many other devices, such as a small dark matter deflection shield, an attack warp module, a directional zero-element armor, and even a shipborne energy weapon with a technical level of B1, easy judgment, which can degrade specific emotions through energy attacks, causing the enemy to remain in a state of absolute euphoria, completely giving up resistance. But at this moment, Shinshir's first reaction was to look at those devices. Zero trace warp? Your expression is more serious than ever. He knows that warp method? Ivan's gaze sharpened slightly. I always had one question. The market terminal prohibits any words or actions that might reveal the market's existence, yet it forbids market owners from taking items from their personal spaces in front of others. Like me, I've taken items out in front of IXINer several times already. Judging from Shinshir's reaction, you seem to recognize that technology? Yes, Sutai nodded slightly. Even in his work mode, his eyes still held a hint of shock. It's a very weak long-distance jump technology. Its characteristic is that the jump process will cause any trace, including changes in curvature. It's not actually a no jump, but rather any other jump technology that fits the description. One type is to instantly convert matter into energy to achieve speeds exceeding light, then reverse the energy conversion at the destination to reassemble the matter. That's also the only zero-trace jump method recorded in Sutai's database. Although that method can transport any life form with self-awareness, that technology is still extremely advanced. Chapter 172. She used the word very twice in a row. If Ivan had a sufficient understanding of the hierarchy within the MUD system, she would have described it as A-level or higher technology. The matter energy conversion and reversal are things even B-level civilizations cannot achieve. They are merely listed as a direction. Yevon, however, witnessed it with her own captain. At this moment, Ivan truly realized that her captain's capabilities were likely far greater than she had imagined. Shinshir also understood why this method didn't need to be concealed from others. Because it wouldn't expose the existence of the market terminal. Seamless jump? Perhaps, but Shinshir was certain that the market terminal's personal space technology and the seamless jump Ivan spoke of were definitely not the same concept. Not only because the market terminal directly retrieved matter from its personal space, but also because the market terminal's personal space could move primal energy lifeforms. It seems that in the future, when retrieving primal energy lifeforms, one needs to be more careful and avoid being seen by others. However, since the existence of Star C provides an explanation, there's no need to worry too much. The stronger the Star C background, the better. Alright, take a look at these devices, Shinshir said. If they really can't be installed, don't force it. Yes. Yuan had already come to her senses. The greater the captain's resources, the happier she was. Otherwise, how could she have acquired new devices so quickly? She probably couldn't find many warships more fortunate and blessed than hers among her entire clan. As she carefully examined the devices before her, Evan's eyes widened slightly. Amazing. Each of these devices was no less powerful than what she already possessed, and some were even completely non-existent. Take the energy device, for example. In school, only those with excellent grades could possibly own an energy device of this level. Evan even worried that she wasn't worthy of these devices. For the captain, I must work even harder, Evan resolved in her heart, determined to work even harder than she had in school. In reality, her poor grades weren't due to a lack of effort, but rather her talent. Born small in stature, and with a timid personality, her energy talent was also low, leading to her being neglected from the start of school, and receiving far fewer resources than others. However, for the race, finding the captain was like a rebirth. Half-human meant not only having a simulated body, but also half a soul. The captain had given her a new beginning, and no matter what, she had to repay the captain with her best self. How is it? Does it work? Shinshir noticed that Yuan hadn't spoken for a while, and assumed some of the devices weren't working. Reporting to the captain, all the devices work, Yuan replied clearly, her mindset having shifted slightly. That's good. How long will it take to replace and install everything? Shinshir breathed a sigh of relief. Yuan's importance had been profoundly demonstrated in the previous history, so he naturally hoped she would become stronger and stronger. Captain, it will take 18 days, 13 hours, and 23 minutes, Yuan gave a precise time. Since it doesn't involve core components, no further debugging is needed. It can be used directly after installation. 18.5 days, that's good, Shinshir nodded. Next, you proceed with the installation at full speed, especially that warp shielding device, make sure it doesn't malfunction. Yes. Yuan understood the captain's unspoken meaning. Was replacing her device because she was going to the battlefield? That was wonderful. Yuan had received so much from the captain. While this favor made her feel incredibly happy, it also brought a sense of unease. She wondered if she deserved the captain's affection. So, the somewhat timid and weak Yuan from school now desperately wanted to prove herself to the captain. Alright, exit work mode and take me back, Shinshur said with a smile. Yuan immediately reverted to her timid demeanor. After exiting work mode, she didn't even dare to look up at Shinshur. So much so that when Xiana returned to the living area, having just finished practicing the piano, her expression toward Shinshur was somewhat strange upon seeing Yuan's appearance. Did you bully Yuan? Quite the opposite, Shinshur smiled smugly. Don't you think so, Yuan? Yes. Yuan blushed, nodding somewhat shyly. The captain really pampered Yuan. Huh? Xiana's eyes widened. It took Shinshur a lot of effort to make Xiana understand that the pampering Yuan spoke of referred to giving her a lot of new equipment. I didn't mean anything by it, Xiana said with a smile. You're not one to be lustful, and with your mastery of primal energy, it's impossible for you to act on impulse. What's there to explain? Besides, haven't I always satisfied all your needs perfectly? She was already sitting in Shinshur's lap, her face slightly flushed, breathing warm air into his ear. They were an old married couple, so there was no need for further explanation. Shinshur took Xiana to their room to deepen their intimacy, leaving Yuan sitting in the living room, lost in thought. After a long while, Yuan finally came to her senses and turned to look at the kitchen. The food was burnt. For a while afterward, Shinshur's life became busy again. He not only had to continue going to Future Line 1 to learn combat knowledge and primal energy technology from Gong Chu, but also had to conduct weekly unified transactions and replenish antiques at the shops in Future Line 2, and also keep an eye on the fleet's training and the progress of trap deployment. Although he no longer considered the Voran warships a threat, for the remaining human commanders and soldiers, this was still a crucial battle concerning the fate of humanity. 18 days later, Ivan finally completed the installation of all the devices, especially the warp-blocking device. Shinshur even conducted a rapid, short-range dual warp to ensure the use of the warp-blocking device was not detected by the Dake. The war was about to begin. This was a war where everything was ready, even the east wind had arrived, nothing was lacking. He once again summoned all the fleet commanders through the consciousness link network. The traps are all set. Next, escort the construction personnel to safety one by one. You're right, this task is yours. Yes. You're right, replied in a deep, somewhat somber voice. He knew this was the easiest task, and there was a high probability they wouldn't even engage the enemy. At most, they might encounter small groups of fleeing enemy soldiers, and with their technology, avoiding combat wouldn't be a problem during the escort mission. The fact that it was arranged this way only meant that, in the commander-in-chief's mind, he or his soldiers were the weakest. He hardened his heart, determined to train them intensively when they got back. Those soldiers were truly used to being lazy. Harold, you lead your troops and are responsible for holding this position. Zhuang Wenbin, didn't you keep saying you wanted to go to the most difficult place? This area is yours. The enemy numbers at least 30 times yours, but my mission for you is to completely crush the enemy. Shinshur continued to assign tasks. Understood. Mission accomplished. Zhuang Wenbin responded loudly. The mission must be completed, of course. Your traps are of the highest quality. The key is the prisoner-to-capture ratio and the casualty ratio. I won't impose specific requirements on you, but you must understand that although there are no orders, I have my own standards. Shinshur said. Yes. Zhuang Wenbin responded loudly. I will absolutely meet the commander-in-chief's requirements. Shinshur didn't say anything more to him. In fact, this war, within this entirely new future timeline, is described and analyzed in great detail. Although Shinshur's current access to the information database isn't very high, Earth has never been breached before. Even some top-secret intelligence now will be publicly available 3,000 years later. Therefore, Shinshur already has a clear understanding of the outcome of this war. He even made numerous optimizations. The result could only be better, not worse. After assigning tasks to each person and each warship, Shinshur addressed everyone collectively. I will have Qinfeng pilot and command the Void in the battle. This war will also be coordinated by Qinfeng, who will be granted level 2 command authority. Your current tasks are level 1 orders. This statement startled many. The meaning conveyed was very clear. Shinshur would not directly command this battle. Don't be surprised. Shinshur seemed to sense their emotions, conveying a calm message to everyone. The Void fleet once brought fear to you and to all of humanity. However, You also need to know that the Void Fleet is merely the weakest and lowest level enemy within the Mud system. My attention has never been focused on the Void Fleet. Everyone remained silent. But they all understood Shinshur's meaning. After all, from the planetary fortress to their current warships, and this series of powerful trap devices, not only the Commander-in-Chief, but even they themselves had ample confidence in defeating the Vorm Fleet. Now, recalling the fear they felt when they first learned of the Vorm Fleet, it felt unbelievable. And all of this was brought about by the Commander-in-Chief. But they also deeply understood that in this war, the greatest threat to humanity might not have been the Vorm Fleet from the beginning, and what truly worried the Commander-in-Chief was not the Vorm Fleet they were about to face, but a far more powerful enemy, a truly terrifying threat, the Dake civilization. Even the still intact Voran civilization, only an E-level civilization, was utterly powerless against the Dake civilization's baseless attack. This is evident simply from their levels. One is C-level, the other only E-level. And humanity has no choice but to confront this truly terrifying enemy. Their only reliance is on the Commander-in-Chief. Commander-in-Chief, are we going to deal with the Dake people? A general finally couldn't help but ask. Of course, Shinshur answered without hesitation. I went to great lengths to acquire these new warships for the sake of the Dake base. I'm certain that if the Voran request aid from the Dake base, the Dake will definitely intervene. Therefore, I'm prepared to strike first. If we can succeed, it will not only reduce your casualties, but also buy precious time for our human civilization to develop. In the future timeline, Shinshur didn't launch a preemptive attack, but waited until the Dake warships appeared on the battlefield before launching his assault. Shinshur knew why. The warp-blocking device originally equipped on the Evan was not advanced. A preemptive attack would likely be detected and threaten the safety of Earth. The Dake warships could directly warp to Earth. But now it's different. Now, with the warp-blocking device, Shinshur could silently bypass several nodes and directly reach the Dake base with the most warships. Once he captured this base, he could potentially block information for a period of time, delaying the Dake civilization's actual discovery of Earth. Even if it only delays for 100 years, or even just a few decades, it would be extremely precious. To fight for civilization one's entire life, dedicating oneself to the cause until death, such a saintly life is admirable, but if possible, Shinshur still hoped that human civilization could develop stronger and better. Even the most powerful sea-level civilization is far from enough to satisfy Shinshur's ambition. Furthermore, it is unworthy of a treasure like Shirling. Therefore, he once again made the decision to change history. The others all felt Shinshur's determination. Commander-in-Chief, I wish to go with you. A general reacted quite vehemently. I am a soldier. How can I let the Commander-in-Chief go to the most dangerous battlefield alone? Don't worry, I have the confidence, Shinshur said bluntly. Besides, you are still too weak as soldiers. Many remained silent, but their fists clenched tightly. I have never doubted your future. I believe I will see the day you take the burden from my hands. But for now, your weakness remains a fact, and you need no false comfort. Shinshur's consciousness returned. Therefore, the most crucial part of this war can only be handled by me. I will do everything in my power to buy time for you, and for all of humanity to develop. This is what I have always been doing. In fact, compared to the beginning, Shinshur now feels a greater sense of satisfaction in doing these things. It's not just about achieving his own life's goals. Because he truly sees that future, he sees him retire successfully, and the people before him, even the entire human civilization, take the burden from his hands and begin to shoulder the path of civilization's future. Chapter 173. Everyone remained silent. Shinshur's words were undoubtedly true. They knew the Commander-in-Chief was trying to motivate them. However, the resentment in their hearts was very real. As soldiers, as guardians of their nation and civilization, they could only hide under the protection of others, not even qualified to go to the most important battlefield. At least at this moment, they longed even more than Shinshur to take on the burden, to truly shoulder the future of the entire civilization. I will probably depart in about half a month, Shinshur said, unconcerned by their silence. He knew perfectly well that when people are truly holding their breath, they don't speak out. He continued, in these 2 weeks, I will conduct final intensive training for you, using the command training system for high-intensity simulations, to bring the victory rate as close to 100% as possible, understand? Understood. Everyone replied in unison. In fact, for Shinshur, the victory rate was already 100%, because he already knew the outcome. However, every targeted training session conducted at this time could potentially reduce the number of soldiers killed. Even if only one soldier was lost, Shinshur felt the sacrifice was worthwhile. To ensure victory, meticulousness was paramount. Advantages should be maximized. Therefore, for the next period, all the commanders devoted almost all their time to the simulation training system. Before receiving their respective missions, they refined their training even further, striving to master each mission to the point of absolute perfection, becoming intimately familiar with every possibility and every detail. Lan Xing even summoned Shenshi. It was only around that time that I learned Li Shui had actually taken Interstellar Combat Command outside of school, and had even achieved a good grade. Because it's such a rare subject, requiring very few resources and talent to excel in. Unfortunately, the credits weren't high, so it didn't significantly help Shenshi's graduation. You also used every effort to improve your grades, even just a little bit, so that you could receive even a small amount less equipment upon graduation, but still better serve the captain. The more Lan Xing learned, the more impressed she became. In interstellar space, even being a warship is incredibly difficult. But my assessment of Li Shui was indeed wrong. Beneath his seemingly strong and timid personality lay extraordinary resilience. The collector bought him at the price of a C9 class mid to large warship, making a good deal. And half a month ago, everything was ready. Li Shui was also preparing to depart. Your mission that time, too, lacked sufficient confidence. Those were the first words Blue Star spoke to everyone. You possessed limited intelligence about the enemy, while the enemy knew nothing about you. Moreover, you held the advantage in equipment and energy cultivation. Even if the enemy was from a sea-level civilization, they were merely fish on a chopping block. Everyone felt a surge of joy, followed by a chill. Blue Star's words were often quite direct. Combined with the emotions conveyed through his consciousness, it was enough for everyone to understand his meaning. He was telling everyone that even when facing a seemingly weak but formidable enemy, there should be no fear. He was also telling us what the 8 most important elements were in interstellar warfare. Intelligence, equipment, and energy. Wasn't our war against the Vorin just like that? Aside from the fact that energy mastery is still secondary in such high-level warfare, intelligence and equipment were the sole reasons for the reversal of our win-loss record against the Vorin fleet. Enough talk, everyone, just wait for your victorious return. Having conveyed the message, Blue Star didn't want to waste any more time, leaving only the first sentence before disconnecting the link, not even giving the others a chance to reply. From that moment on, battlefield authority shifted. Apart from the level 1 command order left by Blue Star, Chen Feng possessed level 7 command authority. So, after a long silence, Chen Feng's dull consciousness resonated through the mind link. Everyone proceed to the planned positions. Everyone, you will bring a small victory back to Dake. Yes. The others were equally speechless, because after preparing to this point, words were unnecessary. Everyone's heart was filled with suppressed fighting spirit. Meanwhile on Earth, the Blue Star was reviewing the newly updated database in the market, conducting a thorough check to ensure no problems had arisen. It seemed that fate was predetermined. The measures Blue Star had implemented, without triggering any inevitable consequences, resulted in a slightly different account of the war in future records. The number of fallen soldiers increased to approximately 7% of the original number. This significant difference was not solely due to training, but also because Blue Star had made thorough preparations in several battlefields where heavy casualties had occurred. Right now, I'm quite wealthy. Unfortunately, humanity's inherent capabilities are ultimately too strong. Some devices simply cannot be used without training. Otherwise, with Li Shui's current resources, the mere Vorin fleet is nothing to worry about. Speaking of which, being able to directly determine the outcome across time is practically like having a cheat code. Li Shui turned his attention back to the present. Will the future still change anything about my operation? It seems that my personal decisions only alter the future, and cannot be predicted by it. Does Blue Star know whether it's an ordinary change of fate, or an ordinary change as a possessor of the time crystal? In any case, I have made my decision. There are a total of 18 jump nodes in the vicinity, all controlled by the Iowan people, Lan Xing observed from inside the Shenshi, surveying the forefront of the star map. However, the node base containing the fewest warships is located on the other side of that node, approximately 87 light-years away. Nodes are extremely rare and simple throughout the universe. Each node connects to 2 star systems that may be extremely far apart. Therefore, what appears to be only 2 nodes apart is actually a distance of at least 1,000 light-years, even exceeding the Shenshi's no-jump range. Of course, there is only one path to the destination. However, given that none of the surrounding nodes have Iwan bases, choosing the closest one is naturally the most convenient. Furthermore, the Iwan people at that 18 light-year node on Lan Xing have no enmity with him. It's still a minor grudge. In the history of Future Line 1, it was that Li Xueran who directly caused my sacrifice, the fall of Dake, and the deaths of countless humans. Now, with the solidification and separation of Future Line 1, that has become an eternal history within Future Line 1, and an eternal hatred. That Li Shueren's name, phonetically, is Didi Ke. In the history of Future Line 1, I only worked at the Iwan base for 700 years, leaving 700 years ago. Given the biotechnology of the Iwan people, if we set the timeline to 8,000 years ago, that Iwan person would still be alive. The hatred of Future Line 1 will be resolved by the humans of Future Line 1, but outside of your area, there's absolutely no possibility of letting the guy return alive, Lan Xing thought to himself. That desire for revenge actually began the moment I first saw this history. And now, the time has finally come. Having determined the route, I must be resolute. Let's go, I ordered Shinshirshang. Yes, preparing for the jump, countdown complete, 7, 7, 8, 7, 1. Jump initiated, jump commenced, destination reached, relative 8-dimensional distance after jump is 777 light-years, shielding system stable, curvature parameters successfully stabilized, no trace of being monitored, scan of the surrounding jump range shows no nodes. Shinshir gave a series of reports. Lan Xing was stunned for a moment. So the jump is over? I didn't sense anything. Although I already knew Shinshir was weak, that was my first regression no jump, and I thought I would feel nothing. It can only be said. The convenience brought by the limitations of technology is indeed beyond imagination. Stable yet slow. Can you locate the node base of the Li Shui civilization? Lan Xing asked. Captain, you are currently within the node base of the Iwan civilization, Shinshir said. Should we show you the space footage? Show it. Lan Xing had no other choice. As soon as he finished speaking, everything around them began to blur and fade. The original scenery slowly transformed into the deep universe, but what first caught the eye was not a small patch of space, but a device much smaller than a colossal one. Yes, to be precise, there were 8. 8 enormous equilateral octagonal devices, each with sides easily over 100 kilometers long, silently floated in that space. Each device had one corner aligned with its center point, and they rotated rapidly around the center, mutually attracting each other to achieve a certain balance. They were continuously emitting a faint purple light, as if guiding a warship sailing through the sea of stars. Is that the Iwan base? Lan Xing suddenly realized something and asked, that kind of device should be a general-purpose warp portal, right? Yes, it's about C1 level technology, Shinshir replied. Shinshir now has a certain understanding of the hierarchical classification within the Mutter system, and combined with the knowledge in his database, he can make relatively accurate judgments about the level of some technologies. While the small general-purpose warp portal behind them is only C1 level, and can only be used for zero-distance unidirectional warp to fixed nodes, it can accommodate extremely small warships, or even fleet warp jumps, all at once. The Vorian fleet then traveled towards Dake via this route. If the Vorian fleet, lacking any warp drive, had relied solely on this, even 1,000 years might not have been enough to reach Dake. The straight-line distance between the Vorian homeworld and Dake is approximately 2,000 light-years, but thanks to the warp portals established by the Li Shui people, the journey would only take about 800 years. The Yuan people, starting from their homeworld, would take approximately 170 years to reach Dake. The reason it took 700 years in Future Line 7 is because the transmission of intelligence also takes about 70 years. What Blue Star wants to do now is delay the time it takes for the message to reach Yuan's homeworld, buying as much time as possible for human civilization. Is there any way to quietly invade and control that place? Blue Star asked. My original plan was to completely destroy that entire base. If no information had been transmitted back 70 years ago, the Iwans would have first sent a large fleet to investigate, and then immediately dispatched a small fleet to deal with the unknown situation. That would have bought humanity another 200 years of development time. But if we could completely control it, we could gain even less development time. If we use the energy weapons you just installed for you, Captain, there's a 44% success rate, but it's just to confirm that the message will be transmitted, Li Shui said truthfully. There's no obvious energy defense there, which is difficult to break, but the key is the energy warning system. You already sense that there are over 700 closely connected energy cells there, all equipped with warp communication systems. As soon as they detect any abnormal consciousness traces, they will immediately send warnings to all other nodes. To explain using the captain's homeworld culture, those node bases originally served as beacon towers. A beacon tower indeed. While monitoring the non-existent warships, it also serves as a target to attract numerous violators. Destroying the target is crucial, as long as the warning is relayed back in time. But even as a target, it's incredibly difficult to destroy. Looking again at the 8 enormous devices behind him, Lan Xing finally truly understood the weakness of a Class C civilization. A single node contained 700 primal energy batteries. Beneath the surface of those 8 devices, they were completely encased in liquid metal, even possessing clearly visible force field generators. Even with a few warships stationed there, the base itself was far less valuable than the planetary fortress Lan Xing had traded for with Dake. Similar node bases were scattered across hundreds of nodes within the jurisdiction of the Yuan civilization. Moreover, even a cursory glance from Li Shui revealed that such a small base might only have defenses. Although it might only have one warship, the number of other large space station fighters was definitely numerous. Even with the current size and strength of the human fleet, attacking a Li Shui base like that would be practically possible. And that was even a military base. The Li Shui base they were truly dealing with that time was located on the other side of another node, 87 light-years away. This base, with its 14 warp ships, was a large military base, though its defenses were likely even weaker than the one on the other side. Chapter 174. Most importantly, Xinshi had no intelligence on these bases. According to the Future Timeline's historical records, after he eliminated 17 of the 20 Dank warships, all the Dank bases in the vicinity urgently warped away. Yes, these Dank bases not only possessed the ability to create warp portals, but also had a certain degree of warp capability themselves. Considering them as spaceships wouldn't be a problem. After pondering for a while, Xinshi decided to proceed with the plan and eliminate the most threatening Dank base first. If he succeeded, dealing with the one in front of him would be incredibly easy. Even if he failed, he should have enough time to return and at least destroy the base. Warp? Yes. Ivan initiated the warp again. This time, Xinshi could clearly see the entire universe seem to cave in and distort in an instant, then leap out of the water, arriving in a completely different universe in a short moment. This was warp drive. The scene was incredibly spectacular. Although he knew it was the spaceship that was changing, not the universe, it looked as if the entire universe had been distorted. Before he could even marvel at the amazing experience brought about by the powerful technology, Xinshi was immediately captivated by the scene before him. What he saw were still the same 3 enormous triangular devices, but in addition, Xinshi also saw another enormous ring, arranged in a circular shape, surrounding the 3 devices. From a distance, it looked like a uniquely shaped badge. Indeed, nothing was the same. As Dirk's gaze swept across the area beneath the ring, his eyes narrowed slightly. Because beneath it lay a number of heavily armed weapons, their presence clearly visible even in the hazy shadows. Yes, even without fully recognizing them, the devices clearly bore the marks of weaponry. A deterrent, if it lacked the ability to use warp drives, then the entire base was a mobile fortress. It could even, when necessary, slowly reach any point in that star system and launch a devastating attack. Moreover, compared to the bustling activity of the base earlier, the area outside was surprisingly quiet. Looking around, he saw numerous spaceships moving in and out of the base. Furthermore, the technological levels of these spaceships varied considerably, clearly indicating they originated from the same civilization. Looking again, Dirk suddenly understood. That place is probably also a supply point established by the Ivan civilization. The Mud system controls and exploits powerful civilizations through a limited number of supply points. These supply points are naturally built within their own star systems by the beneficiaries of the Mud system, civilizations below Class C. After all, at Class C, while they are still generally the targets of exploitation, they have moved from being completely subjugated to being free-range, still able to profit from the Mud system and exploit other powerful civilizations. So, those ships actually come from other civilizations? Dyke's gaze shifted slightly. Since learning about interstellar society, Dyke has only had a sufficient understanding of 8 interstellar civilizations. The Voran civilization, the Nishin civilization, and the Gus civilization. Aside from the Voran civilization's considerable strength, the Yuan and Gus civilizations are also dominant forces. However, in reality, E-class and D-class civilizations are probably the least numerous in the entire universe. Prepare the primal weapon, said Dyke. Yes, Xinshi replied. Currently, the most readily available weapon on the Nishin is the B1 class primal weapon Peaceful Judgment brought by Dyke. Its power is more than sufficient for a C-class, low-level space base. Its attack range can even encompass the entire base, and the effect is even comparable to what the Yuan people did to the Voran civilization. It also lets those guys experience firsthand what it's like to be attacked by a primal weapon. And that time, Dyke finally gained a more profound understanding of primal weapons, because the entire ship's space seemed to be filled with a mixture of orderly and chaotic emotions, gradually solidifying into a spontaneous sense of happiness. It felt as if he was about to experience the happiest moment of his life. Dick's gaze sharpened slightly, instantly dispelling that emotion. He glanced at AIXINer, whose eyes were now somewhat glazed, and reached out to dispel that feeling for her as well. Yes, I'm sorry. Shinshir's humanoid body was slightly pale. You still have enough control over the full power of that device. Just watch out for its enemies. Dick shook his head. It was only a slight leakage of primal energy, possessing a small degree of lethality. However, I couldn't help but be secretly astonished. Because to be honest, the primal energy battery used in that primal energy equipment was far superior to mine in terms of primal energy cultivation, but after being enlarged and enhanced by the equipment, it was able to unleash such enormous power. It seems that the power of primal energy isn't some extraordinary force gathered from within oneself. It still relies on equipment and internal energy to truly function. Just as it's openly described. Primal energy technology is ultimately a technology. In the previous moment, a tangible force, silent yet powerful like a raging storm, swept towards it, engulfing the entire UN base, and even the ships from the same civilization. Peaceful judgment released. All detectable life forms have been hit and controlled, but the automatic warning system has also been triggered. The communication system is automatically sending jump information, Shinshir reported. NIXIN looked at the base behind her, seemingly unchanged, and at the ships still in motion, completely imagining that the base was now under her complete control. But what she needed to do now was not that. Immediately jump to that node. Since there's no way to block the intelligence, this is the only option. However, we absolutely cannot let that Ivan, the Dyke, escape from that node base. Yes. Shinshir ended the jump again. A moment ago, Dyke had already returned to the previous base. And what I saw first was the 8 octagonal devices with added rings, now slowly retracting inwards. Such a slow reaction. Dyke had witnessed the level of a Class C civilization. Even though it was just a communication jump, its jump speed was comparable to Shinshir's. And that decisive reaction. Unfortunately, I might let the guy escape. At this moment, small alarms were already sounding in patches within NIXIN's base behind her. The Ivan named Dyke, whom NIXIN was closely watching, was the lowest-ranking commander of that base, rapidly relaying orders. Contract the base. Activate the warp engines to minimum power. Officers below level 7, retreat to the warship with you and be prepared to evacuate at any time. Also, send warp communications to lower-level bases again to inquire about the specific situation. Maintain close contact with other contactable bases. Like other adult Ivans, NIXIN had also undergone a grueling coming-of-age ceremony, gaining the qualification to modify her body and retreat into inner space. However, she was only allowed to live in a specific area as an individual to reproduce her predecessors. My performance was even quite excellent. If I had made a mistake, I might have been assigned to such a corner, managing such a desolate and lifeless base for 700 years. But I never imagined that such a thing would happen in such a remote area where there were only a few weak civilizations. The lower-level base has been invaded, and it was a low-level primal energy attack. Was it just some passing, low-level civilization that did it on a whim? Or is it some other Class C civilization preparing to invade that star system? The Dake knows everything, but I only know that, either way, the situation is extremely critical. Hopefully, no enemy will even consider my large node base. But just as that hope began to surface, a tiny alarm suddenly popped up behind the Dake's eyes. It was an extremely weak primal energy reaction. Just looking at the energy level was enough to make the Dake lose all will to resist. As expected, they come for your civilization. Are they willing to let any base go? Facing imminent danger, they were at a loss. Inai Shingui used her primal energy to control her fear. So, seeing her subordinates in complete disarray, I slowly accepted the reality. That was the universe. Even a weak civilization, with its limited glory behind a powerful one, will encounter enemies of the same or even weaker level. Enough. I shouted at everyone through the consciousness link. Don't forget, they are all warriors of the insignificant Iwin civilization. Even in sacrifice, they should have fear. The enemy can destroy your bodies, but they cannot destroy your courage. The holy land of Kangarweave will guide your souls. Those words clearly had an effect. Everyone fell silent. This was 1,000 years after the Iwin people entered sea level, a time of rapid development and high spirits, a time when their spirit was truly integrated into their culture and the spirit of every individual. Seeing his subordinates prepared to die a heroic death, the Dake felt a sense of satisfaction. Although he had escaped, If that scene could be reported back, his name would surely be etched in the ancient holy land of Kangiv. Just as Inai Shingui's mind was racing, and she was even staring intently at the detector, trying to find the enemy's location, number, and the source of the attack, the base suddenly received a message from another timespace node base. HI-33 base has successfully jumped. Excellent. The Dake's eyes lit up. One escaped. It seemed the enemy was not so weak as to be easily defeated. I escaped, but none of my comrades escaped. We-43 base has successfully warped. Another one. The Doan above also expressed their relief. WF-23 base has successfully warped. FI-89 base has successfully warped. ER-36 base has successfully warped. QW base. News of successful warping and escape from base after base gradually arrived sporadically. The Dake and the Doan behind them gradually shifted from relief to surprise, and finally to a kind of uncontrollable envy and understanding. I even subconsciously glanced at the faint energy level once more. That was a level that could ignite any thought of resistance. Even if I weakly initiated a warp now, the attack would strike first, then easily control everything. But why? Why did so few of the other node bases manage to escape? Could it be that my base was the only one attacked, besides the lower level bases? Why? Before the first node base successfully jumped, Inai Shingue had completely controlled her emotions. She really was the only one. And her words, spoken with such intensity, were clearly the toy of a predator with its prey. Here you go. I whispered frantically, but my consciousness hadn't even fully registered. A limited sense of peace completely overwhelmed me. When an emotion reaches its minimum without any reason, what follows is actually a smaller sense of urgency. Especially since, the next second I was still filled with anger and resentment. 1 second he had a blank, stiff smile. But now, Inai Xian simply stared blankly at the base behind her and asked, "Is it under control?" That's right. A total of 180,000 individuals, all under control. Such a small base as Ivan could naturally be maintained by a small number of people. Even these small number of individual space combatants required a small number of soldiers to control. How long can the control be maintained? Inai Xian asked again. Theoretically, it's close to a finite limit. If it's released, all intelligent life outside will remain in that state until death, Shinshu replied. Dake finally truly witnessed the terrifying power of primal energy weapons. The base behind him, apart from the primal energy cells, was completely undamaged, but all inanimate objects outside had permanently lost their freedom. Even these intelligent AIs. If they were to try to control them. This was barely a short time before it became a ruin in the vast starry sky, silently telling visitors of the traces of a faint civilization. Of course, that scene would occur. Because it would become the spoils of human civilization. Primal energy weapons are merely inefficient, yet, at the very least, they can generate minimal profit. Even the 800,000 intelligent beings outside could be turned into primeval energy batteries. No wonder the development of primeval energy technology is so important. Check the other nodes first, then return to this military base, Inai Xian said to Shinshu. Yes. The result was as expected, the other nodes were all blank. Inai Xian had already realized, before even realizing the Inai Xian people's swift reaction, that I only had time to deal with one. And that node base, out of revenge, I did indeed inflict a longer period of fear on the Yuan people. Of course, there was no anger yet. For the Yuan people, with their strong hunter culture, the best humiliation was to see us as prey. Chapter 175. The Ivan warp jumped again. It returned to its original military and supply base. It remained concealed. Although all life within the base, including the intelligent AI, was under control, some intelligent communication programs might still exist. To get the Daikians to send reconnaissance forces to investigate, rather than launching a full-scale invasion, he needed to maintain secrecy. This would make the investigation meaningful, of course. Whether it would actually be effective would depend on future historical developments. Set up an information blockade, Shinshu ordered. Yes, Ivan replied. In non-warp drive, blocking information wasn't easy. Simply setting up information and communication detection systems at a short distance was enough to be detected, making it difficult to block information before an attack began. But now, the situation was different. The entire base was under complete control. Blocking information was only to prevent the Ivan's presence, or even the situation of human civilization, from being leaked. This task could be left to Ivan. Shinshu was more concerned about the changes in the future world. Don't underestimate the difference between passive resistance and active attack. If everything goes smoothly, it might extend the development time of human civilization by about 200 years, double the development time compared to the second future timeline. Even if the trade goods used for development haven't been brought out yet, this double development time is bound to change the future. And in that instant of retreating into the market, Evan sensed it immediately. Unfortunately, no afterimage of consciousness appeared. That means even if history has changed, that change hasn't affected the future 8,000 years ago, and most it hasn't affected my transactions in that future timeline. A little disappointed. Ever since experiencing several sudden drops in her primal energy mastery, Evan has been somewhat impatient with the improvement in her usual training abilities. But there's always a way. She directly changed her appearance, went to the information database, and bought the latest information database for 800 gold coins. That's my usual practice. After all, I always use Peggy's permissions, and if I don't do it often enough, I inevitably be trusted. Before obtaining the information database, Evan immediately reverted to view it. It was still the same insignificant life of a sage that she found later. Skipping over some of the unchanged content, she went straight to the specific history. Sure enough, I succeeded. It didn't actually delay the war for 700 years, but only by 47 years. This was because the Dake reconnaissance fleet didn't originate from the Dake homeworld, but from a Dake settlement city located near Earth. That saved a small amount of time. 47 years certainly weakened human civilization considerably, but it didn't bring about a decisive change in fate. The war remained arduous. The smallest change was perhaps that it pushed the life of Sage Yuan forward by 107 years. After all, the fundamental reason for Yuan's death was that, as humanity's only primal energy master, her long-term participation in low-level warfare fundamentally damaged her consciousness, damage that even a body swap couldn't undo. For Jiang Shui, who no longer possessed new equipment, as long as the war continued, her fate remained unchanged. Yes, but that still allowed Yuan to see a certain possibility. If the development of human civilization continues to slow down, is it possible that one day, the sage Yuan could live to that day 8,000 years ago? Just thinking about that possibility stirred a sliver of excitement within Yuan. I wasn't worried about the situation like the two Jiang Shuis, because according to the information within the time rift, any other Yuan in any other timeline is merely a remnant of my consciousness. And if that sage Yuan really did live to that time, the most unlikely outcome, I could possess everything that my own remnant consciousness possessed. Given my position in that future timeline, it's something that even trading antiques wouldn't be able to obtain. Could that be the true use of the time rift? Yuan murmured to herself, gathering the cells of countless future timelines into one? Although it was all just my speculation, if it were truly like that, the weakness of the time rift was indeed unimaginable. Even now, Yuan expended considerable effort to suppress the restlessness within her. Regardless of whether the facts were truly as she suspected, at most, Jiang Shui saw a glimmer of hope in the changes that occurred in her future self, who had lived 100 years less. And what I need to do is the same as what I'm doing now. To weaken human civilization and myself to the fullest extent. By the time Yuan entered and exited the market terminal, Jiang Shui had completely sealed off the entire Dake military base, even including the ships of other civilizations that were originally only intended to pass through or resupply there. These were all caught in the peaceful judgment attack and forced to abruptly stop. Even if they were caught in the crossfire, unless there was a faint civilization among them, they could only accept their bad luck. It was only then that the Ivan and Ivan themselves, no longer concealing themselves, quickly surfaced. And as they approached, Ivan once again felt the grandeur of the base. The diameter of the ring alone was actually larger than the diameter of Earth. Only such a size could accommodate the docking and jump space of a small number of ships. I wonder when human civilization will be able to build such a magnificent base, Ivan couldn't help but exclaim. Without the captain, it would probably be very slow, Jiang Shui replied from the side. You now entered work mode, although you still look somewhat timid, but you seem to be aware of Ivan's favor, and occasionally speak a word or two in front of Ivan. Jiang Shui smiled. By then, I finally realized something. Human civilization had truly weathered the 8-year crisis, and what followed would be a development period of 800 years. Although 800 years may seem like a fleeting moment in the history of civilization, or even in interstellar history, or merely the duration of interstellar travel. But that's 800 years. Ivan felt a wave of disorientation. I had almost forgotten that I was only 77 years old this year. And the average human lifespan was originally only 1 or 2 decades. That's indeed very short for interstellar civilization, but for myself, for human civilization, it was a long enough period to bring about earth-shattering changes. 8 years became 800 years, and the sense of urgency was completely different. Let's go, Ivan said with a hint of elation, Let's see what that supply point is like. Only then did human civilization, including myself, truly step into interstellar space, becoming part of the civilizations of that cosmos. The Ivan quickly came to a stop in a docking bay. Ivan stepped out, her figure floating away from the warship, while Shinshir's human body followed closely in front of me, vigilantly observing everything around us. Although the area outside was completely under control, there were bound to be some automated weapons still present. However, the system the captain was wearing was indeed very effective. Otherwise, you would also want to see the captain take risks. Ivan's gaze was now completely drawn to a certain place. It was a large spaceship, also docked there, with its hatch open. How big is it? It's probably only a couple 100 meters long, and it even looks larger than an aircraft carrier on Earth. Ships like that are the rarest at that supply point. There are even more larger ships, each only able to accommodate a few hundred, or even a few dozen people. And that's just their size. The interior is also incredibly luxurious. Liquid metal? It's practically impossible. The armor even looks inferior to that of the Voran fleet. The weapon systems, clearly assembled from parts, are also extremely luxurious, at most at the level of plasma cannons. Such weapons could easily penetrate a warship with liquid metal armor. At least at the level. Shinshir, go see which civilization spaceship that is? Ewan ordered. Yes. Shinshir flew out through the open hatch, and a moment later, he emerged with a life form. It wasn't large, about 1.4 meters tall, and lacked a torso and head. Instead of 7 limbs, it had 8 thick snake-like tails, or perhaps large, thin, sucker-like appendages. Even its lower arms were 2 even larger, thinner tentacles, with more intricate branching organs like fingers. Ewan searched the database. She quickly found the answer. It was a race called Xiangxi, whose home planet was about 17 nodes away from human civilization. It was considered a relatively close civilization in that star system, and about 1800 years after the modern era, it had successfully transcended E-level and become a member of a D-level civilization. In other words, it was actually a race from a D-class civilization. Their pilotable spaceships were even below E-class level. Those kinds of ships, if they were to travel alone in interstellar space, would likely face constant danger of destruction. Even if they encountered small asteroids without encountering enemies, given their limited defenses and weaponry, survival would be virtually impossible. Is that what a special civilization in interstellar space is like? Can individuals even live independently? Ivan looked at the intelligent life form behind her, still deeply affected by the consciousness attack, completely dazed. I could sense that it probably had no training in primal energy. However, its skill level is extremely high. Even the warriors in human civilization, who have only trained for 8 years, are weaker than it. Since obtaining the time crystal and coming into contact with interstellar society, everyone I encountered and seen has been quite capable. Even the humans in White Market at the beginning of Future Line 1 could be considered among the best of D-class civilizations. For example, the human who initially traded this copy of The Art of War from my subordinate outside the collector's shop was able to produce over 10 tons of simulated transforming matter. Its value probably far exceeds that of the worthless scrap metal in the ship behind me, except for its most complex warp drive. I realize that what I'm seeing now is likely the common, special level of interstellar life. Leave it there, I said. She glanced again at the many other ships parked there, all identical in model, style, and equipment. It seemed she understood. Those spaceships, clearly from the same civilization, were likely a hastily assembled fleet, with each ship taking turns navigating to maximize the risks during their voyage. Was that like the early days of seafaring on Earth? Minimal risk, huge rewards. A handful of people dared to set sail in a dilapidated ship. But back then, small boats were all wooden. No matter how good, they couldn't go anywhere. Now, some people have dilapidated wooden boats, while others have steel cruise ships, even space carriers. Evan shook her head. She continued walking outside. I saw clearly armed and modified escorts, but judging from their appearance, they didn't seem to be Daikians. Faced with the arrival of Jiang Shui and Shinshir, those who should have been responsible for maintaining order stood there dumbfounded, exhibiting only instinctive reactions, like walking corpses. After traversing the long passage, a breathtaking view opened up before Yiwen. The light was dim, and as far as the eye could see, there was a city stretching to the horizon. Yes, a city. There were buildings of all shapes and sizes, some even completely suspended in midair, and below her was another city, upside down. Yiwen even saw lush forests and tiny bodies of water, whether oceans or lakes, in some areas below her head. That was the interior of the ring. Although the sides were equally narrow and wide, if one flew, One could still see the translucent boundaries radiating a harsh light. However, the front and back were truly bounded. Only at the very edge could one barely discern the arc. Although she had anticipated that the area, as a supply point for the Dake civilization, would be complex, she still hadn't expected it to be so bustling. How many people are there? Ivan couldn't help but ask. A total of 117.7 million intelligent beings provided feedback. Shinshur, as the actual controller of the primal weapon, was able to receive feedback from it. Ivan finally understood why the first attack had resulted in a loss of control, leading to a partial leakage of power. However, the seventh attack was remarkably stable and efficient. The output levels of the 7 attacks were completely the same. But these 117.7 million were from the same civilization, intelligent beings of the same race. Chapter 176. Shinshur suddenly realized. This attack seemed to be more than he had imagined. The Dake civilization was the overlord of this star system, and its subordinates included more than one civilization. A war waged against the Dake civilization would directly affect all civilizations in the entire star system. For example, this time, his original intention was only to eliminate the Dake civilization's base to delay their investigation, but the result was that it directly affected hundreds of millions of other individuals. Speaking of which, he hadn't yet understood how humanity, in this future timeline, handled its relationships with other civilizations. Shinshur immediately opened the database and investigated. The results showed that after joining the Mud system as a sea-level civilization, human civilization also cultivated other weaker civilizations while actively waging wars against other sea-level civilizations. Without this, it would be difficult to sustain the tribute payments to the Mud system. This was also why the entire civilization was actively expanding outwards. To some extent, this was also a form of external aggression. As human civilization's sphere of influence continues to expand, its dominance over other civilizations will further strengthen, and even warfare against other Class C civilizations will become much easier, as it can significantly shorten the time required for interstellar travel and communication. This is also the inevitable path for any civilization within the Mud system to become a Class B civilization. The influence of each Class B civilization is limited only to its home planet. So, should I continue down that path? Even looking at the space city behind me, now a lifeless wasteland after the primal energy attack I ordered. Blue Star was unaware of this. However, as the giver and receiver of the war, that city now belonged to humanity. You need to spend some time completely controlling that place, Blue Star said to Buki. He'd be in charge of the energy technology. The rest of the technical fields are your responsibility. Make sure to leave no loopholes. Yes, Buki replied in a deep voice. Following this, a small group of mechanical octopuses appeared directly behind Blue Star. This made Mute's heart skip a beat. You could easily tell that they were a group of fully automated machines designed specifically for clearing battlefields and recovering spoils. Their technological level was probably very low, at most reaching C7, or even C8. Controlling a base of captured spoils shouldn't be difficult for them. In Mute's mind, even his own captain was somewhat unfathomable. This made Buki even more focused on his mission. The primal energy domain can only rely on you. There absolutely cannot be any loopholes. Subsequently, Blue Star also became very busy. My tasks were very few. It was simply to scan the entire city, hack into every access point, destroy all devices that could be hacked and controlled, separate all intelligent life within the city, and then remove and modify their weapons before imprisoning them. Although human civilization and those other civilizations had no enmity in interstellar society, especially within the Todd system, any civilization that was an allied civilization could be captured, or even sold. Therefore, Buki had no intention of lifting the restrictions on those intelligent life forms, and then engaging in friendly communication with us. Of course, I didn't intend to turn them all into batteries or eliminate them all. In the previous 2 weeks, Buki even went to Future Line 7 and used gold coins to purchase some more battlefield processing devices of the same model and design to assist in processing, ensuring there were no problems. Until a month ago, the entire base was finally completely under my control. Communications were blocked, and evacuation was possible. All intelligent life forms were disarmed and completely imprisoned. Most of those with relatively weak primal energy capabilities, especially these Iwan soldiers, were sealed inside primal energy batteries. The primal energy battery device is also the best confinement device for those with low primal energy proficiency. Initiate the jump, Buki ordered. I originally thought that no other Iwan people would return to investigate, but I was disappointed none did. Just as recorded in future history, The Iwan people didn't send their first large-scale reconnaissance force to investigate until 100 years ago, and only 800 years ago did a small army invade. As the 8 octagonal devices at the UN base compressed inward, Blue Star could vaguely sense the strange phenomena caused by the distortion of space. Even his own body seemed to be distorted, though this was merely a phenomenon caused by the drastic curvature change in optics. Compared to the silent operation of the mud, the difference was obvious. The colossal object had arrived directly at Jupiter just moments before. Yes, after 2 consecutive jumps, it appeared directly behind Jupiter, only 4 hours away from Dirk. And precisely beneath Ganymede. Blue Star felt a sense of relief. Luckily, he hadn't used the smaller void from the collector ship, one of the future lines for retreat operations. Otherwise, even if he had managed to deal with those UN warships, he might have been able to handle a small, but deadly weapon that could truly intimidate dozens of surrounding nodes. And that colossal object, larger than the dike in diameter, instantly triggered a calm reaction from everyone in the base the moment it appeared below Ganymede. The lowest level alarm immediately blared throughout all the warships, and the entire Jupiter base under construction. Until Blue Star's voice promptly took over the communication channels, ringing in everyone's ears. "It's you. Allocate the alarm. Don't panic. That's your spoils of war. It's Commander Shin." Once the source of the voice was identified, Blue Star had already deactivated the alarm, and everyone breathed a huge sigh of relief. Some personnel, who were only there to participate in the construction on Jupiter, collapsed to the ground. In just a few seconds, we experienced a sudden and immense fear. Looking up at the enormous little thing overhead, they couldn't contain their shock. "That's so small. Is that a warship? You managed to capture something like that? It doesn't even look like it can do any damage. You captured so many warships, you won? No matter what, all you want to say right now is, Commander Shin is awesome." Yes, when people recovered from their brief shock, they were also awestruck by the magnificent Iwan base. Compared to the base we're currently building, even toys seem insignificant next to that true planetary-level base, and that colossal behemoth had actually been captured by humans? The possibility of a failed rear-line operation or a gained advantage was simply undeniable. Everyone was instantly excited. This wasn't just a test of strength against enemy reconnaissance units, but the main fleet against the alien invaders. "Everyone, hold your posts. Everyone, hold your posts." The leader shouted several times before the excited discussion subsided. At the same time, fighter jets and warships flew out of the base, heading towards the behemoth. The closer they got, the more awe-inspiring it became. If we weren't mistaken, that thing had directly warped behind us, meaning its warp distance at most exceeded the warp distance of the nearest node to the Dirk. We all know that the Voron fleet possessed warp-free devices. And what Commander Shin just said about captured. Does that mean it's actually an Iwan civilization device? Commander Shin captured a Buki civilization device? On one of the spaceships, Shin sure couldn't control his emotions at all. Yes, Shin sure didn't go on that expedition with the army. Instead, he stayed at the Jupiter base, serving as one of the lowest-ranking liaisons between the Jupiter base and Buki. And now, I'm eager to communicate with Commander Shin. Counselor Shin, why did you return ahead of time? How's the situation at the rear? Well, we achieved a small victory, and are cleaning up the battlefield. Buki had already established contact with the rear through jump communication before returning directly. Can you confirm again? A complete victory? Shinshire's voice, suppressing excitement, asked for the 7th time. Of course, it's just the Voron fleet. Behind it is the Iwan civilization's node base, Lan Xing confirmed. They even gave more explosive news. You succeeded? Shinshire's excitement was completely uncontrollable. We actually failed. The Voron civilization, which initially brought us despair and a great crisis, has even captured the Iwan civilization's base. That's the Iwan civilization. The Iwan civilization that silently destroyed the entire Voron civilization overnight. What exactly happened? Shinshire was almost incoherent. Although Counselor Shin said there was no way, you even captured the Buki civilization's base and transported it there. The surprise was not only sudden, but also extremely unexpected. After all, in our minds, even if Lan Xing could deal with the Buki base, it would still be a complete failure. Behind him. Shinshire looked around. Absolutely certain that the enormous creature behind him hadn't suffered any damage whatsoever, it was as if the entire Ivan base had surrendered to them. To put it simply, he went to great lengths to deal with Ivan base, bringing in a helper and launching a sneak attack, taking control of the entire Buki base in one fell swoop. They should retreat. That location is one of the docking ports. Lan Xing directly marked the coordinates. At this moment, Muda stood in front of me. without the slightest hint of relief. This is the same legion commanded by the captains who will follow. Right now, it's a real meeting with the captain's civilization. You know we will accept you. I'm worried, Buki said with a smile, seeing what you were thinking. You be very popular, I promise. Although Buki's main body is actually a giant creature, you still deserve the title of shipgirl. At least these otaku will absolutely go crazy. A true space-class warship shipgirl. Plus, with my status and power, you might be ostracized, or face that kind of situation. And in future one, Buki does indeed have extremely high popularity. Although you only did it for your captain, you still fought for human civilization your whole life until death. Hearing Lanqing's words, Mude's eyes brightened slightly, revealing a hint of anticipation. You naturally doubted the captain's words 100%. Although you know that some races are extremely resistant, for a warship, the captain's race is your 7th race, and it's unlikely that you spend your entire life there. Emotionally, you naturally hoped to be excluded. At that time, Shinshur and the others finally arrived at the docking port and disembarked from the spaceship. When we retreated into the inner city and saw everything behind us, even Shinshur gasped. We were astonished by the insignificance of the island civilization. Such a scale, such a space city, was completely beyond our comprehension, and Lanqing and Mude appeared behind us, hovering steadily in the center of the inverted building. How does it feel? Lanqing opened his arms. Behind them is a node supply point built by the island civilization, and now, it belongs to humanity. Counselor Shin. Shinshur finally managed to suppress his excitement before seeing Lanqing, exclaiming, "How did you manage to do that?" But upon noticing Mude standing before Lanqing, his pupils contracted, and he managed to suppress his emotions for a brief moment. Because Lanqing had just said that he had gone to great lengths to acquire a helper, which was essential to capturing the island civilization base behind them. Good thing, that mysterious boy who suddenly appeared was that helper. Now that his identity was unclear, they naturally had to be careful. In short, he was some weakling from the Star Sea Company. Let me introduce him. Lanqing noticed Shinshur's ease, and revealed a playful smile. He quickly led Mude forward, extending his hand, and patting Mude's shoulder affectionately. This is Mude, your new warship. Shinshur, and even the others, froze. Some even managed to suppress their astonishment. They believed they had misheard. A new warship? That young lady? Greetings, everyone. Mude seemed to have mustered her courage, raising her large hand and greeting everyone according to human etiquette. You are the captain's new warship, an intelligent warship race, and will forever follow and serve the captain. Shinshur, being a seasoned liaison officer, though lacking significant primal energy cultivation, was the first to react. He smiled warmly at Buki. On behalf of humanity, welcome, Sister Mude. I had already realized that the one behind me seemed to be no fundamentally different from a special warship AI. At most, had this Sebastian received a formal introduction from Earth? Chapter 177. Moreover, Todd had already guessed. It was likely that Counselor Shin's ability to completely capture the massive Dake base before them was thanks to Evan. Shinshur's next words confirmed his suspicions. Evan's main body is anchored not far away. She's equipped with powerful primal weapons. The ability to capture this base without injury is mainly due to Evan, Shinshur said slowly. Primal weapons. This name was actually not unfamiliar to Todd and the others. He even remembered the indescribable shock he felt when he first met Shinshur and learned that the Voran civilization had been completely and silently destroyed. That was because the Dake people used a primal weapon. They had directly controlled every single life form in the entire civilization in one fell swoop. This weapon was almost equivalent to interstellar nuclear weapons in their minds. So why was this incredibly vast and magnificent alien city so quiet? It was immediately clear. Everyone was under direct control. Todd took several deep breaths to calm himself. But his gaze towards Evan was completely different now. A primal weapon. Did this mean that this person alone could, like the Dirk civilization, destroy a civilization like the Vuran civilization that had already begun venturing out into interstellar space and embarking on long-distance voyages overnight? Human civilization would be utterly powerless to resist. I will not act in the best interests of the captain's race. Wang Wei's primal energy cultivation was far inferior to that of the Dirks, so he could naturally sense the fleeting wariness in the person behind him. He pursed his lips, radiating a very serious and earnest emotion. For Wang Wei, the captain is everything, and the captain's compatriots are also Mud's compatriots. Shinshur was taken aback, then roughly guessed that his thoughts had been detected. That warship was a true low-level primal energy vessel. I'm sorry to have made you laugh, Sister Mude. Shinshur's mind raced, and he didn't quite admit that the sense of relief he had just felt was genuine, only managing a slightly bitter smile. The feeling of a powerful person facing destructive force is indeed difficult to eliminate. Alright, Huang Wei, he doesn't really need to relax. Daiku suddenly interjected, reaching out to ruffle Huang Wei's hair, and said with a smile, since you brought Huang Wei here, it means you can be trusted, and that's indeed the case. Mute is absolutely obedient to you, and you will become one of your civilization's smallest trump cards, a deterrent force. Huang Wei looked at Mute, who was half closing her eyes, looking quite pleased, even rubbing against his hand. He was startled for a moment, then breathed a sigh of relief. If Counselor Shin could maintain absolute control, it would be exactly the same. After all, Counselor Shin would also possess power sufficient to easily destroy human civilization after that. Moreover, if that's the case, wouldn't that mean humanity also possesses a weak source of energy weapons? Before realizing that, not only Huang Wei, but everyone else in front of me also felt a surge of excitement. That emotion was also felt by Miud. Sure enough, the captain wasn't lying to you. Miud was once again satisfied with his good fortune. At that moment, Dake's expression turned serious. Regarding that war, you have much more to say. He immediately made contact with Blue Star. Also, regarding your return, it should be kept secret to a certain extent for now. The real victory will wait until the warriors return. Yes, Shinshu replied immediately. Also, send a team of soldiers to garrison that area. You already replaced the core AI of the entire base. Send another team of administrators to familiarize themselves with everything there. That area will become another trump card for humanity, Daiku continued. Understood. Shinshu's response was even quieter this time. I looked again at the magnificent city behind me, feeling quite excited. Perhaps such a base means nothing to the Iowan people. However, for humanity, its significance is extremely important. Moreover, it seems to represent an end, a new direction. What we have, we will seize from the enemy. With this ebb and flow, human civilization will become increasingly weak. The Iowan civilization, perhaps compared to humanity at this time, it is still invincible, but it seems the initial fear has faded. Next, not only Shinshu, but also many others on Earth, soon learned of the sudden good news. Among the vast majority of the population, known only to the common people, feelings of surprise and shock spread rapidly. We could see it, of course. That war was almost a one-man show where Dirk single-handedly crushed a weak enemy, saving the entire civilization. Dick's power was unfathomable, once again leaving a profound impression on the lower strata of human civilization. Of course, for us, the weaker Dirk was, the better. Initially facing Dirk's warships, the general sentiment was one of worry, vigilance, and extreme caution. But as Dirk unleashed his planetary fortresses, his spaceships, and one weak weapon after another, his initial wariness and worry gradually disappeared, because with such a vast disparity in strength, the outcome became meaningless. Adding a slight element of self-interest is always the best way to make a relationship seemingly unbreakable. 8 days ago, Dake quietly returned to Earth and convened another small-scale meeting via consciousness link. That consciousness link can significantly improve communication efficiency. It would be best to popularize it among human civilizations beforehand, Dake said. In fact, for a small number of sea-level civilizations, the role of language has been reduced to merely a carrier of culture. And your human civilization, in the future, will also be regressing at full speed towards the level of a sea-level civilization. Counselor Shin, please tell me, has the crisis of war truly been resolved? A counselor asked with barely suppressed urgency. There was no need to worry too much about noise, because each person only needed a moment to transmit their consciousness. Before that question was asked, many others had raised similar questions. What we are truly concerned about now is the war and crisis on the front lines. Since the knowledge of the invaders' existence ended, it has become the least of everyone's nightmares during those 8 years, and now, it seems we have succeeded. Naturally, Dirk denied the claim that the crisis was over. Don't forget, your entire galaxy is under the control of the Todd system. What kind of system is Todd? Even if you reach C level or B level, there's no way you can resolve the crisis. The crisis is always looming, so they better be prepared to normalize full-speed development, or even erase your cultural traditions. Those leisurely days of the past are gone forever. In reality, this is how humanity is in the future. Expansion and development have become an integral part of the entire civilization's culture. At most, the very few people Dick encountered in the market of Future Line 7 were constantly striving for this. If that were the case, there wouldn't be so many people going to such lengths to acquire antiques. Simply lying down, with the meager strength of a sea-level top-tier civilization, would be enough for everyone to enjoy a life of ease without any pressure. But the consequences of lying down. The Evian civilization of future Line 1 has already shown Dick. Stagnation in development, watching helplessly as it is replaced by newcomers. Some people present deeply agreed with Dick's words, while others didn't grasp the meaning as profoundly. But it doesn't matter. Because, at most, for the next few hundred years, human civilization has no right to slacken. And that is also a time to fully develop and etch itself into our culture. Although you captured Huang Wei's base, you couldn't prevent news of the impending attack on Iwan's base from spreading. Moreover, as one of the key supply points for the Iwan civilization, its fall will inevitably be detected. Based on your understanding of the Iwan civilization, our reconnaissance forces will reach Blue Star in at least 100 years, Daika continued. Instantly, everyone's emotions and awareness stirred. 100 years? Although it seems only a short time compared to the next 8 years. But this is the Iwan civilization. From E-level to C-level is merely a jump of 2 levels. Compared to that, 100 years seems like nothing. That must have been unexpected, right? Huang Wei's rhetorical question gradually calmed the commotion. Yes, that was indeed unexpected. Before we understood the essence of the Todd system, we should have realized that within such a system, stable development was possible. The strong were merely valued for being nurtured, only the weak could gain some sovereignty, and a future, only by truly taking action could one truly control their own destiny. Humanity indeed has no right to be complacent, because complacency means abandoning the future and hope. Associate Shen, someone suddenly asked, do you lack confidence? That one sentence silenced the entire room. Several people were watching Huang Wei. Huang Wei's later statement, as long as you still lack confidence, humanity will eventually face despair, has become the most famous quote in the entire civilization. The outcome of that war seemed to confirm that point. Humanity's smallest trump card, its weakest source of confidence, has always been Mr. Shen, who returned from the stars, without exception. You do lack confidence. Huang Wei, once again, disappointed everyone. With just a single sentence, the atmosphere visibly shifted, and a surge of exhilaration welled up in everyone's hearts. But Dirk suddenly changed the subject. War, your lack of confidence is enough. Development is your own affair. That time, your confidence didn't come from the stars, but from you all, from all of humanity. You doubted that as long as there is opportunity and hope, you humans will seize it. And you will bring that opportunity and hope. Whether you seize it or not depends on you all. A hush fell over the room. Under normal circumstances, perhaps no one would have stood up to make such a powerful statement, but outside, those words seemed to have lost their power. Even more powerless was the emotion. 100 years. Everyone was somewhat dazed. That time, which initially seemed so long, now felt so urgent. All right, unrelated to developments, we discussed that in detail later, but right now, there's another matter at that meeting, Dirk continued. They all know that you captured a base of the Huang Wei civilization, our supply base, and within that base, over 100 million intelligent individuals from 71 other civilizations and races, all of whom have been captured. Everyone's emotions seemed to have been severely shaken. Although we knew that Dirk had captured an Ivan base. But outside that base, there were no other civilizations. Not even 100 million. What does that mean? Were they just collateral damage? Could this trigger an interstellar conflict? Would all these civilizations send warships to retaliate? In that star system, there are only 2 civilizations. The Yuans and the Voss, Dake said, noticing everyone's shock, quickly conveying his message. Up to this point, your human civilization has truly entered interstellar society, and even as an ordinary civilization, one that dares to defy the hegemon of that star system, how you will face other civilizations, how you will handle relationships with them, these are the questions now facing you, and they concern your future development. Many people calmed down slightly and nodded. We can actually imagine it. Humanity's actions that time were relatively minor. It was like a well-known superpower suddenly appearing near the border of a powerful empire, taking a bite out of its very edge. They even captured all the inhabitants of all the countries within that border. The first to react would likely be the empire, not the other, larger nations. Whether we react with fear or hostility, it will have a certain impact on the development of human civilization. Regarding that issue, you feel your choices are not few. A counselor suddenly spoke up. The main theme of interstellar society is darkness and cruelty. Once sufficient strength is achieved, peace is merely the clamor of the strong. Since you no longer have the weak enemy of the Huang Wei civilization, you can no longer be interfered with by other civilizations, and even try to profit from them. Therefore, your suggestion is to pursue a hegemonic path. That suggestion immediately gained the approval of a small minority. Human civilization, even now, is a civilization with few nations. Throughout the history of human civilization, the handling of such relations has been repeatedly tested. Although interstellar civilization relations and planetary nation relations are not entirely the same, it is merely a difference in power and environment. Many things are actually the same. Chapter 178. They are now a small country that dares to rebel against the empire. In this situation, the path of hegemony is more advantageous than the path of peace, and force and fear are more effective than so-called friendly attitudes. Just as that counselor said earlier. In this dark interstellar context, peace is merely the clamor of the weak. Of course, some people raise concerns. These civilizations should all be civilizations within the mud system, right? We are still outside the mud system. If we make contact with them, will it trigger interference from a more advanced civilization within the mud system? Shinshur answered this question. The more advanced civilization within the mud system is the Dake civilization, isn't it? The person who asked the question was speechless. Reaching level C already grants one a managerial position within the mud system. As for the higher level B civilizations, they have little interest in managing the minor affairs of level E and level D civilizations. Even if we defeat the Dake civilization and replace them, the level B civilizations won't interfere. They might even welcome it. The mud system, after all, is an interstellar system primarily based on nurturing and oppression. Profit and value are its eternal core, Shinshur continued. Therefore, since we're prepared to challenge the Dake civilization, we don't need to worry about pressure from the mud system until we succeed. This was also the historical experience of human civilization in Future Line 2. After the power dynamics with the Dake reversed, the Dake did seek help from other civilizations within the mud system. All of these requests were met with Riku's agreement. Just like the mud's attitude towards the Vorms in Future Line 1's history. That's the Qin-Chun system. Outside of that, there's no need to care about relationships, reputation, or anything like that. There's also no constraint of morality, or the so-called peaceful overarching principle. Everything is driven by self-interest. However, it must be said that while it's a cruel environment for the powerful, it's also a place where the weak can reap the benefits and achieve slow but steady development. Human civilization is now striving to transform from the powerful to the weak. Many people breathed a sigh of relief after receiving the loan from Daika. Before the main theme was determined, some people's minds began to stir. Counselor Shin, besides technological prowess and industrial prowess, is there another crucial standard for a sea-level civilization? The standard of a star system fortress? Someone suddenly asked. There's a mistake. Qin-Chun, sensing the other person's meaning, replied. A star system fortress is actually a concentrated manifestation of technological and industrial capabilities, and a symbol of the authority of a Class C civilization. The entire star system fortress can restrict other spaceships and warships from jumping into the star system, provided they are permitted. That's why it's become an important criterion. Only by achieving that level can one be considered a regional hegemon. You think that in terms of development, your human civilization is currently very distorted, the speaker continued. On the one hand, you have the support of Counselor Shin, possessing weak military force, a few weak devices, and even low-tech production lines. On the other hand, you lack a sufficient population, a sufficient number of highly skilled technical personnel, and a sufficiently large industrial system. All of this hinders your development speed. So you think you can use your military advantage to compensate for your shortcomings in Qin-Chun. At that moment, not only Dake, but everyone else understood my meaning. Many people stopped thinking. As they pondered, their eyes grew increasingly dim. If the concern was about the intervention of a larger system, then that was indeed a very wrong approach. Concentrating the strength of these powerful civilizations in the Shinshur realm into human civilization, on Blue Star, if powerful nations surrounding the Empire wanted to challenge its position, their first action wouldn't be to directly confront the Empire head-on, but rather to first eliminate other, even more powerful nations, rapidly strengthening themselves. Moreover, that could indeed significantly compensate for humanity's shortcomings in the Shinshur realm. At that moment, fewer and fewer people discussed it. That's also a way to weaken the mud civilization. According to the rules of the system, even a sea-level civilization needs to pay tribute to a lower-level civilization. But travel time is a minor issue. And there's the transportation problem too. Thinking about it casually, it's not that complicated. Besides, your civilization's development needs to catch up as quickly as possible. And that might delay the collision with the mud civilization. You better find a way to hide yourself. The balance between conquering territories and building walls, stockpiling grain, and hastily becoming king needs to be carefully maintained. You need to understand what your biggest advantage is? As the discussion continued, Gradually, everyone's gaze once again focused on Dake's lower body. After all, our biggest advantage is Qin Chun. There's still no good news. Dike narrowed his eyes slightly, a clear sense of pleasure emanating from him. They should all have guessed by now that you have considerable assets and connections in the Star Sea. Later, in order to acquire Evan, you made a risky investment, and fortunately you succeeded. Just as you always said, your personal interests are becoming increasingly intertwined with the interests of all human civilization. Your success, coupled with that previous failure and the challenge and threat to the Mud civilization, allows your entire human civilization to gain even more support from the Star Sea. Those words sent a surge of excitement through the entire room. Our smallest advantage was indeed Dake, or rather, the Star Sea that Dake represented. And we finally understood why the Qin Chun base, which initially posed minimal threat, was so easily breached and even captured. Why Mr. Shen, with his seemingly weak warships, had brought them out earlier. So that was the reason. Mr. Shen's influence in the Star Sea was constantly growing, and that growth, when fed back to human civilization, might allow Dake to gain even greater benefits in the Star Sea. Excellent. Those present were the lower echelons of human civilization, the elites adept at handling relationships of interest. We naturally understood that this was absolutely good news. Just as Dake said, my interests were now intricately linked to the interests of human civilization, and the weaker I was, the weaker humanity became. Counselor Shen, can you obtain a transport fleet with low-performance warp engines? Someone couldn't help but ask. That was the focus of our discussion just now. To concentrate the power of these E-class, and even D-class, civilizations outside of human civilization, transportation is the most crucial element. They should understand that low-performance spaceships are extremely expensive throughout interstellar space, I said, my voice tinged with difficulty, but I added at the outset, you can try your best, but while that's one direction, your own development cannot be relaxed in the slightest. Of course. The atmosphere in the meeting grew increasingly enthusiastic. It even seemed like a century-long plan was about to be established. But Dike stopped me. The situation will change drastically from here on out. Everyone knows what will happen, so such a plan is meaningless. The only thing you can do is relentlessly weaken yourself, simply to overcome all crises and create a glorious future for humanity. Hearing the first sentence, everyone's eyes lit up. Humanity's seemingly endless ambition and desire are also a cultural characteristic of human civilization. Initially, upon learning of the existence of interstellar society and the faint existence of extraterrestrial civilizations, we only sought survival. However, with our gradual weakening, we will cease our pursuit of glory. Think back to our initial impressions of the incredibly weak Mud civilization. Humanity has now even set its sights on defeating and replacing such a civilization. What about the B-level civilizations, A-level civilizations, or even the ranchers? Humanity may still dare to dream of such things now, but when we break through the first possibility, this ambition buried deep within us will be fully unleashed by failure and success. While inheriting the culture of the past, new cultures will also be created. With less support available now, the development plan can be adjusted to some extent. You will provide them with a list of available support, and you will formulate a plan based on actual needs. Then, if there is anything you need, you will be told. Next, you will be mainly responsible for internal affairs. For example, right now, the next billion people are from the same civilization and race, which is the first step. Dake finished explaining his plan, and the others offered suggestions from time to time. Although the war had temporarily begun, it was only just beginning. A few days before that meeting, a small group of soldiers and various other needed personnel arrived on Jupiter. They arrived at the captured new base. A petite woman, seemingly refined and cultured, slowly approached to greet Qin Chuanla. Counselor Shen, hello, you are Qin Chuanla, the first city lord of Mute City. I grasped Dake's hands with both, shaking them slightly before releasing them, displaying extreme respect. It wasn't just superficial politeness. In fact, my gaze towards Dake was distinctly cold. I was also a participant in the subsequent meeting. Before personally arriving and witnessing the grandeur of that space city, my admiration and gratitude towards Dake reached its peak. If it weren't for the existence of Dake, how could human civilization have missed the opportunity to possess such a space city? And how could I have missed the opportunity to become the first administrator of such a city? Whether it's for the significance of human civilization or for my personal life's value, I have no reason to be grateful to Dake. Is he from the East? Dake asked casually upon hearing the name. Nowadays, even some blonde-haired, blue-eyed people from the East will give themselves a name from the East. That's simply because of Qin Chun's existence. More importantly, with the promotion of the primal energy system, some people have gradually realized how important cultural heritage is to the development of an individual's primal energy attainments. But the culture of some people's countries is not only luxurious but also lacking. Fortunately, for those belonging to the same race, the cultures of other countries can also be assimilated and used. As one of the oldest and richest cultural traditions on the entire planet, the culture of the Eastern Kingdom was warmly welcomed. That's right, you were born in Haicheng, Qi Yangqiu replied. What a coincidence, Haicheng can be considered your seventh hometown, Qin Chun laughed. Now you named a space-based new Haicheng, Qi Yangqiu continued, but before the war crisis is over, some people will likely remain in the original Haicheng. This city still possesses its unique charm. That's also right, Qin Chun nodded. There's no need to worry that the space city will be built in vain. Because human civilization is bound to enter a period of population explosion, which concerns the core interests of the entire civilization, and even has a faint trend towards becoming number one. In other words, all other interests must give way to this. After all, population is not only related to the development of a civilization, but also directly to its weakness. The smaller the population, the less power a minor energy master can wield. He said in his report that he hoped to make that civilization a hub for the alien races. Daika changed the subject. The first city lord behind him seemed to have been chosen because of his unique ideas. Qin Chun hadn't participated in this election process, but he had read the other party's report. Indeed, there was nothing unique about it. Yes. Qi Yangqiu got down to business, his expression turning serious, all his attention instantly focused, showcasing my considerable mastery of primal energy. The mud civilization has ruled that star field for over 1800 years. Our name, coupled with the title of a sea-level civilization, carries immense deterrent power among all civilizations in that star field. It's something your human civilization could never possess. However, you can use that deterrent power to build your own, naming that city Mud City. That's the reason. Dyke nodded slightly. That was a clear, albeit vague, message to the other civilizations. That city was seized from the Mud people. They dared to seize even the Qin Chun civilization, and succeeded. What about those powerful civilizations? It was indeed a slow way to establish deterrence. But at the same time, it had its downsides. I fear that in the minds of many civilizations, daring to attack the Mud civilization, yet lacking a human civilization that has reached level C, is already facing certain death. However, Dake didn't voice that point, because that was my mission. Humanity needs to demonstrate its strength. Chapter 179. These past few days, Shinshur had been contemplating his next move. Fighting the enemy and developing the rear were indeed vastly different. Warfare, as he had said before, mainly depended on equipment, intelligence, and primal energy, all of which he could obtain through Ling and the market terminal. Even the primal energy strength, which he initially thought would require time to whittle down, had been traded to acquire E1, hadn't it? And frankly, although Ewan didn't yet know she had actually traveled 3,000 years into the past, Shinshur understood that since she was already here, she couldn't hide it forever. Breaking through even one barrier made all the difference. 1 or 2 breakthroughs were insignificant. When the time truly came, would he bring Gong Chu and the Collector, who were already imprinted with the primal energy steel seal of absolute obedience, and who cared for humanity and human history? Previously, Shinshur couldn't give a definite answer. Or perhaps, he was extremely resistant. But now, he was very clear that this resistance had lessened. The deepening connection between Ling and him became another source of confidence for him. When he could truly control time to a certain extent, and when human civilization grew stronger, some of his past worries ceased to be real concerns. Therefore, he wasn't really afraid of war anymore. Unless the Dake civilization truly realized the threat posed by human civilization, and suddenly deployed a truly powerful army 300 years later, it would indeed bring modern humanity another crisis of extinction. However, if these 300 years could be truly utilized, it seemed not impossible to resist a crisis of this magnitude. Therefore, this was why, after reading the report, he still intended to personally meet the first city lord. He began to focus his attention on the rapid development of the entire civilization. You said in your report that you wanted to control all the alien races here, making them the first prisoners to contribute to the development of humanity. So which race do you plan to start with? Shinshur asked again. You didn't mention this in your report. Naturally, the Dake people. Qi Yangqiu answered without hesitation. Oh! Shinshur could roughly guess the reason, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. The Dake civilization is indeed crucial to our future development strategy, Qi Yangqiu said, his eyes practically gleaming as he spoke of the plan. Since some civilizations think we're doomed, we might as well align ourselves with them. Civilizations on the verge of death are fearless and unscrupulous. At least E-level and D-level civilizations like theirs can't withstand our dying counterattack. And when they gradually realize that our strength is growing, and that we might not die, then we can slowly take everything from the Dake people, including their prestige and territory. Shinshur understood this time. That's exactly it. Since we're targeting the Dake civilization, we must seize everything from them. Equipment can be stolen. Prestige and prestige can also be stolen. Let's begin then, Shinshur said, narrowing his eyes slightly. He decided to observe carefully first, especially to see how these changes would affect the future. However, Qi Yongqiu looked at him with eager anticipation. Next, we need Counselor Shin's continued assistance. And so, Shinshur followed him into the prison. There was no other way. Only when Qi Yongqiu uttered those words did Shinshur realize that he was arguably the only truly capable original energy master in human civilization. The other warriors, no matter how well their bodies were modified, or even if they used the same C9 level life purification devices as him, would be completely exposed the moment they stood before those alien original energy masters. A civilization whose warriors' original energy skills were so weak could hardly establish a reputation or instill fear. Even if they possessed powerful enough warships to capture these places without taking damage, it would still be the same. To put it more vividly, current human civilization is like a dwarf with a giant's leg, Qi Yongqiu said with a smile, as he followed Shinshur towards the prison. And when facing other civilizations, all we need to do is extend that giant's leg and let the enemy imagine the giant's form. Shinshur understood he was that giant's leg. So it had to be him. It was truly amusing. He himself had played the tip of the iceberg of a massive iceberg, and now he was to play the giant's leg of human civilization. This kind of deception seemed tailor-made for him. But what did deception matter as long as it achieved its purpose? Shinshur was adept at deceiving humanity for his own sake. Deceiving these aliens for humanity's sake was even easier. They soon arrived at their destination. This prison wasn't specially built by Shinshur. It was already part of the Dake civilization's base. After all, driven by the profits of primal energy batteries, most civilizations didn't simply kill and discard intelligent life into space. Therefore, this prison was specifically designed for those potential primal energy batteries. From the outside, it resembled a series of narrow bubbles, tightly packed together, compressed and deformed. Larger races occupied larger bubbles. Smaller races occupied smaller bubbles. Clearly, no space was wasted. Furthermore, the material of these bubbles was extremely advanced. It was a device far more powerful than liquid metal, with extremely strong defensive capabilities. Even if a large antimatter bomb were placed inside, it wouldn't be able to break through the prison. More importantly, it also had an extremely strong ability to restrict primal energy, and could even directly function as a component of a primal energy battery, directly extracting the primal energy of these captured prisoners to provide energy for the entire base when necessary. If there were more prisoners here, Yuan alone might not have been able to achieve success with a single shot. She might have needed to launch 1 or 2 more targeted attacks. After all, this kind of B-grade energy weapon was originally designed for true experts. Even without experts, it would still consume a large number of energy batteries. Besides its powerful effects, even the color of the bubbles could be freely chosen, even maintaining a semi-transparent state. That's exactly what happened now. Even a simple cage has such technology, Qi Yongqiu remarked, having obtained all the information about this space base from Shinshur and examining it as he went. A true Class C civilization's technological advancement is evident in every aspect, Shinshur said calmly. You can feel its power in almost every field. This is something humanity, even with my current abilities, cannot achieve. As he finished speaking, the dense bubbles before them all became translucent. This allowed everyone to clearly see the numerous and varied creatures within. Some were very similar to humans, all with upright limbs, clearly the most common form for intelligent beings, but differed greatly in details. For example, skin color, hair, size, skeleton, tails. Besides these, there were also creatures with strange auras. For example, there were races with 3 tentacles on their lower bodies and 2 on their arms, and then there were creatures with only 1 head, but whose hair twisted and danced freely. Except for Shinshur, Qi Yongqiu, and the others all stared wide-eyed. Although they already knew that this vast universe was not only not lonely, but actually quite bustling, it was impossible for everyone not to feel something upon encountering so many extraterrestrial life forms for the first time. It wasn't fear. Nor could it be fear. After all, these aliens were their prisoners. It was simply a feeling of beginning to experience this real world. A world far larger, more dangerous, and more fascinating than anything they had ever seen before. Associate Shin, we leave the rest to you and Miss Yuen. Chi Yongqiu and the others knew they could only observe at most, and couldn't even show themselves. Showing themselves would give them away. Alright. Shinshur didn't say much more. He was also observing the aliens before him, but frankly, he didn't feel much. After all, he had already seen countless aliens during his previous studies. At this moment, he only noticed the state of these aliens. Each of them still exuded a joyful emotion, completely immersed in it. Even some of the grotesque and bizarre creatures gave off an extremely lazy yet joyful feeling, looking extremely eerie. These were all carefully selected individuals, with considerable mastery of primal energy. In interstellar society, strong primal energy mastery and status are often correlated. Let's begin, Shinshur said, standing in the very center of all the bubbles. The next moment, with Ivan's movements, all the prisoners gradually awoke from their state of blissful consciousness control. One person awoke instantly. For example, the extremely powerful Dinky, especially the one Shinshur remembered, Didi. This refers to the Dake, the person directly responsible for his sacrifice in history number 1. Even upon regaining consciousness, or even before fully regaining it, he curled himself up tightly, using his back and tail to protect his entire body, a defensive instinct of his race. Simultaneously, powerful primal energy spread outwards, bouncing back sharply upon touching the bubble. Shinshur could clearly sense that this person's emotions had noticeably faltered. Clearly, he had recognized that the place he was in was his own cage. Then, he immediately noticed Shinshur. More and more alien life forms began to focus their attention on Shinshur. Some with eye organs pointed them at Shinshur, while those without focused their other sensory organs. Shinshur could clearly sense the emotions of these prisoners. Fear, scrutiny, confusion. He noticed that the cage even amplified these emotions. You are one of the races from the planet Howlon. The first to speak was naturally Didiku. He used his race's primitive language, but also utilized his primal energy to transmit his consciousness and his current shock. Yes, he knew what humans looked like. In this universe, naturally habitable planets are numerous, but also rare. Looking at the entire universe, or even just the entire Milky Way, there are naturally many. After all, the Milky Way alone has 150 billion to 400 billion stars, but within the star system monitored by a single node base, the number is much smaller. So, as the closest node base to the solar system and to Earth, he had actually explored Earth when he was bored. Of course, he hadn't done anything. After all, it was one of the assets cultivated by their entire civilization, just waiting to be harvested. Therefore, one can imagine how shocked he was when he saw Shinshur's appearance. Merely a G-level civilization, a primitive civilization that hadn't even set foot on its home planet, yet it stood here? Not only did it dare to attack their powerful Dake civilization, but it also succeeded with ease. Recalling the terrifying attack power that was impossible to resist at that time, he would have believed it was an attack from a B-level civilization. How could this possibly be this race? They haven't even set foot on their home planet. But Shinshur wanted this effect. The more unbelievable, the more incomprehensible, the more mysterious. Planet Howlon? Shinshur unleashed his primal energy without restraint, infusing his will into the minds of every alien. We humans call our home planet Blue Star. Unlike Shinshur, who used the name of the star sea to deceive humanity, humans didn't need to conceal their identity. Nor could they. They were human, and Blue Star was their home planet. However, this didn't stop them from disguising themselves as giants. Because the giants' legs were real. Feeling the primal energy released by Shinshur, many of them recoiled violently, making no attempt to hide their weakness, fear, and despair. Stronger than most of them. Yes, after several flashbacks of consciousness and the exploration of new future timelines, Shinshur's current mastery of primal energy is already considered strong among ordinary E-class and D-class civilizations, and even among C-class civilizations, he is not weak. He is at least stronger than the controller of a node base like Didiku. He clearly surpasses everyone present. This mastery of primal energy, coupled with the primal energy weapons capable of attacking the entire Dike base in one fell swoop, demonstrates the opponent's overall level in the field of primal energy, and this also signifies a cruel reality. Their will no longer belong to them. Torture? In interstellar space, this is meaningless. As long as one's primal energy is stronger, everything can be easily controlled, including their ego, their interests, and even their perception. Chapter 180. Even the Didiku from before was now filled with a sense of dejection and intense disbelief. The one who so easily defeated them, the Dake people, was actually human. That ignorant, pathetic, and easily annihilated indigenous civilization, the weakest and most pitiful of all, actually possessed such primal energy mastery? But this couldn't be faked. There was no need to fake it. As prisoners, deceiving them would be incredibly easy, and such deception would be meaningless. But how could humans possibly possess such power? Didi Ku, as a Dake, had also undergone biological modification. His mental calculation abilities even surpassed those of a quantum computer, not to mention his considerable primal energy mastery. Even so, he couldn't make a reasonable guess at this moment. If other civilizations intervened, equipment could be acquired, technology could be obtained, but primal energy mastery was something that couldn't be achieved overnight. However, apart from Didi Ku, the others didn't have such complex thoughts. They only knew that the Dake civilization's base had been easily captured. Before them stood a civilization capable of easily conquering the Dake civilization's base. Therefore, they were filled with fear and awe. Shinshur glanced around, gaining a general understanding of the atmosphere in this interstellar space. Just as he had sensed before, these ordinary, lower-class races in interstellar space were nothing like the advanced and intelligent civilizations, the powerful technologies, the developed, hedonistic, domineering, and confident figures that humanity had previously believed them to be. They remained at the bottom, still humble, and perhaps even less dignified than the homeless on Earth. Of course, not everyone was like that. Shinshur manipulated the system, and instantly, all the panic bubbles disappeared, replaced by a more composed group. A large portion of them were Daikians. Perhaps, in this star system, only the Daikians truly possessed the arrogance of a powerful civilization. Even if they might be turned into energy batteries, they refused to be afraid. Fear, in essence, is surrender in interstellar space. But how could Shinshur let them have their way? Humanity was meant to develop by stepping on the Daikians. The Daikians are no longer qualified to be the overlords of this star system. Shinshur clearly conveyed this will to the remaining people before him, simple yet incredibly confident. Energy was indeed very convenient for communication. So much so that Shinshur didn't need to say much. This precise and intense confidence alone was enough to make all the Daikians unable to remain calm. What did this mean? It meant that the one who dared to launch such a brazen attack on their Dake civilization was confident of defeating the entire Dake civilization. Dake is the true overlord. Ignorant humans simply don't understand Dake's strength. Dee suddenly lunged at the edge of the bubble, waves of intense emotion surging through him. He was familiar with his own prison, and therefore understood that his emotions could also be sensed by the other party. But he didn't know that. Shinshur wasn't the only one sensing his emotions at this moment. Even others were sensing them. Shinshur, to some extent, allowed the others to perceive this. After all, to develop by stepping on the Dake civilization, and to leverage its prestige, the other civilizations couldn't be kept in the dark. Therefore, facing Didi's strong will, Shinshur felt a strange sense of pleasure. Because this was exactly what he wanted. No, I know, he said. The Dake civilization became a Class C civilization 1,300 years ago. Their warp drive's maximum development range is 42 light-years. Their warp weapons have entered the experimental stage, and will be practical in another 200 years at most. While you outwardly claim to be more skilled in biotechnology, you actually use it as a supplement to enhance your primal energy technology. Currently, your civilization has 21 publicly acknowledged primal energy masters, but in reality, there should be 27. Now, do you still think we don't understand the Dake civilization? Dee was speechless. His eyes, like those of a lizard or a snake, contracted rapidly. He forcibly controlled his emotions. But the next moment, the surrounding cages intensified his emotional response. And so, all the prisoners felt the fear of this Dake man. Yes, intense fear. Fear that their civilization was about to face a crisis. Their astonishment was indescribable. Because this proved that the representative of this newly emerged race was right. Even knowing the strength of the Dake people perfectly, they still had the confidence to dethrone the Dake civilization from its dominant position. What did this mean? It meant that this civilization was indeed stronger than the Dake people. At least, that's how they perceived it. Yes, in interstellar society, demonstrating strength is that simple. Because primal energy, under certain circumstances, is the manifestation of will and cognition, a voice conveying will. Shinshur's confidence, even knowing the strength of the Daikians, was genuine, a confidence born of strength. At this moment, Didi also seemed to know what the humans before him were doing. His emotions were still surging intensely, as he transmitted his last vestiges of consciousness. Humans are nothing more than a G-class civilization that hasn't even set foot on its home planet, merely a gift bestowed upon the Vo people. These words shocked the other races. Because the Daikian's transmission of knowledge was also completely open, meaning there was no falsehood. But how could a G-class civilization use primal energy weapons to conquer the Daikian base? It seems the Daikians are utterly ignorant of the strength of our human civilization. Shinshur laughed, not only inwardly but also outwardly. Such an expression wouldn't normally represent joy in interstellar space, but with primal energy, this joy was exceptionally clear. Didi then realized what was happening. He had once again become a facilitator. But he had no chance to say anything more. The bubble in front of him, along with all the other Dinky, disappeared. I can release you, Shinshur said to the others, but we need labor. Agreed. Agreed. Shinshur's consciousness had barely settled when a multitude of consciousnesses immediately surfaced. Then, the bubble in front of everyone became opaque. Chi Yongqiu and the others also walked over from their original positions. They had been observing from the sidelines the whole time. Did you see anything? Shinshur asked them with a smile. Is this how interstellar communication works? Chi Yongqiu clearly understood, and he couldn't help but exclaim, indeed, concise and efficient. What Shinshur did was actually very simple. There was no bluffing, no emotional build-up. All he did was use primal energy to lure the Dinkian into speaking. Once he spoke, Shinshur would then use primal energy to convey confidence, thus establishing for the others the image that humans were more powerful than Dinks. When he then made his demands, the prisoners had no other intentions. At least from their feedback, everyone genuinely agreed to serve humanity, without the slightest bit of wishful thinking. Technological development is for convenience, so communication between different interstellar civilizations is also moving in this direction, Shinshur said slowly, as he stepped back. Not to mention, the existence of primal energy has also shortened the communication efficiency between different races. Whether it's a lie or a true thought, it can be clearly presented. This is equivalent to a group of truly intelligent people sitting together, each with a lie detector in front of them, able to choose to use it. In this situation, communication really just involves playing your cards. This is indeed the mode of communication in future interstellar worlds. Of course, it's not to say that this is the only way. If neither side is willing to use a lie detector, then it can only involve constant probing, rife with lies, deception, and manipulative tactics. Just like the market of the future. Lies and deception are everywhere. Everything is for profit. I learned something, Chi Yongqiu and the others said, their expressions now serious. Chi Yongqiu sighed deeply, somewhat worried. I originally had a feeling that our human civilization was actually very powerful, but now I realize that our weakness remains our biggest weakness. No wonder that Dinky was so incredulous that we humans defeated them. Without Counselor Shin, we probably wouldn't even have the right to communicate with them. He naturally realized the importance of primal energy in this situation. It could be said that if Shinshur hadn't demonstrated his powerful primal energy strength from the beginning, things wouldn't have been so simple. They wouldn't even have had the right to participate. We can put restrictions on them, limiting their perception and leakage of primal energy consciousness. However, you're right, our weaknesses are indeed severe. Shinshur frowned. There's a common understanding in interstellar space. Primal energy powerhouses aren't necessarily leaders, but leaders are always primal energy powerhouses. If you're weak in this area, not only will your thoughts and actions be easily seen through, but your perception can also be easily altered. Even with restrictions, if you're too weak, a simple, hastily made primal energy weapon can easily control you. It's like modern people going back to the primitive era. When ancient people only knew how to use wooden sticks, you could make stone tools, even iron tools. During labor, killing the overseer wouldn't be difficult at all. Therefore, actually using these aliens isn't so easy. Why not just use primal energy weapons to change their perception? A person following Chi Yongqiu suddenly asked. Many people looked at him upon hearing this question. Shinshur also looked at him. He scrutinized the young man's face. Only when the young man seemed somewhat apprehensive did Shinshur slowly speak. On Earth now, is there still such a thing as using connections? These words made the man's face turn bright red. I didn't get in through connections. He's an economics expert, actually over 40 years old, Chi Yongqiu explained. While economics isn't highly regarded in interstellar space, I still brought him here. After all, he's still useful within a city. Shinshur nodded slightly, not paying much attention, and calmly said, when you asked this question, you should have thought about why the Dake didn't directly control the Worm's minds? Why don't the more advanced B-level civilizations in the Mud system directly control the Dake's consciousness? Because such methods can only control them temporarily. The power of primal energy essentially lies in self-exploration. Controlling them is equivalent to sealing their primal energy. What's the difference between that and robots or artificial life forms? Of course, there's another reason. Brainwashing reduces the effectiveness of the primal energy battery, even making it extremely weak. In the initial future timeline, the Vorm even deliberately allowed the existence of the human resistance, because these people were high-quality batteries. Yes, I understand. The young man nodded nervously. Common sense still needs to be learned, Shinshur said. I will take this seriously, Chi Yongqiu said solemnly. Everyone knew that this young man would probably be heading home soon. But Shinshur didn't care about such a small matter. He simply thought for a moment, then his brows smoothed out. During this time, you should familiarize yourselves with and control this place. If you want to achieve rapid development, there will definitely be difficulties. Just solve them one by one, Shinshur said. Understood. Chi Yongqiu and the others were slightly pleased. They naturally noticed the change in Shinshur's expression and understood that when Shinshur said this, it meant he had a solution. And indeed, that was the case. What can relieve worries? Only trade. After parting ways with Chi Yongqiu and the others, Shinshur found a secluded spot and re-entered the future market. Upon entering, he keenly sensed something different. This future seemed slightly distorted compared to the last one, but not to the point of causing residual consciousness. Shinshur thought for a moment, not rushing to do his main task, but instead trading for a brand new information database. He opened it with practiced ease, searching for information about history and comparing it with the previous database. He quickly understood the reason. In this future timeline, humanity's official status as a sea-level civilization was slightly earlier, but that wasn't important. What was truly important was the emergence of a series of subordinate races within human civilization. Yes, subordinate races. Could the relationship between a sea-level civilization and the other civilizations under its jurisdiction be considered subordinate? Of course not. At most it was like a sheepdog and a sheep. Chapter 181. Shinshur remembered clearly that in previous future timelines, there was no such concept. After all, previous human civilizations treated other races much like most sea-level civilizations in the mud system treated weaker races. They were either raised or exploited. After all, there were even more powerful civilizations above them. The mud system didn't show sentimentality. A sheepdog, once it lost its purpose, was basically chopped up and cooked. However, this time was different. The sea-level civilizations of the future world made some changes. They established a system of subordinate races. These subordinate races were those that had broken away from their original races, and were allowed to work for human civilization, not just other alien races raised as energy batteries. These races naturally wouldn't enjoy sea-level treatment, but they didn't need to offer tribute, because the amount they should have received was entirely borne by their mother race. In other words, more were sacrificed to cultivate a small portion. This didn't violate the rules of the mud system. Moreover, many races are actually willing to participate. They can establish deeper connections with Class C civilizations. Even if they are of low status and subject to technological blockades, they can still reap enormous benefits. Just like the collectors in the Land of Goose. Within the mold system, there are indeed Class C civilizations that do this, but not many, mainly because it wouldn't be very effective. Development ultimately depends on oneself, and in war, the role of these weaker races is extremely limited. Therefore, in the initial future timeline, even though human civilization had become one of the most powerful Class C civilizations, this system did not exist. This change is due to my will, Shinshur said, somewhat enlightened. This change wasn't due to a completely new trade, nor did he retrieve any decisive equipment from his personal space. It was simply because he had already achieved a pivotal position within human civilization, to the point where even his own thoughts could alter the future. Just like in the initial war involving the Voran reconnaissance forces. He knew of the Voran warriors' existence and took precautions, thus preventing their reappearance. This was history altered by his will. And now, it wasn't just about changing history, it had become another way to change the future after presenting the traded goods. If the market terminal weren't restricted to humans, this time, it might have truly been possible for a fragment of consciousness to reappear. Shinshur carefully examined this new future once more. To be honest, the system of subordinate races is essentially useless for truly powerful civilizations, offering little real benefit. However, it did have some use in the early stages of human development, otherwise, it wouldn't have been used. But while there have been some changes in this timeline, the benefits to human civilization haven't been as significant as he had imagined. The reasons quickly became clear. There are two main aspects: transportation and energy. His original plan was to transport a large workforce from other civilizations to support human civilization in building star system fortresses, and even contributing to the development of its technology and industry. However, in this future timeline, He still only has the Evans spaceship. There were problems with transportation. Furthermore, the actual use of the alien races didn't begin until 125 years later. Why did it take so long? Because it was necessary to cultivate a group of humans barely capable of managing these alien races. Clearly, this was another hindrance to energy technology. But this idea should be feasible, Shinshur thought. Transportation is easy enough. We can just trade more spaceships. But accelerating energy technology will require some effort. Shinshur's gaze fell upon some shops in the market. These shops all had the word energy in their names. Yes, these were all related shops. Some sold energy equipment, some energy technology and knowledge, some energy training resources, and some were simply energy-related shops. They had everything. As a technology, it ultimately cannot escape knowledge and equipment. For example, the life evolution device on Shinshur's body, as long as the talent and technical foundation are not lacking, plus diligent searching, could likely cultivate an energy powerhouse within a few hundred years. What is this? This is the resource brought about by technology and productivity. As an area highly valued by the entire MUD system, most related resources are extremely expensive. Future Line 1 can only provide training images and training devices at most. But Future Line 2, surely there will be better things. Shinshur didn't wander around aimlessly. He had a premonition that this trade fair would be a big deal, so naturally he wanted to find reputable shops. So he directly inquired with Yunchi. Since the previous transaction, he had added Yunchi as a friend. As a representative of collectors, Yunchi actually possessed very high levels of connections in this market. In contrast, although his own employees were also working hard in this area, Peggy had only been in this market for a short time. Your Excellency, antique dealer, Yunchi replied respectfully, using ancient Eastern language, revealing her thoughtfulness. The market for primal energy is vast. There isn't one single company that's the strongest, there are just some specializations. If you're looking for top-tier equipment, I recommend the Zhou family shop. Which Zhou family? Shinshur asked. He looked up and saw a shop in front of him that read Zhou family primal energy. Just looking at the shop, one could tell that this shop was quite powerful. But Shinshur wasn't asking which shop, he was asking which family within human civilization this Zhou family referred to. Modern human civilization appears to be comprised of various clans, but this system differs significantly from the aristocratic clans of ancient times. Firstly, there's a high degree of interclan interests. This means that while clans might secretly collude with other races at the expense of their own, such actions are not uncommon, they are kept within limits, given the numerous threats facing human civilization. Secondly, there's the lack of defined boundaries. Even a spaceship, let alone those in distant galaxies, becomes immune to legal restrictions once it leaves its home planet and travels through the vast universe. Therefore, human laws lack any meaningful limitations on this. The so-called spaceship law contains only a few brief mentions. Thus, the formation of small, independent groups within humanity is both inevitable and necessary. Distance and communication limitations dictate this. It's beyond our control. The Zhou clan of Minglua Starfield, Yunchi provided the answer. Shinshur opened the database and searched. He didn't yet have sufficient basic knowledge of humanity in the second future world. That's why he asked Yunchi. But with the database, even a name was enough to quickly find the answer. Afterwards, he felt a sense of profound understanding. The so-called Minglua Starfield actually refers to a place about 16 nodes away from humanity, and that's the base of the Dake people. Yes, after humanity defeated the Dake civilization, they also occupied that place. It's neither too close nor too far from Blue Star. With the future human's warp drive speed, at the fastest, it would only take about 70 or 80 years to reach it. That place is under the jurisdiction of the Zhou clan. They inherited the Dake people's technological research direction, mainly focusing on biological-assisted energy development, which is why they indeed possess a unique and powerful advantage in this field. Shinshur stepped inside. At first glance, he saw something familiar. It was a suit of jet black armor displayed at the very front of the shop. Yes, this was the armor form of the life evolution device. Although he had suspected it, seeing it still brought Shinshur a completely different kind of exhilaration. This device he had acquired was top tier even among the Dinkies in future Line 1, and equally so within the entire C-class civilization system. It deserved the C9 rating. Shinshur had even thought back then how wonderful it would be if human civilization could one day create such a powerful device. The technology involved was beyond his comprehension at the time. This fleeting thought, which had crossed his mind then, had now become a reality. Sir. A pretty young woman approached. He appeared to be completely primitive, his body seemingly unmodified. Of course, the most likely explanation was that the modifications mimicked his original appearance, a style commonly seen in human civilization along this line. This piece of equipment needs no further introduction, the woman, clearly a shop assistant, said with a sweet smile. The fact that a sage could become a primal energy master within a century is certainly due to his immense talent, but this device also played a role to some extent. Since its successful development 300 years ago, this has been our best-selling equipment. Shinshir glanced at the price. 88,000 gold coins. 6 eighths were displayed here. He hadn't expected even this kind of numerical culture to have been passed down. However, the price was clearly too high. Despite the technology reaching C9 level, personal equipment and warships are different. Just like the most powerful pistol and the most powerful missile, how can they be considered the same value? Therefore, the phrase used by sages likely plays a significant role in the high price and popularity of this equipment. However, Shinshir only sighed briefly, and wasn't in a hurry to buy it. He was actually quite good with the life evolution device, but its shortcomings were also obvious. It was too balanced. Defense, weaponry modification, support, it possessed almost every imaginable function. Just as its name suggests, it was a comprehensive and extremely balanced device, perfectly suited to the needs of the primitive faction. However, Shinshir wasn't looking for balance now, he needed to quickly address his weaknesses. Besides, he had plenty of money. With money, he naturally wanted to buy the best. Anything he could manufacture himself and mass-produce wasn't necessarily the best. What I need is a device to assist with primal energy training, Shinshir said, looking at the woman. What's the best one in your shop? He emphasized the word best. The saleswoman's eyes lit up, and her smile widened. If we're talking about the best, then our shop naturally has its prized possession, but this piece of equipment isn't so easy to trade. She hadn't actually expected this customer to buy that device. However, the fact that he could say something like that was enough to show how wealthy he was. So, at this moment, she was already mentally deciding which device to recommend next. Shinshir remained silent on this. Since it's displayed in the shop, there must be an intention to trade. The only remaining issue is the price. Even though it was his shop's prized possession, ostensibly a non-tradable item, it was simply a matter of price. No one could offer him something that would tempt him. Therefore, he was now more curious about what kind of device it was. Please follow me, sir. The shop assistant bowed slightly, and then a portal appeared before her. As a shop assistant, she also possessed some privileges within the shop. Shinshir walked straight in. The first thing he noticed was something that appeared before him. A tree? He frowned slightly. Yes, before him was a small sapling. This reminded him of the civilization-level energy item he had traded before, also a tree, a crystal tree. However, what lay before him was not a crystal tree, but an ordinary sapling. The leaves were green with a slight yellow tinge, the trunk was brown with rough bark, and it was only about the thickness of a beer bottle, not particularly tall. There's a civilization that regards trees as their totem, and many of the equipment they create are related to trees. Could it be that this piece of equipment also comes from the 3-day civilization? Shinshir asked. The 3-day civilization was the creator of that civilization-level energy item. A powerful civilization that became a B-level civilization through energy technology. It could be said that, throughout the entire Mutter system, energy equipment from the 3-day civilization was synonymous with reliability and power. The shop assistant's smile remained unchanged. Yes, it comes from the 3-day civilization, what we call the world tree. Its technological level has reached B2. Oh! Shinshir's eyes brightened slightly. The higher the technological level, the greater the gap. Level C is a level that most civilizations could potentially reach if they didn't go extinct and continue to develop. Reaching B is very difficult. It requires a series of extremely difficult technological breakthroughs. The Dake civilization, precisely because it couldn't break through, coupled with its culture's emphasis on going all out and forging ahead, ultimately got stuck at this stage, seemingly never able to achieve any breakthrough. The entire civilization began to stagnate and decline. Chapter 182. So, don't underestimate this B2 level equipment. It's far more powerful than Shinshir's current C9 level equipment. This is a fundamental difference in technology. Upon hearing that it came from the Three Suns civilization, Shinshir's interest was immediately piqued. Let me see the instruction manual directly, he said. No problem, but only the publicly available information, the female shop assistant said with her usual sweet smile. More detailed information obviously couldn't be given. The higher-ups might still find a way to counter it, and if it were made public, the value of this item would drop significantly. But when Shinshur saw the general explanation in the instruction manual, he was stunned. Just now, it was mentioned that the item was named World Tree, and he was wondering what that meant, but he didn't expect it to actually be a world tree. A world tree planted in the world of consciousness. Is this also a device for materializing primal energy? Shinshur thought of the crystal tree from before, and took a slight breath. The branches of that crystal tree were said to be manifestations of primal energy, but their state existed in a state between existence and non-existence, perceptible only to those with a certain level of mastery over primal energy. Ordinary beings couldn't see them at all. But this device before him, no matter how you looked at it, was a real object. Was it also fake? No, when all the parameters of an object, mass, composition, space, etc., actually exist, it is, in fact, real. Furthermore, to be precise, the personal terminal in the market also exists directly within consciousness. It has no physical form whatsoever. But this also somewhat refreshed Shinshur's understanding. This technology represents a completely new field within primal energy technology. Our human civilization, especially our Zhou clan, has been researching it with all our might, but unfortunately, we haven't found a direction, the shop assistant said with a hint of regret, her smile growing sweeter. However, its function is undeniable. It's not just a device to assist in the formation of the consciousness world, it's also an offensive device. The instruction manual provides a brief overview. Shinshur indeed saw it. Once this device is planted into his consciousness, it will strengthen the existence of the entire consciousness world, making it most suitable for someone of Shinshur's level. In fact, it could instantly propel Shinshur forward significantly, because until now, Shinshur's consciousness world still doesn't exist. Frankly speaking, Shinshur's understanding of primal energy is still quite vague. He only knows that it's a power originating from consciousness, that it can assist in controlling one's emotions, invade the consciousness of other intelligent life forms, and even launch attacks using primal energy weapons. But much more remains unknown. Even with the leaps in growth achieved through several fleeting moments of conscious awareness, his abilities were limited to the mere concept of usability. He knew nothing more. But its importance was undeniable. Perhaps it was time to learn more about it. Shinshur made up his mind. I take this one, Shinshur said. Sir, this device cannot be purchased with gold coins, so there is no price tag, the shop assistant said with her usual smile. Yes, that's normal, Shinshur nodded. He now understood the status of gold coins in this market. This was merely a convenient way to exchange in-kind items for a general equivalent, but truly powerful equipment was rarely traded in gold coins, and was difficult to price. This was why Shinshur insisted on using other devices for bidding. However, at this moment, his appearance flickered, directly reverting to his original appearance. The female shop assistant's eyes widened instantly, her smile even stiffening slightly. But in a flash, she took 2 steps back, smiling respectfully and expectantly. I didn't expect it to be you, antique dealer. It seems our shop's prized possession really has a chance to be sold this time. Selling the shop's prized possession was actually a good thing, because it would definitely be a huge profit. Let the person in charge handle it, Shinshur said, glancing at her. Okay, the female shop assistant said, covering her mouth with a smile, then bowed slightly to Shinshur. Joe Cece greets you, antique dealer. You're the shop owner? Shinshur was taken aback, but quickly recovered, though somewhat surprised. That's right. The female shop assistant, no, the female shop manager Joe Cece, had also changed her demeanor. Although it was just a matter of straightening her back and a slight change in expression, it was completely different from before. Even her sweet smile had turned into a light chuckle. I am the heir apparent to the Zhou family. This shop belongs to the Zhou family, and it is indeed mine. I usually come here as an ordinary shop assistant, but I never expected that I would be the one entertaining you, esteemed antique dealer, today. In ancient terms, this should be considered fate. Indeed, quite fateful. Shinshur nodded, then said calmly, I'm afraid that all the other shop assistants here are you. This time, it was Joe Cece's turn to be stunned. She didn't hide her surprise. You noticed? No. Shinshur shook his head. I just don't believe in so-called fate. When he came in, he did notice 3 shop assistants, each different in height, appearance, and temperament. He hadn't considered this possibility before, but hearing her say that, it suddenly popped into his head. Then he just said it casually. Even if it wasn't true, it didn't matter. However, the fact that she could create 3 residual consciousnesses was truly impressive. According to Gong Chu's initial statement, he could create 4 before becoming a primal energy master. Judging from this, was this woman almost at that level? However, there were hundreds of primal energy masters in this future timeline, So Shinshir wasn't too surprised. Since there's no fate, let's start talking business. Shinshir asked casually, what do you want? Your shop's prized possession. Impossible. Shinshir remained calm. It's the antique dealer who's taken a liking to my equipment first, Zhou Cece said with her smile. But I'm not desperate for it. That's difficult then, because I don't really want any antiques. No you do. Shinshir said with equal certainty. I don't. You want to separate from the family. Zhou Cece's expression visibly froze for a moment. Therefore, Shinshir actually preferred communicating with people on this future timeline. Because, without control, they weren't really that different from modern humans. Expressions, movements, words. This is inheritance. Even if ancient people arrived in the future and experienced various discomforts, they could still clearly see that those around them were human, not demons or monsters. The humans in future line 1, aside from their own sense of humanity, sometimes conversed in ways not much different from communicating with aliens. They could only be understood through primal energy. I originally wanted to conceal it a bit, Zhou Cece sighed, but ultimately did not refuse. You're right, I do indeed want to separate from the family, and to do so, I need a family antique sufficient to persuade them. Only such an antique can guarantee that I will still belong to the Zhou clan, to the upper echelons of humanity after the separation. Shinshir remained noncommittal. His reasoning stemmed partly from the equipment before him. Clearly, this equipment is more useful for those with insufficient primal energy. It's a tool that accelerates cultivation. Zhou Cece believes it's no longer useful to her, which is why she put it in the shop. Either she has something better, or this item wasn't given to her when she needed it. Such a person would obviously not have a high status within the clan. Of course, this logic isn't entirely sound. But as the saying goes, it doesn't matter if you're wrong. You can always trade something else. Since Shinshir came to the future world to trade, he's always been the one being asked to do things. Except for the time he helped Gongchu break through, he hasn't actually made a losing deal. That time, he only wanted to help the human civilization of future Line 1 overcome its difficulties. Therefore, he still harbored a certain amount of pride. As long as the antique's value remained, it should be you begging me, not me begging you. What do you want? Shinshir asked again. A sacred relic with the inscription of a sage. Zhou Cece didn't mince words, she smiled. Currently, probably only the antique dealer and the collector in the entire market can meet this requirement. Then why didn't you come to the shop to find me? Shinshir glanced at her. Because I didn't know you needed this device. Zhou Cece gently shook her head. Splitting the family business requires a lot of preparation, and I'm currently short of funds. I'm not prepared to bleed money, but the antique business, especially the business of such priceless antiques, always requires significant financial investment. For one thing, if it's a sacred relic with the inscription of a sage, the collector will definitely make a move. Shinshir nodded. The logic made sense. Another reason for his confidence was that he could directly approach the collector. The land of Gus was bound to have what he needed. Unfortunately, the collector was currently eyeing his prized possession, so it wouldn't be so easy. However, after a moment's thought, he continued, I also need a large quantity of equipment for training ordinary intelligent life forms. Any recommendations? Carbon-based life forms? She asked. Of course, Shinshir nodded. He knew that carbon-based life forms existed in the universe, but they were undoubtedly the most numerous type of life. Then I recommend this dream training device. Zhou Cece raised her hand and gently pointed, a crystal sphere appearing before her. She chuckled, this device can assist people in constructing a superficial dream world. Although it's only superficial, it has a very powerful auxiliary effect. The technology level is C7, and it can be mass-produced. Most importantly, it can greatly eliminate fatigue from training, increasing training time, even up to several months. Combined with efficiency, it can accelerate training at least tenfold. However, it costs 10,000 gold coins. Too expensive, Shinshir said. He knew this thing wouldn't be bad just because he heard C7. Hearing about tenfold acceleration made him quite tempted. Because this was exactly what he needed. The current world doesn't need universal energy training. Instead, it needs to select a few highly talented individuals from all of humanity and fully support them to make them usable. Therefore, efficiency is paramount. In terms of pure energy training efficiency, the C7 is definitely better than his life purification device. Then, I throw in some other auxiliary tools, all C5 or higher. Zhou Cece raised her hand again, and a large number of various items appeared around her once more. There were things that looked like potions, instruments, and even a production line. Shinshir frowned slightly and thought, I only want gold coins. Zhou Cixi emphasized. Deal, consider it making a friend. Shinshir's brows smoothed out. It's truly an honor to become friends with such a renowned antique dealer. Zhou Cixi let out a frank sigh of relief, her eyes crinkling with a smile, and her entire demeanor instantly became more friendly. You can simply call me Cixi, antique dealer. Have you decided what relic you use for the transaction? She looked just like a girl next door. Humans from the future timeline are, after all, humans from the future timeline. His request to make friends wasn't because of her looks. In reality, in the market, regardless of gender, there are only aesthetic differences, not unattractiveness. Shinshir suddenly realized that since this person was splitting up the family business, it meant she had to go somewhere and start from scratch. This was somewhat similar to the situation in the modern world. But as the heir to the Zhou family, her preparations were certainly thorough. There would likely be many areas requiring communication in the future. Therefore, Shinshir really did think about it carefully for a while. To be honest, he had bought a lot of books during his university years, especially after opening his murder mystery game shop. He had read and annotated countless murder mystery game drafts, at least several hundred. However, those were definitely useless. Because the humans of the future world already knew that the Shinshir of this period was not the real Shinshir. And before that, all that remained were textbooks or comic magazines. However, these items, while not as valuable as Journey to the West, didn't fall within the crucial and ambiguous timeframe before Shinshir's departure, so they might not meet the requirements either. Because Zhou Cixi needed quality, not quantity. It seemed there were no better alternatives. Shinshir narrowed his eyes slightly. You truly stumped me, Shinshir said. After much thought, the most suitable relic for you is one of those 4 classic works, but unfortunately, they all already been sold to collectors. I sighed for a long time that day too, Zhou Cixi echoed with regret. Chapter 183. Besides this, the only other relics I possess are those of inferior and superior quality, Shinshir continued. What if I told you that the most prized possession in my shop isn't just 1 page? Perhaps because he wasn't consciously controlling himself, Shinshir could easily sense the turmoil in Zhou Cixi's emotions. It would be strange if she wasn't. It wasn't hard to guess that there was more than 1 page. After all, it was the first draft of the book Time Fantasy, a draft that predates the final version by over 1,000 years. But the key question was whether Shinshir possessed the rest. Recently, this single page of the sage's handwritten first draft had attracted considerable attention in the market. Some people were clearly not qualified to trade this treasure, but that didn't prevent them from analyzing it. Whether the antique dealer possessed other manuscripts was the focus of their attention. After all, the book Time Fantasy has been published for thousands of years, and no one has ever heard of a manuscript from a sage 1,000 years earlier. Therefore, the most likely explanation is that it was destroyed, or perhaps the entire manuscript is concentrated in one place. Clearly, if the antique dealer has produced the second page, then there's a strong possibility that he possesses the complete manuscript. This is why Zhou Cixi is so excited right now. She didn't even try to hide it, asking directly, "Do you have the complete manuscript?" Shinshir shook his head. "No," he said crisply, even canceling his energy shield and activating the lie detector so the other party could clearly sense that he was telling the truth. And that was, of course, the truth. After all, Shinshir had only written a few pages, he hadn't even finished the so-called complete manuscript, so how could he possibly have a complete one? However, before Zhou Cixi could feel disappointed, Shinshir quickly added, "But it's definitely not just 1 page." This immediately put Zhou Cixi's mind into action. The other party's statement clearly indicated he intended to trade it. Although it wasn't the complete manuscript, it was still an undeniable treasure, far more valuable than the device she possessed. Should she trade something more? But she desperately needed gold coins, and besides the device before her, she seemed to have nothing else to offer. The other party should know this too. So why was he offering such a treasure? Many thoughts raced through Zhou Cixi's mind, and finally, a flash of inspiration struck her. "Your Excellency, antique dealer," she looked up, staring intently at Shinshir. "Do you want me?" "That's right." Shinshir nodded slightly, admitting it directly. "I need you, and even the Zhou family behind you, to work for me for a period of time." Yes, that was one of his objectives. In truth, if he only wanted this device, he could easily forge another manuscript, or even manufacture a relic of just the right value. However, he realized this was an opportunity. Since the other party intended to leave the clan and rebuild a new one for development, they must have made ample preparations. Various equipment, various plans, various technologies, various personnel. This could greatly contribute to the development of modern society. It could even persuade the other party to build a new production line specifically for him. Another purpose was the residual consciousness. During this time, he also sorted out the various kinds of knowledge he had gained from Ling. Aside from the parts he couldn't understand at all, which he found extremely profound, he also extracted the useful parts. One of these was the residual consciousness created by changes in the world line. The help this residual consciousness provided him was undeniable, and because it stemmed from changes in the future line, it caused his part of the future line to follow suit. In other words, the deeper his involvement in the future world, the greater the changes he could bring. This wasn't just about participating in the market. The same applied outside the market. And the Zhou family's position in the entire future human civilization was not low. Xinshi had already played his card, and Zhou Cece was now seriously considering it. If it's just a time-limited employment of the primal energy imprint, then I have no problem. She quickly got the answer and smiled. At worst, we can wait a while before splitting up. But what kind of work do you need us to do for you? Employing a primal energy imprint wasn't that simple. It required a clear contract. The scope of the work should be clearly stated as much as possible. Therefore, Zhou Cece's agreement at this moment is not a true agreement. The negotiation will begin next. My situation is similar to yours, Xinshi said calmly, except I don't lack antiques, but I'm very, very lacking in other things. This kind of situation is easy to guess just by looking at his needs, even without him saying it. After all, the items he won bids for in his shop were all devices and technologies related to development. I see. Zhou Cece understood. Actually, she had already guessed, but needed confirmation. However, could this person have stolen a large number of antiques from her family and fled? But regardless, it was none of her business. As long as she got the antiques, they were his. Zhou Cece's current dilemma was whether agreeing would mean giving away most of her resources, a loss or a gain. Well, ignoring her eagerness to separate from the family, it was definitely a gain. This was a treasure that even a collector would trade a B3 class immigrant warship for. I'm willing to sign a 200-year contract, inscribed with the Employment Energy Steel seal. However, aside from the fact that you can use our Zhou family's channels for free, I can only provide all the corresponding equipment at cost price, she concluded. In other words, this treasure was exchanged for 200 years of channels. In reality, the value was roughly equivalent. After all, many things, especially many products, could only be mass-produced by them. And at cost price. Occupying channel resources without generating revenue is a loss for the Zhou family. Therefore, the cost is considerable. However, the treasure Xinshi offered was simply too tempting. Leaving aside everything else, just exchanging it with the collector for that immigrant warship was worthwhile, because it meant that when she went to explore more distant places in the future, she wouldn't have to worry about wasting hundreds of years on the journey. After pondering for a moment, Xinshi nodded. The deal is done. What followed was a series of checks, including details of the employment contract, and finally, the engraving and review of Zhou Cece's primordial energy seal. Should I call you boss or headmaster from now on? Zhou Cece took the page, glanced at it, and saw the number 135 marked on it. She sighed inwardly, her smile growing even sweeter. Headmaster, Xinshi said. Yes, headmaster, Zhou Cece replied softly. Since there's a confidentiality agreement, I'd be direct, Xinshi said decisively. I haven't brought any scientists, soldiers, or production lines, only a spaceship and 2 billion newborns. Newborns? Zhou Cece gasped slightly. Yes, newborns, Xinshi nodded. His main reason for using a page of this treasure to hire Zhou Cece, besides wanting to deepen his influence in the future world to increase the probability of his consciousness remnants appearing, was also because he valued Zhou Cece's preparations for development. Development is paramount when establishing a clan in a completely new place. And once an employment relationship and confidentiality agreement are established, many things don't need further explanation. For example, right now, a newborn fits the current situation in modern society. Then we need to quickly cultivate primal energy powerhouses and researchers, Zhou Cece said immediately. She didn't ask why they weren't bringing researchers or high-caliber construction personnel, but she did reject her initial thought that Xinshi had stole the antique. This situation seemed more like being corrupted by consciousness, ultimately forced to flee with the newborn. In any case, this new employer clearly didn't want to elaborate, so she couldn't ask further. However, under these circumstances, the original energy training device I mentioned earlier costs approximately 2,000 gold coins per unit. I suggest you purchase 200,000 to 500,000 units initially, and select the most talented and capable individuals from among the newborns for training. Excellent researchers also need excellent original energy skills. This is the foundation for development, she said. Then let's start with 1 million units. Shinshur nodded. Originally 10,000 gold coins per unit, now it's 2,000 gold coins. It can only be said that this transaction is definitely not a loss. Zhou Cici's pupils constricted slightly upon hearing this number. Master, although you have many antiques, 1 million units would cost 2 billion, and you also need to purchase a large number of other auxiliary items. Zhou Cici reminded her. Her pupil constriction, just now, was a natural reaction without suppression, and also a reminder. Haven't you looked into my antique shop? Shinshur glanced at her. At the current transaction volume, this antique shop can stay open for over a year. Zhou Cici grinned, revealing a set of pearly white teeth, and inhaled sharply. I thought my recent transactions were already extravagant enough, but I didn't expect you to be even more outrageous. Over a year? Current market predictions suggest that the antique dealer will have to reduce transaction volume in at most 2 months. Right now, the number of antiques sold from this antique dealer's shop each week is almost exceeding the total weekly transaction volume of the entire market. Of course, there's an element of one thing increasing while another decreases. But it's still outrageous. They estimate that even if there's an urgent need for money and other resources, this transaction volume should be enough for 2 or 3 months. But now, the owner in front of her was saying they could operate for more than a year? If it weren't for strict confidentiality regulations, she really wanted to see the reactions of the others. But if that were the case, if the owner thinks it's worth exchanging a large number of antiques for development efficiency, then I suggest directly purchasing several production lines to continuously produce. However, this would be a huge loss, because the price of antiques will inevitably continue to rise, Zhou Cici said. Why do you insist on splitting up the family? Shinshur didn't answer directly, but asked about something else. Because of differing philosophies. Zhou Cici showed a helpless expression, but didn't refuse to answer the question, only saying softly, Owner, you should know that our Zhou family inherited a considerable amount of wealth from the Dake people. This was obtained by the Zhou family through blood and sacrifice in the war. However, this wealth brought not only opportunities, but also limitations. Our technological development hasn't seen a major breakthrough for hundreds of years. Shinshur frowned slightly. This shouldn't be the case. The main reason for the Dake people's stagnation lies in their own culture. Their excessive emphasis on relentless progress leads to profound frustration when encountering stagnation, and they lack the ability to find alternative routes. But human civilization shouldn't be like that. Shinshur suddenly realized something, a sense of enlightenment washing over him. This expression naturally caught Zhou Cici's attention. She continued with a smile, therefore, we began to consider other methods. Some within the tribe believe that the Dake people's development path isn't actually wrong. The evolution of life is a vast and boundless path, and by supplementing it with primal energy, they want to forge a path where flesh and soul unite for ascension. This actually has precedence among more advanced civilizations. I heard that one of the 3A-level civilizations within the Mud system follows this route. The powerful beings within their civilization are even larger than a planet, possessing teleportation organs within their bodies, able to move stars with a wave of their hand, calling themselves the giant gods. This has some similarities to the mythology of our blue star. But you don't think this direction is promising? Shinshur already understood. Yes, I don't think it's promising, Zhou Cici said without hesitation. I think it's a bit too ambitious. Human consciousness possesses infinite power. Rather than pursuing the evolution of flesh and blood in sync, it's better to pursue the strength of consciousness first. What I want to follow is the path of the 3-day civilization, and I firmly believe that even if it takes thousands or tens of thousands of years, I will eventually achieve it. The 3-day civilization is about advancing to be level using technology in the primal energy domain. The direction doesn't fit, but a clan's power is limited. The best solution is to split up. Give them some resources, and let them start anew in a more distant place, isolating them from interference. Success would be a blessing for the entire civilization. Failure wouldn't be a great loss. The current state of the Zhou clan is a microcosm of the future human civilization as a whole. Or rather, this is actually a way for a human civilization that has already reached the pinnacle of sea-level strength in this future timeline to seek further development. Rather than being trapped by the power of civilization, we shouldn't venture out and seek new directions. After all, the universe is so vast. My thoughts are actually the same as yours, Shinshur said slowly. Right now, what I need is development, efficiency, and time. A long life requires equally grand goals to fill it. Therefore, in my view, development is actually more important than these antiques. Thus, I will only keep enough antiques for my own use. Chapter 184. I understand. Zhou Cece looked at her future employer for the next few hundred years, a strange light flickering in her eyes. Perhaps, in the course of achieving her own great goal, she could also witness the scenery of another great goal that, undeniably, was a kind of good fortune. And if they truly disregarded cost and possessed a large number of antiques, perhaps the other party would reach rank B before her. After this, the conversation between Shinshur and Zhou Cece became serious, mainly focusing on the upcoming actions. The device that could accelerate the efficiency of primal energy training would become the main transaction for the foreseeable future. In addition, Zhou Cece directly provided Shinshur with a large number of learning devices, some of which were even intelligent AI researchers, capable of assisting Shinshur in quickly establishing a technology tree system, and even an industrial system. Shinshur was now certain. Once all the products from this transaction arrived, the future would inevitably change again. And it would be a significant change. However, although Shinshur was quite satisfied with the overall conversation, the two didn't reach any conclusions on the last topic. That is the direction of development. Macroscopic, microscopic, and primal energy. These three directions cannot have major weaknesses, but there must be one strongest direction for breakthroughs, Zhou Cece concluded. Just as my family pursues the evolution of flesh and blood, and I pursue strength in the realm of primal energy, some civilizations have chosen the microscopic realm, focusing on the research of quantum space, which also possesses immense power. You also need to determine your future development direction as soon as possible. I know, Shinshur nodded. Let's quickly get through the basic areas first. It wasn't that he lacked direction, but rather that he believed he was qualified for comprehensive development. Because the humans of this future world already subtly possessed the potential for comprehensive development. They were separated, each pursuing different paths of development, yet bound together by cultural heritage, ensuring they remained a unified whole. Shinshur had no intention of changing this direction. He vaguely felt that the drawbacks of this development could be mitigated by Shi Ling. After leaving Zhou Cece's shop, Shinshur didn't go anywhere else, but rather left the market with a sense of urgency. His gaze fell upon another item in the personal shop. The World Tree. He was well aware of his current personal strength. The creation of the Consciousness Remnant and the new future line had directly elevated his power to its current level, but this elevation was somewhat ephemeral, and not yet stable, which was why he hadn't yet created his first Consciousness Remnant. Now that he had acquired new personal equipment, it was time to study it carefully. Shinshur gave instructions to the others, saying he needed to go into seclusion for a while. Then, he went aboard the Ivan. But he didn't rush to begin immediately. Instead, he asked Ivan some crucial questions. What is your world of consciousness like? Shinshur asked. Captain, would you like to see it? May I see it? Shinshur was somewhat surprised. The world of consciousness can be seen as a person's dream world or the subconscious world. It is the deepest manifestation of a person's self. If others were to go there, not only would they be able to see the essence of the self, but more importantly, if it were damaged or destroyed, it would be devastating to the self. The outward manifestation is utter madness. It might even lead to death. The reason he died in future line, too, was primarily due to irreversible damage to the depths of his consciousness. If it's the captain, there won't be a problem, Evan said softly, or rather, with a hint of expectation. Being able to reveal one's consciousness to the captain is, for Evan's race, a way of demonstrating loyalty and commitment. Upon hearing this, Shinshur no longer hesitated. Being careful shouldn't cause any damage. So, he comfortably laid down on the bed, closed his eyes, and completely immersed his mind in his own consciousness. Then, little by little, he extended it out. Initially, when he touched Evan's consciousness, just like when they linked consciousness, he could sense her inner thoughts. But as Evan actively responded, Shinshur felt himself deepening deeper into her consciousness. From the thoughts swirling in her mind, to the jumbled memories, to the many emotions, personality traits, and perceptions she herself hadn't even noticed. People often say, you can know a person's face, but not their heart. But at this moment, Shinshur was acutely aware that he was constantly understanding Yiwen's true nature. Not through words, emotions, or actions, but through a different kind of understanding, a simple and direct feeling. It was as if Yiwen was a character he had created, a character he had directly designed. Her birth and everything else belonged to him. How wondrous, Shinshur murmured to himself, and then, in the end, his previously chaotic consciousness suddenly focused. He knew he was almost there. In a hazy state, he seemed to sense everything around him becoming tangible, his five senses, previously non-existent, emerging one by one. He even gradually heard the rushing sound of water. It was the sound of ocean waves. He abruptly opened his eyes. What he saw was a hazy white expanse. To be precise, on the ground ahead, swirling clouds of mist, like white clouds, rolled and rolled, and the sound of the waves emanated from these swirling phenomena. The surface of the ocean in this world seemed to be covered by a thin layer of mist. Looking up, the sky was gray, as if covered by incredibly thick clouds. And looking ahead, the white clouds on the ground also stretched as far as the eye could see. Only behind him was a single piece of land, a lush meadow, and even a forest. Shinshur seemed to suddenly remember something. With a thought, his body began to soar. Higher and higher. And everything below unfolded before his eyes. Indeed, it was an isolated island. But it was also Iwan herself. For at the very front of this isolated island stood a head as massive as a mountain. At this moment, Iwan had returned to her original race, the Earth Divine Beast. So, this world before him must be Iwan's home planet. Shinshur seemed to have a sudden realization. The so-called world of consciousness is the recognition of oneself. And this requires returning to the original form of civilization and race. His gaze suddenly sharpened. Because he had discovered signs of biological activity in the forest below. It appeared to be a group of creatures hunting prey. However, what truly astonished Shinshur was the appearance of these creatures. They were humans. Yes, wielding wooden sticks and stone tools, dressed in leather robes, they looked like primitive humans. Shinshur seemed to realize something. No wonder, Ivan's instruction manual repeatedly emphasized her race's ability to become a half-captain. It turned out she had indeed integrated human history and heritage into the depths of her consciousness. Normally, this would be impossible. However, Ivan's race had a different culture. Her racial civilization wasn't solely their own. While serving as Earth God beasts on their home planet, they carried the burdens of other civilizations. And the Gus people, through a long period of guidance, had blurred this part of civilization, making it a part that could be freely incorporated. Ivan's captain was herself, so she filled it with human culture. This was naturally an illusion, and Ivan knew that humans couldn't possibly exist in her past world. Yet, she made it real because it was her true self. Culture, history, heritage. Shinshur murmured these 3 words before continuing to read. Ivan was slightly stronger than him, but not by much. Therefore, the world she was currently experiencing was incomplete, only a part of her being. However, he could already foresee that as Ivan's strength grew, this world would become more complete. Even her own race would continue to grow, beginning to evolve according to their own history. And the humanity she carried would also begin to evolve according to human history and culture, gradually forming a unified whole. This is why Ivan's race only has one captain in their lifetime. Shinshur sighed inwardly. But at that moment, he suddenly noticed that the group of humans who had already hunted their prey below hadn't processed it immediately. Instead, they carried the heavy loads of prey back to their tribe, placed them before a clay statue, and knelt in worship. Shinshur murmured. Because he was horrified to discover that the sculpture was clearly his own likeness. Exactly the same as him. Was this carved by these primitive people themselves, or arranged by Ivan? Shinshur quickly found the reason. Because atop Ivan's enormous head sat a person. Who else could it be but Shinshur himself? Shinshur flew towards that person. He could clearly sense that this was himself. Wearing the same clothes he had worn on his first day meeting Ivan, his expression filled with majesty, sitting atop Ivan's head, it was as if he were the sole being of this world, the supreme ruler. No wonder those primitive people sculpted in his likeness, they must have noticed this form. Shinshur examined the self before him. He looked no different from himself, but this aura seemed different. As he looked, Shinshur suddenly had a strange feeling. It was as if he reached out and slowly touched this body, and in that instant, the scene before him changed. He became the self he had just seen. Shinshur looked at his hands, and slowly stood up from them. With this single movement, a tremendous roar rose from the sky, and a powerful aura emanated from him, sweeping across the entire world. Even in that instant, a huge phantom appeared in the sky. It was also him, possessing a true, godlike majesty. All the primitive people on the isolated island had knelt on the ground, shouting in worship and fear towards the sky. Shinshur could hear their voices. They were shouting, "Great God!" Yes, no one knew better than Shinshur that at this moment, he was the god of this world. So powerful that it seemed he could destroy the entire world with a mere pinch. But Shinshur did nothing. He already knew what this body truly was. This was the primal energy imprint. The primal energy imprint of absolute obedience. This was the power that Ivan had given him on the day she inscribed the imprint. She had given him everything within her consciousness. This is the imprint of absolute obedience, its form in the world of consciousness. All authority, even the power to destroy oneself, has been given to me. Shinshur sat down again, reaching out to gently soothe Ivan beneath him. And all the strange phenomena from before vanished in that instant. He controlled everything, including this embodiment of Evan's self. Therefore, he could clearly sense her dependence, her attachment, her submission. This was the world of consciousness, an illusion, yet also real. However, it was primarily a manifestation of its master's will. Shinshur understood. His consciousness began to slowly withdraw, while his physical body remained in a seated posture, destined to exist eternally in this world. Not long after, Shinshur opened his eyes again. The first thing he saw was Evan. Captain. Evan's expression was extremely obedient. When I can create several fragments of my consciousness, I create one and leave it with you, Shinshur said slowly. Really? Ewan exclaimed with immense joy. Although she had inscribed her own primal energy steel imprint, it was merely something she had created herself. As Shinshur had seen, it was just an empty shell. However, if Shinshur was willing to give her a fragment of his consciousness, then this shell would no longer be empty. This certainly meant that Shinshur could destroy everything she possessed with a single thought at any time and from any distance. But it also meant that the connection between her and Shinshur would become much closer, to the point that they could communicate at any time. And it wasn't just that. With this fragment of consciousness, Shinshur could also help her quickly construct the human part within her consciousness. This is the greatest significance. To put it simply, it means that Ivan will have the opportunity, relying on the cultural heritage of humanity, to create a complete world and thereby ascend to the rank of Primal Energy Master. The opportunity to become a Primal Energy Master through the culture and heritage of other races. This is the most unique aspect of Ivan's race. How could this not excite and delight Ivan? It is the captain's greatest favor and recognition. We still need to wait a little longer, Shinshur smiled, reaching out to pat Ivan's head, just as he had done in her world of consciousness, and finally said, "All right, I'm going to begin." Chapter 185. He flipped his hand, and a small, verdant tree appeared before him. The moment Ewan saw it, she gasped slightly. "This is..." She seemed even more excited than Shinshur. "You recognized it?" Shinshur raised an eyebrow. "No." Ewan shook her head, looking at Shinshur with admiration. "But this kind of energy manifestation technology must at least reach true B rank, and it's extremely valuable, even more valuable than the B rank energy weapon the captain gave me. The captain is truly amazing. He even managed to obtain such a device. Personal equipment, more valuable than a weapon?" Shinshur frowned slightly, clearly surprised. Based on his current understanding, personal equipment of the same technological level should be far less valuable than highly lethal weapons. Because this equipment allows an individual to unleash tremendous destructive power, it is inherently the best weapon, Evan explained. A person can't carry a warship with them, but they can carry this equipment and achieve effects comparable to using a warship's weapons. With this explanation, Shinshur understood. This primal energy weapon was quite similar to some magical artifacts from mythology. It was stored inside the body normally, and retrieved when needed to unleash immense power. The power of primal energy still requires weaponry to truly be realized. This made Shinshur even more eager to try this equipment. "Then let's give it a try." He closed his eyes slightly, and the instant he touched the sapling before him with his consciousness, the sapling vanished as if it had never existed. However, Shinshur clearly felt it appear within his consciousness. It was an extremely strange feeling, as if something had directly entered his dream or his perception. This feeling was similar to a personal terminal, but unlike a personal terminal without a concrete form, it possessed an incredibly clear presence. To be honest, it was very similar to Ling after their connection was deepened. Shinshur suddenly realized, could it be that Ling was actually a kind of primal energy manifestation device? The possibility was very high. However, after carefully comparing them, and not feeling anything particularly special, Shinshur stopped worrying and closed his eyes, completely immersing himself in his own consciousness. First, there was nothingness. It seemed like falling into a deep sleep. His perception of everything outside became increasingly blurred, but his own thoughts and consciousness became increasingly clear, much like a lucid dream, but countless times clearer. Until a certain moment, a verdant sapling suddenly appeared in the nothingness. Shinshur understood that he had entered his own world of consciousness. There was nothing here yet, and he didn't need to do much at all. With a sapling, there would be soil. With soil, there would be grass, microorganisms, all sorts of butterflies, even air, water, and sunlight. And so, right before Shinshur's eyes, a real world began to emerge, centered on this sapling. Each part originated from his consciousness, yet it was also a true manifestation, a real, existing force. Although Shinshur's mastery of primal energy was already quite formidable, he still couldn't help but marvel at the wonder of consciousness. With a slight thought, another Shinshur appeared before him. Just like himself in a dream, everything was crystal clear, and he could clearly understand that this Shinshur was himself. A residual image of consciousness, that's it. Shinshur, within this world of consciousness, closed his eyes again. This time, he could clearly sense the existence of primal energy. Not the vague feeling of the past, but a tangible sense of power. But this was his world of consciousness. Theoretically, everything that appeared here could only be his perception, his imagination. In the end, the material existence of primal energy still couldn't be proven. Therefore, at the beginning of primal energy technology, there is this fundamental statement. Assume that a power named primal energy exists within the consciousness of intelligent life. Yes, the entire field of primal energy is still built on assumptions. This is what distinguishes this technology from others. Looking at the world tree that had grown so rapidly in such a short time, Shinshur understood its purpose even more clearly. Protection and training. Not very offensive. Shinshur felt a little regretful, but he wasn't in a hurry. Right now, what he needed were protection and accelerated training. He took one last look at the still-forming world, and Shinshur's consciousness slowly rose. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Ivan's expectant face. Not bad, it's a defensive type, and it can also assist in training, Shinshur smiled. In that case, Captain, your strength will soon surpass mine, Ivan said, her face beaming with joy. Shinshur assessed his situation. He realized it would normally take him about a century to become a primal energy master. But now, it would only take 20 or 30 years. This was a huge help for him personally. However, the impact on the future was probably minimal. At most, it would allow his future self to live a few decades longer. Shinshur understood the key to changing the future this time. It wasn't simply about improving his personal strength or acquiring better spaceships. Human civilization in the future world had reached a certain level. To achieve a breakthrough and reach a B-level standard, the most important thing was development. He still needed to elevate the overall strength of human civilization. One step at a time. Currently, the large amount of primal energy training equipment Zhou Cece had promised hadn't arrived yet, and Shinshur couldn't urge them. He contacted the fleet outside again. The fleet was still counting its spoils and cleaning up its remaining forces. After thinking about it, he felt it would be a waste of time to let them slowly return on their own. Perhaps we need a mothership equipped with a warp drive, Shinshur thought. He returned to the trading market and found a military weapons shop. Shops selling weapons and equipment made up the largest number of shops in the entire market. After all, with human civilization constantly expanding outwards, it was impossible to avoid interference from other civilizations. Especially since some people's expansion had essentially encroached on the territory of other sea-level civilizations. Therefore, the weapons industry was the most developed industry in the future world, even more developed than the antique industry. Shinshur located a shop under the Dongfeng Legion. However, he didn't find Gongchu. The Dongfeng Legion had over 30 shops throughout the market, a vast and powerful entity. Gongchu, as the current Legion commander, was one of the 13 administrators of the market, holding a position even higher than collectors. He wasn't someone you could simply meet at will. In this future timeline, Gongchu wasn't in a hurry to preserve cultural heritage. Fortunately, Shinshur didn't have any particular desire to meet Gongchu. He simply found a shop and purchased a C-4 class main battleship for 57 million gold coins. Its warp drive had a range of 56 light-years, and its size was even slightly larger than the moon, capable of accommodating tens of thousands of secondary battleships, a standard warship for the Legion's long-range voyages. With this, he could quickly bring back his soldiers, including prisoners and spoils of war. When Shinshur brought this main battleship back to the modern world, he discovered that the future hadn't changed much. Humanity's apparent strength had increased, and the size of the first invading fleet of the Dakes had increased accordingly. It seemed that without raising the overall level of human civilization and truly leveraging their primal energy advantage as the defenders, the future would be unlikely to change significantly. But Shinshur wasn't in a hurry. Development couldn't be rushed. Right now, the most important thing was, the fleet could finally return in triumph. Just as Shinshur deployed his main warships and sent additional personnel to assist in the battlefield cleanup, the Human Federation began laying the groundwork. They didn't immediately declare victory. Instead, it was a constant build-up to the war's progress. Bravo! Our traps have destroyed 725 enemy warships in one fell swoop. We captured 1412 enemy warships. Bravo! In the second engagement, we once again achieved a great victory. Bravo! The Vo's main fleet has been scattered. They're retreating in panic, and we're in pursuit. For the next period, human civilization received new reports of victories almost daily, with many experts providing specialized explanations of the war's course. Accompanied by star charts, the image of interstellar warfare gradually materialized in people's minds. But more than anything, human civilization was immersed in the joy of victory. They watched as their own legion started with a resounding victory, displaying an overwhelming momentum, as if every step they took included the enemy. While there were reports of casualties, the joy of victory far outweighed any sadness. Even walking down the street, one could frequently see people excitedly analyzing and anticipating the final victory. Looking back over 2 years, when they first learned of the alien invasion, their hearts were primarily filled with fear. However, in just 2 short years, they suddenly discovered that the enemy, who had once instilled fear, was on the verge of defeat. This stark contrast even made some people doubt their own abilities. But the images of the battlefield, the captured enemy ships, and the prisoners of war were not fabricated. Therefore, people gradually began to accept the joy of victory and look forward to a better life ahead. This is not only felt online, but even more clearly in reality. Even Shinshur could sense it from his surroundings. My parents were overjoyed to hear we were back, Aixiana said, sitting back down next to Shinshur after hanging up the phone. They kept saying on the phone that everything was over, there was no more danger, and they even asked when we planned to have children. What a coincidence, Shinshur chuckled. My mom said the same thing. I saw some reports saying that the construction of the space city has slowed down. Although it hasn't stopped, the construction efficiency has slowed considerably, Aixiana said with some worry. Many people online are saying they want to quit their jobs immediately, take a vacation, and enjoy themselves for a few years. Yes, the demand for virtual games and various high-tech entertainment industries is growing, Shinshur nodded. Without the imminent danger of war, it's perfectly normal for these people to want to enjoy the entertainment brought by high technology. But our crisis still exists, isn't it? Once the Dake civilization discovers that we attacked their node base, they will definitely not let us go. Aixiana, having followed Shinshur, actually had some understanding of these things and was very concerned. Shinshur often discussed this with her. So it wasn't surprising that he brought up this topic with her. At this moment, Shinshur reached out and pulled his wife into his arms. After thinking for a moment, he said, development will be the focus for the next period of time. However, it's clear that we can no longer stimulate people with war crisis and a state of war as before. Even if we publicly acknowledge the existence of the Dake civilization and the crisis it brings, the effect will be limited. After all, the feeling of hundreds of years is completely different from that of 3 short years. We need to establish a core and culture for rapid development from multiple perspectives. I have some ideas. I prepare a report and submit it later. When did you become so knowledgeable about these things? Aixiana asked curiously. Not really, Shinshur shook his head and smiled. But don't forget, we're not groping our way across the river anymore. In the entire interstellar society, we're just an ordinary and weak little civilization. Naturally, we need to learn from the more developed and powerful civilizations. As for the issue of not adapting well, we have to rely on our own human wisdom. I'm confident in that. Can I see this report? Aixiana asked, quite curious. You seem to be getting more and more interested in these things? Shinshur looked down at her. 2 reasons. Aixiana didn't deny it, but instead waved 2 slender fingers in front of Shinshur, looking at him with a light laugh. First, I don't want to lose topics to discuss and chat about with my husband. You're so capable, I can't be completely ignorant, or we drift apart. We're going to be husband and wife for countless years. Second, I want to broaden my horizons. Parents' perspectives directly, and subtly influence the next generation. You definitely won't have time to teach the children in the future, and I don't want my child to be born in the deep palace, raised by women, never knowing sorrow, worry, toil, fear, or danger. Shinshur's eyes widened slightly. He naturally understood that the women Aixiana referred to weren't women in the traditional sense, but rather narrow-mindedness and unrestrained pampering. Chapter 186. Looking at his wife again. She wasn't shy or embarrassed when discussing the children. She even had the air of a strict mother in her eyes. Speaking of which, the largest clan power in future Line 2 is the Shin clan. And thinking about the evaluations of his children in the database, it seems they weren't particularly bad. Then it's settled, Shinshur laughed, pressing his forehead against his wife's. You teach the kids from now on. You really plan to completely ignore them? Aixiana was speechless. Hee. Shinshur chuckled, increasingly feeling that being able to see the future was indeed a blissful power. Not only for the entire civilization, But even for him personally, this was no less than being a prophet. After he became famous, he could even access a lot of information about himself, including his family and the future of his children. While we might not achieve the best, we at least have a chance to avoid the worst. Let's go back to Haicheng for a while, take a vacation, Shinshir said finally. The complacency brought on by victory wasn't just felt by ordinary people, even those in high positions. Even Shinshir himself felt it to some extent. 300 years is simply too long, longer than anything unimaginable 3 years ago. Even knowing the apocalypse would arrive 300 years later, most people now felt it was nothing special. Therefore, to prevent a reversal in the future, adjustments are necessary. After a week of rest with his family, Shinshir finished writing his report and submitted it to the Human Federation on a new development system for human civilization. A very formal and academic title. Although the prologue states that the article is based on the development experiences of some powerful civilizations in interstellar societies during their early stages, it is actually written based on the development experiences of human civilization in the future. Therefore, it is extremely relevant to the current situation of human civilization. After Shinshir finished writing it, even AI Xiner looked at him with admiration for several days. It was as if she had seen her husband again. It's easy to imagine the sensation that such an article caused when it was submitted to the Supreme Council of the Human Federation. People had realized that Shinshir possessed unparalleled strength not only in military affairs, personal power, and logistics, but also in administration. However, Shinshir only submitted this report and had no intention of actually participating in management. As mentioned before, his current position no longer required such arduous work to gain power. After several meetings, detailed discussions, analyses, and meticulous planning by pooling the wisdom of all high-level officials, some actions have begun to unfold. First, the issuance of Human Federation citizenship has commenced. This system didn't exist before. Although the Human Federation's role is growing, even unifying its currency, each individual still retains only their identity within their respective country. Next came the real bombshell, a system of tiered citizen contribution rankings. This was something that had never existed in the previous world. However, it was also the core of Shinshir's report. This system, once announced, immediately caused a nationwide sensation. The vast majority of people expressed their support. The reason was simple. Because it provided tangible benefits to the majority. And on another level, it brought all of humanity to the same starting point. Whether rich or ordinary, everyone started on equal footing, and there was no way to quickly accumulate points through wealth or status. At this moment, Shinshir was also watching the various voices from the public online with AI Xiner. This system essentially provides ordinary people like us with a channel to continuously achieve upward social mobility through hard work. While it may not be absolutely fair, absolute fairness is a false proposition. The most important thing is that we can see hope and feel motivation. That's the most valuable thing. Intelligent AI processes big data, and special departments conduct public manual reviews of applications. This double guarantee already achieves relative fairness. I was originally thinking of resigning, but now I think I continue. Every day after work, I can increase my contribution to human civilization. I feel like I'm leveling up in a game. Hilarious. If those leaders don't pass the assessment, they might not even get promoted, let alone be demoted. I've been looking forward to this day for so long. The central AI is truly amazing. This is the future world. This is how technology changes lives. As the comments scrolled down, Shinshir saw very little opposition or concern. Simply put, this was a system built with advanced technology that benefited the majority. Your abilities and the benefits you could reap from your efforts were clearly presented. The system was relatively complete and constantly being improved. I see, AI Xiner said, noticing the same thing, somewhat enlightened. The entire system is actually driven by self-interest. That's right, Shinshir nodded. People have desires. The reason they give up is mainly because their efforts aren't enough to fulfill those desires. But if that situation changes, motivation will naturally emerge. However, this can only be achieved when the growth of benefits can satisfy the desires of most people, and humanity is now on a path of rapid development. But can this continue indefinitely? AI Xiner also keenly saw the system's flaws. Human desires are constantly changing. Some people will never be satisfied, while others will start indulging in pleasure once their basic desires are met. No system can last forever, Shinshir shook his head. But don't forget, primal energy technology is specifically designed to deal with the human heart. This allows people to more clearly and firmly define themselves, preventing them from easily getting lost or falling into depravity. However, In the early stages, we need to integrate this culture of striving and development into the overall cultural atmosphere of our civilization. The core of my report lies in integrating the personal interests of every individual, the collective interests of every relatively independent force, and even the national interests of every country into the development and culture of the entire civilization. This is the foundation upon which the entire civilization can continue to develop. As Shinshur had previously realized, the crisis of war and hardship alone could not sustain everyone's vigorous development. However, interests and culture could. In the interstellar world, these two are equally constant driving forces. From the Voran civilization to the Dake civilization, to the Gus lands, even the entire Mud system, and even the ranchers, all sought to gain interests in their own ways. Even future humans are no different. The clan system was abandoned as early as ancient times in the Eastern Kingdom. The saying 100-year dynasty, 1,000-year aristocratic family succinctly illustrates the drawbacks of the clan system. Yet, why would future human civilization continue this system? Naturally, it's because as long as the conflict between clan interests and the interests of the entire civilization is resolved, then this system can maximize profits. People like Peggy and Joe Cece. It's difficult to say whether their efforts are for themselves, for their clan, or for the entire human civilization. Because these three perspectives are not contradictory. The boundless universe and the close connection between culture and primal energy form the foundation of this system. After listening to Shinshur's words, Ixiner blinked, seemingly understanding, yet still somewhat confused. She hadn't, like Shinshur, witnessed the future of human civilization firsthand, nor had she seen so many different powerful civilizations. However, given time to experience it firsthand, she would naturally understand. Furthermore, with the continuous promotion of primal energy technology, the average quality of individuals throughout the civilization would increase. This is another foundation for civilizational development. Without it, no matter how many millennia or tens of thousands of years of development, it would ultimately be like a feudal civilization of thousands of years, slowly developing, stagnant, and even highly likely to be destroyed by its own folly. It would be impossible for numerous incredibly powerful civilizations to emerge and last for hundreds of thousands of years. So Ixiner quickly adjusted, logging into the new terminal on her wrist to check her contributions. So low, she explained in surprise. Past educational qualifications are no longer very useful. Although you're married, you haven't had children. In the current situation, childbirth accounts for a large proportion, increasing the contribution of both spouses. Furthermore, you don't have a job to submit your piano compositions, which should increase your contribution significantly. However, music's current importance isn't high, Shinshur explained somewhat helplessly. Another advantage of this system is its ability to be adjusted according to actual needs. For example, childbirth. The human population is simply too small, far too small. Not to mention compared to sea-level civilizations, even E-level civilizations, where over 90% of the population is raised, have far more individuals than human civilization. This directly relates to the development of the entire civilization. Therefore, childbirth, along with education and other related areas, will maintain a high proportion for a long time to attract more people to join. And what about yours? Ixiner suddenly became curious. Without Shinshur needing to say anything, she directly checked using their couple's access privileges. Then her eyes widened. Unable to evaluate? It was a special treatment I requested, Shinshur said. My contributions aren't expressed in numbers, but rather the publicly available details are clearly stated and made public to everyone. Founding the Starsea Company, providing technology, donating warships, leading the human fleet in the war against the Voran, and capturing the Dake base. Ixiner felt a little envious. Indeed, your contributions cannot be quantified numerically. Otherwise, the combined contributions of all of humanity would probably be far less than what you alone contribute. I'm the only one in the whole world who's special. Shinshur hugged Ixiner's soft waist tightly and laughed. How about it? Are you feeling the urge to increase your contribution points? You really are. Ixiner leaned into Shinshur's arms, raising her wrist in front of him, and playfully scolded, Look, Qin Lan is showing off to me. We're all musicians, but her contribution points far exceed mine. Shinshur noticed that it wasn't just Qin Lan. Many people were starting to share their contribution points with friends and family. This wasn't just for show. Besides a respected status, there were many tangible benefits. Shopping discounts? Of course, it wasn't that simple. What was truly important was the priority access to many high-tech products. Like the right to purchase high-energy battery cars, this was a reflection of one's contribution and status, a real benefit. And beyond that, there were even more advanced cell-activating agents, and even more advanced human modification devices, etc. That's why Shinshur said that in the initial stages, these benefits were enough to motivate most people to take action. After all, in this increasingly exciting world, who would complain about living too long? And who wouldn't want to enjoy the conveniences of high technology? Scientists make up a large proportion too, and IXINR continued examining the details, increasingly amazed. And then there's manufacturing, the military, the energy level, construction. These are all industries that need vigorous development. I could almost see the entire civilization bustling with activity. That's right, Shinshur nodded slightly. He glanced at his personal space. In fact, Joe Cece had already sent him the first batch of devices that allowed him to conduct energy training in dreams 24/7. However, it wasn't time to use them yet. But now, it's almost time. He could already foresee that as the nationwide craze for contribution points gradually intensified, the release of these devices would only fuel even more fervor. Just the fact that they could increase the efficiency of energy training by more than 5 times was enough to attract the attention of many. While primal energy isn't a supernatural power from a fictional, otherworldly realm, nor does it possess the absolute importance of such power, it is still a formidable force that individuals can wield. It's one of the greatest contributions to civilization, and a way to quickly establish status and secure enviable new jobs. Therefore, its allure is no less than that of divine weapons, elixirs, or magical treasures from other worlds. Of course, this first batch of devices is primarily intended for those with exceptional talent and who have made the greatest contributions, mostly military personnel and warriors who have distinguished themselves in this battle. Chapter 187. However, after the system was established, Shinshur didn't care too much about the whereabouts of these products, as long as they could be fully utilized. He was more concerned about the future changes after this batch of products was released. This wasn't just a simple batch of products. In the future world, the Zhou family had already begun to build a dedicated production line for him, mass-producing these energy training devices. They could provide at least hundreds of millions of devices. This quantity would inevitably bring significant help to the development of the entire civilization's energy field. Shinshur didn't believe that this would have no impact on the future world. Therefore, after producing the first batch of devices, Shinshur immediately went to Future Line 2. This time, the moment it appeared, Shinshur knew that a consciousness remnant had appeared. It seems the impact this time is really not small. Shinshur narrowed his eyes slightly, and without much hesitation, directly absorbed the entire consciousness remnant. He then discovered that the changes this time weren't actually as significant as he had expected. The only truly different aspect of this fragmented consciousness's memory was an extra sentence he mentioned when he was at Joe Cece's shop. I don't need to elaborate on this kind of primal energy training device. The sages of yesteryear relied on it to lay the foundation for the rapid development of primal energy technology in our human civilization. Yes, that was the extra sentence. This was the change brought about by Shinshur bringing a device from the future world to the modern world on a large scale. A similar change occurred when he brought the first warship back to the modern world in Future Line 1. After these devices appeared in the past timeline, the future timeline became a replica of the past. However, that's all. Let's look at history. Shinshur reviewed the historical changes again. As expected, the devices he brought greatly aided the growth of human civilization's primal energy, but the actual result was that the time it took for humanity to defeat the Dake civilization was shortened again, and Shinshur's lifespan, as a sage, was extended once more. From over 1,300 years old initially, to 1,498 years old. The main reason is that humanity's development has increased, and the Dake people's attention to human civilization has also continuously strengthened. Shinshur frowned. He was genuinely worried that one day, after arriving in the future world, he would find that Earth had been directly conquered by the Dake people at a certain point in time. If the threat posed by humanity to the Dake people reached a certain level, this was entirely possible. After all, no one could prove that the Dake people would only send forces partially stronger than human civilization, and not launch a full-scale attack. The safest way is to develop humanity to a level no weaker than the current dikes within these 300 years, at least to sea level. Shinshur set a seemingly impossible goal in his mind. And he knew what the key to this goal was. A galactic fortress. Shinshur thought for a moment, and decided to seek advice from experts. So he went to Zhou's original energy specialty store. The store's style was completely that of a modern, upscale shop. The 3 girls were still there, and after seeing Shinshur, a tall, aloof-looking saleswoman approached. Why are you here, boss? Is there something wrong with the products? Her tone was equally cold. Are you splitting yourself into 3 personalities? Shinshur knew the person in front of him was also Zhou Cece. He glanced at the sweet Zhou Cece attending to another customer in the shop, then looked at the one before him, raising an eyebrow and making no attempt to hide his curiosity. This concerns a secret about my cultivation of primal energy. I'm sorry, I can't tell you. Although this Zhou Cece was aloof, she maintained basic politeness towards her boss, Shinshur. It doesn't matter. Shinshur shook his head. I have something I want to ask you. Okay, please come with me. Zhou Cece swayed her tall figure and walked through a door. After entering, Shinshur didn't delay and directly asked, how long did you originally plan to take to build the star system fortress? About 800 years, Zhou Cece immediately understood Shinshur's meaning. You want to build the star system fortress quickly? That's right. Shinshur nodded, his brows slightly furrowed. Because I discovered that there's a high possibility that a civilization around me has just entered C2 or C3. That's a bit troublesome. Zhou Cece also frowned. Although she had a cold personality, she didn't hide her clarity from Shinshur, so he could clearly sense that the trouble she spoke of was genuine. Generally speaking, the best way to deal with this situation is to seek help, she said. Seek help? Shinshur was taken aback, but quickly realized. Yes, seek help from our superior clan, or even from the entire human civilization. After all, we have the entire civilization behind us, Zhou Cece said. But you definitely can't. Yes, Shinshur couldn't possibly ask for help. Even if he weren't from 3,000 years ago, he still possessed countless antiques. In the market, no one could violently seize them. But outside, it's a different story. Human civilization is indeed united to a certain extent, but this is because the personal interests of the majority align with the collective interests of the entire civilization, not because everyone in human civilization has become a saint. This is also why Shinshur was unwilling to reveal his identity to his descendants. The most important lesson in interstellar travel is never to try to challenge interests with emotions. He was indeed revered by the masses in this era, but this was based on the immense benefits he had brought to human civilization as a whole. Yes, that's the reality, and this reality is the foundation for civilization's continuous progress. Fortunately, Zhou Cece completely understood, so Shinshur didn't need to explain further. I discovered them, but it will be at least 400 years before their legion arrives. Shinshur added 100 years to the timeline. He didn't add more than 300 years, because that was already a short time. If it's any less, then there might not be a solution. As for the extra 100 years, Shinshur wasn't too worried, because he was certain that if the problem could be solved in 400 years, then saving that 100 years wouldn't be too difficult. The future world might change along with this process. 400 years? That's still very short, extremely short. Zhou Cece's slightly furrowed brows didn't smooth out. She finally shook her head and said, it's still very difficult. Building a star system fortress is equivalent to the entire clan having developed to the level of a C-class civilization. This requires an incredibly large industrial base. Your industry, your population, are both too small. The problem is even more serious for a population-based civilization, because without a massive population, there can be no true star system fortress. Shinshur understood her meaning. Don't be fooled by the fact that he traded countless unmanned production lines from the future world, seemingly trading entire massive industrial systems. In reality, this wasn't the mainstream production model. These prepackaged unmanned production lines, while eliminating the need for employees, were inherently high-cost products with considerable waste. It's similar to the difference between personal computers and enterprise computers. Personal computers need to consider portability, sound quality, appearance, and user interface, all aspects that make them easy for ordinary people to operate. Enterprise computers, especially production computers, only need to consider professional users to reduce design costs and improve efficiency. True industrial systems still require manual debugging and management. They cannot be rapidly developed simply through full automation. Furthermore, the drawbacks of AI in the military field mean that the construction and use of star system fortresses still rely heavily on a large population. But Shinshur already had an idea about this. There are quite a few other D-class civilizations around here. Shinshur narrowed his eyes slightly. Do you think it's possible to complete the star system fortress within 400 years by conscripting a large number of these D-class civilizations to serve? Hearing this, Zhou Cece fell silent. She was pondering. This wasn't exactly a novel approach, especially in this future world where a subordinate race system already existed. However, she knew Shinshur's current situation. The newborns of 2 billion humans were the manpower available to the employer, and they were pressed for time. I sensed the difficulty. Really? Zhou Cece slowly exhaled, her face showing helplessness. Even the sage had it much easier than you 3,000 years ago. That's not necessarily true, Shinshur chuckled. The sage doesn't have my advantages. Indeed, Zhou Cece nodded slightly. If we're going to use this method, you need to meet two requirements: a large number of degrade industrial devices and absolute military superiority. Military superiority, I understand, but the industrial devices must be degrade? Shinshur asked. The boss doesn't think that a group of degrade civilizations can use C-grade industrial devices. Zhou Cece maintained her cool tone. Even powerful spaceships need powerful captains and crews to fully utilize their capabilities, let alone crude industrial devices. Industrial development is based on technological understanding. Every worker must be an excellent technician, unless they're all just mindless assembly lines. Shinshur finally understood. The demands that industrial development places on humanity are probably even higher than he initially thought. Normally, when we expand our branches, we need to bring a large number of industrial technicians. Zhou Cece continued. We can skip basic industrial development and directly use the most advanced industrial equipment, but you, sir, don't have that capability. The 800 years you mentioned earlier, is that based on that condition? Shinshur Wei frowned. Yes, but the star system fortress I want to build is at least at the C6 level, while you only need to build at the C1 level. Therefore, if you have a large number of D-level industrial devices, coupled with a large number of D-level civilization laborers, it is actually possible to complete the construction within 400 years. Zhou Cece had already calculated the result. Shinshur, however, felt little joy. He had already sensed Zhou Cece's emotions. That lingering sense of trouble hadn't lessened much. And the reason for their current predicament was now obvious. Aren't D-level industrial devices difficult to manufacture? He asked. The devices we used in the past have all been dismantled and recycled after being phased out, Zhou Cece said. If you need them, we have to rebuild them. But this is different from the production line for the original energy training device. We already have one, we just need to expand it. The complexity and scale of these low-level industrial devices mean that rebuilding them will require a significant amount of time and money. The money isn't so bad. If you're willing to invest heavily, you can manage it. But the time cost is the most crucial factor, because you only have 400 years. Shinshur understood. Therefore, having a development expert like her could indeed save a lot of trouble. She would provide solutions directly based on your needs, and then tell you where the problems lie. You could also find someone with a market terminal nearby, have them inscribe an energy steel seal to keep the secret, and have them cooperate with you to quickly plunder the corresponding devices from other D-level civilizations, Zhou Cece suggested again. This was indeed one method. However, Shinshur already had a plan in mind. I understand. He looked at Zhou Cece, skipping over the topic, and continued. So, if a C1 level star system fortress has already been built, and you plan to upgrade it, what suggestions do you have? That would be much simpler. First, upgrade and replace the most important devices, such as the warp controller. If no personnel are injured, the production line can start immediately. Zhou Cece was a little surprised that Shinshur would suddenly bring up this question. Currently, where in human civilization are there C1 level star system fortresses, unless it's similar to the situation of the person in front of her, and they already succeeded. Wait, could it really be like that? Are there other special beings like the person in front of her? Shinshur's next question seemed to confirm her guess. You should have such a production line, right? Shinshur asked. Yes. Trade it to me. Okay. Zhou Cece knew she had no chance of refusing. Because the contract clearly stated that as long as he had a need, she had to provide the channels, and at cost price. However, Zhou Cece felt like she was about to be emptied out. If the quantity is large, I can trade it directly with antiques. Is that alright? Of course. Zhou Cece immediately raised her voice. So what if the family splits a few hundred years later? Emptying her pockets to exchange for antiques, it's definitely not a loss. Chapter 188. Shinshur's purpose in wanting these production lines was actually quite simple. When Zhou Cece mentioned the D-level production equipment, he realized that a large number of such devices must exist on future Line 1, given their frantic construction of galactic fortresses over the years. Now that these facilities were complete, trading these large quantities of obsolete equipment for upgrade production equipment would be beneficial to all three parties. Shinshur increasingly realized the immense advantages he held by controlling these three worlds. He didn't waste any time and went directly to future Line 1. The market on future Line 1 was becoming increasingly bustling. Even the entire street was starting to feel slightly crowded, leading Shinshur to suspect that the number of people inside was increasing. So, when he found Gong Chu's lingering consciousness, he asked directly, "Are there more and more people here?" Gong Chu seemed surprised that Shinshur's first question was this, and paused for a moment before quickly replying, "Yes, because the birth rate has increased dramatically in preparation for war." At this time, Future Line 1 was still in a state of war preparedness. For a large-scale interstellar war civilizational scale, even hundreds or thousands of years of war is considered normal. A war between two Class C civilizations is unlikely to be decided overnight. Because in most cases, the existence of star system fortresses dictates that the war can only begin from the outside of the fortresses and advance little by little. After hearing Gong Chu's answer, Shinshur nodded slightly, seemingly understanding something. So it was related to population size. This explained why the number of people in the market terminal of Future Line 2 was dozens of times greater than that of Future Line 1, since the human population of Future Line 2 was also dozens of times greater than that of Future Line 1. One was a top-tier sea-level civilization in the midst of frantic expansion, the other a civilization that had just entered sea level. Shinshur suddenly had an idea. "Many things about this market can't be found in the database," he said. "That's right, because we can't expose its existence to the outside world in any way." Gong Chu stood up, walked to the counter, and finally took out a notebook from somewhere on the counter, handing it to Shinshur. "Chieftain, these are some rules left behind by the person who obtained the ruins. Some parts are still unexplained, but these ruins are inherently mysterious." "Who exactly was that person?" Shinshur frowned slightly. He already knew that this mysterious and powerful market belonged to humans primarily because a certain human had discovered the ruins and, based on those ruins, created the market and established numerous rules. However, Shinshur had never heard of any such person. His sudden urge to investigate today stemmed mainly from a remark made by Zhou Cixi. If modern society possessed these ruins, many things would be incredibly easy. Even something as simple as rapid transportation would greatly improve development efficiency. However, Gong Chu shook his head. "I don't know." "You don't know?" "Yes, the clan leader will understand once he sees it. This market terminal appears randomly in humans. It can be inherited and transferred, but it cannot be taken away. When I came in, there were only a few people here. We all saw the notes left by that person and got an explanation." "Is this it?" Shinshur shook the notebook in his hand. "Yes, this is a backup. Only a few people possess it," Gong Chu said. "Judging from the language used in the notes, it should be someone from that period, but this person has never appeared, and we don't know why." Shinshur frowned slightly. It really is very mysterious. Right now, he didn't want to think about it, and directly opened the notebook to look at it. The system has a built-in translation function, and he had actually already learned the language of Future Line 1, so he could basically understand the contents. Actually, there weren't many words. It's simply a first-person narrative about someone arriving at a certain place, finding ruins, designing the market items, and binding this market, along with the ruins, to human civilization. The hope is that those with personal terminals will utilize it to strengthen humanity. But what truly caught Shinshur's attention was the approximate location of the ruins. Not far from Earth and the solar system. "Has no one explored it?" Shinshur asked, pointing to this section. "Of course, everyone who knows this part has," Gong Chu said. "However, we never heard of anyone successfully entering the ruins space. In fact, we suspect the ruins may have been closed or moved." Shinshur remained silent. This thing was truly mysterious. Even if he went to the modern world, he might find nothing. Could it really only appear at a certain moment and be found by a specific person who then disappears without a trace? Never mind, I was just curious for a moment. Shinshur finally put away the notebook and looked at Gong Chu again. "How have you all been doing lately?" Although he could learn about the situation in Future Line 1 from the database, nothing was as clear as asking Gong Chu directly. "I have become the commander-in-chief of the human civilization fleet," Gong Chu said. "Oh!" Shinshur's eyes lit up. Gong Chu had previously become a member of the Supreme Council of the Human Federation, but the commander-in-chief of the human fleet in wartime was far more important than a mere member's position. For him, the higher Gong Chu's status, the better. "This is all thanks to the civilization-level energy device given to me by the clan leader." Gong Chu bowed respectfully to Shinshur, his gratitude undisguised. "You're all mine now, there's no need for further words," Shinshur said with a smile. "Currently, the Supreme Council of the Human Federation is aware of the Shin Clan's whereabouts, and they greatly hope to witness the Shin Clan's true return," Gong Chu said softly. Upon hearing this, Shinshur's mind stirred. In fact, He had considered whether it was possible to go directly to the future world of number 1, instead of just trading through this black market terminal. After all, this was a completely independent world, another universe, no longer the future of Xinshi's current world. Based on the advice Ling had given him, traveling to such a world shouldn't be too difficult. However, it seemed he still couldn't go. Xinshi's mind raced, but he finally had to put it aside for the time being, shaking his head and saying, "Now is not the right time." Gong Chu didn't say anything more. After all, he had already entrusted everything to the clan leader before him. However, he soon heard the clan leader say, "Since your status has been elevated again, that makes things easier. I'm here to trade again. I need all the industrial equipment you have for building the star system fortress." "All?" Gong Chu was taken aback. "That's right, all of it," Xinshi nodded. "If the clan leader needs it, I will naturally obey. However, during the war, the star system fortress will suffer damage, and these industrial facilities are of paramount importance." "The Supreme Council may not agree," Gong Chu said. In fact, in his view, this was impossible to agree to. The Human Federation didn't have the primal energy steel seal engraved like he did. Even if the benefits Xinshi offered were great, these industries were crucial to this important war for human civilization. However, Xinshi simply said, "I exchange it for more advanced star system fortress upgrade equipment. This will allow you to quickly upgrade your star system fortresses, giving you a better chance of winning." More advanced star system fortresses. Gong Chu was taken aback. Xinshi raised his hand, and a list appeared before Gong Chu. This list was naturally given to him by Zhou Cixi. After reading the contents of the list, even Gong Chu, a master of primal energy, remained silent for a long time. Then he let out a long sigh. All of humanity combined doesn't even equal the patriarch's contributions to humanity. In fact, it took him a great deal of effort to suppress the shock in his heart. Because these devices before them, even in some powerful sea-level civilizations, would be of paramount importance. They are a civilization's true trump card. Let alone a civilization that has only recently advanced to sea level. Even the Dake civilization wouldn't easily produce this number and level of devices. With these, human civilization's chances of victory could increase by at least 20%. They could definitely catch the Dake civilization off guard. "I also get what I need," Xinshi said slowly. He didn't care about Gong Chu's previous statement. Ultimately, even in the modern world, taking away the vital force that humanity needed to defend against external enemies wouldn't be so simple. With these, the transaction is without problem. In fact, the Shin clan's power can be further enhanced. Gong Chu seemed to hesitate for a moment before continuing. "As our own power increases, whatever you want will no longer be hindered." "Oh!" Xinshi glanced at Gong Chu and smiled. "Rest assured, my interests and the interests of humanity will not conflict. Please forgive me." Gong Chu knelt down. He actually believed this, which was why he was willing to inscribe the absolute command energy seal. However, belief aside, there was still a sliver of worry. "Go prepare." Xinshi said nothing more, leaving only these last words before his figure vanished. He had logged off. "With these devices, what we lack is staff." Xinshi looked up at the sky. He let out a slight sigh of relief. Everything that needed to be done had been done. The direction was set. All that remained was to wait. Waiting for the development of all human civilization. This would take time. He seemed to recall Gong Chu's earlier words, and couldn't help but smile. "I am a sage of humanity." This last whisper, of course, went unheard. Development was different from war, and these 300 years were different from the previous 3 short years. Even the best plans needed time to unfold, so Xinshi was ready to enjoy his sage life. He had even prepared a new residence. It was a villa in the very center of Star Island. Star Island today was completely different from Star Island 3 years ago. It had become the center of Star Island, constantly being reclaimed from the sea for expansion. The island's population had reached tens of thousands, all employees of the Star Sea Company headquarters. They would work, live, and play here. And directly above, in the sky, lay a Star Sea City. From its initial design, Star Sea City was envisioned as the technological center of human civilization, housing numerous research teams, and serving as the true headquarters of the Star Sea Corporation. Such a feat is unprecedented in the history of human civilization. Yet, no one worries about the company's future. Because the pinnacle of power within this company rests with Xinshi, the very man who brought all of this to humanity. Currently, Xinshi's prestige, fueled by war and future developments, has reached its true zenith. The term sage was already a glimpse into his character. Therefore, when Xinshi decided to move to Shanghai Island with AI Xiner, the most excited were actually the employees of Shanghai Island. They didn't actually know their boss's name or appearance, but they knew that his existence was the foundation of Shanghai Company. As for Shinshur, he also wanted to find a place to live the life he had always dreamed of. This was his first day in his new home. Before even settling in, he summoned all the top executives of Shanghai Company. "I seen what you've done over the past 3 years, and you actually done a very good job," Shinshur said, looking at everyone present, including Wenheji and Songyao. "Outsourcing some research projects does improve efficiency. Anyway, we retain 30% ownership of whatever technology it is. However, there's no point in keeping the money. We need to be bolder with spending." "Yes." Wenheji nodded first. It was clear that some of the people present were quite nervous. Shinshur wasn't being amiable. In fact, he had dealt with 2 high-ranking executives for violating company rules before even entering. This not only demonstrated his control over the company, but also showed that he wasn't a hands-off manager who neglected his duties. This made the burden on all the executives feel particularly heavy. Also, the ranking of research personnel needs a detailed plan. Current research projects are too disorganized. We need to adjust our focus based on policy changes, Shinshur continued, focusing entirely on work-related matters. Chapter 189. Some people had already clearly realized that the owner of Shanghai Company was about to truly take over the company and lead its development. But as Shinshur explained, their initial astonishment turned to surprise, and finally, they became incredibly attentive, their eyes even shining. This was because Shinshur's explanation was exceptionally clear. His words clearly outlined Shanghai Company's entire system, development, and even its future position and role within the entire civilization. Moreover, given their abilities, they couldn't help but feel a sense of longing after listening. Now that their own interests were tied to those of Shanghai Company, they naturally hoped for its continued growth, and at this moment, they seemed to see the future of Shanghai Company in the words of their owner. "What I said is just a general direction. The specific details still need your discussion and research," Shinshur said slowly, taking a sip of tea. "I won't say I only care about the results and ignore the process, but I see who has the strongest abilities and who performs outstandingly. Shanghai Company is ultimately a company, the capable rise, the weak fall. It's that simple. We will certainly not disappoint the chairman," Wenheji was the first to declare. As the CEO of Shanghai Company, his position had indeed risen to a certain level, but he also knew that this position was entirely in the hands of the person before him. Most importantly, at this point, status, interests, and power were not the only things that mattered. Wenheji simply wanted to see how far Shanghai Company could go. During this time, this seemed to become the meaning of his life. The others also expressed their opinions. "Then the meeting is adjourned," Shinshur said finally, then smiled. "Today is the first gathering of the top management of Shanghai Company. Everyone, please stay for lunch and try your boss's wife's cooking." "It's truly an honor," Wenheji said with a smile, his excitement genuine. Not many people in this world receive such an honor. Afterwards, Ewan began bringing out the food. These people were all of high status, and naturally knew Ewan's identity. They were all enthusiastic yet respectful. Only after the banquet did everyone reluctantly say goodbye. "How was it, Boss Shin?" Xiana wrapped her arms around Shinshur's neck from behind the sofa, a strange smile on her face. "It feels really good," Shinshur said with a beaming smile, making no attempt to hide his feelings. "I always wanted to own a big company, and now I finally achieved that. Seeing my company grow is truly satisfying. I never thought about being a boss's wife, and I don't know if I did a good job just now." Xiana reflected on her words and actions, seemingly finding nothing wrong with them. "If you want to continue pursuing your piano dream, that's fine too," Shinshur said, taking her hand. "Now it's time for real life. You have to live the life you want. Let's wait until my piano skills improve a bit more," Xiana said, clearly tempted. Just as Shinshur had said, saving the world is for the sake of better enjoying life in this world. After that day, Shinshur began a life unlike anything he had experienced in the past 3 years. He went to work during the day, returned home promptly in the evenings, and on Sundays, he would often take Xiana to travel and explore the world. The black market shops continued to operate steadily. Many things were currently unnecessary for human civilization, but as humanity grew stronger, it would eventually be able to utilize them. Of course, the most crucial element was the primal energy training device. Since obtaining this device, Xiana had essentially replaced all her rest time with it, devoting most of her energy to training. Some who obtained this training device were practically immersed in training 24/7. This was the device's inherent advantage. Combined with various potions and auxiliary devices, as well as geniuses selected from across human civilization, it was enough to create a batch of people who met the basic primal energy requirements in a short period of time. Of course, this short period of time was actually at least 10 years. Fortunately, cell-activating agents are now widely available to all of humanity, and the average lifespan is now at least 200 years or more. Otherwise, 10 years of arduous cultivation would be unbearable for most people. Besides the field of primal energy, many other important fields are also developing at an extremely rapid pace. For example, industry. The numerous industrial production lines that Shinshur brought from the future world have begun to operate with some trial and error. Although most are still difficult to fully understand, some are being gradually mastered, further accelerating the industrial development of human civilization itself. Another crucial area is population. Thanks to strong technological advancements and supportive policies, the human population experienced explosive growth, with the mortality rate nearly dropping to zero. The number of newborns increased dramatically, leading to rapid development in schools, education, and even the field of genetics. Newborns were essentially genetically optimized from birth, making them far superior to humans before the Starry Sky era in various aspects. However, although slightly weaker at birth, those from before the Starry Sky era are still the ones currently carrying the banner of human civilization. With the support of various technologies, more and more elites began to emerge in various new industries. The entire human civilization began to gradually become more vibrant. Open the internet, and you find fascinating people and events in almost every industry. Today it's either a technological breakthrough, or someone suddenly rising to prominence, demonstrating powerful abilities, or a genius emerging from a certain school, displaying powerful primal energy at a young age, and so on. It seems that human civilization is undergoing significant changes every year. Time flies by in this unprecedented era. In the blink of an eye, it was already the 13th year of the Starry Sky era. 10 years had passed since humanity won the War of the Voss. Shinshur awoke from his sleep. Opening his eyes, he saw a crisp autumn sky. The entire bed seemed to have been placed directly on a high mountain, with a refreshing breeze gently blowing, gradually awakening his spirit from his slumber. He turned his head and looked. Aixiner was curled up with her back to him, her delicate shoulders exposed outside the blanket. In her sleep, she unconsciously bit her thumb, which made Shinshur smile knowingly. Although she usually liked to project a mature image, she always unconsciously revealed a childlike side in her sleep. This only made Shinshur love her more. "Good morning," Shinshur said softly, not wanting to disturb her. At this moment, Aixiner appeared to be sleeping, but in reality, she was undergoing origin energy training. Of course, it was not much different from sleeping. Shinshur had already equipped her with a powerful set of personal equipment, similar to his life evolution device, but primarily focused on origin energy training, also at C9 level. As for Shinshur himself, he simply raised his hand and waved it lightly, and the clothes that were on the hanger appeared on his body. This was another application of origin energy technology, a way of using information to influence reality. Of course, under normal circumstances, even becoming a primal energy master wouldn't necessarily allow one to achieve this. However, within Shinshur's world of consciousness, there exists a world tree. The core function of this world tree is the manifestation of reality, capable of directly interfering with the material world with influences that originally existed only in consciousness. In other words, to a certain extent, Shinshur can even do things in the real world that were previously only possible in dreams. What just happened was one such effect. In the past 10 years, Shinshur has never relaxed his primal energy training, nor has he forgotten his research and practice with primal energy devices. As soon as Shinshur left the room, everything around him rapidly changed. The sky and mountains he had seen were, of course, just illusions, and only the most basic projections. He was simply in his own villa. However, this technology had already been commercialized. Some people who reached a certain level of contribution were eligible to purchase this latest technology and transform their rooms into a world. When Shinshur came downstairs, the first thing he saw was Ewan busy in the kitchen. "Captain, you're awake." Ewan was dressed in simple home clothes, looking no different from 10 years ago, still in her late teens. Standing next to Aixiner, she looked like a sister. "What did you have for breakfast?" Shinshur sat down at the table. A newly cultivated fish, incredibly delicious. Ewan brought out a bowl of fish soup, along with a fried dough stick. For Shinshur now, and even for Aixiner now, eating or not eating was actually irrelevant. However, he insisted on eating 3 meals a day, simply for enjoyment. In fact, this is a trend in human civilization as a whole. Currently, research projects have already developed fasting pills, which, with just one pill, can provide the body with energy for an extended period. However, sales are not good. On the contrary, the food industry has become increasingly developed in recent years, with all sorts of new ingredients and dishes being developed, achieving the ultimate enjoyment of taste. This even led the Human Federation to intervene, classifying it as a high-tax entertainment industry to prevent excessive investment in entertainment. Therefore, this bowl of fish soup is truly not something the average person can afford. Shinshur took a sip. It was indeed incredibly delicious. Is this type of fish a product of our company? He asked. Yes, Evan replied. Then lower its price a bit, make it a more affordable, convenient food. It won't make people linger or become addicted, Shinshur said. Okay. Evan did nothing, but the order had already been conveyed. Evan is now Shinshur's first assistant. She has essentially replaced Sebastian's position. Not only can she issue board orders directly through the central AI of the entire Starsea Corporation, but she can also relay council orders to Shinshur on Star Spirit. In the eyes of some outsiders, Evan is almost seen as Shinshur's alter ego. And that projector? Let's not make it a special product with a high contribution level. For experts in primal energy, it seems too crude, and the contribution requirement is too high, no one will buy it. It should be classified as a more accessible level, Shinshur instructed. The contribution system has become a core driving force for the development of human civilization. New high-tech products are also reviewed to determine their appeal before being placed into the corresponding contribution level, further incentivizing people. In reality, without the star spirits as the core AI to ensure basic fairness, this system would be akin to the aristocratic nobility system of feudal society. But its incentives are real. Even Shinshur's mother specifically found a job. It wasn't tiring, but she was happy every day, thoroughly enjoying the feeling of her contribution level increasing. After giving several instructions, Shinshur finished his breakfast and prepared to leave. The reason he gave orders while eating wasn't because he was actually that busy, often it was just a casual remark. But the benefits he gave were tangible, always bringing surprises to some, and a bit of pleasure to himself. For the past 10 years, Shinshur had paid special attention to his mood. And not just him. Everyone in the world had begun to regulate their mood in various ways. Sometimes it might be a delicious meal, sometimes a few words from family, sometimes just an interesting article. There's a professional term for this. The mindset of the immortal. Yes, that's the name. Modern human civilization is vastly different from the past. The nominal lifespan is 200 years, but in reality, it's far longer. After all, who knows what changes will occur in 200 years? And if one could undergo complete body modification, leaving only the brain, one could live for at least 300 years. Compared to the past, they are truly immortals. However, longevity doesn't necessarily equate to happiness. Sometimes, it also represents boredom and frustration. Therefore, mindset is exceptionally important. This actually falls under the realm of primal energy. In the past, maintaining a good mood might not have been so easy, but now, through primal energy technology, it's easy to discover every bit of joy in life, no matter how small. People even discuss and share with each other. This has become the most popular form of communication today. If humans from 13 years ago were to travel to this time, and see most people on the street smiling and seemingly in high spirits, they would probably have a very strange feeling. But this is the change brought about by technological advancements. Chapter 190. Shinshur left home and boarded a hovering shuttle. It was entirely silver-white, slightly different in appearance from older vehicles, but without a wheelchair. Instead, it had two engines emitting a soft glow at the bottom. This anti-gravity technology had been mastered 5 years ago, and human civilization could even manufacture its own production lines. It had now completely replaced the original power engines. Good morning, esteemed counselor. A projection appeared in the middle of the shuttle, showing a cute little girl, only the size of a figurine. It was a Protoss. Now, the entire Blue Star, and even the bases beyond Blue Star, were all covered by a central control AI centered around the Protoss. Everyone had their own exclusive Protoss, and related permissions naturally depended on contribution points. And the one before Shinshur was the core of the Protoss. To Starsea City, Shinshur ordered. Okay, please have a seat. As the central AI, the Protoss hold a crucial position. They are not the type with independent thought abilities, but rather, like Sebastian, purely intelligent AIs. Therefore, Shinshur had no intention of engaging in idle chatter with her. The entire spaceship began to slowly ascend, then accelerated vertically. The technology on this self-produced shuttle was relatively rudimentary. Although it could directly accelerate to outer space, it lacked a robust load-bearing system. Therefore, for ordinary people, it couldn't accelerate to its maximum. Otherwise, even a body enhanced by the drug wouldn't be able to withstand it. Of course, this posed no problem for Shinshur. Upon reaching a certain height, the entire star island could be clearly seen. While not exactly towering skyscrapers, several massive, technologically advanced buildings stood amidst lush greenery. Spaceships shuttled back and forth across the island. Most striking were 5 straight space elevators reaching into the sky, now completely covered by cargo and crew compartments. They ascended from the outside and descended from the inside, their operational range increasing dozens of times compared to the original space elevators. They looked like 5 towering skyscrapers. These were all acquired by Shinshur directly from Future World 2. As the spaceships pierced through the atmosphere and the surrounding light gradually faded, a massive, inverted city, enveloped in soft light, came into view. This was Starsea City. While many cities on Earth retained some of their original style, these space cities displayed a completely different appearance. Some buildings even maintained a suspended posture, drifting quietly, without any sense of disorder. At this moment, Shinshur was heading towards a spherical building at the very center. This was the current headquarters of Shanghai Company. A group of people were already waiting on the docking platform, led by Song Yao. Wearing a white cheongsam with blue floral patterns reminiscent of the Republican era, she stood at the front of the group, elegant and capable. Upon seeing Shinshur's shuttle, Song Yao immediately stepped forward, smiling and giving a slight bow. "Good morning, Chairman." "Good morning." Shinshur smiled back, glancing at the people behind her, and said with a smile, "Don't be so nervous, your emotions are showing. I'm just here to inspect a few important projects today, so we won't go into the company. Let's get started." "Yes," Song Yao replied, leading the group into another, even larger, space shuttle that was already prepared. No, it would be more accurate to call it a spaceship. This was the first spaceship independently developed and produced by human civilization with a warp drive, and Shinshur was inspecting the warp drive research base today. Starsea City now boasts over 60% of the world's most cutting-edge research bases, thanks to the various advanced equipment Shinshur brought, countless scientists, ample research funding, and various other resources. As a result, Starsea City's reputation as a city of science and technology has grown ever stronger. Along the way, Shinshur saw many tourist groups. Most of them were clearly children. He looked up at the people around him, but didn't find any young people like them. He couldn't help but ask, "Our company also recruited a group of young interns, right? Why haven't I seen them today?" "Chairman, today happens to be the 10th anniversary of the victory in the Warren War. Those children, as representatives of outstanding students, went to visit Dake City," Song Yao replied softly. "Today is the 10th anniversary?" Shinshur was taken aback, then nodded. "I know. The Starry Sky era is counted from the day Shinshur returned to Blue Star. It has indeed been exactly 10 years since the Warren War was declared a victory." Shinshur didn't care much about that victory, so he didn't remember the official date. However, a visit to Dake City? Shinshur had indeed seen a report a few years ago stating that Dake City should be developed into an educational city, so that people, especially young children, would remember the threat of the Dake civilization, and at the same time experience the darkness and cruelty of interstellar civilization, thereby further strengthening their determination to develop and strive for self-improvement, etc. The report wasn't approved by Shinshur, but rather discussed and passed by the Supreme Council of the Human Federation. Speaking of which, hundreds of millions of aliens were imprisoned on it. Presumably, this has become part of the children's learning tour. However, this reminded Shinshur that the plan he had temporarily shelved due to humanity's lack of sufficient primal energy reserves was about to be officially launched soon. These past 10 years have been a decade of rapid development for human civilization, but also a decade of reaching a certain minimum threshold. Thoughts flashed through Shinshur's mind one after another. He remained silent, and naturally, everyone else dared not utter a sound. Not long after, the shuttle began to slow down. With a slight deceleration, Shinshur also snapped out of his thoughts. This deceleration buffer. How could it be so crudely made? Shinshur frowned slightly. Even at this speed, you can feel such a noticeable reaction. How long would the acceleration and deceleration time have to be for an ordinary person to withstand it? The technology in the gravity field should have been largely assimilated by now. Chairman, this problem was raised during testing, but the Gravity Research Project team believes it's a manufacturing process issue. They insist their design is flawless. Song Yao had clearly known about this flaw beforehand, and was prepared. But seeing Shinshur's furrowed brow, she still seemed somewhat nervous. Knowing the chairman as she did, directly expressing her feelings meant he wasn't going to give a simple explanation. Sure enough, the chairman's gaze swept over the others. Who's following up on this project? His tone was calm, but the smile on his face had vanished. This still put immense pressure on these people. A rather young-looking man quickly stepped forward. Reporting to the chairman, I'm the one following up. Old Sue, Shinshur nodded, his brows smoothing out somewhat. Tell me, where did the problem lie? There are problems with everything. The man Shinshur called Old Sue spoke seriously. While the research center met the requirements during the calculations, it only barely did, and there are definitely problems with the production side as well. We're already investigating at full speed. Heh. Shinshur chuckled lightly. The mood emanating from everyone grew even heavier. I know those people in the production department are used to the good stuff and think the things I brought back are theirs. They don't even consider that if such rudimentary equipment can malfunction, how can they possibly produce more powerful products? With the production equipment I brought? And those people at the Gravity Research Institute, they're all just thinking about getting a passing grade and then pushing forward. Do they really think the technology tree is so easy to climb? Tell them to double the design standards. Since they like to cut corners, then let's make full marks the standard. Yes. Old Sue nodded and withdrew. If it weren't for his physical modifications, he would probably be drenched in cold sweat right now. Because this problem, in essence, isn't that big. Modern human civilization is already capable of producing real spaceships. Although we rely on the equipment the chairman brought, many people see this complete independent research and development as merely a quick way to fill in the gaps in our progress, like repeatedly conducting an experiment in a lab with already known results. Some even believe that simulated production in the virtual research world was sufficient, and actual production was unnecessary. But judging from the chairman's attitude at this moment, it was clear that he attached great importance to it. If they had known this earlier, they would never have placed this spaceship in front of the chairman. And Shinshur's next sentence shocked many people even more. Star Spirit, quickly record a report on the lax development of basic fields. The report should be at the highest meeting level. I will review and revise it later. Yes, Star Spirit replied. Highest meeting level. This meant that the chairman intended to bring this phenomenon to the highest meeting of the Human Federation. This was no small matter. Old Sue, who had just been there, even felt immense pressure bearing down on him. This wasn't just something the chairman was concerned about. Once submitted to the highest meeting, it would become a matter of discussion and concern for the entire human civilization. Many people in both the Research Institute and the Production Department would be in trouble. Their contribution points might even be punitively reduced. Do you think I'm making a mountain out of a molehill? Shinshur glanced at these people. A chill ran through everyone. The main reason they were so cautious in front of Shinshur wasn't because he was strict, but because they knew perfectly well that in front of the chairman, their primal abilities alone were insufficient to conceal their thoughts. Even the slightest hint of guilt would be detected. This kind of superior was exactly the kind of superior anyone looking to slack off wanted. Of course, for those who considered themselves capable, it was an opportunity. At that moment, someone spoke up. This is indeed a problem that deserves attention. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Although we have a chairman, if we are not cautious and grounded enough, forcing growth can happen in an instant. You seem to be called Malwinshur, Shinshur said, looking at the speaker. That's me. Malwinshur stood up, appearing neither humble nor arrogant, but Shinshur could clearly sense his inner tension. You submitted a report mentioning this issue. Shinshur nodded slightly. Since you're the only one among so many who takes this issue seriously, then this aspect of oversight will be entrusted to you. Yes. Malwinshur's expression turned serious, but inwardly he was delighted. Wasn't he speaking up now precisely for this opportunity? Shinshur glanced at the others, shook his head, and said nothing more. In reality, everyone else had already noticed. However, neither Shinshur nor the Human Federation's meetings had given it much importance before, because learning, catching up, and leapfrogging were commonplace for them. Their advanced and powerful virtual research devices could minimize any potential problems arising from this approach. Moreover, the entire civilization's development focus was currently on speed. The crisis facing the Daikians was undeniable, as was the crisis facing the universe. Even if most ordinary people didn't truly grasp the magnitude of this crisis, the civilization's leadership still paid close attention. Therefore, such problems were difficult to avoid. It was only when Shinshur reviewed the records of the second future world that he noticed the reflections sparked by the problems arising from production development 50 years later. Only then did he realize that virtual devices weren't omnipotent. Behind those seemingly powerful high-tech devices lay countless details. Any flaw, or even something not so much a flaw but simply a lack of stability, could cause problems, and when these problems surfaced later, they would incur a price. Therefore, Shinshir had been looking for an opportunity to bring this up in advance. This wasn't the first time he'd done so. Having information from the future world as a reference point could indeed save human civilization from many detours. After all, such rapid advancement of civilization's development was extremely rare in interstellar society, and the entire process could encounter all sorts of unforeseen problems at any time. Civilizational development isn't like a farming game where you just press a few buttons. And these changes, though seemingly small, could accumulate to have a significant impact on the future world. Shinshir already had a premonition. This time, a residual consciousness might appear again, and perhaps even more intensely than before. Of course, he wasn't in a hurry to check it out. After all, he still had work to do. Instead, they disembarked from the spaceship first. Warp drive research is inherently dangerous, so it was located on the outskirts of the city, quite a distance from the city center. It could function as an independent unit, and was even monitored and protected by a separate CE4 level warp drive to ensure no problems arose.